Upon awakening from slumber, Luo Qingzhou found himself transformed into a mere illegitimate son of the Luo family within the Grand Yin Empire. In a bid to assist the second son of the Luo family in calling off an engagement, he was compelled to marry a bride rumored to be mute and devoid of laughter. It was only after the ceremonial rites and the wedding night that he discovered, to his astonishment, my wife is rather peculiar. Not only was his spouse unusual, but so too were her two maidservants and the other inhabitants of the Qin residence. The head maid was charming and flirtatious, her voice akin to that of a lark, while the younger maid was frosty and menacing, her swordplay deadly. His sister-in-law was remarkably talented, resembling the delicate Lin Daiyu, while his cousin was haughty and overbearing, capable of delivering a lethal whip strike. His father-in-law bore a serious demeanor, yet spoke unrefined words in private, while his mother-in-law was as beautiful as a flower, often rolling her eyes at him. His elder brother was wholly devoted to martial pursuits, intent on bringing honor to the family. As for Luo Qingzhou, he merely wished to live a quiet life as a humble son-in-law, secretly seeking to become invincible in this world. Chapter 1. The illegitimate son of the Luo family in the third year of the Yuanjing era. During the winter solstice, snow fell in abundance. In a small courtyard tucked away in the northwest corner of the Cheng Guo residence, thick smoke billowed. Luo Qingzhou, clad in thin garments, squatted by a brazier at the entrance, holding a moon-white maiden's bodice embroidered with peonies in one hand, while vigorously fanning the dry twigs ignited within the brazier with the other. These twigs had been scavenged from the snowy ground, already drenched by the rain and snow outside. Once the flames had sufficiently dried and roasted the damp wood, it began to burn. Amid the smoke, Luo Qingzhou coughed a few times, waving his fan to dissipate the encroaching smoke before finally sitting down beside the brazier, warming the maiden's bodice. While gazing vacantly at the flickering flames 3 days prior, he had awoken in this unfamiliar realm, the Yin Empire, in Mo City, as the third illegitimate son of the Luo family. A frail scholar, he understood all too well that the status of an illegitimate son was vastly inferior to that of a legitimate heir in ancient times. Born of a woman without any standing, his situation was rendered even more pitiable. According to the memories embedded within this body, he wasn't even recognized as the illegitimate son of the Cheng Guo residence's master. 3 years ago, his mother had brought him to the Cheng Guo residence, where the master, Luo Yannin, acknowledged his status as an illegitimate son, but refused to grant his mother any recognition. After her untimely death last year, she had not even held the title of concubine. In hushed tones, the servants of the estate gossiped about his lineage. A child from a country woman. Who knows if he is even a master's blood? The master is kind-hearted, I believe. They should be driven away as impostors. The memories that flooded his mind were tainted with negativity. Luo Qingzhou let out a sigh, flipping the maiden's bodice to the other side. What an absurdity to be considered a son of the Cheng Guo residence. None within these walls regarded him as a true member of the Luo family. Even the maidservants and servants were dressed better, enjoying the warmth of charcoal during the harsh winter. And he, in the midst of this snow-laden winter, clad in a flimsy, coarse garment, burning damp wood, he sat in this dilapidated courtyard, neglected and forgotten. How pitiable, how lamentable. Though he had traversed into this world, the memories and emotions of the former owner of this body intertwined with his own, rendering him acutely sensitive to their feelings of frustration, oppression, confusion, anger, and even hatred. Yes, hatred lingered there. His mother, only in her 30s and in excellent health, had succumbed to a sudden illness last year without warning. From the onset of her ailment to her demise, merely 2 days had elapsed. There was certainly more to the story. He was aware that within the intrigues of a large family, members schemed against one another for various interests, sometimes even leading to fatal consequences. However, he had never anticipated encountering such circumstances upon his arrival. Desiring nothing more than a peaceful existence, indulging in life's pleasures like a wealthy young master, was evidently not feasible. Yet, as a solitary figure without allies or power, how could he navigate this predicament? Master, I bring you good news. With a voice as melodious as a lark, a slender maid dressed in emerald rushed into the courtyard, her youthful face alight with excitement. Xiao Dai, his sole maidservant, had once been rescued from a perilous fate by his mother after making a grave error. Ever since, she had remained loyal to them, enduring bullying from other servants due to their connection, often bearing bruises. "What good news?" Luo Qingzhou inquired, observing the frail girl before him. What positive development could there possibly be within the estate? Perhaps the steward would grant him a few extra coins or provide him with a new garment for the approaching new year, as it would be embarrassing for the master to attend the celebrations in tattered clothes. However, Xiaodai did not bring such mundane tidings. Her face was aglow with excitement as she exclaimed, "Master, I just overheard the master discussing your marriage with a guest in the hall, and the madam was present as well. The madam mentioned you. It seems you are to be wed this year." Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Married? In this era, marriages were arranged quite early. If he were to wed, he might acquire his own estate, perhaps even a home of his own, granting him a measure of freedom. Yet, would the madam genuinely act with such benevolence, allowing him to marry and subsequently gain a share of the Luo family's assets? Though as an illegitimate son, he could not inherit much and bore no claim to titles. Being a son of the Luo family, with its vast resources, even a modest house and some assets, would be a mere drop in the ocean. The madam, despite her generosity towards maids and servants, would never extend such kindness to him. "Master, once you're married, we will move out. Xiaodai can serve you and your wife, as if she were 3 people, ensuring you are both well cared for. I wonder which young lady you will wed, master. With your status, she must surely be a daughter of a prominent family, undoubtedly beautiful." Xiaodai's imagination began to soar with visions of a bright future. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, "Is the 3rd young master present? The master and the madam request your presence." A foreboding sense of dread washed over Luo Qingzhou. Yet, he did not hesitate, rising to his feet and handing the maiden's bodice to Xiaodai before making his way out of the courtyard. Xiaodai stared wide-eyed at the bodice in her hands, momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. How could the master have taken her bodice? This was a girl's possession, which she had washed and hung in her room. Luo Qingzhou stepped outside the courtyard, where he encountered a slightly portly middle-aged man clad in a gray brocade robe. Wang Cheng, the 2nd steward of the Chenghua residence, rumored to be a relative of the madam. Unlike others, this steward treated everyone with utmost courtesy, even to him, the now inconsequential illegitimate son. "3rd young master, come along. Change your clothes. You are to meet some important guests shortly." Wang Cheng wore a broad smile, his posture slightly bent in deference, his demeanor impeccable. "Steward Wang, which guest are we to meet?" Luo Qingzhou inquired, feigning a timid and humble disposition as he followed behind with careful trepidation. This had been his manner in the past. "Once you arrive, 3rd young master, you shall know," Wang Cheng replied, his smile unwavering. Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered, and he refrained from further inquiries. Chapter 2. The Marriage. Exiting the archway, he traversed the winding corridor and passed through several garden courtyards before arriving at the reception pavilion. Outside, a pair of maidservants awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him, they hurried over, urgency evident in their demeanor. "Come quickly. Change your clothes, both the master and mistress are waiting for you." Luo Qingzhou followed the 2 maidservants into a nearby courtyard room. A maid had already prepared a brand new outfit. The fabric was soft and smooth, glistening under the reflection of the white snow, and felt exceptionally comfortable to the touch, clearly crafted from high-quality material. The maid named Mei Hua assisted him in dressing while sternly admonishing him, showing no regard for his feelings or treating him as a young master of the household. Luo Qingzhou kept his head lowered and remained silent. Once dressed and groomed, the maid brought a basin of water for him to wash his face. Afterward, they hurriedly exited the small courtyard and entered the main hall. The atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat amiss. At the highest seat sat the master of the Cheng Guo Manor, his father, Luo Yannian. Beside him was the matriarch, Lady Wang. Lower down sat Luo Yannian's 2 brothers and other elders of the Luo family. Behind them stood the younger members of the Luo clan. On the left side of the guest seating area sat several distinguished middle-aged men clad in ornate robes. Their faces, however, bore expressions of indignation. As Luo Qingzhou entered the hall, all eyes turned toward him. The 2nd mistress, Yang Shi, emerged from behind the matriarch with a beaming smile. Second Master Qin, behold, this is my Qingzhou, elegant and handsome, a true gentleman, and he is also a scholar. Although Yang Shi was a second mistress and merely a concubine without a designated seat, due to the circumstances of the day, Luo Yannian and the matriarch refrained from speaking, allowing her to take the lead. Qingzhou, come over and show yourself to the esteemed guest from the Qin family, she urged, pulling him forward to the middle-aged guests, her compliments flowing freely. Our Qingzhou has always been of good character, diligent in his studies while other children were playing outside. He immersed himself in books. She continued her effusive praise at length. The foremost middle-aged man on the left scoffed, turning to Luo Yannian. Brother Yannian, are you truly having second thoughts? A faint smile graced Luo Yannian's face. Brother Huai, I assure you, I have no intention of reneging. The betrothal arranged by my father is not something I would dare to void. Another burly middle-aged man abruptly stood up, exclaiming, what do you mean by that? The engagement settled between our fathers was for my brother's daughter, Jianjia, and your second son, Luo Yu, not some illegitimate child you picked up from who knows where. Luo Yannian frowned but remained silent. The second mistress, Yang Shi, quickly interjected with a smile. Third Master Qin, please calm down. I have heard of this matter too, and there are written agreements and the witness of Prince Jing. However, what I heard was that it was to unite your esteemed daughter Jianjia with my lord's son, without specifying which son. Third Master, you see, our eldest, Chang Tian, has gone to the capital, and our second son, Yu, is currently in a crucial period of preparation for examinations. We have inquired, and neither of them has any plans for marriage at the moment. Therefore, you intend to settle for an unknown boy as a substitute? The first middle-aged man from the Qin family interjected darkly. Suddenly, the previously silent fourth Master Qin sneered. I distinctly remember that the agreement was for our Jianjia to be betrothed to your family's youngest son, Luo Yu. The engagement tokens were exchanged, and I have never heard of your family acquiring another son. Are you trying to deceive us, hoping to back out of the marriage now that the Qin family has fallen on hard times? As Yang Shi opened her mouth to argue, Luo Yannian raised a hand to silence her, then stood up from his chair, clasping his hands in salute. Brothers, I assure you that I will personally go to the manor tomorrow to explain the matter to Brother Wenjing. I am a man of integrity and will not shirk my responsibilities, nor will I dishonor my father's prior commitments. I will provide Brother Wenjing with a satisfactory resolution. We shall see, the Qin family member stated, unwilling to linger any longer. They rose, clasped their hands in farewell, and left without casting another glance at the young man standing in the hall. Outside the door, Steward Wang immediately bowed and followed behind to see them off. Once the Qin family departed, the second mistress, Yang Shi, began to mock and ridicule, showing no regard for Luo Qingzhou still present in the hall. So that is how it is. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou seemed to grasp the situation. He had been reduced to a mere pawn in a failed marriage arrangement. The matriarch, Lady Wang, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a hint of detachment. Not only that, but I have also gathered information indicating that the eldest daughter of the Qin family seems to have some mental issues. She does not speak to anyone, nor does she venture out, and no one has seen her smile. Yang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Is she a fool? She then added with more derision. That explains why the Qin family is suddenly eager to remind us of this marriage arrangement, thinking they can take advantage of us. Luo Yannian's gaze shifted to the still-standing young man, his tone grave. Qingzhou, do you understand why we summoned you here? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head respectfully. I do not know. A mere pawn indeed. Do you think I am a fool? The second mistress, Yang Shi, approached him with a beaming smile. Qingzhou, this is wonderful news. Tomorrow, your father will go to the Qin family to propose for you, and it won't be long before you marry the eldest daughter of the Qin family. The Qin family, like us, holds a hereditary title, and once you are married into their family, you will become their son-in-law, with everything you desire at your fingertips. Marry into their family? Although Luo Qingzhou had anticipated this, he could not suppress a frown. Being a mere pawn to marry a foolish bride was one thing, but to be forced to enter the Qin family as a son-in-law? In this era, such a fate was a source of shame and indignity for any man. It was evident that this family would never grant him even a fraction of their assets. In truth, this arrangement served dual purposes. Not only did it prevent him from claiming any inheritance, but also shielded the second son, Luo Yu, from this marriage set by their forebears. Clever. Was this scheme conceived by his hypocritical and cold-hearted father, or was it the deeply calculating matriarch who wished for him to vanish sooner rather than later? Or perhaps he glanced at the second mistress, who possessed a certain allure. At that moment, he suddenly heard her inner thoughts. This wretched woman is indeed ruthless and vile. No wonder she once showed no hesitation in collaborating with her second son to poison this boy's mother. That I must be more cautious in the future. This boy is pitiable, having lost his mother, nearly lost his life, and now he is to be cast out to marry a fool, his life effectively over. Alas, Luo Qingzhou's pupils constricted. He could hear the thoughts of his second mistress. Chapter 3. The third willow tree. Stepping out of the reception hall, the biting cold wind swept through, and the heavy snow continued to fall. Luo Qingzhou was weighed down by the thoughts he had just heard. Indeed, his mother had been murdered by the grandmadam, and her second son, Luo Yu, was the accomplice. Moreover, they had also turned their malicious intentions toward him, since he now inhabited this body, fused with the bloodline and memories of its former owner. That vendetta naturally became his own. Yet, at present, the prospect of vengeance felt distant and unattainable. Regarding this arranged marriage, living as a mere figurehead, taking advantage of another's fortune, was it not something he had longed for in his previous life? Furthermore, he was utterly incapable of resistance. Given his current status and strength, he could not even dare to struggle. Any hint of defiance could lead to a fatal reprimand from his father. In this era, defying one's elders was deemed a grave disrespect, and opposing a father could result in dire consequences. As for escape, that was out of the question, unless one wished for death. In Mo City, while the Luo family was not omnipotent, their influence was formidable enough to rank among the top 3 families. Besides, as a frail scholar, where could he possibly flee? Beyond the city? According to his memories, the Blackwood forest outside was infested with monstrous beasts. Hence, he had no avenue for escape. His only path forward was to acquiesce, to obediently become a son-in-law of the Qin family, and then formulate a plan. By distancing himself from this perilous situation, he could at least evade immediate danger. If he dared to linger, the ruthless grandmadam would undoubtedly seek to harm him again. Regarding what would follow his marriage, he could only take it one step at a time. At least by marrying into the Qin family, he could temporarily preserve his life. With life, there is always hope. Master, what did the Lord and the grandmadam say to you? Are they arranging a marriage for you? On the way back, Xiao Dai eagerly inquired. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her youthful, excited face and, unwilling to dampen her spirits, replied with a nod. Yes, a marriage. Wow, that's wonderful. Master, which young lady is it? Xiao Dai chirped with delight. Luo Qingzhou managed a bitter smile and said, It is from the Qin family. Internally, he mused, a fool. I wonder if she will drool or lose control. As they conversed, they entered a dilapidated courtyard. Xiao Dai was brimming with joy and excitement, chattering incessantly by his side, her face glowing as she painted a picture of their future life together. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her expression turning tense. Master, will you take me with you when you move out? Luo Qingzhou seated himself by the brazier, watching the flames dance beneath the wood, and nodded, of course. He wondered how the girl would feel when she realized that his notion of moving out meant becoming a son-in-law and serving the foolish young lady of another family. Alas, such is the plight. Speaking of which, how had he heard the second madam's thoughts earlier? Why had he not heard them again? Master is so kind. I will take good care of you and serve the madam well. I could do many things, wash clothes, fold bedding, serve tea, and comb hair. Xiao Dai beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For this little maid, escaping this dreadful place must feel like a liberation from the jaws of a tiger. Her incessant chatter flowed like a stream, unceasing. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to listen further, a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, akin to a needle prick, awakening a realization. Eavesdropping on others' thoughts could greatly deplete his mental energy. He promptly ceased, diverting his gaze from the girl's face to the snow falling in the courtyard. As dusk fell, the light dimmed. The room lacked oil lamps, candles, or any form of entertainment, so typically, they would retire early to bed after dinner, as it was warmer under the covers. Master, I'll go get your meal, Xiao Dai announced. Their meals were served in the kitchen meant for the maidservants and servants. In his memories, Luo Qingzhou could not recall ever dining at the same table as his father or the Grand Madam. In truth, not even the second madam had that privilege. Xiao Dai soon returned with the food. The dinner was modest: 2 steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables. Nothing more. Yet, for many common folk outside, having such white flour buns was already quite a luxury. Luo Qingzhou was reluctant to retire so early, so he stepped out of the small courtyard, braving the wind and snow, and wandered aimlessly. The ancient and fragrant scenery dazzled the eye. Leaving the archway, passing through the corridor, he turned into a garden. Upon exiting the garden, he was met with an expansive view, revealing a small lake. Mist hovered over the lake, shrouding it in a dreamlike haze. Surprisingly, it had not frozen during this winter, and many pink lotus flowers thrived within. As Luo Qingzhou approached, a wave of warmth and floral fragrance enveloped him. The water was indeed warm. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached, seemingly oblivious to him. Their head bowed and an anxious expression on their face. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be a servant of the estate. Luo Qingzhou locked eyes with them and suddenly heard their thoughts: the third willow tree, repeating incessantly in their mind. When the person drew near enough to notice him, they startled, glancing at him with alarm before hastily departing. Third willow tree? Luo Qingzhou observed their hurried retreat behind the archway, a hint of confusion crossing his face. His gaze then shifted to the nearby lakeshore, where indeed a row of willows stood. As night descended, the light dimmed further. Yet, the reflection of the white snow allowed him to discern some details. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the row of willows and located the third one. He did not rush. Instead, he lingered by the lakeshore, waiting until no one approached the archway before slipping into the thicket to examine the third willow tree closely. The trunk showed no abnormalities. He then glanced to the ground, tugging at the withered grass, which yielded easily, pulling up a large patch of soil along with it. Indeed, something was buried beneath. Luo Qingzhou's heart raced with anticipation. He looked toward the archway and thought cautiously, surely it cannot be a head or a corpse. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and began to dig. After removing several layers of soil, he uncovered a wooden box. The surface of the box was as dark as ink, glimmering with a chilling sheen in the moonlight. Exuding en iris aura, ressembling à miniature coffin. Chapter for the classic The Lake Breeze was biting, and the dark moon cast a cold light. Luo Qingzhou stared at the wooden box in the pit, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. He looked up at the archway in the distance and then took a deep breath. Gathering his courage, he reached out to open it. Inside the box, there were no heads or hands or other dreadful items. Instead, there lay a book with a yellowing cover. Luo Qingzhou paused, taking the book into his hands. Immediately, his pupils contracted. The title on the cover boldly proclaimed, Kuei Hua Bao Dian. No, that was not right. Drawing closer for a more meticulous inspection, he realized the first character was not Kuei, but Mei. Mei Hua Bao Dian? He was momentarily taken aback. He wondered if this book contained cultivation techniques, poetry, or the writings of a scholar. Utilizing the light reflected by the snow, Luo Qingzhou eagerly opened the book's cover. On the first page were a few lines written in small characters. I have devoted my entire life's effort to compose 3 methods. The first is the internal cultivation technique, Mei Hua Han Bao. The second is the physical training technique, Mei Hua Ao Shui. And the third is the boxing technique, Mei Hua Fen Fei. Signed, Mei Hua Dao Run. Indeed, it was a manual for cultivation. Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of excitement within him as he glanced again at the archway, where a figure was hidden amidst the dense flowers, continuing to turn the pages of a book. The book was not particularly thick, yet it contained records of 3 sets of cultivation techniques. Each page featured simple illustrations and textual explanations. Although the drawings were minimalistic, they were vividly lifelike and straightforward. Additionally, several pages illustrated various acupoints of the human body, including concealed ones, along with depictions of skin, muscles, and bones. Luo Qingzhou, without seeking in-depth understanding, perused the pages one by one. He was unsure whether these abilities were innate to this body or a gift of his own. Remarkably, he possessed an extraordinary memory. By merely reciting the words silently in his mind, he could retain them. A single glance at the illustrations would etch them into his memory. Thus, he read swiftly. In the time it took to brew a pot of tea, he had finished all the pages. He glanced once more at the archway before quickly placing the book back into the wooden box, then reburied it. The master and servant often sat together on the bed, sharing warmth and conversation without any need for secrecy. Xiao Dai was, after all, his personal maid. However, Luo Qingzhou was preoccupied with thoughts tonight and did not immediately lie down. He glanced at her and said, "You stay here. I'll sit by the door for a while and contemplate some matters." The fire pit at the door was filled with wood that had burned down to charcoal, glowing warmly, a perfect spot to warm oneself. Indeed, all the knowledge had been ingrained in his mind. Reflecting upon it made everything increasingly vivid and profound. The book stated that to build one's body, one must first cultivate the inner energy. The body refinement begins with the skin. Without the circulation of inner energy, attempting to refine the skin could lead to irreversible harm, yielding no results. Luo Qingzhou silently recited and comprehended the inner cultivation technique called Mei Hua Hanbao in his mind. With closed eyes, he directed his gaze inward, envisioning himself as a wisp of energy sinking into the earth beneath, surrounded by darkness. He coiled into a seed, buried in the soil. Above him, the wind blew, the sun shone, rain fell, and lightning flashed, while insects scurried past and earthworms wriggled nearby. The wind filtered through the soil as crevices brushing against him. The rain poured, drenching him completely. This process repeated itself. As another day dawned with bright sunshine, he began to take root and sprout. Day after day, he finally broke through the soil, growing robustly. His branches and leaves flourished, and buds began to form, ultimately transforming into a flower bud poised to bloom, enduring the elements, absorbing spiritual energy, and gathering strength. Luo Qingzhou unknowingly entered a state of semi-sleep meditation. A flow of energy began to course through his body, striking the acupoints marked in the book. After 2 cycles of the heavens, it gradually transitioned from a stuttering flow to a somewhat smoother one. "Master, master!" An urgent voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Luo Qingzhou awoke with a start, opening his eyes to find Xiao Dai squatting beside him, her small hands pushing against him incessantly. Her thin face filled with anxiety and concern. Seeing him awaken, the young maid finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, you frightened me to death. How could you fall asleep here? You'll catch a cold." Luo Qingzhou felt a warm comfort in his abdomen and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Xiao Dai replied, "Almost 2 hours. I thought you were deep in thought about marriage, so I didn't dare to disturb you. I just came over and found you asleep. I called for quite a while, but you didn't wake up. Master, you should come inside. I've warmed your blanket for you." Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. What felt like only a fleeting moment had turned into nearly 2 hours. Rising, he immediately felt invigorated. His senses sharp. This cultivation method was indeed remarkable. Having practiced for such a brief period yielded such results. What wonders might time reveal? In due course, he might no longer be the frail scholar lacking strength. Upon entering the room, he gazed at the stack of books on the table. He casually picked one up, glancing at the light streaming in through the window, with a cover read Dong Li Bai Ji in bold characters. Just as he was about to flip through it to calm his agitated heart, Xiao Dai urged him from the side, "Master, reading in the dark is bad for your eyes, as you always say. It's getting late. You should go to bed." Reluctantly, Luo Qingzhou set down the book and made his way to the bed. Xiao Dai helped him remove his outer garments and shoes, lifting the blanket for him to get in quickly. Normally, he could have done these tasks himself, but after 3 days of their companionship, he understood that the girl was quite stubborn and dutiful. These are the responsibilities of a maid. If you do everything yourself, what use am I? She had pouted 3 days prior when he attempted to undress himself. Thus, he no longer insisted. "Master, it's so cold tonight. May I sleep with you?" After Luo Qingzhou had settled under the covers, Xiao Dai did not leave, but stood by the bed, her small face flushed in the darkness as she spoke softly. Luo Qingzhou recalled her previous unspoken thoughts. However, he did not decline. "All right, you can sleep at the foot of the bed. That way, we'll both stay warm." His tone was gentle. Since the tragic death of his mother, this girl had been his only companion, never shunning him, always considering his needs, taking on all the laborious tasks, and being loyally devoted and tender-hearted. Thus, deep within his heart, he had long regarded her as family. Hearing his words, Xiao Dai's heart swelled with joy, her cheeks reddening further. She promptly closed the door, removed her shoes, and climbed into bed. "I'll sleep at your feet, and we can chat for a while. Then I'll teach you about the bridal chamber, she said bashfully, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 5, Master. Do you know about the bridal chamber? Outside the window, the cold wind howled. The master and servant each occupied their respective sides of the bed, unable to find sleep. After a brief discussion about marriage, Xiao Dai's dark eyes shifted in the darkness, and with a blush, she softly asked, Master, do you know about the bridal chamber? Luo Qingzhou pondered. If he claimed to know, would the girl suspect that he had been secretly reading improper books? The bridal chamber? What's there to not know? Isn't it just about sharing a cup of wine and then lying down together for a nap? He teased her deliberately. Xiao Dai burst into a giggle. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, Master, you truly don't know. It's not that simple. The bridal chamber is about having children. You can't just lie down and expect everything to happen. Luo Qingzhou raised an eyebrow, you know? A hint of pride and shyness graced Xiao Dai's rosy cheeks. Of course I know. Granny's son taught me. Oh, Luo Qingzhou stifled a laugh, ready to tease her further, when suddenly, Xiao Dai wrapped her arms around his feet. Her warm cheeks pressed against them, and whispered, Master, let me teach you about the bridal chamber tonight, all right? The smile on Luo Qingzhou's face gradually faded. Feeling the warmth of her presence and her reliance on him, he couldn't help but sigh internally. In this era, a maid had such a fate. Even to sleep beside her master was part of her duty. But even if she shared a bed with her master, it did not guarantee a change in her status. The final outcome might still be that of a lowly maid, remaining so until death. Even if she were taken as a concubine, her position wouldn't significantly change, and she could be abandoned by her master at any moment. In this time, it had become a trend among friends to gift concubines to one another, even quite fashionable. Therefore, the fate of most maids was fraught with hardship and tragedy. Luo Qingzhou felt a deep sense of compassion and sorrow for this young girl. After all, she was the only person here who truly cared for him. He could not bear to hurt her. Even if he had to take action, it would only be after he had safely left this place. Otherwise, it would only bring her harm. Xiao Dai, I am a bit weary tonight. Let us retire early. Luo Qingzhou declined politely, yet he did not dare to move, fearing to hurt the young girl's feelings and worried that she might misconstrue his intentions as disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai felt a twinge of disappointment. However, due to her shyness, she refrained from speaking further, her flushed face pressed against his feet, her heart racing. As the night passed quietly, the following day, when Luo Qingzhou awoke, Xiao Dai was already sweeping the accumulated snow in the courtyard. The heavy snow outside had finally ceased. Luo Qingzhou rose, donned his garments, and exited his room. Upon seeing him, Xiao Dai hastily set down her broom and exclaimed, Young master, you are awake. I shall fetch water for you to wash your face. The water in the pot was still warm, and she promptly brought a basin over. After washing and brushing his teeth, Xiao Dai presented breakfast, a bowl of thin porridge and a steamed bun. Although he possessed an extraordinary memory, he could only imprint the words in his mind without immediate comprehension. These texts required slow and deliberate digestion to thoroughly understand. When the time for examination came, he would need to apply his understanding flexibly to answer questions, as it was impossible to merely transcribe the content from books. Thus, he needed to read and comprehend every word meticulously. In the Dian Empire, martial prowess was revered, yet scholarship held equal importance. Currently, he was merely a scholar. But once he passed the imperial examination and achieved the rank of Jinshi, his status would drastically change. At that point, even his father would not dare to mete out arbitrary punishment. Should that formidable matron attempt to harm him again, she would risk severe consequences. Hence, his safety would be more assured. In these tumultuous times, possessing a title equated to an additional layer of protection. However, scholars are often perceived as weak. While open threats were avoidable, covert schemes were much harder to defend against. Now that he had acquired martial arts techniques, he naturally intended to practice, to strengthen his body and guard against treachery. Perhaps in due time, he might ascend in rank through martial merit, like the eldest son of the Luo family, or prepare for the Longhu Academy, like the second son. At midday, the voice of the steward, Wang, echoed once more from outside the courtyard. Third young master. The master and madam request your presence. Had matters been settled? Luo Qingzhou's heart stirred as he set down his book and stepped outside. This time, the gathering was not in the reception pavilion, but in the dining hall. Luo Yinyin was seated at the table, having a meal with the esteemed Madame Wang. The second madam, Yang, and several maids stood respectfully nearby, their expressions filled with deference. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread of 8 dishes and a soup. As Luo Qingzhou entered, he bowed his head in greeting, his demeanor respectful. The madam did not even cast him a glance, her expression as cold as ice. Luo Yinyin continued to eat leisurely, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement of his greeting. It was utterly inconceivable that he would be invited to join the meal. However, the second madam, Yang, upon seeing him, immediately broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Qingzhou, congratulations. The master has gone to the Qin residence this morning and clarified matters. They have agreed, and your marriage to Miss Qin is set for 3 days hence. Oh, how fortunate you are to wed the eldest daughter of the Qin family. A prestigious lineage." As she spoke, Luo Yinyin coughed, placing down his chopsticks, prompting Yang to fall silent. Luo Yinyin then fixed his gaze upon the youth, standing respectfully at the door, pausing for a moment before stating solemnly, "Qingzhou, prepare yourself over the next few days, as you shall go to the Qin residence to wed in 3 days. Once there, you must conduct yourself with utmost propriety, serve your father-in-law and mother-in-law diligently, and treat your wife well, ensuring you do not bring shame upon the Luo family. Do you understand? 3 days? So soon?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head. "I shall remember. Cold-blooded, ungrateful, hypocritical, and cruel. How dare you utter such words?" At this moment, Madame Wang finally lifted her head to regard him, her expression stern. "Though you're entering the family by marriage, you represent the dignity of the Luo family. Once you are at the Qin residence, you must be mindful of every action and word. Should news arise of your misconduct, tarnishing our family's reputation, even if you become the son-in-law of the Qin family, we shall not spare you. Do you comprehend?" Luo Qingzhou's gaze narrowed slightly as he bowed deeper. "I understand. Go now. Steward Wang will escort you to the accounts office to receive some silver for your needs, and you may also arrange for new garments and any other necessities you require. The Luo family will not treat you unfairly, given your entry into our household." The madam concluded coolly, waving her hand for him to leave. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, perceiving her unspoken thoughts. Looking at this illegitimate child is distasteful. Why didn't he die early like that wretched mother of his? What bad luck! Bowing, Qingzhou took his leave. He buried his resentment deep within, bowing as he departed. The steward led him to the accounts office, where he withdrew some silver, and then instructed a maid to take his measurements. Afterward, he received various pieces of advice. Once he was certain no one was around, he turned back, following the path to the warm lake he had visited the night before. He paused before the archway, glancing around as if on a leisurely stroll before slowly making his way to the lakeside. When he reached the several willow trees, he focused intently. The ground was still covered with snow and dry grass, showing no obvious signs. He meandered by the lakeside for a while, confirming that no one was indeed present. He approached, grasping the dry grass and tearing up the soil. The pit was filled with earth, and the black wooden box had vanished. Not daring to linger, he restored the area to its original state and departed. The servant he encountered last night, was he from the household? If so, where did this martial arts manual originate? Was it for personal use or meant for another? Xiao Dai had already brought lunch, yet at that moment, the young girl sat by the door's fire pit, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon seeing him, her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, uncontrollable. "What troubles you, Xiao Dai?" Luo Qingzhou approached, frowning. "Has someone bullied you again?" Xiao Dai shook her head, wiping her tears as she spoke. "Young master, I just heard from Xiao Cui and the others that the master and madam are not merely arranging your marriage. They intend for you to enter the Qin family. Is it true?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou sighed in relief. So it was about this matter. He reached out to help the young girl wipe her tears, speaking gently. "It is true, but I think it is rather good. Why cry?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai suddenly burst into tears, shaking her head as she sobbed. No, it is not good at all. How could they force you into the Qin family? You are already a scholar and can still sit for the Jinshu examination to bring glory to your family. How can they cast you out? Men who enter a family by marriage are looked down upon. They will be disrespected. Our children cannot even bear your surname. Even the maids and servants laugh at you behind your back. Luo Qingzhou chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. It matters not. Being looked down upon and laughed at is not a new experience for me. It does not cost me anything. As long as I can leave here quickly, entering the Qin family is of no consequence. Xiao Dai, do you not wish to leave this place as well? This is a good opportunity. But young master, you cannot enter the family. Once you go there, you will be beneath them, and even the maids and servants will bully you. Xiao Chui and the others say that men who enter a family by marriage are worse than servants, even if they share a bed with their wives. They must seek their consent first. Xiao Dai wept like a rain-soaked flower, as if she herself were to enter the family. Luo Qingzhou, while helping her dry her tears, teased her with a smile. What of it? If she refuses to share a bed, there is always you. I'm not short of women to share a bed with. You, my Xiao Dai, are so lovely that I would not even need her. Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed crimson as she blurted out in a mix of embarrassment and urgency. Young master, at such a time, you still find it in yourself to jest. Do you not feel any sorrow? You are the third son of the Luo family, and they wish to make you a son-in-law to serve their young lady. It should be they who serve you. Alas, how could father and mother treat you thus? Luo Qingzhou's gaze shifted slightly, his expression betraying little emotion as he gently wiped her tears and said, Enough now, Xiao Dai, do not weep. Perhaps over there, our lives will be even better than here. I can still study and take the examinations. Xiao Dai sniffled, Young master. I heard from Xiao Chui and the others that it is actually the second son who is betrothed to the Qin family young lady. Is that not so? That young lady has some issues, and thus father, mother, and the second son have rejected her. But the Qin family is not to be trifled with. So they can only let you take on this marriage and move over there, is it not? Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered, perhaps. But young master, the Qin family young lady. Do not listen to other slander. You have not seen her with your own eyes. How can you know? Perhaps I will find fortune in misfortune and marry the most beautiful woman in the world, and they shall be the ones regretting it. Enough. Let's not speak of this anymore. Come, let us dine. Remember to take a few more steam buns. After we finish eating, we shall go out for a stroll, and I shall buy you Tong Hu Lu. Young master, I do not know whether to call you foolish or to commend your kindness. Even at this time, you think of those two little beggars in the alley and still wish to go shopping. Do you wish to have Tong Hu Lu? If not, then forget it. Yes, I want it, little glutton, she giggled, her tears now replaced with laughter. After their meal, they visited the alley to give the steamed buns to the two little beggars before stepping outside. Mo City is vast, divided into inner and outer cities. Situated near the border mountains and plagued by roaming beasts, the outer city walls are built high and sturdy. Aside from the soldiers guarding the city, the outer city is largely inhabited by the poor and those of lower status. Although the Luo family's noble title has been passed down for 3 generations and they have lost their fiefs, they still hold significant power in this area of Mo City. Residing in the inner city, the inner city is bustling with prosperity. Merchants from various regions gather here, including foreign traders who traverse the border to conduct business. Shops line both sides of the streets, brimming with an array of dazzling goods that leave one spellbound. As Luo Qingzhou strolled with Xiao Dai, he observed the ancient and intriguing wares and street scenes, his heart stirred with a myriad of emotions. Crossing the crowded South Street, they arrived at an arched bridge. Beneath the bridge flows a crystal-clear river, its edges adorned with a thin layer of ice. On the nearby riverbank steps, a woman lifted a full bamboo basket of clothes. Raising a stick high above the chilly water, the sound of the clothes being struck echoed, sending splashes of water flying. Under the bridge, a gaggle of white geese swam by. Coincidentally, on the bridge stood 4 scholars clad in thin robes, holding folding fans, engaged in animated discussion. Luo Qingzhou, witnessing the scene, feared they might suddenly begin to compose poetry. A flock of geese below the mountain, urging them to the river would surely be quite the spectacle. As they approached, he could discern their conversation regarding national affairs. 3 days prior, the victor had been decided, the Long Princess, seizing the moment while both armies were entangled in chaos. Personally led 1,000 cavalry from the flank, wreaking havoc among the enemy, leaving rivers stained with blood, so much so that even the Heishui River outside our Mo City turned red. Brother Yuanzheng has underestimated our Long Princess. She did not command 1,000 troops, only 3,000, as I heard from the soldiers guarding the city. At that time, the Long Princess donned a red robe, riding a fiery steed, wielding the blood moon spear, like a celestial being descending to earth, charging into the enemy ranks to slay their leader. Is that not incorrect? The Long Princess does not wear armor? I have heard she usually dons a fiery red battle armor when on the battlefield. That is not the point. The crux is that as soon as the Long Princess appeared, the enemy was defeated, and our morale soared, slaying countless foes. As Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai passed by, the scholars momentarily halted their conversation, casting a glance at him before shifting their gaze to the young maid behind him. This maid was quite lovely, albeit a bit slender. One could only wonder how much she cost. If nurtured for a year or two, she would certainly blossom into an enchanting beauty. Luo Qingzhou, keenly aware of their thoughts, furrowed his brow and pulled Xiao Dai in front of him, shielding her from their lascivious gazes, and did not linger on the bridge, hastening away. He paused, resuming his previous train of thought. He was aware of the lecherous tendencies of scholars. However, he did not expect these well-dressed men would harbor such base thoughts upon encountering a mere woman on the street. This, of course, also reflected the tragic plight of women in this era. Not everyone is born into nobility like the Long Princess. The majority of women are relegated to the status of mere playthings for men. Luo Qingzhou sighed inwardly, his resolve to grow stronger solidified. Only by doing so could he protect himself and those dear to him. Xiao Dai is his only family. He must ensure her safety. Chapter 7. Second son Luo, you young master. They were just speaking of the Long Princess. I have also heard the servants in the manor whispering that the Long Princess is formidable, rivaling men in skill. She has fought in wars since the age of 13. I heard she recently led an army to a great victory not far from our remote city. Upon reaching North Street, Xiao Dai began to recount tales of the Long Princess, revered as the Princess General by the people of Dian. For many women in the Dian Empire, she is an idol of admiration. At 13, she accompanied the army into battle. At 15, she led a cavalry raid on the enemy camp, slaying their leader. During this period, she successfully repelled the enemy multiple times. At 17, she was conferred the title of Long Princess and exceptionally granted her own fief, the Huiyue Kingdom. That year, the Jin Wang staged a rebellion, leading a formidable army towards Yujing, only to be defeated midway, with the heads of Jin Wang and his followers sent to Yujing. It was from that year that she gained a reputation as a bloodthirsty and ruthless figure. In that same year, she also orchestrated the massacre of 100,000 surrendered troops from the neighboring Nanhua Kingdom, her fame becoming polarizing. Nonetheless, the majority of women in the Dian Empire still hold her in high esteem. Luo Qingzhou could not recall much about this Long Princess from memory. Most of what he knew were mere legends. Xiao Dai, however, spoke animatedly, recounting tales she had overheard from the maids and servants, the veracity of which he could not ascertain. This maid, named Lu Yi, was the personal attendant of the second son, Luo Yu. She had never regarded Luo Qingzhou as the third son of the Cheng Guo mansion and often bullied Xiao Dai. Luo Qingzhou cast a glance at her as he followed her out of the small courtyard. Lu Yi walked ahead with a scowl, urging, "Hurry up. Do not delay the second son's training. He is preparing for the examinations and aims to enter the Longhu Academy in the capital. If you hinder his affairs, you will not be able to bear the consequences." Luo Qingzhou suddenly interjected, "Lu Yi, do you and Xiao He often bully Xiao Dai?" Lu Yi halted her steps, turning to face him. "Who told you that? Do you have evidence?" Luo Qingzhou squinted. "Was it not you who caused the injury on Xiao Dai's arm a few days ago?" Lu Yi scoffed. "That little wretch reported me," with a derisive laugh. She remarked how ludicrous it was that the little hussy, born with a nature of lewdness, once attempted to seduce the second young master and was nearly drowned by the matriarch. Yet, instead, it was her own mother who claimed her. Now, with her insatiable greed, she sought to entice him again, hoping to ascend the ranks and become a phoenix, only to find herself unaware that he was about to retaliate. Before she could finish her taunt, Luo Qingzhou delivered a resounding slap to her face, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground. "How dare you strike me?" Greenie, lying on the ground and clutching her stinging cheek, was filled with shock and fury. "I am the maid of the second young master." I am a young master of the Cheng Guo mansion." "Your master?" Luo Qingzhou interjected, his gaze fierce and commanding. "Even as a mere illegitimate son, I remain your superior. And you, nothing more than a lowly maid purchased with coin. What does it matter if I strike you? You have overstepped your bounds, disrespected me, and uttered vile words. Is it not just for me to teach you a lesson?" As Green held her aching cheek, hatred gleamed in her eyes, yet doubt flickered in her heart. In her memory, this wild boy from some remote village had always been timid and submissive, too afraid to even speak loudly to them. How had he suddenly transformed into someone so formidable? Could it be that he felt emboldened by a potential alliance with the Qin family? How utterly ridiculous. Feel free to report me if you wish, he said, and the moment those words left his lips, green Yi's expression shifted. You lie. I did not seduce the second young master. Luo Qingzhou smirked. Whether you seduced him or not is not for you to decide. If I were to inform the matriarch, she would certainly inquire with others. If the question lands on Xiaohe, do you believe she would shield you? As green Yi attempted to rise, the fear in her heart struck her down, leaving her pale and trembling on the ground. If you dare to bully Xiao Dai again, consider how many heads you possess that could roll. Luo Qingzhou coldly declared before striding away. For such a cowardly maid, mere retreat and submission would only embolden her further. Xiao Dai was under his protection. No one else had the right to bully her. The die was cast. He was soon to be wed into the Qin family. Even if this maid tried to report him, the second young master would not dare take action against him, for his usefulness had not yet been exhausted. Thus, he saw no reason to maintain the pretense any longer. He traversed the corridor towards the Dongting Pavilion, where Luo Yu resided. Outside the courtyard, he encountered Xiaohe and other maidservants. Upon spotting him, Xiaohe quickly urged, "Hurry, come with me. The second young master has been waiting for you." With that, she led him through the gate. As they crossed the garden toward the small training ground, Luo Qingzhou remarked casually, he likely left midway due to an upset stomach. Xiaohe frowned but chose not to reply. Yet, Luo Qingzhou caught her inner thoughts. Could it be that she has begun her monthly cycle? No wonder she was about to serve the second young master with her mouth. I hope she falls into a latrine and drowns in filth. Indeed, it was evident that competition existed everywhere, across all realms and eras. Though the mansion appeared serene and harmonious on the surface, it was rife with scheming and intrigue. The maidservants, positioned at the bottom of the hierarchy, could only rise through cunning and performance. The fewer adversaries they faced, the greater their opportunities. Xiaohe and Green Yi, who seemed to share a close relationship, often appeared to be laughing and joking together, yet unbeknownst to each other, they were secretly cursing and plotting against one another. Upon arriving at the training ground, Luo Qingzhou observed a young man clad in black, vigorously practicing his punches. Each strike, though seemingly unhurried, produced a sound like thunder, growing increasingly powerful and resonant, akin to a storm approaching. Second young master is training. No peeking. Xiaohe swiftly turned, blocking his view with her arms, her expression stern. Luo Qingzhou averted his gaze. Soon after, Luo Yu finished his set of thunderous punches. A servant quickly presented him with a towel. After wiping his face, he looked down at the audience and said, "Xiaohe, let him come over. Go on, the second young master is calling you." Xiaohe urged. Luo Qingzhou approached the edge of the training ground, bowing his head respectfully. Second young master. Although this man was his nominal brother, he was self-aware enough not to address him casually. No one had ever corrected this form of address, not even their father, who remained silent upon hearing it. Thus, for Luo Qingzhou, this place no longer felt like home. His heart had grown cold long ago. Luo Yu gazed at him for a moment, then smiled. "Qingzhou, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality. I heard from my mother that you will soon be married. Is that true?" Luo Qingzhou replied. "I only just learned of it." Luo Yu chuckled. "It is indeed somewhat hasty. However, considering it is the Qin family, it is not an unfair arrangement for you." Pausing, he continued with a grin. "I suppose you already know, so I shall be straightforward. Your marriage is indeed a great help to me. Next year, the Longhu Academy will enroll students, and this year, our MO city has only 3 slots. With 2 already secured, I must compete for the last one. I'm wholly focused on training for the exams, leaving me no time or energy for marriage. Thus, you have solved this dilemma for me. Qingzhou, your taking this path is a decision made by our father and mother. I only learned of it recently." He laughed heartily, patting Luo Qingzhou on the shoulder. "Interestingly, the young lady of the Qin family was meant to be your second sister-in-law, yet now you are to marry her. I must admit, it feels somewhat disconcerting. However, since we are brothers and the matter is settled, there is no need for further discussion. I have called you here not only to express my gratitude, but also to present you with a few gifts." As he spoke, 2 servants brought forward items. Luo Yu smiled. "I heard you spend your days reading in your quarters, preparing for your exams next year. I had someone procure some books as well as writing materials. These are excellent items for your use. Should you require more, feel free to send someone to me. Moreover, Take this jade pendant with you. I acquired it last year after slaying a demon beast outside the city. It is said that wearing it can help one focus and concentrate, which should be beneficial for someone like you who studies. I have no use for it. Luo Qingzhou bowed in thanks. Luo, you nodded, not lingering on the matter, and waved him off. Let them deliver it to you. I must return to my training. I won't keep you any longer. As Luo Qingzhou departed, he cast a glance back at him, sensing Luo Yu's thoughts. Strange, why does this fellow seem different from before? He used to tremble at the sight of me. But now, while still respectful, he carries himself with newfound confidence. It is a pity that he has been abandoned by our parents to marry that fool in the Qin family. His life shall be thus. Otherwise, I could have molded him nicely and later presented him to young Master Meng of the City Lord's mansion. For I have heard that young Master Meng has a penchant for delicate scholars. Chapter 8. Servants delicate scholar? Even if not brothers, such malice should not be tolerated. With a sudden burst of energy, he struck out with a punch, hitting a nearby branch of plum blossoms, causing it to tremble and sting his skin. The movements of the second young master practicing martial arts flashed through his mind. Once he had closed the courtyard gate, he stood in the small courtyard, closed his eyes, and replayed those movements in his mind. Gradually, he spread his legs, assumed a horse stance, and began to practice the motion slowly, following the images in his mind. Though lacking in the grandeur and strength of the original, he still managed to imitate them passably. He certainly did not wish to be merely a frail scholar lacking in strength. After executing several sets of punches, he felt a warmth enveloping his entire body. Simultaneously, he was panting and his legs began to feel weak. His physical condition was indeed too poor. This kind of training would yield little effect, at best providing a slight enhancement to his fitness. He realized he must first cultivate his internal energy and refine both his skin and body. Noticing that the hour was still early, he entered his room. Sitting on the bed, he closed his eyes, calming his mind, and summoned the image of the acupoint map along with the method of breath control. Soon, he entered the meditative state he had experienced the previous night before the brazier. In the depths of darkness, a seed began to take root and sprout, breaking through the soil to greet the sunlight, enduring the elements, and growing robustly in the shadows. A stream of energy flowed through the acupoints within him, akin to a traveler on a long journey, traversing bridges, climbing slopes, and crossing mountains, cutting through thorns and winding paths. Time passed quietly. Outside the window, the sun descended in the west, sinking behind the azure mountains. Night fell. A silver moon rose quietly. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Luo Qingzhou clearly heard the sounds of a door opening and footsteps approaching. He awoke from his reverie, opening his eyes. The warm flow of energy in his abdomen continued to circulate gently. "Young master, are you not inside?" Xiao Dai neatly folded her clothes and placed them in her room before coming over. Luo Qingzhou replied, "I am here." As Xiao Dai entered the room, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, she looked at him and asked, "Young master, what are you doing sitting on the bed? Are you tired from reading? I will go fetch you some food. Please wait a moment." With that, she hurriedly exited. Once Xiao Dai left, Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes again to sense the flow of energy within him before rising from the bed. He stepped outside into the small courtyard. The heavy snow had ceased, but the biting cold wind still lingered, and the temperature remained low. Dressed in thin garments, Luo Qingzhou stood in the courtyard, feeling the chill against his exposed skin, but the cold merely brushed against him for an instant before being dispelled by the warmth within, leaving no trace of intrusion. Truly, this internal cultivation method was remarkable. Luo Qingzhou silently marveled. He then stepped forward and practiced the set of punches he had seen at the training ground earlier that day. With each repetition, he grew increasingly adept. Although he had only mastered a few moves, after several rounds, his body felt warm and comfortable, no longer afraid of the cold winds of the night. As he withdrew his fists, he noticed a robust, old elm tree before him, and the image of the skin refining illustration from his book suddenly flashed through his mind. To refine the body, one must first refine the skin. This process requires the synergy of internal energy, external impact, and medicinal herbs to achieve optimal results. Feeling the warmth still circulating within him, Luo Qingzhou immediately threw a punch, striking the rough and sturdy trunk of the old elm tree. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Luo Qingzhou felt a sharp pain in the back of his hand. However, under the protective influence of the warmth within, the pain quickly dissipated. He glanced at his hand, finding no marks or injuries. Bang! He struck again against the trunk. The pain came swiftly but vanished just as quickly. Bang! 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 He spread his legs apart, continuing to punch, relying on the warmth within and the resilient tree trunk to toughen the skin on the back of his hands. After a while, he suddenly turned, using his elbow, shoulder, and back to strike the trunk. The stout old elm stood firm beneath the cold moonlight. Before long, Luo Qingzhou was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Simultaneously, the warmth within began to fade. He dared not continue, realizing his physical condition was too weak for such exertion. He could only progress gradually, cultivating slowly. Before long, Xiao Dai entered, carrying steamed buns and rice porridge, her eyes slightly red. Luo Qingzhou followed her into the room and, noticing her distressed expression, asked Xiao Dai, "What is the matter? Has someone been bullying you again?" Xiao Dai set down the dinner, tears welling in her eyes. "Young master, even those maidservants and servants are mocking you." Luo Qingzhou chuckled softly. "Is that all?" Xiao Dai, her voice tinged with sorrow, replied, "Even the kitchen staff are laughing at you for being a son-in-law, saying you will end up marrying a foolish wife." Luo Qingzhou smiled, washed his hands, and handed her another bun from his bowl, reassuring her, "People will say what they wish. It is of no consequence. We will be leaving soon anyway." Xiao Dai accepted the bun, wiping her tears with her other hand, and asked, "Young master, will we still be bullied by the Qin family after we leave?" Luo Qingzhou, taking a bite of the bun, fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "Do not worry. I will protect you." Tears rolled down Xiao Dai's cheeks as she expressed her gratitude. "Young master, I am worried about you." Luo Qingzhou's heart warmed, and he affectionately patted her head, speaking gently. "Is there a situation worse than the current one? Do not fret. I will take care of myself as well." After finishing their meal, Xiao Dai brought in warm water to assist him in washing his feet. As his feet soaked in the warm water, he felt the gentle caress of her soft hands, and he suddenly smiled. Xiao Dai looked up, puzzled. "Young master, what are you laughing at?" Luo Qingzhou gazed at her delicate yet graceful face and replied, "Xiao Dai, do you believe me if I say I feel quite content at this moment? At least now, he had a charming and obedient maidservant attending to him. At least when the time came for marriage, he would not require extravagant dowries, houses, or carriages. At least he would not have to worry about providing for himself." This was far better than before. What he had lost was merely a semblance of dignity. Yet in that world, how many among those living at the bottom truly possessed what could be called real dignity? The little maidservant continued to scrub his feet, her large, bewildered eyes gazing at him as she murmured, "Young master is really foolish." After finishing the foot washing, they both lay down to sleep, each at their own end of the bed. The moonlight spilled onto the windowsill, bright and cool. As they lay in bed, neither felt sleepy. After a moment, Xiao Dai suddenly shyly said, "Young master, you are soon to be married. Allow me to teach you about the wedding night, shall I?" As she spoke, the little maidservant shyly shifted her position. Luo Qingzhou's hand inadvertently brushed against her delicate foot, and his mind was suddenly filled with the thoughts of those 3 scholars he had encountered on the bridge earlier that day. Luo Qingzhou was not a saint, and being at the age of youthful awakening, he certainly had reactions and thoughts about the young girl sleeping under the same quilt. Moreover, this young girl was indeed his own, thus there was no need for pretense. He casually grasped her delicate and exquisite foot, measuring it in his palm. It was indeed small and charming, slender and lovely. Most importantly, it was naturally delicate and unblemished. Holding it in his hand felt as if he were cradling a feather, soft and smooth, stirring feelings within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was not the time for reckless abandon or to take advantage of the little maidservant. "Young master, why are you holding my foot?" Xiao Dai's face flushed crimson, yet her foot remained still. The tingling sensation spread through her foot, sending a thrill to her heart. Luo Qingzhou gently kneaded her delicate foot and mused, "Xiao Dai, I wonder, if that young lady from the Qin family is truly a fool, will I really have to share a bed with her?" Xiao Dai responded, "Since young master is marrying her, naturally, you will." Luo Qingzhou queried, "But what if she goes mad and bites me?" Xiao Dai immediately blushed and said, "Therefore, young master, let me teach you about the wedding night tonight, shall I? As long as you are gentle during the wedding night, that young lady from the Qin family will not feel pain, nor will she go mad." "Xiao Dai, I am speaking of serious matters. Could you refrain from being so playful. Young master, what does playful mean? Let us sleep. I need to rise early to study tomorrow. Young master, the maid is ready for the bridal chamber. As the sun rose on the 25th day of the 12th month in the 3rd year of the Yuanjing era, a day of great significance unfolded. This day marked the union of the 3rd son of the Cheng Guo Mansion and the esteemed daughter of the Qin family. Both the Luo and Qin families are well-known prominent clans in Mo City. Ordinarily, such a union would warrant a grand and lavish celebration, one that the entire city would be aware of. However, on this day, both households remained eerily silent. The streets outside were devoid of any festive decorations, lacking the customary firecrackers, drums, and revelry. The guests who arrived to offer their congratulations were few in number. It seemed as though these two illustrious families had conspired to keep this marriage remarkably subdued. Upon hearing the news, many were suddenly enlightened. It was revealed that the illustrious 3rd son of the Cheng Guo Mansion was to become a son-in-law to the Qin family, marrying their lady of the house. Rumor had it that Luo Qingzhou, the 3rd son, had an ambiguous lineage and was not recognized as a true heir of the Luo family. Not even considered a legitimate son, there were whispers that the Qin daughter was gravely ill, mentally challenged, and that the marriage was merely a means to bring her good fortune. Thus, for these two noble families, this union was indeed a source of embarrassment, explaining their reluctance to publicize it. In the streets, the townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, the groom, Luo Qingzhou, had dressed appropriately and departed from the Cheng Guo Mansion by the hour of the snake. Absent were the grand horses and splendid adornments, the sounds of gongs and drums, and the jubilant procession. Instead, there was only a modest litter, a few servants, a handful of maids, and some gifts. The procession left quietly, moving swiftly as if to avoid attracting attention and inciting ridicule. The master of the Cheng Guo Mansion, Luo Yannian, along with others, had already arrived at the Qin residence, seemingly too ashamed to join the wedding procession. The Qin household, however, was somewhat more festive. In addition to the families of Qin and Luo, a few esteemed elders from Mo City had been invited to attend the ceremony, while other guests were conspicuously absent. The litter proceeded directly into the mansion. Bypassing the outside altogether, it traversed the spacious and shadowy courtyard, halting outside the main hall. As the curtain was lifted, Luo Qingzhou emerged from the litter, clad in a striking red robe, resembling a bride being taken from her maternal home. Faced with the myriad gazes of those inside and outside the hall, it would have been disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. Yet, anxiety would only lead to mistakes and render him a subject of ridicule. Thus, he steadied himself, maintaining a composed demeanor. Outside the hall, a brazier burned brightly, filled with lively charcoal. A matron, dressed in vibrant colors, directed him with a shrill voice, instructing, "Groom, bow your head and step over the brazier to burn away misfortune and usher in prosperity." After a brief pause, she added with a chuckle, "But be careful not to singe your trousers." Her jest elicited a burst of laughter from the onlookers, including servants, maids, and the younger members of the Qin and Luo families. Had it been the 2nd son of the Luo family at the wedding, the matron would surely not have dared to make such a joke. Xiao Dai, standing nearby, felt a surge of indignation and injustice for her master. Was he to endure humiliation upon entering the house? Luo Qingzhou's expression remained impassive as he lowered his head and stepped forward, crossing over the brazier. Once inside the hall, he stood at the entrance, where his nominal father, Luo Yannian, and the elders of the Luo family sat, their gazes cold and unwelcoming. The matron, having followed him in, announced, "Groom, wait a moment, the bride will be here shortly." These words stirred something within Luo Qingzhou, and he cast a glance toward the outside, filled with anticipation. He wondered what his so-called foolish bride would look like, though he presumed she would be veiled and thus invisible. However, he hoped to catch a glimpse of her figure and demeanor to prepare himself. Behind Luo Yannian stood Luo Yu, the 2nd son of the Luo family, who was not originally supposed to attend, as the Qin family did not welcome him. He had been occupied with his studies and training, but he came nonetheless, wishing to see the bride whom he had spurned. Of course, it was merely a look. He had no regrets, regardless of her appearance or mental state. His sole ambition was to gain admission to the Longhu Academy in Yujing. Silence enveloped the hall, as did the entire Qin residence. The matron's promise of a brief wait was evidently not sincere. Rather, it was a test of the groom's patience. Time passed until noon when the matron finally called out, "Please escort the bride into the hall." Luo Qingzhou's gaze turned to the outside, as did Luo Yu's. The brazier was removed, the red carpet unfurled, and maids scattered petals. A procession emerged, surrounding a bride clad in a vibrant red wedding robe, her face hidden beneath a red veil. Luo Qingzhou felt a tinge of disappointment. The veil was too large and tightly wrapped, concealing not only the bride's features but even her skin. Her hands and figure were obscured by the voluminous sleeves of her wedding attire. Yet, it was evident she was neither plump nor short. What caught everyone's attention was the slender maid assisting the bride, whose graceful figure and sweet demeanor radiated charm, appearing lively and delightful. The bride halted beside Luo Qingzhou. The matron, in a sharp voice, urged, "Groom, what are you waiting for? Take the bride's hand. It's time to pay respects to heaven and earth." Luo Qingzhou hesitated momentarily, then extended his hand into the bride's ample sleeve, seeking her hand. He felt the chill of her fingers, delicate and soft, sending an unexpected shiver through him. Could such a beautiful hand belong to an unattractive woman? He found himself somewhat eager for the evening's intimate gathering. Holding the bride's hand, he advanced forward, guided by the matron's incessant instructions. Her hand was cold, like ice, causing his skin to ache from the frigid touch. Had she been playing in the snow? A fool. He could understand. Nevertheless, such a lovely hand, even if belonging to a simpleton, could be accepted. After all, there was still the possibility of living off her. "Stop! Bow to heaven and earth," the matron commanded, raising her hand toward the entrance. Luo Qingzhou understood that this bow signified his genuine marriage, regardless of his inner thoughts. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, not even knowing the bride's appearance, he realized there was no power to alter the course of events. Bowing was essential. Living was paramount. Luo Qingzhou took the bride's hand and bowed. Meanwhile, not far from the Qin residence, at the street corner, a young man donned in white, exuding an extraordinary aura, gazed with a complex expression at the festively adorned gates of the Qin household. Beside him stood a hunchbacked elder, who glanced at him and respectfully said, "Young master, there is still time." The man in white, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. "If I desired to seize her, I would have done so long ago. She possesses a spirit that will never yield. Why should I engage in futile endeavors? Since she prefers to languish in this mundane world rather than accompany me, let her be." He then inquired, "Have you gathered all the necessary information?" The hunchbacked elder lowered his head and replied, "Indeed, he is but a frail scholar, devoid of any cultivation foundation, with no one of such stature around him. Furthermore, he hails from humble beginnings. His mother, born in a mountain village, was violated by Luo Yannian and subsequently gave birth to him. He is, after all, a pitiful soul." The man in white sighed lightly, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "It is quite fitting that she marries such a man." The hunchbacked elder immediately retorted, "This is her own doing. Fear not, young master. Marrying such a person ensures she will never rise again. What cannot be obtained shall be obliterated. Even the purest and most noble flower, once fallen into the mire, is destined to be sullied and perish." The elder was well aware of his master's current mindset. Filled with vengeful delight, "Let us depart. It is time to conclude this." The figure of the man in white began to blur. In an instant, the two vanished from sight as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Qin residence, the matron was shouting the final words to the bridal chamber. Chapter 10. The lark made in the Qin residence was vast, adorned with winding corridors, artificial hills, and flowing streams. Pavilions and towers were plentiful. Luo Qingzhou, leading the newlywed bride, surrounded by several maidservants and the matron, walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the door of the bridal chamber. The lovely and spirited young lady stepped forward, pushed open the door, and with arms outstretched, beamed at him, revealing two faint dimples. "Groom, you cannot enter just yet. You must wait until nightfall." The matron behind reminded, "The groom still needs to accompany the guests for a toast. Delivering the bride to this place is sufficient." Another matron chimed in, "Do not rush, groom. The bridal chamber can wait until evening. The bride will not escape." Luo Qingzhou understood well that the bride would not escape. Truth be told, he was not overly anxious about the bridal chamber. After all, they had already exchanged vows. The bride was now his. Delaying the consummation was of little consequence. However, he was eager to catch a glimpse of his bride's appearance. Was she beautiful or not? Alas, it seemed he would have to wait until evening to unveil this mystery. He reluctantly released the bride's delicate hand, feeling an unexpected pang of reluctance. That hand was indeed soft, tender, and smooth, as if imbued with a certain magic. Merely holding it had left him in a daze. Yet again, he pondered, such a beautiful hand surely could not belong to an unattractive face. Could it? Even if it were, it should not be excessively so. As long as she did not have a crooked mouth or disfigured features, it would be manageable. At worst, during their affectionate moments in the future, he could cover her face and not look at her. Lost in such thoughts, Luo Qingzhou followed the maidservants out of the small courtyard. Little Dai was waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she was somewhat surprised. "Young master, why are you out so soon? Aren't you joining the guests for dinner?" Upon noticing her pause, she timidly glanced at the maidservants nearby and whispered, "Did you see what the bride looks like? Is she beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Following the maidservants, he was led by Qin Jia's second master, Qin Ruohai, to toast the guests one by one. Naturally, he first paid his respects to the esteemed elders from Mo City. Next was his father-in-law, Qin Wenzheng. Of course, as he was a son-in-law, he needed to alter his address to father. Whether he would change his surname from Luo Qingzhou to Qin Qingzhou will be determined by this father figure. Qin Wenzheng appeared quite young, seemingly in his 30s. He possessed a tall stature and sharp features, looking remarkably handsome for a middle-aged man. However, he bore an air of authority, and his expression was somewhat stern. Luo Qingzhou could understand this. What father would willingly allow his daughter to marry a man of lowly status, even if she were not the brightest? Moreover, he was merely a substitute for a jilted fiancé. Luo Qingzhou observed the handsome middle-aged man a few times, but did not glean his innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, he felt slightly reassured. If the father looked so good, the daughter likely would not be too far off the mark. Unfortunately, his mother-in-law was absent today. Had she been present and also beautiful, he would have felt completely at ease. After toasting the Qin family, he proceeded to the Luo family. Although the Qin family looked down upon him as a son-in-law, they maintained a facade of politeness, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. The Luo family, however, was different. Apart from the second young master, Luo Yu, who wore a hypocritical smile like his father, the others regarded him with cold indifference, as though he were a stranger. Well, to them, he was indeed a stranger. The Luo family members seemed embarrassed to partake in the wedding banquet, as if they were reluctant to acknowledge him, eager to conclude the affair and depart. Despite this, Luo Qingzhou remained respectful. There were only 5 tables of guests, and they were not even fully seated. After completing the toasts, Luo Qingzhou did not linger for the meal and took his leave without anyone attempting to retain him. Once outside the hall, away from their gazes, he felt considerably relieved. Glancing at the sky, it was already afternoon. Thoughts of the bridal chamber later stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. He hoped that this expectation would not turn into a fright. Little Dai was still waiting at the entrance. Seeing him emerge, she curiously asked, "Young master, why'd you come out so quickly? Aren't you dining with the guests?" Luo Qingzhou chuckled self-deprecatingly. "If I were there, I fear they would not be able to eat. Naturally, I too would be unable to eat. Come, let us explore and see our new home." The two of them traversed the long corridor, intending to stroll through the back courtyard. Several maidservants quickly followed. One named Qiu'er promptly reminded, "Young master, you cannot wander about freely. There are still ladies residing here, as well as distinguished guests from Yujing. If seen, it would be difficult for us to explain." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou halted and asked, "Then which areas am I permitted to visit?" The maidservants treated him quite well, which took him by surprise. The little maid appeared somewhat troubled, and gently said, "Young master, perhaps you could walk around just outside the bridal chamber for now. After you and the young lady pay your respects to the esteemed elders in the residence tomorrow morning, it would be more convenient to roam about." Luo Qingzhou paused, expressing understanding. "Very well. Today is the wedding. Many of the ladies in the Qin residence have not come out. Most people here do not know me. If I were to wander about, it would indeed be inappropriate if I startled or offended some noble person. Moreover, with my current status, it is indeed not suitable to roam freely. Young master, allow me to take you to see our young lady." The little maid smiled at him, showing no disdain for his status as a son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and inquired, "May I enter and see your young lady?" The little maid immediately shook her head. "That is not allowed. You must wait until nightfall. Young master may stroll outside. There is a garden with beautiful scenery." Another young maid giggled. "Is the young master so eager?" Luo Qingzhou cast her a glance and replied, "Of course I am eager. We have already exchanged vows, yet I still do not know what my own wife looks like." The maid named Chiuer chuckled. "Do not worry. Young master, you will know by evening." Luo Qingzhou smiled and asked, "Chiuer, why not tell me how your young lady looks?" "Hia ashu hia hit pli. I dare not say." Luo Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, "With a beautiful maid like you, your young lady must be quite lovely as well, no?" Chiuer's fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and with a hint of playful reproach, she said, "Your grace is quite unrefined. I am far from beautiful." Luo Qingzhou, attuned to her unspoken sentiments, noted her audacity. How bold she was, daring to jest with him upon his arrival in the manor. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have sought out the master and mistress to lodge a complaint, resulting in a severe reprimand. Yet, this fellow appeared strikingly handsome. Jesting? The term caught Luo Qingzhou off guard, awakening him to a realization. Times have changed. Compliments could easily be misconstrued as offenses. His casual tone and demeanor, while innocuous to him, might indeed come across as frivolous and disrespectful to a lady he had just met. Given his lowly status as a son-in-law, one might expect him to keep his gaze averted and remain silent in the presence of such charming maidens, treading carefully to avoid any inadvertent faux pas. However, his demeanor was exceedingly calm and natural, and his unfiltered remarks certainly felt inappropriate. The group soon arrived at the garden outside the new chamber. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to subtly inquire about his bride, a striking figure suddenly emerged through the round-side gate. It was none other than the enchanting young lady who had captivated the guests at the banquet and had previously barred him from entering the bridal chamber, Bai Ling. Several maidens, upon seeing her, displayed utmost respect, bowing slightly. Bai Ling approached with a smile, saying, "You may all leave. I shall accompany your grace." The maidens bowed their heads and withdrew. As Luo Qingzhou regarded the beautiful young woman before him, unsure of her identity, he was about to clasp his hands in greeting when she chimed in, "Your grace, I am Bai Ling, the maidservant to the young lady. If you do not find me unsuitable, I could serve you as well." She then glanced playfully at the maid beside him, adding, "But there shall be no shared chambers, unless the young lady consents." With a cheeky wink, her voice rang out melodiously, reminiscent of a lark. Chapter 11. A test of which the snow had yet to melt. In the garden was a pristine expanse of white. The lovely Bai Ling led Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai on a leisurely stroll while introducing them to the household's customs and taboos. After a short while, Bai Ling suddenly turned her head, her smile radiant, and said, "Your Grace, I have heard that you are a scholar. Your literary talents must be considerable. My name, Bai Ling, is derived from the lark. Might you recite a poem about birds for me?" Luo Qingzhou regarded her with a discerning eye, pondering whether this was a deliberate test. It was unclear if this was her spontaneous idea or a directive from her mistress. Though she claimed to be a maidservant, she referred to herself as "I rather than your servant," and the other maidens treated her with great respect, indicating that her status within the manor was not trivial. He knew better than to underestimate her. After a moment's contemplation, he recited, "A 1,000 notes I will do fly. The mountain flowers bloom. The trees rise high and low." Now I know the caged bird song is not as free as that in the woods. Fortunately, his memory had not failed him. As a scholar, he was well versed in the fundamentals of poetry. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Your Grace uses metaphor to express your aspirations, likening your arrival as a son-in-law to a bird trapped in a cage, correct?" Luo Qingzhou replied nonchalantly, "It was merely a spontaneous recitation, devoid of any deeper meaning." His gaze shifted slightly as he said, "Allow me to give it a try." Bai Ling beamed sweetly and recited, "The spring road, adorned by rain, makes flowers sway in the mountain's spring hue. As one traverses the creek's depths, the yellow orioles sing in multitudes." Luo Qingzhou inwardly mused that she was indeed testing him. This verse was the opening piece from the Chunin poetry collection. Given her earlier mention of the second young lady's fondness for poetry, it was improbable that she would be unaware of this well-known line. He promptly responded, "The flying cloud transforms into dragons and serpents, soaring gracefully through the azure expanse, drunkenly resting beneath the ancient vine's shade, oblivious to the directions of south and north." Bai Ling clapped her hands, her laughter ringing with delight. "Your Grace is indeed remarkable." Seizing the opportunity to probe further, Luo Qingzhou inquired, Miss Bailing, you previously spoke of the second young lady and the second young master. Yet you have not mentioned your own mistress. What are her interests? Bailing tilted her head in thought before shaking it and smiling. I am uncertain. It was not ignorance. Rather, she seemed reluctant to disclose more. Luo Qingzhou, sensing her reticence, chose not to press further, though his heart grew increasingly anxious. Surely, there was nothing to conceal. Could she truly be simple-minded, lacking any hobbies, merely drooling vacantly? The thought of their impending nuptials filled him with trepidation. Imagining his bride giggling foolishly while drooling. Arriving at the archway, he noticed the sign above inscribed with the characters Yu Yi Ting Yu. Passing through the arch revealed an even larger garden. Not far off lay a mist-laden lake, adorned with lush foliage and blooming red lotuses, alongside a quaint pavilion. There were no bridges to cross the lake. A boat was the sole means of access. Bai Ling cheerfully explained, that is the Moonview Pavilion, where the second young lady often brings friends to study and admire the moon. Luo Qingzhou inquired, does the eldest young lady visit as well? Bai Ling responded with a smile. She does, occasionally. However, she divulged little else. Luo Qingzhou pressed on, may I visit? Bai Ling contemplated before shaking her head. That would likely be unpermitted. She offered no further explanation. Luo Qingzhou nodded in understanding, aware of his position as a son-in-law. Recognizing that there were many places within the manor that remained off-limits to him, particularly the second young lady's guest area. As they strolled along the riverbank, he suddenly asked, Miss Bai Ling, you mentioned that the second young master is currently preparing for the Longhu Academy entrance examination. Is it truly that prestigious? His memory held no information regarding the Longhu Academy. Luo Yu had been diligently training in hopes of gaining admission, seemingly confident in his chances. The people of Changhua held high expectations for him, and the madam was particularly invested in this matter. Luo Qingzhou was eager to learn more about the academy. Bai Ling replied, indeed, it is quite formidable. The Longhu Academy in Yujing is a place many martial artists dream of entering. Numerous formidable warriors from our Dian have emerged from there. It is said that the least experienced instructors hold the rank of Grand Martial Master. Next year, only 3 spots will be available for our MO city, and the competition is fierce. 2 of those spots are already secured, leaving only 1 left, which many warriors from MO city are vying for. Luo Qingzhou asked, does the second young master have a chance to secure that last spot? Bai Ling nodded affirmatively. He has a strong chance. The second young master possesses considerable talent and works diligently. I have heard he has already reached the bone refinement stage. Luo Qingzhou recalled having seen such knowledge in a manual. He wondered what stage Luo Yu had attained to present. Undoubtedly, he was determined to secure that final spot, especially with the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Chuan, equally resolute. It seemed that many warriors in Mo City were equally intent on achieving this goal. A fierce contest loomed on the horizon, one that could potentially lead to fatalities. Luo Qingzhou certainly did not wish for Luo Yu to succeed. If his rival were to gain admission to the Longhu Academy and travel to Yujing, his own vengeance would likely remain unattainable. If possible, he desired to eliminate him before that time, or at the very least, in that competition, he longed to see him utterly defeated before the madam. Only then might his mother's spirit find peace. However, the prospect seemed bleak. He had yet to succeed, even in the skin refinement stage. His opponent had the full support of the Cheng Guo Manor's resources, while he was but a solitary figure, left to navigate his own path. Although he possessed the internal cultivation techniques and skin refinement methods, the lack of medicinal aids would likely hinder his progress. Lost in these thoughts, he let out a sigh, inadvertently vocalizing his discontent. Bai Ling turned to him and asked, Your Grace, why this sudden sigh? Is there something troubling you? You may share it with me. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and replied, It is nothing. Bai Ling smiled and said, Today, my lord is to wed our young lady. He should be filled with joy, not wear a sorrowful expression. If others were to see him like this, they might think we have just arrived and are bullying him. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Qingzhou's face as he asked, Then, Miss Bai Ling, could you kindly inform me whether your young lady is beautiful? Bai Ling chuckled lightly. Is this what troubles you, dear son-in-law? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Indeed, it is quite troubling. Bai Ling's eyes flickered momentarily as she smiled and inquired, What would the esteemed son-in-law do if I were to claim that my young lady is rather unappealing? Should one annul the marriage or flee at once? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, Not at all. I shall strive to make myself exceedingly unattractive, so that I may be worthy of your esteemed young lady." Bai Ling let out a soft chuckle once more, blinking playfully as she inquired, "Does the young master believe he is currently quite handsome?" Luo Qingzhou, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "As long as I am not ugly, that suffices." At once, Bai Ling covered her mouth and erupted into a melodious laughter, akin to the sound of bells, startling the birds perched nearby into flight. Xiao Dai followed closely behind, somewhat astonished. When did the young master become so adept at amusing young ladies? Luo Qingzhou lifted his gaze to the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the slanting sun had already descended to the horizon. The time for the bridal chamber was approaching. He felt a mixture of anticipation and unease. He did not harbor extravagant hopes that his bride would be as enchanting as a flower, nor did he expect her to possess the delicate beauty of the maiden before him. He merely wished for her to be ordinary, healthy, and not so unattractive that she would be difficult to bear. Chapter 12. The bridal chamber. As night fell, according to custom, a more lively banquet was to take place. However, when Luo Qingzhou, led by the maid Qiu'er, hurried to the guest hall to prepare for the toast, he discovered it was already deserted. The sounds of farewell echoed from outside the door. Hesitating for a moment, he stepped onto the pristine bluestone tiles and approached. Outside the door, Luo Yinyang was engaged in conversation with Qin Wenzheng. The other members of the Luo family wore insincere smiles as they bid farewell to the Qin family. When Luo Qingzhou appeared, the atmosphere momentarily stiffened. Luo Yinyang merely cast a glance before preparing to leave. Upon hearing this, Luo Yinyang and the others in the Luo family exchanged knowing nods. Yet the members of the Qin family wore somber expressions. The more amiable he appeared, the angrier the Qin family became. Luo Yu smiled and clasped his hands respectfully, maintaining his refined demeanor. "Brother Qin, you exaggerate. I was unaware of this matter. It was entirely decided by my parents. As for next year's Longhu Academy examination, I welcome you to come and offer your guidance." Qin Chuan remained silent, his face cold. Yet he continued to stand there. Luo Yu smiled faintly, clasped his hands again, and took his leave. Luo Qingzhou, however, heard his unspoken thoughts. This lad still holds some value. Qin Chuan has made rapid progress lately. I wonder what techniques he is cultivating. I hope this lad can bring me some news when the time comes. The Luo family members departed, no longer casting a glance in his direction. Luo Qingzhou stood alone at the entrance, watching their indifferent figures retreat, his eyes reflecting neither anger nor grievance, but rather a steadfast resolve. Longhu Academy, indeed. At that moment, he intends to make the esteemed and highly anticipated second young master of the Luo family face failure in front of all the members of the Luo clan. Qingzhou. Qin Chuan approached, gently patting his shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. "Do not be disheartened. Upon joining the Qin family, you are now one of us. Treat my sister well, and in return, we shall treat you kindly. Do not perceive yourself as an outsider. Here, you stand on equal footing with me. As a scion of the Qin family, should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to seek my aid." Luo Qingzhou gazed into his eyes, yet failed to discern the sentiments concealed within. "Thank you, second master," he murmured, bowing his head slightly. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and replied, "Call me second brother. There is no need for such formality. Since you have wed Jianjia, you are now my brother-in-law. Why maintain such distance in my presence?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "Second brother." Qin Chuan chuckled, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. "Very well, let us dine. I have heard that you have yet to eat today. In a few days, when I have some spare time, I shall come to teach you a set of martial arts. Practicing regularly will strengthen your body. You are too frail, without fortitude. How will you protect our Jianjia in the future?" "Thank you, second brother." Luo Qingzhou once again lowered his head. "Is it martial arts?" He delights in it. If the opportunity arises, he may inquire about the matters of cultivation. It is to be hoped that this second young master of the Qin family is not like that Luo Yu, who is duplicitous and insidiously hypocritical. Under the guidance of Qiu'er, Luo Qingzhou partook in a modest meal. With a heart filled with anticipation and trepidation, he proceeded to the new chamber. Outside the new residence, colorful lanterns were strung up. A charming young lady adorned in a pink dress stood guard at the entrance, smiling as she addressed him. "Groom, the appointed hour has yet to arrive. Please wait another hour." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to stand outside, inquiring, "Is there such a custom?" Bailing smiled sweetly, revealing two shallow dimples on her face. Of course there are. Only when the auspicious hour arrives can we enter the bridal chamber. Luo Qingzhou raised his gaze to the night sky, where a crescent moon ascended into the heavens, its light dim and cold, reminiscent of snow. At that moment, a young maid hurried over, handing Bailing a folded piece of Xian paper, and whispered, "Sister Bailing, it's from the second young Mississippi." Bailing's eyes sparkled as she opened the Xian paper with a smile, reading through it before exclaiming, "My lord, the second young miss has composed several couplets. If you can match them, you may enter half an hour early. If not, you'll have to endure the cold outside tonight." Luo Qingzhou replied, "Then I shall give it a try." Bailing smiled gently, looking at the characters on the paper, and recited, "When Luan pairs with the Hihuan tree." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, "This is simple." Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Handsome birds perched together on intertwined branches." The young maid nodded, silently committing it to memory. Bailing continued, "In the snowy ground, amidst the icy heavens, the bridal chamber is warm in spring." Luo Qingzhou pondered briefly before replying, "When a moon is full and flowers bloom, the bond between fish and water runs deep." Bailing remarked, "That sounds delightful." She then looked back at the characters on the paper and read, "Partners for 100 years with unwavering intentions." Luo Qingzhou paused in contemplation but could not help but chuckle. Bailing, noticing his laughter, inquired curiously, "What is my lord laughing at? Is there something amiss with this couplet?" Luo Qingzhou chuckled and said, "The first line is indeed well crafted. However, it seems that the second young lady is implying that you lack understanding." "Oh," Bai Ling inquired with growing curiosity, "what do you mean by that?" Luo Qingzhou smiled as he elucidated, "This couplet has existed since ancient times and is not the creation of the second young lady. The lower line reads, 'A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold.' And if the second young lady has composed the upper line, is she not urging me to enter the bridal chamber without making your esteemed eldest daughter wait too long? However, you obstruct me at the threshold, challenging my resolve, questioning whether you truly lack understanding." With a gentle chuckle, Bailing remarked, "My dear son-in-law, you are reading too much into this. The second miss harbors no such intentions." Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to respond, Bailing handed the piece of Xian paper to a young maid, stepped aside, and continued with a smile, "However, you are right. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. What does it matter about auspicious times? Let's not keep my lady waiting." With that, she opened the door and cheerfully invited, "Please, enter, my dear son-in-law." Luo Qingzhou paused, his gaze drifting into the room, and his heart raced. The scene was adorned with floral candles and a crimson carpet, wafting with fragrant breezes and elegant drapes. In the dim, golden candlelight, the bride, clad in a vibrant red wedding gown and adorned with a red veil, sat quietly at the edge of the bed, awaiting his tenderness and affection. "My dear son-in-law, are you afraid to enter? Are you worried that my lady might devour you?" Bailing smiled gently, and the sound of the door closing behind him echoed in the room. He steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and approached the bedside. As he bent down and clasped his hands, poised to speak, the red candle on the table suddenly extinguished with a soft puff. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, intending to call Bailing to come in and light the candle. However, a figure abruptly darted into his embrace, wrapping around his waist and spinning him around the bedside. With a sudden thud, he found himself pressed onto the bed. The strands of ebony hair cascaded down, releasing a delicate fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Luo Qingzhou found himself momentarily bewildered. Just as he was about to utter a word, a sweet, delightful mouth abruptly sealed his lips. His eyes widened, yet in the enveloping darkness, he could perceive nothing. Soon enough, he surrendered all thoughts to oblivion. Outside, the world was cloaked in a bitter winter, the silver moon hanging like a hook. Within the room, spring blossomed, enveloped in a tender embrace. This night was imbued with warmth. Chapter 13. The Fairy of the Lake. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly. When Luo Qingzhou awoke, he found himself alone, the space beside him entirely vacant. A few sparrows perched on the windowsill, chirping incessantly as if beckoning him to rise. Observing the vivid red decorations adorning the room and inhaling the lingering scent of the previous night's intimacy, he pondered whether it had all been a dream. Yet, it was evidently not a mere figment of imagination. His head felt heavy, while his limbs were as light as air, as though his very essence had been drained. Truly, his constitution was still too frail. He lifted the covers, revealing a white cloth beneath. Scattered across, it were plum blossoms, vividly recounting the tender moments shared under the candlelight of last night's nuptials, enduring the winds and rains. The matron suspected that this young maiden was no longer pure. To be honest, he had already prepared himself for such a possibility. However, the reality was that the maiden remained untouched and untainted. The most precious first experience had been bestowed upon him during the sacred night of their union. Yet, what troubled him was the realization that even after sharing such a profound moment, he had yet to behold her visage. Who would believe such a tale if he were to share it? It is said that the bride was rather too forward last night. The ceremonial cup of wine had yet to be shared, and the red veil had not even been lifted. Such behavior does not align with the character of a refined lady of this era. Thus, one might wonder if there is something amiss with the bride's disposition. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed, lost in his thoughts, when suddenly the door was thrust open. An elderly maid entered without a care, approaching the bedside, and directly stated, "Young master, lift your posterior. I must take this piece of pristine cloth out to show the madam." Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly tightened the quilt around himself, blushing as he raised his hips to assist in extracting the piece of white cloth. The maid took the cloth, glanced at the bloodstains upon it, and with a grave expression remarked, "Young master, it is time to rise. Soon, you must accompany the young lady to present tea to the master and madam." With that, she rolled up the cloth and exited the room. Once the door was closed, Luo Qingzhou hastily sought out his clothes and got off the bed. Such customs existed, requiring the stained cloth to be shown to the madam. How embarrassing it would be when he went to present tea later. "Young master, are you awake?" The voice of Xiao Dai resonated from outside. Luo Qingzhou hastily donned his shoes and socks, responding, "I am awake." Xiao Dai pushed open the door, carrying a basin of warm water. With a hint of shyness, she discreetly glanced at the figure on the bed before placing the basin down and saying, "Young master, it is time to wash your face." Luo Qingzhou approached to wash his face and, casting a glance at her, inquired, "Have you seen the bride?" Xiao Dai shook her head and replied, "No. I slept in the small courtyard nearby last night. This morning, I hurried over and only saw Bai Ling Jia outside trimming flowers." Luo Qingzhou wiped his face with a towel and inquired, "Where is Bai Ling?" Xiao Dai remarked, "Sister Bai Ling has just stepped out for a moment and instructed me to wait outside, so I may attend to the young master upon his awakening. I have heard that shortly, the young master is to present tea to the esteemed master and madam." Luo Qingzhou, having completed his morning ablutions, emerged from his chamber. The small courtyard was adorned with melting snow, basking in the brilliance of the sun. As Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes to inhale the floral fragrance wafting through the air, he felt as though life had taken on a newfound beauty. "Young master, is the bride madam beautiful?" Xiao Dai tidied up the room and came out, softly inquiring, her little face brimming with curiosity. Luo Qingzhou felt a twinge of embarrassment and said earnestly, "Xiao Dai, one must not be superficial. One should not judge others solely by their appearance. Regardless of her beauty or lack thereof, since she has become my wife, she is my beloved, and I do not concern myself with her looks." Xiao Dai blinked her large eyes and replied, "Young master, I mean no offense. I merely wish to know if the madam is beautiful. I have yet to see her." Luo Qingzhou inwardly sighed, for like her, he too had not laid eyes upon her. Yet, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. After all, they had consummated their marriage the previous night. To confess to this young girl that he had not even seen the bride's face, that he had been directly pushed onto the bed, would be utterly embarrassing. "You will see for yourself shortly." Luo Qingzhou feigned an air of mystery as he stepped out of the small courtyard, though in truth, his heart raced with impatience and curiosity. Where could his bride have gone so early in the morning? Soon, he must proceed to serve tea, and then he will need to seize the time to read and cultivate himself. As he entered the garden and strolled for a while, he arrived at the entrance of the Tingyu archway. He stepped inside leisurely. The willows by the lakeside hung low, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the temperature was pleasant. The master and servant walked along the lakeshore, engaged in conversation. While Luo Qingzhou pondered over his thoughts, he suddenly caught sight of a small boat emerging from the depths of the lotus flowers on the lake, shrouded in mist, hazy and ethereal. On that boat stood two graceful figures, their garments fluttering in the morning mist, hair dancing like silk, resembling celestial beings. Another individual was rowing at the stern. The lake rippled gently, shimmering under the sunlight. The green leaves and red lotus created a stunning tableau. The small boat glided slowly from the cluster of lotus flowers, and the mist gradually dissipated. The figures at the bow became increasingly distinct. Fearing he might intrude upon esteemed guests of the household, Luo Qingzhou intended to leave. But after catching just a glimpse of the figures at the bow, he found himself unable to move. The lake sparkled with light, its waters undulating gently. The young girl standing at the bow wore a white garment, her skin as pale as snow, eyes brimming with autumn's grace, hair cascading like a waterfall, and her figure swaying gracefully. Against the backdrop of the morning mist, the azure waters, and the verdant lotus, she appeared as a vision of beauty, ethereal and enchanting. Bathed in the orange hues of the morning sun, her exquisite beauty resembles a pristine lotus, untouched by the dust of the world, breathtakingly ethereal. This is no mere mortal woman. She is unmistakably a celestial fairy, descended from the heavenly realms. Luo Qingzhou's eyes widened as he stood by the shore. Mesmerized and utterly still, beside him, Xiao Dai was equally entranced, captivated by the picturesque, ethereal beauty of the lake. The small boat did not approach. Instead, it gracefully glided away into the delicate mist, heading in another direction. "Cousin, is it beautiful?" At that moment, a melodious and delightful voice suddenly echoed in Luo Qingzhou's ear. Bai Ling stood beside him, her smile radiant as she followed his gaze toward the small boat on the lake, where a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, akin to a celestial being, resided. For a fleeting moment, Luo Qingzhou felt a wave of inspiration wash over him, giving rise to a bold conjecture that quickened his heartbeat and hastened his breath, causing his excited form to tremble involuntarily. Bai Ling, the person on that little boat. He turned to the lovely girl beside him, his voice quivering with excitement. Bai Ling gazed at the lake, her face adorned with envy, and remarked, "Isn't it truly beautiful? Whenever she appears, no one can help but marvel at her beauty." Luo Qingzhou held his breath. "She's indeed captivating." Luo Qingzhou. All right, perhaps he was overthinking it. There was a sense of loss akin to suddenly plummeting from the heavens to the earth. Bai Ling's gaze shifted back to the lake as she inquired, "Son-in-law, did you notice the person standing behind her?" Luo Qingzhou steadied his mind and cast his gaze anew. Behind the stunning young lady stood another girl clad in a delicate green dress. As Luo Qingzhou's eyes met hers, he was suddenly engulfed by an icy aura of lethal intent. Bai Ling introduced her, saying, "Her name is Xia Chan, a maidservant of that young lady. Or perhaps more accurately, her protector. She is never trained in martial arts, yet possesses an innate mastery of swordsmanship. A single strike from her blade can be fatal, and with one swift motion, she can sever a throat. The sword she carries is of no ordinary origin. Even the most formidable martial artist would falter beneath her skill after but a single blow. My lord, you must exercise caution. In the future, when you encounter her, it will be wise to take a different path. If escape proves impossible, you must bow your head in submission, avoid meeting her gaze, and above all, do not provoke her. Otherwise, your life may be in grave jeopardy." Bai Ling gazed at him with a playful smile and inquired, "My lord, do you find her beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou dared not glance around indiscriminately, instead focusing on her, replying with a simple Yet, the most breathtaking sight was undoubtedly the celestial beauty clad in white. Standing at the bow of the boat, the girl, with her ethereal visage and enchanting demeanor, appeared as if she belonged to a realm beyond the mundane. He had never fathomed that such an exquisite and breath-stealing being could exist in this world. Indeed, life was wondrous. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or that girl named Xia Chan? Bai Ling abruptly inquired with a playful smile. Luo Qingzhou paused, responding honestly, "Both are beautiful, but in different styles." Bai Ling, with a twinkle in her eye, teased, "You must choose one." After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Then I choose you. She seems too cold and carries a palpable aura of danger. You are far more amiable." Bai Ling burst into laughter, clearly delighted. "You have such sweet words, my lord. It was worth my vigil outside your door last night." Luo Qingzhou's lips twitched at her mention of last night. Bai Ling continued with a grin, "Indeed, I was concerned that both you and the young lady were inexperienced and might not consummate the marriage properly, so I kept vigil all night. Luo Qingzhou's mouth opened in shock, his cheeks flushing. Then last night you. Bai Ling giggled. Do not be embarrassed, my lord. I am merely the young lady's maid. According to custom, I should have been by the bedside to supervise. Old Granny Su had instructed her extensively, urging her to ensure that all went well. Luo Qingzhou exclaimed, Goodness, such customs are quite bizarre. Newlyweds require a spectator for guidance. Yet it seemed old Granny Su had worried unnecessarily. Clearly, he was well versed in such matters. Bai Ling's knowing smile suggested she had her suspicions. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. He immediately denied, I have never visited such places. Even if he had, he would never admit it. This girl was probing him, perhaps on Our Lady's orders. Or even that of the matron. Xiao Dai quickly interjected, Sister Bai Ling, my young master studies at home every day. He has never been to such establishments, I swear. Bai Ling's eyes flickered, but she refrained from further comments, smiling sweetly, My lord, let us go. We still need to serve tea to the master and mistress. The trio departed the lakeside, the small boat and its occupants fading into the morning mist, leaving behind an ethereal, dreamlike scene. Chapter 14. The young lady upon returning to the small courtyard. The house was empty and quiet as before. My lord, please wait here. I shall go look for a moment, Bai Ling said hurriedly before departing. Luo Qingzhou stood in the courtyard, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety at the thought of soon seeing his bride. Entering the room, he gazed at the chamber where he had shared tender moments with the eldest daughter of the Qin family the previous night, inhaling the lingering fragrance. He quietly resolved that no matter the girl's appearance, he must take responsibility. He had no right to be picky. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Xiao Dai's trembling voice from outside the courtyard. My lord, come quickly. His heart raced as he straightened his attire and hurried out. However, upon stepping outside, he was frozen in place, his heart nearly stopping at the sight before him. Draped in garments as white as snow, with hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes resembling exquisite paintings, stood the enchanting girl he had seen by the lake. Abruptly, a chilling presence enveloped him as another girl, dressed in pale green and wielding a sword, stood coldly at her side, her gaze fixed upon him. One stroke could end his life, and she was Xiachuan. It was evident that this noble lady from Yujing had come to find her newlywed spouse. He bowed respectfully, steadying himself, maintaining an air of composure. Xiao Dai, too, lowered her head. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew oppressive, with the two unexpected visitors silently observing him without uttering a word. Luo Qingzhou felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, recalling Bai Ling's earlier warnings. One had a fierce temperament, and the other was deadly with a sword. He could not afford to provoke either. As he stared at the ground, anxiety gnawing at him, Bai Ling suddenly re-entered the courtyard, her face a picture of astonishment. Luo Qingzhou, momentarily taken aback, looked up at her. Seeing his bewilderment, Bai Ling chuckled, My lord, what are you doing? Hurry and accompany the young lady to serve tea to the master and mistress. Luo Qingzhou remained in a state of shock. It was Xiao Dai who regained her composure first, tugging at his sleeve, her voice quivering with excitement. Young master, she is the mistress. Luo Qingzhou's mind buzzed with disbelief. Feeling as though he had turned to stone, even his breath suspended. Bai Ling, with a gentle smile, corrected, Xiao Dai, we cannot call her mistress. It sounds too old. She should be addressed as young lady. And you, my lord, must refer to her as the eldest daughter. Si odi complied, nodding obediently. Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth, staring vacantly at the stunning girl before him, nearly rendered speechless. This was his bride? This celestial being was to be his wife? They had consummated their marriage last night, and she had taken the initiative? Each night henceforth, he could sleep beside her, hold her, kiss her, tease her, claim her as his own. This felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. A sudden cold scoff jolted him back to reality. The girl named Xia Chan, with her icy gaze, glared at him, her sword seemingly eager for action. Though he felt somewhat constrained, the knowledge that this ethereal beauty was his bride made any discomfort he felt seem trivial. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. My lord, it is time to go, Bai Ling remarked as Qin Jinjia led Xia Chan out of the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou quickly followed, while Bai Ling deliberately lagged behind, leaning closer to him and whispering with a playful tone, Do not be upset, my lord. I noticed how you nearly drooled by the lake, so I thought to tease you, not to deceive you. Luo Qingzhou remained silent. his gaze fixated on the enchanting figure ahead. Bai Ling, observing his barely concealed joy, whispered, "Are you happy, my lord?" He was undeniably elated, but dared not show it. The girl with the sword seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head, sending chills down his spine. Bai Ling, noticing his facade of seriousness despite his evident delight, couldn't help but laugh softly. She quickly caught up with Xia Chan, positioning herself on either side of the young lady as they walked behind her. "Jia, my lord says I am more beautiful than you," she whispered playfully to Xia Chan. The latter remained unresponsive, her expression as frigid as ever. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Luo Qingzhou felt a shiver at his neck. Strangely, the expansive Qin residence was eerily devoid of life. The day after the wedding, the halls had been bustling with maids and servants. Yet today, the path was eerily quiet, devoid of any sign of life. Luo Qingzhou pondered, stealing glances at the celestial beauty ahead, wondering if her presence had led to a preemptive dismissal of staff. It seemed plausible. Otherwise, given her exquisite beauty and grace, had she not been deliberately concealed, her visage would have already spread throughout Mo City. The Luo family likely remained unaware of her true appearance. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt an increasing urgency to cultivate his skills. After all, a man without guilt might find himself punished for possessing a treasure. He, a mere illegitimate son, a frail scholar without the strength to harm even a chicken, possesses a transcendent beauty in the form of a stunning maiden. If he does not hasten to grow stronger, what awaits him will surely be more than mere envy and jealousy. Young master, when you meet the master and madam later, remember to kneel and present tea, addressing them as father and mother. Be sure to remember, Bai Ling reminded him as they entered a spacious backyard. Luo Qingzhou nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Ling continued in a hushed tone, "Young master, the master should not make things difficult for you. However, the madam is vehemently opposed to this marriage and may not greet you warmly. Remember to endure, do not argue, and refrain from showing any negative attitude." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the young girl beside him and nodded in understanding. Bai Ling smiled sweetly, revealing 2 faint dimples, and like a butterfly, fluttered ahead. In the grand hall, Qin Wanzheng was leisurely enjoying his morning tea, lost in thought. A maid entered first, respectfully announcing, "Master, the eldest young lady and the young master have come to pay their respects." Qin Wanzheng set down his teacup and inquired, "What the madam? Has she not arrived yet?" The maid lowered her head, apprehensive, and replied, "The madam said she was unwell and would not be coming." Qin Wanzheng frowned, paused for a moment, then waved his hand. "Very well, let them in." The maid withdrew. Soon, Luo Qingzhou entered the hall, alongside the eldest young lady of the Qin family. The maid brought freshly poured tea, respectfully presenting it before them. As Luo Qingzhou reached out, he hesitated and waited for the Qin young lady to first lift the cup with her fair wrist and delicate hand before he followed suit. They approached Qin Wanzheng. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingzhou knelt first, bowing his head as he presented the tea with utmost respect, saying, "Father, please enjoy the tea." The young lady beside him remained motionless, standing in silence. Qin Wanzheng glanced at his daughter, accepted the tea, took a sip, and then turned his gaze to the youth kneeling before him, saying, "Qingzhou, since you are willing to call me father from today onwards, you are a member of the Qin family. I have only one piece of advice for you today. Treat Jinjiao well. Regardless of the circumstances, she is your wife. Cherish and protect her, ensuring she endures no grievances or harm. Can you do that?" Luo Qingzhou replied earnestly, "I shall do my utmost." Qin Wanzheng nodded and added gently, "As for changing your surname, there is no need. Our Qin family does not adhere to such formalities. In the future, your children with Jinjia may carry your surname. As long as you treat her well, everything is negotiable." "Thank you, father," Luo Qingzhou expressed, a warm current surging through his heart. Qin Wanzheng waved his hand. "All right, you may leave. I wish to speak with Jinjia for a moment. Since Jinjia's mother is unwell today, there is no need for you to offer tea. Save it for another time." Not daring to linger, Luo Qingzhou rose to take his leave. Just as he reached the door, Qin Wanzheng added, "By the way, Qingzhou, I hear your mother is buried on the mountain outside the city. In a few days, go and burn some paper for her. Filial piety is paramount. Now that you have established your own family, it is time to inform her." "Understood," Luo Qingzhou replied respectfully, exiting the hall. Qin Wanzheng watched his retreating figure, his gaze flickering. Once the youth was out of sight, he murmured, "This boy is neither servile nor arrogant, composed and unruffled, quite different from what I had previously uncovered. Yet, he is ultimately still just a frail scholar." He sighed, turning his attention to his daughter. After leaving the hall, Luo Qingzhou intended to speak a few words with Bai Ling. However, upon seeing the cold young lady beside her, he thought better of it. This young lady named Xia Chan always gave him a sense of foreboding, as if she might draw her sword and strike at the slightest provocation. It was wiser to keep his distance. Although Bai Ling had deceived him by misrepresenting her mistress as a beauty from Yujing, everything else she had said seemed to ring true, particularly regarding Xia Chan's character. Thus, Luo Qingzhou chose not to linger and promptly departed with Xiao Dai. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he could not resist entering the room, recalling the night before and the enchanting appearance and grace of his bride. Yet, he quickly shook off such thoughts. Now was not the time for idle fantasies. It was time to cultivate. Luo Qingzhou instructed, closing the door behind him. Xiao Dai responded from the courtyard, "I understand." After a considerable time, he finally steadied his emotions, entering a state of tranquility. In the stillness, images of the internal cultivation manual filled his mind. His consciousness delved into darkness, gradually descending, embedding itself deep within the earth. Like a seed in soil, it began to accumulate energy. A breath coalesced in his abdomen, then coursed through various acupoints. What began slowly, with its fair share of stumbles, gradually quickened, flowing unobstructed. He slipped back into a state of semi-consciousness, his awareness drifting as if in a dream. The energy circulating within him resembled a slender dragon, twisting and turning, meandering forth, traversing mountains and overcoming obstacles. His body began to warm, his skin taking on a rosy hue. Streams of heat, laden with impurities, flowed out through every pore. Outside the window, the morning sun quietly ascended, and by the time Xiao Dai's voice resonated, it was already noon. "Young master, it's time for lunch," she called from outside. Luo Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes, took a moment of silence, then rose to his feet, feeling a pleasant warmth enveloping him. At the same time, his senses sharpened, invigorated. The internal cultivation method was indeed remarkable. The more he practiced, the better the results. Remarkably, after just the third session, such effects were already evident. Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of anticipation for the future. With diligent practice, perhaps he could genuinely defeat Luo Yu in the recruitment competition at the Longhu Academy, avenging his mother and astonishing the Luo family. He longed to witness the formidable expression of the Luo family's matron, furious and enraged. Surely, when she and Luo Yu conspired against his mother, they must have revealed such a ghastly visage in the shadows. "Young master, lunch is ready. If you don't come out soon, the food will grow cold," Xiao Dai's voice urged again from outside. Luo Qingzhou steadied his emotions and stepped outside. On the stone table in the courtyard lay a spread of 4 dishes and a soup, featuring meat and vegetables, quite a sumptuous feast. "Young master, this is what Sister Bai Ling had sent over. We have never enjoyed such exquisite meals at Cheng Guo Mansion," Xiao Dai exclaimed with delight. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment before responding. She must have gone to see her mother. "Young master, please eat." "I cannot sit," Xiao Dai insisted. Luo Qingzhou hesitated, then nodded, choosing not to press further. This was neither Cheng Guo Mansion nor his secluded courtyard that rarely saw visitors. There were strict hierarchies, and should anyone witness them dining together, they would likely gossip and accuse him of improper conduct, even belittling Xiao Dai. It was vital to adhere to decorum in their new surroundings. Luo Qingzhou fell silent, bowing his head to eat, perhaps due to his earlier practice. He found his appetite unusually hearty, finishing 2 bowls of rice. After Xiao Dai cleared the table and exited the courtyard, closing the door behind her, Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, quickly entering a state of cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the sun that had once hung high in the sky had dipped toward the horizon. Rising from the ground, he pushed open the window, gazing outside. The slanted sun was gently intoxicating. Dusk had arrived. As the thought of sharing a room with the enchanting maiden tonight crossed his mind, the once tranquil lake of his heart stirred with ripples of anticipation. Chapter 16. The silly girl as dusk settled and the distant mountains appeared like ink upon a canvas. Luo Qingzhou stood by the lakeside of the moonlit rain garden, feeling the cool breeze wafting over the water while gazing at the verdant hills beyond the city. His heart mirrored the azure waves, gently undulating. The pavilion upon the lake was shrouded in mist, adorned with clusters of red lotus and green lotus leaves. The shimmering reflections of the water and the evening glow creating a breathtaking tableau. Alas, this picturesque beauty was for his eyes alone. Two small boats were tethered at the lakeshore, gently bobbing upon the sparkling orange waves. He reminisced about the graceful figure standing at the bow of the boat that morning. A vision so ethereal it seemed to belong to another realm. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had quietly dipped behind the mountains, casting darkness over the scene and obscuring the beauty of the world. In the garden, he encountered Xiao Dai, who hurriedly informed him, "Young master, Sister Bai Ling has arrived and is waiting for you inside." Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, "Is she alone?" Xiao nodded affirmatively. As the crescent moon ascended among the branches, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Bai Ling, who stood before the window in a delicate pink dress, her countenance radiant with a warm smile. She greeted him with a cheerful demeanor, her dimples appearing like blossoms adorned with glistening dew in the moonlight, charming and lovely. Luo Qingzhou regarded her with a glance before entering the room. Bai Ling turned from the window, her expression tinged with regret as she spoke, "Son-in-law, there is no need to wait for the young lady. She will not be joining you tonight. She has her own residence and will not be living with you from now on. However, you will have the opportunity to share a room with her once a month." "Why?" he asked, silence enveloping the room for a moment. After a prolonged pause, he murmured, "All right, I understand." He refrained from further inquiries. Before marrying into the Qin family, he had braced himself for various humiliations. The current circumstances had exceeded his expectations. He ought not to desire too much. A being as celestial as she could not possibly share her bed with someone of his standing every day. He needed to possess self-awareness. Bai Ling, her tone apologetic, remarked, "Please do not blame the young lady. Her health is frail, and she is accustomed to living alone. It is not a reflection of her feelings towards you." Luo Qingzhou nodded, responding calmly, "Then please take good care of her." Bai Ling's gaze flickered as she observed his expression. Then she suddenly smiled and suggested, "If you find it unbearable, you may share a bed with Xiao Dai. Even if the young lady were to find out, she would not hold it against you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai blushed and lowered her head shyly. Luo Qingzhou remained silent, absorbing the implications of her words. Afterward, Bai Ling excused herself and departed, her graceful figure swiftly vanishing into the folds of the night. Xiao Dai lingered at the door for a moment, her face flushed, before she closed the door and re-entered the room. The oil lamp was lit within, casting a warm glow. Luo Qingzhou sat by the window, immersed in a book, illuminated by the mingled light of the moon and lamp. Xiao Dai hesitated at the entrance, then softly spoke, "Young master, do not be disheartened. I will keep you company." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and smiled. What is there to be sad about? We had already anticipated this situation before we arrived. It is for the best. I can focus on my studies. Xiao Dai's lips moved as if she wished to offer further comfort. Luo Qingzhou instructed, "Please fetch some water. I wish to take a bath tonight. After a day of training, I feel rather sticky and uncomfortable. However, both my body and spirit have improved significantly." He had resolved to diligently practice the internal cultivation method daily. In the courtyard stood 2 grand trees, which he could use for training tomorrow to temper his physique. Once a month would suffice to prevent him from languishing in a state of indulgence, thus dulling his will. The world was tumultuous, and human nature was complex. With a wife as beautiful as hers, he had no choice but to strive diligently. Calming his mind, he resumed reading. The moonlight flowed like water, and the night was serene. After Xiao Dai prepared the water, Luo Qingzhou set aside his book, and together they brought the bathing tub into the room, placing it behind the screen. He then poured hot water into the tub. As he disrobed and immersed himself in the fragrant warmth, Xiao Dai arrived with a towel, assisting him in washing his back. Steam enveloped the air, creating a hazy atmosphere. The young maid's cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. Whether from the heat or shyness was uncertain, yet she appeared enchanting. As Luo Qingzhou soaked in the aromatic water, relishing the service of her gentle hands, he closed his eyes, contemplating the illustrations of the cultivation techniques, and unwittingly, a current of energy began to rise from his abdomen, meandering through his body. "Young master! Young master!" Xiao Dai's voice broke through, startling him from a light slumber. "Are you very tired? You should get up and sleep on the bed." Xiao Dai retrieved clean clothes from the wardrobe. Luo Qingzhou, turning his back to her, dressed and made his way to the bed, saying, Xiao Dai, let the water sit there. I will dispose of it with you in the morning. With a flushed face, Xiao Dai replied, young master, I too wish to take a bath. Sitting on the bed, Luo Qingzhou replied, then you may bathe here. The screen is a sufficient barrier, and I shall not see you. Oh, Xiao Dai murmured, fetching her clothes and stepping behind the screen, where she began to undress. Luo Qingzhou could hear her muttering. Even if young master were to see, it would not matter. The two conversed across the screen. Xiao Dai, do you think young master is handsome? Indeed, young master is quite handsome. Then if young master were to share a bed with you, who would benefit more, you or young master? I suppose I would benefit more. I see. Then if I were to allow you to benefit, how would you repay me? How about singing a little tune for me? Alas, I cannot sing. Then how about dancing? Alas, I cannot dance either. Silly girl, are you only capable of serving in bed? Alas, make haste and wash. I await your warmth. Luo Qingzhou ceased his playful banter. After Xiao Dai finished bathing, she did not don any outer garments, but instead wore only a delicate moon-white undergarment adorned with lotus embroidery, shyly climbing into bed and burrowing beneath the covers. The two, master and servant, each occupied their respective sides of the bed. Luo Qingzhou gently grasped her petite, delicate foot, kneading it softly as he spoke tenderly. Xiao Dai, now that you are here, do you feel happier? Cocooned in the blankets, her cheeks flushed, Xiao Dai replied, yes, there is no one to bully us here. Sister Bai Ling and the other maids are all very kind. Luo Qingzhou remarked, thus, one must learn to appreciate and be content. Reflect on the days we endured at the Cheng Guo mansion and compare them with our current circumstances. Should we not feel fortunate and grateful? Xiao Dai pouted slightly, murmuring, but young master, you are clearly married, yet must sleep alone. What about the young lady? Is it not true that you are here with me? That is not the same. Indeed, it is not the same. You are much better. You can accomplish many tasks that several people would do. Washing clothes, folding bedding, serving tea, massaging, bathing, and even keeping me company at night. Alas, this is what I should do. And besides, I have yet to keep you company at night. Young master, tonight I will. Zzz. Young master, zzz. Chapter mui bai, skin tempering bang, bang, bang. As dawn broke with radiant sunlight, Luo Qingzhou closed the courtyard gate and began to strike the large tree in the corner of the small courtyard repeatedly. Heat surged within him. His fists, shoulders, elbows, back, thighs, and calves all began to warm from the relentless impact. The initial pain quickly dissipated under the onslaught of the inner warmth. The entire skin membrane continuously undergoes transformation under the impact of tree trunks and the scouring of heat currents, shifting from softness to hardness and then back again. According to the books, when the skin membrane is refined to perfection, it becomes as tough as copper, capable of withstanding punches and kicks. And even ordinary blades struggle to pierce it, significantly enhancing the body's resistance to impact. Simultaneously, one's own strength can be augmented to a force equivalent to 100 kilograms. With a punch akin to a bull's hoof, a single strike can shatter an ordinary person's bones. As the refinement progresses, Luo Qingzhou distinctly senses the gradual change in his skin membrane, transitioning from its initial softness to a taut resilience. Concurrently, his strength is steadily increasing. The internal cultivation technique, combined with the body refining method, indeed yields remarkable results. Feeling the changes in his body, he dares not become complacent. After a simple lunch and replenishing himself with fresh water, he perseveres through the pain of impact to refine the membrane further. 2 days swiftly pass. Apart from encountering Xiao Dai, he sees no other soul. Naturally, he remains confined within the small courtyard. The servants, aware of his scholarly status, allow him the peace to study quietly within. The surroundings are also serene. During the day, Xiao Dai ventures out to converse with the other maidens and learn feminine crafts. In these 2 days, Luo Qingzhou refines his skin membrane by day and cultivates his internal power by night. Although fatigued, he feels immensely fulfilled. As he practices the internal technique, he now strikes the tree trunk with greater force. Yet the pain remains unchanged. Previously, while assisting Xiao Dai in fetching water at Cheng Guo, even lifting a bucket was arduous. Now, he can effortlessly carry a bucket in one hand from the courtyard to the kitchen, clearly indicating a notable increase in strength. In just 2 short days, the results of his training are remarkable. It must be said that while the title of Meiwa Baodian may seem arbitrary, the techniques contained within are extraordinary. On this day, as the sun sets, it is already evening. After completing his training and practicing several sets of boxing techniques he had surreptitiously learned from Luo Yu, he breaks a sweat before pausing. While boiling water in the kitchen for a bath, the melodious voice of Bai Ling rings out from outside. "Young master, are you home?" Luo Qingzhou's heart stirs, and he promptly exits the kitchen, responding, "I am here." He approaches and opens the door. Outside, Bai Ling stands adorned in a pink dress, her skin radiant and her cheeks adorned with two delicate dimples, resembling a freshly bloomed flower. "Young master, why are you drenched in sweat? What have you been doing inside?" Bai Ling pauses for a moment, stepping into the courtyard, her gaze drifting toward the window, and then her eyes flicker. "Is Xiao Dai in the room?" Luo Qingzhou replies. "She is not here. I was just boiling water in the kitchen, preparing for a bath." Bai Ling's gaze shifts to the kitchen, and a sweet smile graces her face. "Young master, your hands are meant for reading and writing, not for chopping wood or tending the fire. I shall fetch 2 servants to assist you with chores, so you need not tire yourself." Luo Qingzhou politely declines. "Thank you, Bai Ling, but that won't be necessary. Xiao Dai usually helps me with the water. She handles everything else. I occasionally do some chores to keep fit. Both Xiao Dai and I are accustomed to it, and we do not require any servants. Are you certain you do not need any assistance?" "I am quite certain," Luo Qingzhou assures her. Bai Ling chuckles lightly, not pressing further. "Very well. Young master, I have come to inform you that you must rise early tomorrow to accompany the miss to Cheng Guo Fu to present gifts and offer tea. Please do not forget." Luo Qingzhou nods. "I shall remember." Bai Ling's eyes sparkle. "Do you wish to go?" Luo Qingzhou falls silent for a moment before replying, "I do not wish to." Bai Ling sighs, her expression one of helplessness. The miss does not wish to go either. None of us do. However, it is a matter of etiquette. Even if the madam is reluctant about this marriage, she is still reminding us today. Luo Qingzhou acknowledges, "I understand." Bai Ling gazes at him intently, asking, "Young master, shall I take my leave?" Luo Qingzhou nods, maintaining a calm demeanor. Bai Ling raises an eyebrow, unable to restrain herself. "Young master, do you not have any questions for me?" Luo Qingzhou shakes his head. Bai Ling blinks her lively eyes, curiously asking, "Do you not wish to inquire about my miss? That day by the lake, you were quite taken, nearly drooling. After 2 days apart, do you not miss her?" Luo Qingzhou hesitates before stating, "To be honest, I do not." For the past 2 days, he has been wholly focused on his training. Day and night spent cultivating. Once he lies down, he falls into slumber, even forgetting to caress Xiao Dai's lovely little feet, leaving no room for other thoughts. Moreover, pondering is futile. It would only serve to increase his troubles. His primary concern now is to cultivate. If he does not strengthen himself swiftly, not only will it be impossible to live quietly as a son-in-law here, but even to survive discreetly would likely be a distant dream. He must seize the time to train and allow no external distractions to disrupt his focus. Only when he possesses formidable strength will he have the qualification and confidence to claim such a breathtakingly beautiful wife. Otherwise, he would find it hard to rest peacefully. "You are lying," Bai Ling retorts with confidence. "If you marry my miss, it would be strange if you did not miss her. Even I and Xia Chan find ourselves longing for her when a single day passes without seeing her, let alone a man such as yourself." Luo Qingzhou refrains from further argument. Engaging in disputes with women is an unwise endeavor, particularly with those who are self-assured. "Young master, do you have any messages for me to relay to my miss? If not, I shall take my leave." Bai Ling glances at the sky, preparing to depart. Luo Qingzhou contemplates, then replies, "Please tell her to drink warm water as the weather turns cooler." Bai Ling beams. "Young master, today I learned to embroider mandarin ducks. I shall stitch one for you on the screen. Additionally, today Xiao Tao taught me to play an instrument. Can you guess what it is? It is not the guzheng, but the xiao. Xiao Tao plays beautifully. Once I learn, I shall play for you too, all right?" During dinner, Xiao Dai excitedly recounts her day. Luo Qingzhou nods, "Very well." After their meal, Luo Qingzhou bathes and then enters the adjacent study to continue his internal cultivation until the hour of Z. Only upon Xiao Dai's urging does he finally retire for the night. The master and servant each take their own side of the bed. After enduring for quite some time, Xiao Dai finally cannot help but ask, her cheeks flushed, Young master, do you only like my little feet? Luo Qingzhou murmurs a response in his sleep. In Cheng Guo, the light still burns bright in Lord Luo Yinyan's study. The matron, Lady Wang, enters with a cup of hot tea and stands quietly beside him for a while before gently saying, "My lord, it is late. You should rest." Luo Yinyan raises his head, glancing out the window at the darkening sky, before closing his accounts and slowly rising. It is indeed time for rest. They are coming tomorrow, correct? Lady Wang places the tea on the desk and nods. They should be coming. Luo Yinyan looks at her. Has Yuer gone to sleep? Lady Wang's face softens with a tender smile. Not yet. I just checked on him. He is still reading. Luo Yinyan nods. Practicing martial arts is important, but he must also read more. Otherwise, he will be ridiculed at Long Hu Academy. Lady Wang chuckles. Yuer is just as diligent as his elder brother. Luo Yinyan ponders for a moment and then says, Yuer should not come out tomorrow, right? Lady Wang's smile remains, and she respectfully replies, if my lord wishes him to come out, he will naturally do so. Luo Yinyan shakes his head. It will be better if he does not. Lady Wang furrows her brow. Do they dare to show Yuer a disapproving face? Luo Yinyan responds lightly. Not to that extent. However, that girl is meant to marry Yuer. Ultimately, it is our Luo family's failure to keep promises. If we can avoid having them meet, that would be for the best. Wang's smile faded, and she could not help but express. If the young lady of the Qin family possessed a modicum of self-awareness, she ought not to blame the Luo family. What qualifications does she have to be worthy of my family's Yuer? She is merely a fool. Even if she were not, she remains ambiguous. There is no need for the master to place too much importance on her. Luo Yannian let out a gentle sigh. Wang's tone softened, and she soothingly reassured. There is no need for the master to feel uneasy. Even if her father were watching from beyond, he would approve of our decision. Yuer has a bright future ahead and will bring glory to our Luo family. Such a lifelong matter must not be treated lightly. Luo Yannian nodded slightly. Let's go. It is time to rest. The following day, at dawn, Luo Qingzhou rose early with the assistance of Xiao Dai. After completing his morning routine, he waited outside the small courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ling appeared, adorned in a pink floral dress, akin to a butterfly emerging at dawn to gather dew. Her figure light and graceful. You have risen quite early, young master, she greeted with two sweet dimples gracing her lovely face. After acknowledging Luo Qingzhou, she turned to Xiao Dai and cheerfully inquired, Xiao Dai, did the young master sleep well last night? Xiao Dai lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and replied, yes. Last night, the young master held her foot while sleeping so soundly that she dared not move. Upon waking, her foot had gone numb. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled momentarily before she changed the subject, saying, let us go. The young lady is waiting. The two immediately followed her. Luo Qingzhou felt a wave of nervous anticipation wash over him, as if he were about to meet the young lady for the first time. Bai Ling led them through a long corridor, past several artificial hills in the flower garden, and into a round door, finally stopping outside a courtyard. As Luo Qingzhou stood still, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar chill. Looking up, he saw a striking yet icy figure at the entrance, her dark and cold eyes fixed on him. It was the girl named Xiachan Bai Ling had warned against making eye contact with her. Although he had not witnessed her swordsmanship firsthand, the sudden onslaught of coldness was undeniably real. Each time he encountered her, he felt a shiver run down his neck. Judging by her demeanor, it was clear she believed her young lady was being wronged by marrying him, and thus regarded him with disdain. Luo Qingzhou empathized with her feelings. If he were in her position, he too would feel discontent. After all, how many men in the world could be worthy of the unparalleled beauty and grace of that Miss Qin, let alone a mere illegitimate son of the Luo family like himself? He was well aware of his own standing, so he made every effort to avoid provoking her. Young master, Xiachan is staring at you. Why don't you look at her? Is she not beautiful enough? Bai Ling, ever the instigator, playfully asked. Luo Qingzhou feigned ignorance, turning instead to gaze into the distance, saying, Xiao Dai, look, the weather is quite pleasant today. Xiao Dai could only lower her head in agreement. Yes, it is indeed nice. Bai Ling chuckled, deliberately echoing, indeed it is lovely. Does the young master prefer observing the weather over gazing at Xiachan? Truly, she must not be beautiful enough. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the door. Bai Ling suppressed her laughter and respectfully stood aside. Xiachan lowered her arms. Gripping her sword, her pretty face still as frigid as frost. Luo Qingzhou turned to face the newcomer, and a hint of awe crossed his features as he respectfully bowed. Addressing her as Mississippi Xiao Dai quickly followed suit, saying, Mississippi Qingzhou was still clad in a simple white dress, her exquisite visage devoid of any adornments. Yet she radiated an unblemished beauty. The rising sun bathed her in a halo of ethereal light, rendering her almost otherworldly. Even at such close proximity, Luo Qingzhou found the girl before him to be enchanting and dreamlike, far from a mere mortal. She cast a fleeting glance in his direction without uttering a word and proceeded along the path ahead. Bai Ling and Xia Chan trailed closely behind her. Qin Wenzheng was already waiting in the hall, but the courtyard was empty of servants. Luo Qingzhou entered the hall alongside Miss Qin, bowing and saluting the middle-aged man with a call father. After exiting the hall, Luo Qingzhou slowed his pace, letting Bai Ling and Xia Chan follow behind Miss Qin before he and Xiao Dai caught up with them. The group traversed the clean, cobbled path out of the courtyard and directly through the main gate of the Qin residence. Outside the gate stood an ornately decorated carriage, attended by a stout woman clad in black, donning a straw hat. As Qin Jinjia descended the steps, the robust woman bent down to lift the carriage curtain, placing a small stool for her to mount. After Qin Jinjia boarded the carriage, the woman continued to hold the curtain open, yet no one else approached the vehicle. Are there others? Luo Qingzhou pondered in confusion, only to suddenly realize that all eyes were upon him. The stout woman, with a blank expression, declared, Young master, it is time to board. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he must have misheard. Was she inviting him to sit alongside Miss Qin? Realizing he had not misheard, he felt an overwhelming chill and glanced at the icy girl beside him. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward and placed his foot on the stool. However, due to nerves or perhaps exhaustion from recent exertions, just as he was about to ascend into the carriage, his foot slipped and he began to topple backward. Xiao di gaspitin alam. Yet the stout woman merely cast a brief glance, and with a swift motion, she seized his collar, effortlessly lifting him like an eagle snatching its prey, and tossed him into the carriage. Thud! Luo Qingzhou landed on the plush carpet within the carriage, his head resting against something soft. As he inhaled a faint, delicate fragrance, he looked up to find himself staring at the white skirt of Miss Qin, causing his heart to race. He hurriedly scrambled backward, standing up. Young master, if you cannot even board the carriage, I suggest you refrain from venturing out in the future. It is quite embarrassing, the stout woman remarked bluntly, letting down the curtain and taking a seat in the carriage. He is indeed just a frail scholar. It took so little strength to unbalance him. How pitiful that my lady must marry such a useless fellow. I truly do not understand what the master is thinking. Luo Qingzhou overheard the woman's inner thoughts. His eyes narrowed slightly. He said nothing and refrained from looking around, choosing instead to sit quietly in a corner opposite Miss Qin, his gaze fixed on the ground. Qin Jinjia regarded him with a calm demeanor, remaining silent. The carriage began to move, enveloped in a tranquil quietude. The air was perfumed with the delicate fragrance of the young lady, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in white snow, pure and captivating. Luo Qingzhou felt a stirring in his heart, his eyes stealthily shifting toward the hem of her snow-white skirt and the dainty feet that peeked from beneath it, prompting memories of their previous entanglement. Before long, the carriage arrived at a bustling street, the sounds of vendors calling out wares filtering in from outside. Yet within the carriage, silence prevailed. Luo Qingzhou silently wished for this journey to extend indefinitely. Although being in the presence of this young lady was undeniably daunting, it also brought a unique sense of tranquility and contentment. As he continued to covertly admire the skirt, lost in thought, the curtain suddenly stirred, and a figure, accompanied by a chill, entered. Immediately, the figures seated themselves across from him, arms crossed, sword cradled within their embrace, their faces frosty as ever, their eyes fixed coldly upon him. One sword to seal the throat, Xiachan. The carriage jolted along the path. The interior remained utterly silent, and Luo Qingzhou felt a shiver run down his neck. It seemed as though he could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. This journey suddenly felt interminably long. Chapter 19, she is known as Xiachan, the one who seals the throat with a single sword. In the Cheng Guo mansion before dawn, the steward had already led the servants to meticulously tidy and clean the entire front courtyard. The bluestone slabs were immaculate, while the flower beds on either side flourished with verdant greenery and vibrant blossoms. In the presence of outsiders, the Luo family's reputation had always been meticulously maintained, pristine and resplendent. They were indifferent towards the illegitimate son they had sent away. In Mo City, the Qin residents had once stood on equal footing with their Cheng Guo Mansion. Although the Qin family had since fallen into decline, its deep-rooted heritage remained formidable and not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the Luo family was inherently in the wrong regarding this marriage. Thus, today, they naturally had to present a more grandiose demeanor, ensuring that no idle gossip would emerge. Luo Yinyin had finished his breakfast and was seated in the main hall. The first wife, Wang Shi, had gone to the back courtyard to converse with her second son. Luo Yu rose exceptionally early today, and following his mother, he arrived at the front hall. Upon seeing him, Luo Yinyin's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Shi quickly stepped forward and said, "My lord, you merely wishes to take a look. There will be no trouble." Luo Yu bowed respectfully and remarked, "Father, do not worry. The Miss Qin has already wed Qingzhou and will not spare me a glance. We have never met, so there is no need for introductions. I shall merely observe from the side." Luo Yinyin frowned and questioned, "What do you wish to see? Do you wish to witness their misfortune?" Luo Yu's gaze flickered, and he lowered his head. "That Miss Qin was once betrothed to me and is now marrying another. If I do not take a glance, there will always be a lingering thought in my heart. Father, rest assured, I understand the weight of preparation. Regardless of her beauty or lack thereof, I only need to see her once to find closure." Wang Shi softly urged, "My lord, let Yu take a look, otherwise he will be unable to concentrate on his practice today. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Qin family is a fool, unable to speak or smile, and has never been seen outside. The Qin family is so eager for this marriage. Surely they wish to bring her some happiness. After Yu sees her, he will naturally not dwell on it further." Luo Yinyin remained silent for a moment, choosing not to respond. Before long, Steward Wang entered through the main door and respectfully announced, "My lord, madam, the third young master and his party have arrived. They are waiting outside." Luo Yinyin replied, "Let them in." Steward Wang bowed and withdrew. Luo Yu's gaze traversed the hall, fixating on the impeccably cleaned courtyard outside, a polite smile gracing his face as he prepared to welcome the guests. However, that smile soon froze abruptly. Steward Wang led the newlyweds through the entrance. From afar, Luo Yu's gaze suddenly locked onto the young woman clad in a white dress. His heart raced and constricted, rendering him unable to look away. The golden rays of the morning sun cascaded upon her. What a flawless and breathtakingly beautiful visage. What ethereal grace. As if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Her skin was as white as snow, her features painted with elegance, her ebony hair cascading like a waterfall, and her figure was as delicate as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale, pure as ice and enchanting as a dream. The maids and servants standing respectfully in the courtyard were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes wide open as they gazed at the enchanting girl before them. The vast Cheng Guo mansion was enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Shi was momentarily stunned before suddenly regaining composure, glancing at her son as the muscles around her eyes twitched slightly. Luo Qingzhou, accompanied by the Miss Qin, slowly entered the hall and knelt before Luo Yinyin. The maids, startled by Steward Wang's low reprimand, hurriedly approached with tea, though their eyes continued to sneak glances at the heavenly beauty in white. "Father, please have some tea." Luo Qingzhou presented the tray with tea to Luo Yinyin. Meanwhile, the eldest daughter of the Qin family remained standing, her demeanor indifferent, showing no inclination to kneel. The hall was enveloped in silence. After a moment, Luo Yinyin reached out to accept the tea, taking a symbolic sip before placing it aside, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions, yet he remained silent. Luo Qingzhou then offered another cup of tea to Wang Shi, bowing as he said, "First wife, please have some tea." Wang Shi's eyelids quivered as she accepted the tea, but rather than drinking it immediately, she cast a dark look at the girl beside him and suddenly sneered, "What? Do you not even understand decorum?" Qin Jianjia gazed at her with a placid expression, neither speaking nor moving, remaining there as if she were but a breath of air. "Impudent!" Wang Shi erupted, splashing the tea in her hand towards the girl before her. However, Luo Qingzhou had anticipated this moment, As she raised the tea, he swiftly stepped up to shield the girl beside him. The scalding tea splashed entirely onto his face, trickling down his cheeks and soaking his garments. He stood motionless before the girl. Wang Shi, holding the teacup, froze momentarily, her pupils reflecting the calm visage of the youth before her, revealing a flicker of astonishment and doubt. In her recollection, this boy would never have dared act so boldly. She could pour tea upon her, and no one would dare protest, not even the Lord himself. Yet, to her astonishment, this illegitimate child, who had always been timid and meek within the Cheng Guo mansion, had the audacity to rise and protect this uncultured girl. She felt a mix of absurdity and disbelief. Already married in, and now he dares to defy her? Father, the tea has been offered, and we have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave. Luo Qingzhou did not wipe the tea from his face, nor did he spare her another glance. He clasped his hands in front of the still silent Luo Yin, then reached for the girl behind him, heading towards the exit. Wang Shi finally regained her senses, her fury igniting. Impudent. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the courtyard. A burly man clad in black armor, accompanied by over a dozen guards armed with swords, approached in haste. Wang Shi's face contorted with rage as she shouted, "Wang Hu, today, without my command, no one is allowed to leave the Cheng Guo mansion." Yes. The burly man unsheathed his sword with a clang, glaring ominously at the newlyweds emerging from the hall. Just then, a sudden flash of cold light cut through the air, and a sharp blade pierced through the right side of his neck, impaling his throat with a single strike. The formidable bodyguard of the Cheng Guo mansion, on the cusp of advancing to a martial master, barely had time to defend himself before being silenced in an instant. His eyes widened, his grip on the weapon slackened as he attempted to speak, yet his body froze in place, lifeless before he could comprehend what had transpired. The blade was withdrawn, and blood gushed forth. The burly man crumpled to the ground, still clutching the sword that had once brought him great honor and prestige. But now he could no longer wield it. The entire courtyard and hall fell into a hushed silence. Whether it was the speed of the attack or the peculiar nature of the blade, not a single drop of blood stained the sword's edge. She stood there, as cold as ice, as if she had never moved at all. Her name is Xiachan, the one who seals the throat with a single sword. Chapter 20. I regret it. In the silent courtyard, a chorus of terrified screams erupted. Some timid maids and servants collapsed to the ground in fright. Others stood frozen with pallid faces, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Hu lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, blood still gushing from his neck. The scene was horrifically bloody. No one had anticipated that the beautiful girl would suddenly resort to murder. Though Wang Hu had drawn his sword, he had only intended to block, making no aggressive moves. However, the madam's anger was merely a means to compel them to submit. The sudden turn of events caught the servants in the courtyard off guard, as well as Luo Yanni in and Wang Shi within the house. The sword strike was too swift and unexpected for anyone to react in time. Witnessing the death of guard Wang, who fell to the ground with a pierced throat, Wang Shi gaped, momentarily stunned, before erupting in a mixture of shock and fury, exclaiming, "This is an affront to heaven, to dare commit murder in my Cheng Guo manor. Someone seize this wretched girl." Despite her rage and humiliation, she retained a semblance of clarity. The little bastard and the young lady from the Qin family were certainly untouchable. Thus, the only recourse was to demand a life for a life from this lowly and ruthless maid. Yet, after issuing her command, none of the guards wielding swords dared to move. If a skilled fighter like Guard Wang could be felled by a single strike, how could they risk their own lives? Wang Shi, witnessing their inaction, felt an even greater sense of shame and anger, urgently calling out, "Where is Wang Cheng? Come out and apprehend this heartless wretch." Wang Cheng was her distant cousin, currently the second steward of Cheng Guo Manor and a martial artist of formidable prowess. His current cultivation had reached the realm of a martial master, capable of killing an elephant with a single punch, and his body was as resilient as steel, rendering him nearly impervious to ordinary weapons. Upon hearing the summons, Wang Cheng stood before several maidservants, bowing his head without immediate action, instead glancing at the man in the room with a solemn expression. Luo Yanni sat in silence, observing the lifeless body at the doorway without uttering a word. Wang Cheng's gaze flickered before he stepped forward, his brocade robe stirring as if caught by an unseen wind, his sleeves billowing, approaching the cold and beautiful young lady. And speaking in a deep voice, "Miss, to kill without cause in my Cheng Guo Manor demands an explanation." The young lady remained silent, unmoving, her expression frosty as she regarded him. Inside the house, Wang Shi could no longer bear the weight, sharply commanding, "Do not waste words with that wretched girl. Seize her." With a swift step, Wang Cheng advanced, reaching the icy young lady in an instant, his claw-like hand extending with blinding speed and immense force, directly targeting her throat. "Stop!" At that moment, Luo Yannian's voice rang out sharply from within. Wang Cheng's iron claw halted just shy of the young lady's throat, frozen in place. His expression shifting from fierce determination to astonishment, and then to terror. It was then that all present noticed a sword pressed against his throat, the tip having already penetrated his skin and muscle. Mere inches from a fatal wound, a trickle of crimson blood began to flow from the blade's entry point, seeping into his clothing below, chilling him to the core. His facial muscles involuntarily twitched, and he felt a sudden chill envelop him. He dare not move, paralyzed not by his master's command, but by the sword embedded in his throat. He realized, too late, that the command to stop was not directed at him, but rather aimed at preserving his life. It dawned on everyone that this order was a means of saving Wang Cheng from a fate akin to that of the deceased guard Wang, whose throat had been pierced. Yet, they could not fathom how the sword had so suddenly found its way into Wang Cheng's throat, as they had not witnessed the young lady make a move. Even Luo Qingzhou, who stood nearby, had not seen it clearly. He only observed Wang Cheng approaching the young lady, then abruptly halting before her, frozen in place. It was only when he noticed the sword lodged in Wang Cheng's throat that he heard the faint sound of the blade being drawn. In that instant, he truly understood the phrase "swift as lightning," for the sword arrived before the sound followed. At that moment, the entire Cheng Guo Manor fell into a profound silence. Wang Shi's face, once contorted with rage and malice, paled as she directed her gaze toward her man, seeking either assistance or solace. Luo Yannian regarded the cold young lady with a dark expression, his eyes flickering. After a moment of contemplation, he simply waved his hand, stating, "You may leave." "My lord." Wang Shi's face drained of color, her voice trembling. Yet, Luo Yannian did not spare her a glance, instead focusing on his son, and following his gaze to the breathtaking figure that had entered the manor. Since her arrival, Luo Yu's attention had remained unwaveringly fixed upon her. In the still courtyard, a melodious voice suddenly broke the tension, akin to that of a lark. The grave atmosphere lightened considerably. The sword was sheathed with a metallic sound, yet no one could discern the action. The young lady's face remained as pale as snow, pure and icy, evoking a sense of trepidation. Luo Qingzhou led the young lady from the Qin family outside, followed closely by Beiling and Xia Chanxiao Dai, and other servants trailed behind. The guards and servants of the manor had long since cleared a path. "My lord." Wang Shi gritted her teeth, her face filled with resentment. A sharp crack echoed throughout the hall as she was struck across the face, falling to the ground, clutching her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with terror and confusion as she gazed up at her man. Luo Yannian did not acknowledge her, his focus still on his son. Luo Yu stood to the side, seemingly oblivious to his mother's plight, his gaze fixed on the departing figure. "Father," he finally spoke, slowly articulating, "that sword is no ordinary weapon, and that girl is extraordinary, yet she is merely a maid." Luo Yannian narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. "Thus, I have come to regret." Chapter 21. The Eldest Misses Reward. Upon exiting Cheng Guo Manor, Luo Qingzhou willingly released his hold. Although the young lady's delicate hand was soft and fragrant, irresistible to his touch, the priority was preserving his own life. The presence behind him was truly formidable. If he had been cautious after Beiling's warning, he would henceforth be exceedingly wary. He had no desire to meet an untimely end from a single strike to the throat. Xiao Dai offered him a handkerchief. "Young master, please wipe your face." "No need, but it's quite wet. It's soaked through." "It matters not. You should still wipe it. It's running down your pants." Luo Qingzhou regarded the little girl, accepting the handkerchief she offered and dabbing at the tea stains on his face and neck. The tea was somewhat hot, yet the recent days of training had proven effective, granting his skin a measure of resilience, so it was not overly painful. He hoped it would not leave a scar. The young lady from the Qin family entered the carriage. The robust woman driving the carriage lowered the curtain and took her seat inside, showing no intention of allowing him to join her. It was not proper to walk home after visiting. In truth, he preferred walking. If he got dirty, there was no need to impose on others. Even if the young lady from the Qin family did not mind, he could not bear to soil her seat. This was not a matter of inferiority or humility, but rather a recognition of the situation. The girl who had nearly struck him down with her sword remained coldly fixated on him. The carriage rolled forward slowly, with Beiling and Xiachan flanking it. Luo Qingzhou, accompanied by Xiao Dai, trailed behind Beiling, attempting to distance himself from the chilling and fearsome young lady. Beiling turned her head, cheerfully praising him. Son-in-law, your performance today was commendable. You took the initiative to shield the young lady from the tea. I am quite impressed. Unlike some cowardly scholars who, when their wives are bullied, not only fail to speak up, but cower in silence. The more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. In the presence of that esteemed individual, he endeavored to speak as little as possible. Moreover, it was only right for him to serve as a shield for Miss Qin against the tea, and there was no merit in taking pride in such a duty, for she was, after all, his wife. He felt that she was likely burdened by him. The lady of the house harbored the deepest resentment and anger towards him. She had initially thought that this illegitimate child would become a son-in-law of the Qin family, marrying a foolish young lady and leading a miserable life, but to her surprise, he had what a beauty of heavenly grace. How could she not despise him? Let her hate, for there would soon be more reasons for her to loathe and despair. Young master, you might wish to collect a reward from the young lady, Bai Ling suddenly remarked with a cheerful demeanor, her voice intentionally raised. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to decline, he noticed her playfully winking at him, signaling him with her eyes. She then gracefully approached the carriage window and exclaimed, Miss, the young master just mentioned that he wishes to share a room with you tonight. Do you agree? At these words, Luo Qingzhou's expression changed abruptly. Simultaneously, he felt a chill sweep across him from the opposite side of the carriage, sending an icy sensation down his neck. The carriage fell into a profound silence. Yet, Bai Ling proclaimed loudly, Very well, miss. I shall inform the young master that you have consented. After saying this, she stepped in front of Luo Qingzhou, smiling brightly, and said, Young master, the miss has agreed, stating it is a reward for you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her in bewilderment. How had he not heard Miss Qin speak? Moreover, the curtains had not been drawn aside. It was impossible for her to have communicated through lip reading or gestures. Was this girl deliberately teasing him? But how dared she be so audacious as to falsely convey an imperial edict before her own mistress? Young master, will you not express a word of gratitude? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. Or is it that you are unwilling? She chuckled and moved ahead. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Wenzheng stood at the entrance of the hall with a stern expression, awaiting their arrival. Luo Qingzhou had anticipated a severe reprimand from the elder Qin, possibly even punishment for Xiachan. However, to his astonishment, the elder Qin displayed a genial demeanor, offering them words of comfort before launching into a tirade against the individuals from the Cheng Guo residence. Qingzhou, you performed admirably. I did not misjudge you. It brings me great comfort to see you protect Jianjia in times of danger. That Luo Yinyang, allowing his wife to treat you thus, is unworthy of being an elder. The Qin family shall remember this. From now on, you need not visit them any longer. Consider them strangers. Luo Qingzhou gazed into his eyes and discerned his unspoken thoughts. Damn you, Luo Yinyang. I shall have my revenge on your wife and ancestors. You look down upon the Qin family. One day, you shall regret it. Luo Qingzhou mused. So this was the authoritative father of his wife. Qin Wenzheng chastised a few more times before waving his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Luo Qingzhou took his leave. As they parted in the corridor outside, Bai Ling cheerfully reminded, Young master, remember to wash up nicely tonight and wait obediently in your room. Qin Jianjia appeared unfazed, while Xiachan was as cold as ice, her gaze sharp as a sword. Back in the small courtyard, the two conversed for a while. Luo Qingzhou entered the house to read. Xia Dai closed the courtyard door and went to learn embroidery and flute playing with the other maidservants. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming him comfortably. After reading for a while, Luo Qingzhou recalled the imposing attack of Steward Wang from the morning, as well as Xia Chan's lethal sword strike, and felt an irresistible urge to practice martial arts. He set aside his book, settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, and circulated his internal energy technique several times. Once he sensed a distinct warmth flowing within him, he stepped outside to the corner of the small courtyard, resuming his vigorous strikes against the two large trees. Honing his physical resilience, time flew swiftly during training. Before long, noon arrived. Xia Dai brought in lunch, and Luo Qingzhou hurriedly finished his meal. After Xia Dai tidied up and left, he closed the courtyard door and continued his practice. The rhythmic sounds of his body colliding with the tree trunks resonated throughout the courtyard, each thud indicating the intensity of his effort. Luo Qingzhou, drenched in sweat and feeling the ache in his body, pressed on relentlessly. Only when he felt his skin nearing its limit, gradually tearing under the strain, did he pause to circulate his internal energy technique once more. He then resumed his strikes. The skin, alternating between softness and hardness, gradually became more resilient. Each inch of his skin began to undergo transformation through this relentless forging. The surfaces of the two trees had already cracked. Luo Qingzhou understood that this was merely the beginning. Only when he shattered the entire trunk would he have made significant progress in his training. Before he realized it, the sun had dipped low in the sky. The distant mountains appeared in shades of blue. The evening glow painted the horizon, and ethereal mist lingered. It was as though a bashful maiden, her cheeks flushed, lay there playfully watching him. Luo Qingzhou felt a sense of reverie. Would Miss Qin truly come tonight? Chapter 22. His bride as the sun set. The lake's surface shimmered in the evening light. The willows draped along the banks, with reflections of pavilions, lush green leaves, and red lotus, created a breathtaking scene. After completing his training, Luo Qingzhou did not rest immediately. Instead, drenched in sweat, he strolled leisurely to the lakeside of the Tingyu garden. Following intense exercise, it was unwise to abruptly cease all movement, as it would increase the strain on the heart. Those with weaker constitutions might even face dire consequences. Hence, he decided to take a walk. The bark of the two large trees in the small courtyard had cracked, rendering them soft and fluffy. Since it was a place of residence, their conspicuousness was troubling. Thus, he resolved to find a secluded area with trees for more rigorous training in the future. On his previous visit to the Tingyu garden, he had discovered a bamboo grove in the northwestern corner, home to over 10 grand trees. He determined to explore further. This area was vast, encompassing not only the lake but also flower beds, woods, bamboo groves, rockeries, and more. Moreover, it lay in close proximity to his small courtyard, generally devoid of visitors. It was said that the second young lady would occasionally bring friends to play, but they would likely only venture to the lake to pick lotus flowers or enjoy the pavilion at the lake center, never to the secluded bamboo grove. Thus, it seemed an ideal place for training. Luo Qingzhou walked along the lakeside, traversing a flower bed and stepping onto a cobblestone path, soon entering the bamboo grove. The grove was expansive, shrouded in tranquility. The ground was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, and the remnants of snow had yet to fully melt. A few small birds flitted around the grove, remaining silent and seemingly unafraid of his presence. The grand trees were robust. One tree's trunk thick enough for 3 people to embrace, its branches still vibrant with green, unyielding to the elements. After wandering for a while, Luo Qingzhou concluded that this was indeed an excellent spot for cultivation. Sunlight rarely penetrated here, and the air was rich with the scent of decaying leaves. The ground was untidy, and the location was particularly remote, devoid of any scenic allure. Who would come here? Furthermore, the distance from the pavilion in the lake was considerable, and the dense bamboo grove provided ample cover, ensuring that even if the second young lady were to visit the pavilion, she would not catch sight of him. Perfect. He would train here from now on. Luo Qingzhou approached the grand tree and struck it with a powerful punch, the sound echoing as his fist met the sturdy trunk. Pain surged through his hand, yet it dissipated quickly. The force behind this punch was significantly greater than any he had delivered before. The continuous training over the past few days had not only fortified his skin, but also increased his strength considerably. He was no longer the frail scholar who could hardly lift a bucket of water or slay a chicken. Nevertheless, he must not grow complacent. Persevere and continue your diligent efforts. Observe the sky. The sun has already set, and the night quietly descends. Xiao Dai has brought dinner, eagerly waiting at the door for him. Upon seeing him emerge from the garden, the young girl, with her large, sparkling eyes, inquires, "Young master, why are you not studying indoors but instead wandering by the lake? Were you alone?" Luo Qingzhou enters the small courtyard, responding, "Of course, I was not alone." Instantly, Xiao Dai follows closely behind, inquisitively asking, who else was there? Sister Bai Ling, or perhaps Xiao Tao and Xiao Er. Luo Qingzhou nonchalantly concocts a story while sitting at the stone table. Xiao Dai pauses momentarily before bursting into a giggle. Young master, you were teasing me. Both Sister Xiao Tao and Sister Xiao Er were with me this afternoon, and they hadn't tea left when I departed. Luo Qingzhou decides not to tease her further and picks up his chopsticks. What did they teach you today? As Xiao Dai serves him rice, her face brimming with joy. She replies, Sister Xiao Er taught me to embroider peonies, and Sister Xiao Tao taught me to play the flute. Luo Qingzhou glances at her small mouth and asks, how well have you learned? Feeling slightly bashful, she admits, I am quite clumsy. I have yet to master it. Luo Qingzhou chuckles. It cannot be accomplished so swiftly. Take your time. Nothing can be achieved overnight. Practice is essential. Yes, young master, please eat quickly. It's cold, and the food will soon turn lukewarm. Xiao Dai, feeling hesitant to speak further, helps him ladle out a bowl of soup. After finishing dinner, Luo Qingzhou heads to the kitchen to boil a large pot of water. As the water heats, he emerges to move the bathing tub inside. Xiao Dai, enjoying her meal in the courtyard, sees him alone moving the heavy wooden tub into the corner and quickly stands up. Young master, do not move. Let me help you. That tub is quite heavy. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Just as she finishes speaking, Luo Qingzhou opens his arms and effortlessly lifts the heavy wooden tub, striding towards the room. Xiao Dai is momentarily stunned, standing frozen for a few seconds before hastily following him inside. Luo Qingzhou places the tub behind the screen in the room, arranging it perfectly. Xiao Dai stands at the doorway, wide-eyed, and exclaims, Young master, how have you gained such strength? Although the tub is empty, it is still quite heavy. Previously, you could hardly lift a small bucket of water, and now you carry this large tub effortlessly? Luo Qingzhou pats his hands with a smile. I've been eating meat lately. My strength has significantly increased. Xiao Dai looks at him with a hint of skepticism, but I have also been eating meat recently, yet my strength remains unchanged. Luo Qingzhou steps out of the room. You are a girl. You cannot compare yourself to me. As Xiao Dai gazes at his still, somewhat slender figure, she is left perplexed. Once the water is ready, Luo Qingzhou enters the room to bathe. Young master, you have so much dirt on you. She comments as steam envelopes the room, her cheeks flushed from the warmth, her delicate hands rubbing the towel against his back. Luo Qingzhou distinctly feels the grime accumulating on his back. After an exhausting day of training, drenched in sweat, how could he not be dirty? He sits in the tub and finishes washing just as the water begins to cool. Xiao Dai, do you wish to wash? No, the water is too dirty. You dare to disdain my bath water? It truly is filthy. There are so many dark substances, I would only become dirtier. Luo Qingzhou refrains from teasing her further, rises to dress, and climbs into bed. Xiao Dai promptly fetches a basin and empties the dirty water from the tub outside. Once everything is tidied up, she washes her face and feet, then softly calls at the door, Young master, I will not warm your blanket for you tonight. Luo Qingzhou, seated on his bed, reading by the oil lamp, looks up. What is the matter? Xiao Dai blinks her large eyes and whispers, Did not Sister Bai Ling say that the young lady would share the room with you tonight? I cannot accompany you any longer. Luo Qingzhou cannot help but chuckle. Do you truly believe that? Xiao Dai contemplates for a moment and gently sighs. Although Miss Qin is exceptionally beautiful, she appears quite aloof, never having cast a glance at him nor exchanged words. How could she suddenly wish to reward him with a shared room? The previous nuptials were likely coerced. Moreover, she had already mentioned a once-a-month arrangement. Young master, regardless of whether the young lady comes tonight, I cannot remain with you. After all, Sister Bai Ling has already stated that I must not break the rules. Luo Qingzhou gazes at the door, lost in thought for a while, then resumes his reading. Time flows quietly by. Soon, it reaches the hour of the rat. He opens his eyes, feeling warm and comfortable throughout. Tomorrow, he must rise early to continue his training, so he needs to rest early to conserve his energy. Just as he lies down and closes his eyes, he suddenly senses something amiss. He opens his eyes and sees someone standing by the bed. Startled, he sits up abruptly, about to shout, but the figure suddenly lunges into his arms, pushing him back onto the bed. At the same time, a small mouth presses against his lips. He widens his eyes, inhaling the familiar fragrance of a young girl. Tasting the sweetness he knows so well, his bride has arrived. Yet, inexplicably, he feels his body weaken, unable to muster any strength. His head grows dizzy, his vision blurs, and he sees nothing. He feels no inclination to resist, nor any reason to do so, and soon finds himself submerged in a blissful ocean, unable to escape. Outside, the moonlight flows like water, enveloping everything in tranquility. Chapter 23. Doubts. The following day, Luo Qingzhou awakens to find it is already mid-morning. Sunlight streams through the window panes. In the courtyard, Xiao Dai can be heard softly shooing away sparrows. Luo Qingzhou blinks his eyes open, staring blankly at the canopy above, reflecting on the tender moments of the previous night, feeling as though it were merely a dream. Why is it that every time they share their affections, he falls asleep unknowingly, just like the last time? After such moments, one would expect gentle words of love and tender comfort, yet he finds himself lightheaded, slipping into slumber. Is it due to his frail constitution, or is there another reason? The air still carries the faint, lingering fragrance of the girl. Yet, beside him there is no one, leaving no trace behind. "Young master, are you awake?" Xiao Dai's gentle voice calls from outside. The sparrows chirp incessantly in the courtyard, creating quite a racket. Concerned that she might disturb the young master's peaceful dreams, she drives the annoying sparrows away, but worried that he may sleep too long and come to harm. She calls out. Hearing this, Xiao Dai quickly responds, "I will fetch hot water for you to wash your face." With that, she heads to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou lingers in bed for a moment longer before rising to dress. Xiao Dai assists him with washing his face and brushing his teeth, then brings over breakfast. The morning meal here is far more sumptuous than at the Cheng Guo Mansion, featuring buns, eggs, green vegetables, and white rice porridge, along with a plate of pastries. As Luo Qingzhou sits in the courtyard enjoying breakfast, he finds himself somewhat distracted. Xiao Dai, in the corner, pulls weeds while occasionally glancing at him, her eyes shimmering with unsaid words. Luo Qingzhou turns to her. "If you have something to say, just speak. I will not bite you." Xiao Dai's cheeks flush as she hesitates before softly asking, "Young master, did you share the room with the young lady last night?" Luo Qingzhou is taken aback. "Did you see?" Xiao Dai's face reddens, slightly shy. "I did not see. I only heard." "Heard?" Luo Qingzhou's lips twitch. "Yes." Xiao Dai lowers her head, too embarrassed to elaborate. Last night, she had been dozing off in the adjacent room when she heard noises coming from the young master's room. The wooden bed creaked for quite some time. Luo Qingzhou's heart stirs, and he quickly inquires, "Xiao Dai, were you in your room all night? Did you see anyone?" Xiao Dai shakes her head. "No, I was in bed the whole time." Luo Qingzhou continues, "What about this morning? What did you get up? Did you see anyone leaving my room?" Xiao Dai shook her head, saying no. "When I woke up, the young master was the only one sleeping in his room. Miss didn't leave at any known time." After a pause, she added in a hushed tone, "Young master, perhaps Miss is shy, which is why she arrived and departed quietly." Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, Xiao Dai continued, "Young master, when I got up to open the courtyard gate, I saw a figure suddenly heading into the garden. It seemed to resemble." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly inquired, his heart racing. Xiao Dai glanced towards the courtyard entrance and whispered, "It looked like Sister Bai Ling. She might have been waiting outside for Miss all night." Luo Qingzhou's pupils constricted, and he fell silent. After finishing his meal, he sensed complications ahead. However, he deemed it unnecessary to squander time on unfounded worries. The immediate priority was to strengthen himself. Otherwise, not only would the enchanting Miss Qin look down upon him, but even the coachwoman and the maids would regard him with disdain. In any era, the weak are subjected to scorn. The weak possess no dignity. To attain dignity, one must rely on personal effort. Xiao Dai tidied the dishes, bid him farewell, and left to seek out Xiao and Xiao Tao for lessons. That girl was also striving hard. After lunch, once Xiao Dai departed, he resumed striking the tree trunk in the courtyard, honing his skin. Each part of his body, fists, arms, elbows, back, abdomen, legs, feet, and even neck, was exercised in turn, with increasing force. Bang, 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 bang. The tree, with its bark already cracked, swayed gently under the fierce impacts, producing a dull thud. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he gradually felt exhilarated through the relentless refining. He intensified his efforts, becoming even more ferocious. The heat within him coursed diligently through his acupoints, nourishing his nearly aching skin. As his skin cracked and healed repeatedly, it began to undergo a transformation. The sun silently descended from its zenith to the edge of the horizon, When Luo Qingzhou finally paused, drenched in sweat, it was already evening. As twilight approached, he pouted. Sister Qiu teased me today, saying my mouth is too small for playing the flute. Sister Xiao Tao argued that a smaller mouth plays better. And then everyone erupted in laughter. I still don't know what they were laughing about. Perhaps I should learn the guzheng or pipa instead. While eating, Luo Qingzhou suggested. The little girl, stubborn, replied, No, I must master the flute well to avoid embarrassing the young master. Luo Qingzhou cast her a glance, choosing not to press further. After bathing in the evening, he continued to cultivate his internal energy in his room. When he was about to fall asleep, Xiao Dai entered wearing her nightgown, nestled under his covers, warming his feet while quietly recounting the household gossip she heard from the other maids. Sister Xiao Tao says the second miss is quite remarkable, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though her health is poor and she often falls ill. I intended to ask about the young lady, but everyone turned pale at the mention and refused to say anything. She continued, I heard the eldest young master is quite distinguished in the capital. Sister Qiu mentioned that esteemed guests from Yujing go hunting outside the city every day. Luo Qingzhou held her delicate foot, listening to her incessant chatter. His mind preoccupied with various thoughts, and he did not interject. Eventually, the little girl's voice gradually faded, and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Luo Qingzhou pondered his training for a while longer, and then closed his eyes. Outside the window, the silver moon shone coldly. In the Cheng Guo mansion, Luo Yinyin was still busy in the study. The matriarch, Lady Wang, brought in freshly made pastries and hot tea before quietly retreating. As she stepped into the dim corner of the outer corridor, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a large tree. It was the second steward, Wang Cheng. The two stood separated by a crimson railing. Lady Wang looked elsewhere, her expression grim. Wang Cheng bowed and spoke softly, I have sent someone to keep watch. According to the rules, that young man, having just married, must wait a month before going outside the city to pay respects to his mother. We shall act then. Lady Wang's gaze darkened. You err is at a critical juncture. We must leave no trace. Wang Cheng replied in a hushed tone, Rest assured, madam. The outer mountains harbor wild beasts, and the Haimu forest is home to man-eating monsters. If he were to perish there, his remains would vanish without a trace, and no one would suspect a thing. Even if someone did, there would be no evidence. Lady Wang scrutinized him, narrowing her eyes. Is it reliable? Wang Cheng respectfully responded. The individuals involved are notorious criminals, and I have not revealed my identity. I had Wang Pu approach them, masked and under the cover of night. Lady Wang fell silent, continuing her walk through the corridor. Under the glow of moonlight and lanterns, the fierce expression on her face swiftly faded, returning to calmness and composure. Chapter 24. You smell so good, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after dawn, the muffled sound of fists striking trees echoed from the bamboo grove in the northwestern corner of the moon-listening rain courtyard. The sound began slowly and then gradually quickened, with the force intensifying from light to heavy. First, the fists, then the arms, shoulders, back, legs, and so on, all collided violently against the sturdy trunk of the tree. The skin was like iron, the trunk like a hammer, and internal energy like raging fire. Repeatedly hammering and refining, thousands of times, driving out impurities, forging pure iron. Fearing that his clothes might tear, Luo Qingzhou stripped down to only his shorts after warming up and, in the chill of winter's morning sun, struck the tree bare-skinned, sweating profusely with each violent impact. The skin began to harden, then soften, only to harden again. After numerous repetitions, it began to crack. Pain surged through him. After a brief recovery, he continued the fierce refining, drenched in sweat. Blood seeped from the fissures in his skin, but he did not stop, enduring the pain to hammer relentlessly. The birds in the bamboo grove, initially startled, fluttered about. However, upon realizing that this seemingly deranged young man was merely intent on striking the trees, they settled down. The cold wind rustled the bamboo leaves. Withered yellow leaves fell, carpeting the ground in a thick layer. In the nearby lake, lotus flowers swayed, their green leaves beckoning, and red blossoms nodded, akin to enchanting maidens dancing under the azure sky. The pavilion reflected in the lake, standing silent beneath the winter sun, remained undisturbed. A day slipped by quietly. As the sun set, the lake's surface rippled, the sky ablaze with clouds, and the water sparkled like stars embedded within. enhancing the beauty of the red lotus and intoxicating the willows. The twilight scenery was breathtaking. After finishing his training and drenched in sweat, Luo Qingzhou felt a gnawing hunger. Similar to the lake at Cheng Guo Mansion, the water here was also pleasantly warm, possibly due to the presence of a natural hot spring beneath. Now, covered in sweat and dirt, if he were to go out, he would need to don clean clothes, which would surely become soiled again. It was inconvenient to change water in the wooden tub. Normally, a single tub of water sufficed when clean, but ever since his training began, one tub was no longer adequate. After washing, the entire tub would turn black, rendering it impossible to cleanse properly. The lake's warm water was expansive, making it an ideal bathing spot. Moreover, as evening approached, darkness would soon fall, making it unlikely for anyone to come. Luo Qingzhou resolved not to hesitate any longer. He grabbed his clothes, stepped out of the bamboo grove, glanced towards the distant archway, and carefully surveyed the lake and surrounding area, confirming that no one was present. He then hastily made his way out and, with a splash, leaped into the water in the farthest corner of the lake. A warm stream of water instantly enveloped his entire body. How refreshing! This lake indeed serves as a splendid place for a soak. While the land is frigid, the water is as warm as spring, and being submerged alleviates much of the fatigue and soreness. Due to the stark temperature difference, a mist rises from the lake's surface, creating an ethereal atmosphere. He remains in the water, nearly invisible to anyone who might come close. However, as dusk approaches, he dares not linger. The warmth envelopes him in comfort. Haughty has long since prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting at the door. "You needn't wait for me next time. Feel free to eat first," he remarks. Entering the small courtyard, Luo Qingzhou sits down to enjoy his meal. After an entire day of rigorous training, his stomach has long digested the food, and it began to grumble by afternoon. It seems he must procure more meat in the future. The ancient tome had already stipulated that practitioners must consume ample meat daily to possess the strength to endure their training, thus accelerating the enhancement of their vitality and constitution. The transformation of the skin membrane is also reliant on a continuous influx of energy. For now, the requirements for refining the skin are not overly demanding. However, when it comes to refining flesh and bones, the daily meat intake must significantly increase, with the text indicating that consuming the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts or even demon beasts would yield exceptional results. Yet, now is not the time to fret over future requirements. He must first perfect the skin membrane before contemplating further plans. If he cannot even pass this stage of refining the skin, there would be no point in continuing his training. If the young master does not eat, then I cannot either, Haughty comments, her large eyes widening as she gazes quizzically at his damp hair. "Young master, did you wash your hair? Did you bathe?" Luo Qingzhou sees no need to deceive her. "I washed in the lake ahead." Haughty's eyes widen in shock, her expression one of alarm. "In the lake? You went alone to bathe in the lake? Oh dear, I heard from Sister Chioa that the water there is quite deep. What if something happened to you?" The young girl, visibly frightened, speaks with a trembling voice. In her mind, the young master is delicate and incapable of swimming. She fears he might drown. Luo Qingzhou chuckles, reassuring her, "It's all right. I can swim, and I was merely washing at the edge, where it isn't too deep. Besides, the lake water is like a hot spring. It's very comfortable for bathing. You can join me next time." Upon hearing this, Haughty hurriedly shakes her head. "Young master, I don't want to. Someone might see us there." Luo Qingzhou laughs. "Very few people go there, and we can wait until nightfall to bathe. The mist will conceal us from view." Haughty opens her mouth, her face flushing, casting furtive glances at him, remaining silent. Luo Qingzhou looks up, sensing her thoughts. Does my young master mean to bathe together? How embarrassing. Is it possible every night? At that moment, a melodious voice called out from the entrance. "Young master, are you home?" Haughty jolts back to reality, rushing to open the door. Luo Qingzhou's heart races involuntarily as he recalls the tender moments of the past 2 evenings. The courtyard door swings open, revealing Bai Ling in a pink dress, her presence lively and enchanting. "Young master, still dining? Did you have a hard day studying?" Indeed, she possesses a figure that is quite striking. However, he dares not linger on such thoughts. Bai Ling's late visit must bear significance. He refrains from looking elsewhere, focusing instead on her sweet visage and rosy lips, reminiscent of their shared kiss. Bai Ling arches an eyebrow, standing before him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Were you just stealing glances at my chest, young master? Xiao Dai's eyes widen in astonishment, and the small courtyard falls into a hushed silence. After a moment, Bai Ling giggles, her bright smile illuminating the room. I'm only teasing, young master. I came to inform you that tomorrow, with fair weather, the second young lady wishes to visit the moon viewing pavilion. Since you have yet to meet her since entering the manor, do you wish to see her? Luo Qingzhou hesitates, contemplating for a moment before replying. Perhaps it's best not to meet her. I still have studying to do at home tomorrow. He must prioritize his training. It is said that the second young lady is frail and often remains indoors, and if she is to go out tomorrow, she will likely be busy with various activities. His time cannot be squandered there. Bai Ling's gaze flickers with interest as she smiles. Are you truly not going to meet her? Luo Qingzhou remains silent. Does the second young lady wish to see me? He finally inquires. Bai Ling turns back, saying of course. The second young lady is weak and felt remorseful for not being able to congratulate you at your wedding with the eldest young lady. Now that the weather is pleasant, she wishes to meet you. If she hears that you have declined, she will surely be heartbroken. Luo Qingzhou sighs. How could I ever turn away the second young lady? If she is not concerned about my unworthiness, then I shall meet her tomorrow. Watching Bai Ling's graceful figure depart towards the door, he suddenly asks, Bai Ling, you smell delightful. Is this fragrance something you wear daily? Bai Ling pauses, turning her head back to face him. After a brief moment, she laughs. Is young master hinting at something? I recall mentioning that if you wish to share my bed, you must first seek permission from my lady. Are you planning to speak to her on my behalf? She giggles as she walks away. Chapter 25, Thunder Fist in the early morning. Luo Qingzhou rises, but does not head to the bamboo forest for training. Instead, he practices boxing in the small courtyard for a while. After a light sweat, he ceases his exercise and returns indoors to read by the window. As noon approaches, Luo Qingzhou feels a stir of curiosity. Has the second young lady arrived? Xiao Dai, panting, replies, not the second young lady, but the second young master has come, bringing many books. The second young master? Luo Qingzhou is taken aback, quickly rising to exit the room. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, a tall young man clad in black attire strides in, followed by several young servants carrying 2 baskets of books. This young man is none other than Qin Chuan, the second young master of the Qin family, who bears a striking resemblance to Qin Wenzheng, handsome and dashing. This is not their first encounter. Upon entering, Qin Chuan greets him with a hearty laugh. Qingzhou, I know you're preparing for next year's autumn examination, so I specifically went to the book pavilion to buy you some books. The shopkeeper mentioned these are quite popular among scholars. Do have a look and let me know if you need more. The servants set the baskets down in the courtyard and stand attentively to the side. Luo Qingzhou glances at the books and bows slightly, saying, Thank you, second brother, but I really don't need so many. Qin Chuan chuckles. The more, the merrier. As a scholar, you should read extensively. You spend all your time indoors studying, surely. You need more than just these. Luo Qingzhou feels a twinge of shame. He has focused so much on training that reading has only been an occasional pursuit. In this era, martial prowess is greatly esteemed, especially with the presence of demon beasts and malefactors. Mere talent is of little use when faced with danger. Only through strength can one ensure self-preservation. The servants assist in bringing the books indoors, neatly arranging them on the desk in the corner before departing. Qin Chuan surveys the courtyard and continues, Qingzhou, besides bringing you books today, I also wish to impart a set of boxing techniques to strengthen your physique. You spend all day reading, you lack physical exercise, and your body is too frail. Over time, this could lead to illness. Luo Qingzhou feels a warmth in his heart and promptly expresses his gratitude. Thank you, second brother. Qin Chuan gently patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, We are family. No need for formality. Let's proceed. This small courtyard is too confined. We shall go to the lakeside ahead. Luo Qingzhou followed closely behind as they exited the courtyard. Xiao Dai, aware that the second young lady was visiting today, chose not to accompany them, but instead remained at the entrance, ready to inform her young master of the second young lady's arrival. Following Qin Chuan, Luo Qingzhou arrived at the lakeside of the Yiting Yuan. The sun shone brightly at the lakeside, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The lake shimmered with glistening waves, shrouded in mist, where a flock of egrets leisurely glided among the lotus blossoms. The area was devoid of people, exuding a serene tranquility. Qin Chuan came to a halt by the riverbank and explained this set of boxing techniques is known as Meishan Yingquan, believed to have been created by the Taoist of Meishan. Its movements are gentle and easy to grasp, allowing for a full-body workout. While it lacks any formidable power, it strengthens the physique and calms the mind, greatly benefiting scholars like yourselves. Qingzhou, pay close attention. I will demonstrate it slowly first, then teach you each movement step by step. After concluding his words, Qin Xuan spread his legs, slightly bent his knees, and rounded his arms, beginning to execute the movements. With punches and arm extensions, he stepped forward and gazed back, sometimes resembling a monkey standing tall to gaze at the moon, at other times like a squirrel gracefully gathering fruits, and occasionally like a proud pine tree standing firm against the wind. Indeed, the movements were smooth and fluid, akin to clouds drifting lazily, making it appear exceedingly accessible. Luo Qingzhou stood beside him, observing intently, imprinting every move into his memory. The sequence was not extensive. Upon completing the set, Qin Xuan appeared neither flushed nor breathless, remaining composed as ever. He smiled faintly and remarked, "For martial practitioners, watching a few times is sufficient to grasp it. However, for scholars, it may present some difficulty. Certain movements may prove challenging for you, but worry not. Take your time, as the goal is merely to strengthen your body, with no need for haste. Now, let me teach you each movement in turn." With that, Qin Xuan demonstrated the initial stance. Luo Qingzhou followed suit, bending his knees and extending his arms. Qin Xuan glanced over and exclaimed, "Very standard. Qingzhou, your stance does not resemble that of a soft, feeble scholar." Luo Qingzhou then slowly executed a punch. Qin Xuan's eyes brightened as he remained still and encouraged, "Continue. Perform all the movements you remember. Those you forget can be set aside for now." Luo Qingzhou delivered another punch, then stepped forward, extending his arms and throwing another punch. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, like a river coursing freely. Qin Xuan's astonishment deepened as he ceased his practice, holding his breath in concentration to observe closely. In Luo Qingzhou's mind, the movements he had just witnessed remained vividly clear, and he performed them effortlessly. After more than 10 minutes, he completed the entire set without omitting a single movement. Qin Xuan, watching in disbelief, asked Qingzhou, "Have you learned this set of boxing techniques before?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head, replying, "I memorized everything while you were practicing just now." Qin Xuan, taken aback, remarked, "Your memory is quite formidable, isn't it?" Luo Qingzhou humbly responded, "I have to memorize text daily, so I've gradually honed this skill. These movements are relatively simple and few in number, which is why I can remember them. If they were more complex or numerous, I would certainly struggle." This statement, of course, was a fabrication. His photographic memory allowed him to recall everything effortlessly. Qin Xuan continued to gaze at him in surprise. Indeed, the movements of this boxing set are easy to remember, but the ability to execute them all with such ease is no small feat. Have you practiced boxing before? Luo Qingzhou had been anticipating this question and replied, "I have occasionally practiced haphazardly. No one taught me. I merely learned a few moves by stealthily observing Luo Yu practicing. Sometimes when I felt sore from studying, I would practice a few times in the courtyard, and it felt much better." Qin Xuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Luo Yu? How could he have allowed you to see him while he was training?" He then added, "It is not entirely impossible. You are a scholar and have never trained in martial arts, so he likely had no defenses against you." Luo Qingzhou clarified, "I only caught a glimpse of a few moves, and I might be executing them incorrectly." Understanding dawned on Qin Xuan as he nodded and said, "Qingzhou, demonstrate a few moves for me, and I will see if I recognize them." Without hesitation, Luo Qingzhou assumed a stance and began to practice. He had only learned a few moves and deliberately executed them in a soft and unthreatening manner. Since refining his body, even these few moves possessed considerable power, but he could not reveal this yet. After merely 2 moves, Qin Xuan recognized them and chuckled. "Ah, so this is Ben Lei Quan. I was wondering how he could have inadvertently allowed you to witness it." Luo Qingzhou paused and asked, "Second brother, is this called Ben Lei Quan?" I observed that he practiced it slowly at first, gradually increasing speed and volume, which gave an impressive presence. Qin Xuan explained with a smile. This set of boxing techniques was once widely practiced. In the past, martial artists would typically start with this set. However, due to its grand gestures and lack of real power, progress proved difficult, and it gradually fell out of favor. Grand gestures, yet little power? Luo Qingzhou felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing this. He had hoped the second young master would teach him this set of techniques, but it seemed merely ornamental and ineffective. Qin Chuan continued, "It is said that this boxing technique was brought out by a martial master from a tomb, and after teaching his disciples, it spread further. The initial claim was that when perfected, this technique could produce thunderous sounds and impressive force, striking like a celestial thunderbolt, even allowing for distant attacks that could include lightning, thereby possessing substantial power. However, over the centuries, no one has ever mastered it, and practitioners found it to be grand in appearance, but lacking in substance, inferior to other techniques, leading to its gradual obsolescence. Only a handful of martial artists occasionally use it for warm-ups or to intimidate ignorant commoners. However, considering the character of the opponent, it seemed unlikely that they would easily relent. With this thought, Luo Qingzhou felt a tightening in his chest, increasingly resolved to train diligently and become even stronger. Everything he currently possessed must not be taken from him again. "Second brother, do you know the complete form of this boxing technique? Could you teach it to me?" Though this set of techniques sounded somewhat impractical, it was indeed suitable for his current learning. He could not boldly approach the second young master for other martial skills, as both he and Luo Yu were preparing for examinations, making it impossible to expose any of his martial abilities beforehand. Furthermore, despite the seemingly absurd and overambitious nature of his goal, he had set his sights on participating in the recruitment examination of the Long Hu Academy in Mo City next year. He aimed to defeat the proud second master of the Cheng Guo Mansion before all present, bringing his efforts to naught. Since he intended to participate in next year's recruitment examination, it would be inconvenient to ask Qin Chuan for other techniques. Qin Chuan nodded. "Of course I can teach you. If you truly wish to learn, I can begin instructing you now. However, this technique is far more complex and challenging than the previous Mei Shanyan Quan." Luo Qingzhou clasped his hands together and replied, "If second brother is not in a hurry, I shall learn it slowly." Qin Chuan laughed. "Very well. Although you have not practiced martial arts, this technique may not yield significant results, but for you, strengthening your body will suffice." Qingzhou watched closely. With that, he took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch. The willows by the lake, seemingly stirred by an unseen wind, began to sway. Chapter 26. The second young lady of the Qin family. Boom, boom, boom. As Qin Chuan's punches grew faster and more forceful, the sound of the wind generated by his strikes echoed like thunder, approaching from afar. Luo Qingzhou stood beside him, focused intently on the display. Each move, whether slow or swift, was meticulously etched into his mind. Ben Lei Quan was significantly more intricate than the previous Mei Shanyan Quan. Its movements were more elaborate and required a transformation of strength from light to heavy and speed from slow to fast. By the time he completed a set, even Qin Chuan was slightly breathless. "Qingzhou, pay attention. I shall demonstrate it once more." Without pausing, Qin Chuan resumed his practice. Luo Qingzhou remained silent, shifting his gaze to continue observing intently, etching every detail into his memory. Once more, Qin Chuan appeared invigorated. After completing the second round, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he seemed even more spirited, striking with increasing vigor. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of his punches resonated, filling the air with a startling intensity. Luo Qingzhou distinctly felt a wave of heat rush towards him, prompting him to step back a few paces, his eyes never leaving Qin Chuan's every subtle movement. Upon finishing the third round, Qin Chuan exhaled heavily, his face flushed, and with a breathless smile remarked, "It has been a long time since I practiced the Ben Lei fist. Today, it feels quite exhilarating." With that, he suddenly directed a punch towards a nearby willow tree. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The sturdy willow trembled. Surprisingly, the hard bark struck by his fist softened instantly, while the resilient wood within was indented and splintered into fine fibers. Such astonishing power in a casual punch. Qin Chuan withdrew his fist, chuckling. "I had been building up my energy without releasing it, which felt unsatisfying. This punch, however, has been quite gratifying." Luo Qingzhou clasped his hands respectfully, genuinely admiring, "Second brother, your fist technique is remarkable." It became evident that during the previous demonstration of the Ben Lei fist, his opponent had merely conserved energy and struck with only a semblance of the technique, not unleashing its true might. Perhaps he had perceived Luo Qingzhou's frail demeanor and feared causing him harm or fright. Thus, it appeared that the Benlay fist was not as ineffective as it initially seemed. At the very least, it held some power once mastered, making it perfectly suitable for a novice like him who lacked resources and guidance. Come, Qingzhou, give it a try. If you struggle, I shall teach you again. First, remember the movements. Do not exert too much force, or else the practice may become exhausting. Qin Chuan wiped his fist, preparing to instruct from the sidelines. Luo Qingzhou assumed the stance, inhaling deeply, and began to practice slowly. After only a few punches, a soft yet melodious voice unexpectedly called from behind, "Second brother, why are you here bullying my husband?" Qin Chuan burst into laughter. "Weima, do not wrong second brother. He is merely teaching Qingzhou how to punch. How could that be bullying?" Luo Qingzhou quickly retracted his fists and turned to look. At the entrance, a delicate figure, supported by a maid, approached gracefully like a willow swaying in the wind. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Qin Jinjia's. Though not as ethereal as her, she was still enchanting. However, her complexion was pale, as she appeared exceedingly fragile, as though a mere gust could topple her. At that moment, a gentle smile adorned her face as she softly remarked, "My husband is a scholar. He is capable of reading, but surely cannot punch. If second brother is teaching him to punch, isn't that bullying?" She then offered a modest smile towards Luo Qingzhou, slightly lowering her head, and called softly, "Husband." Qin Chuan, with a beaming expression, ceased to argue further. Qin Weima chuckled. "You can simply call me Weima." She then lowered her head slightly again, gently stating, "I should have congratulated you during the wedding with my sister, but regrettably, I was unwell and could not attend. I hope you do not hold it against me." Luo Qingzhou quickly lowered his head. "Miss, you are too kind." Although the young lady spoke politely, he dared not address her casually. Being a son-in-law, his status was humble, and he ought to be grateful for any kindness shown to him, but he must not overstep or forget propriety. In this era, one could not simply call a young lady by her given name. Furthermore, this was their first meeting, and their relationship was not yet intimate. Qin Weima gazed at him with a smile, not pressing further, and softly praised, "While in the house, I often hear the maids speak of how handsome my husband is. I thought they were merely flattering, but upon seeing you today, it is indeed true." With a playful smile, her beautiful eyes sparkled like the moon. "Weima may compliment my husband, but my husband must not praise me so. If my sister learns of this, it would not be favorable, and besides, I am but a firefly compared to the bright moon that is my sister." Observing the mutual flattery, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. "Enough. We are family. There is no need for such formality or praise. Just be yourselves and enjoy each other's company." "Qingzhou, Weima has finally come out. Let's conclude our practice for today. If you have any questions or forget anything, feel free to seek me out or have a maid fetch me. I must accompany Weima to the boat to gather some lotus pods, as she adores the lotus seeds from the lake." Luo Qingzhou nodded, preparing to take his leave. Immediately, Qin Weima softly invited, "Husband, come along. It is time for lunch. After we gather the lotus seeds, we can dine together at Wangyue Tower." Upon hearing this, both the maids and Qin Chuan looked at her in astonishment. This was her first time proactively inviting a male to Wangyue Tower. Even Qin Chuan, her brother, had merely accompanied her to row the boat and gather lotus without being invited to the upper floors or sharing a meal with her. Was it the youth's poetic charm that stirred her heart that night, or was it her innate compassion for his humble circumstances? Throughout her life, she had always been gentle and kind-hearted, unable to bear the sight of those in distress or hear tales of misfortune. All eyes turned toward the young man. The maids, witnessing his rejection of the second lady's invitation, were not only astonished but also indignant. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, seemingly contemplating urging him. Luo Qingzhou said no more, bowed respectfully, and took his leave from the siblings, departing swiftly. This fellow spends all his time hiding away to read. He finally emerges once, and when given a direct invitation, he refuses it. Indeed, a stubborn and pedantic scholar. Qin Chuan shook his head in resignation, observing his retreating figure. Qin Weima smiled faintly, saying no more, and softly remarked, "Second brother, let us proceed to the boat." "Very well, I will head down first. Take your time." Qin Chuan agreed and immediately walked towards the lakeside where the small boat was anchored. Luo Qingzhou paused momentarily, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her delicate, youthful lips. Chapter 27. I only like you in the small courtyard. A beauty inhaled the fragrant flowers, the subtle scent wafting through the air. Luo Qingzhou stood still, quietly watching, not wishing to intrude. Moments later, Bai Ling opened her eyes, lifting her head to look at him, revealing two faint dimples. Son-in-law, do you find her beautiful? Luo Qingzhou hesitated before replying. Indeed, beautiful. Bai Ling, with a hint of a smile, clarified, I meant the second lady. Luo Qingzhou met her gaze and replied, I was referring to the second lady as well. A brief silence enveloped them. Bai Ling smiled gently, then lowered her head to sniff the flowers in her hand. Before looking at him again, son-in-law, there are many such flowers in the garden ahead. Some have just bloomed, while others are nearing their end. If not picked, they would go to waste. Luo Qingzhou regarded her, remaining silent. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. Do you understand what I'm saying? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. With a sigh, Bai Ling softly expressed, girls adore such flowers. Even if they do not like them, they appreciate receiving them. If someone were to present one daily, it would bring even greater happiness. Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered as he admired her lovely features. Then starting tomorrow, I shall pick one for Miss Bai Ling every day. Bai Ling was taken aback, looking at him curiously. Son-in-law, why would you want to give them to me? I meant you should present them to my lady. Although you do not reside together, you should visit her daily to offer your respects, check on her, and conveniently bring a flower to express your concern. I assumed you already knew this. I had to remind you. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily stunned. She likely would not welcome my visits, would she? Bai Ling replied earnestly. Regardless of whether my lady welcomes it or not, you should go. You are a couple living in such close proximity. Is it not natural to meet daily? Only through daily encounters can one nurture feelings. Moreover, it is customary for the son-in-law to pay his respects each day. With a slight huff, she pouted and remarked, could it be that the son-in-law has grown weary of the young lady after just sharing a room? Luo Qingzhou fixed his gaze upon her eyes, paused in silence, and suddenly said, Miss Bai Ling, I have a humble request, and I hope you might grant it. A glimmer flickered in Bai Ling's gaze as she smiled. Please. Do tell, son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou looked at her earnestly. Might I embrace you, Miss Bai Ling? Is that permissible? Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a soft laugh, her bright eyes sparkling. Son-in-law, I cannot acquiesce to that request unless you seek permission from my young lady. As I mentioned, should my young lady agree, I would gladly serve as your intimate maid. Observing her charming demeanor, Luo Qingzhou clarified, I merely wish for a brief embrace, with no ulterior motives. Bai Ling shook her head resolutely. That is out of the question. Men and women should not engage in such intimacy, especially since you are my family as son-in-law. If the master and mistress were to catch sight of this, I would surely face dire consequences. Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered as he contemplated his next words. Yet Bai Ling stood up, presenting him with the freshly plucked flower she had just gathered. Son-in-law, I must attend to my young lady now. Here are the flowers for you. Remember to visit her daily, preferably in the evening. Luo Qingzhou paused, accepting the flowers while stealing a glance at her lips. He suddenly inquired, Miss Bai Ling, may I request your presence tonight when I visit your young lady? Bai Ling's eyes sparkled playfully. Do you truly hold such affection for me, son-in-law? Luo Qingzhou met her gaze and replied, Naturally, I'm fond of a beauty such as yourself. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow at his words. Is it only beauty that captures your heart, son-in-law? What of Xia Chan, the second young lady? Surely she is more beautiful than I. Do you find favor with her as well? Luo Qingzhou responded earnestly. My heart only belongs to you. Miss Bai Ling chuckled, akin to a delicate flower blooming. Her sweetness intoxicating. Your words leave me quite flattered, son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou pressed. Is it permissible? Bai Ling's smile dimmed slightly as she scrutinized him for a few moments, then replied, It is indeed permissible, provided you have the courage to say so, and if my young lady consents, I am at your mercy. With that, she waved her delicate hand, and, in her flowing pink skirt, gracefully departed. Stunned for a moment, he leaned down to inhale the fragrance of the flowers. Indeed, they were delightful. Yet, the scent was not quite the same as the one lingering in his dreams. The previous inquiry had yielded no discernible flaws, nor had he heard any unspoken thoughts from her. Was he truly to risk the wrath of that young lady Xia Chan, facing her sword, while attempting to probe the heart of the esteemed Miss Qin? Perhaps he could glean the thoughts of Miss Qin. From the wedding ceremony until now, he had not heard her speak. Could she be mute? After a moment's reflection, he resolved to proceed. Tonight, he would venture to find out, hoping to witness or hear some unforeseen delight. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already afternoon. Closing his eyes, he sought tranquility. His mind replayed the set of thunderous punches demonstrated by the second young Master Qin Chuan. Each movement vividly appeared before him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, opening his eyes anew. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and struck again, transitioning from slow to swift, from light to heavy. Midway through, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Simultaneously, his arms and legs felt as if they were laden with lead, growing increasingly heavy. This technique was indeed extraordinary. Luo Qingzhou felt more exhilarated than disheartened. Expending his utmost effort, he slowed his pace yet continued to pour strength into his arms, finishing the remaining forms. By the end, he was soaked with perspiration, his clothes drenched. Just as he concluded, he suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. He quickly steadied himself, stepping forward with aching, heavy limbs, unsteadily making his way to the stone table, where he felt a wave of muscle soreness and fatigue wash over him, as if all his energy had been drained. Clearly, he had been overly eager. This martial art was not for ordinary practitioners, but rather a specialized technique for warriors. He had yet to master the basics, and was attempting to emulate the speed and strength of the second young master. Was that not an exercise in futility? What he should do now was to practice at a measured pace, gradually familiarizing himself with the forms until he could perform them seamlessly. Only then should he focus on speed. Once he had mastered speed and successfully refined his body, he could then learn about strength. Only through such a progression could he truly cultivate his inner power. Nothing could be achieved in haste, especially not cultivation. He must adhere to the steps, advancing slowly and surely, avoiding impatience. Otherwise, failing to master the technique would be trivial compared to the risk of injury, which would yield far greater losses. After resting for half an hour, evening arrived. He seated himself by the window, reading for a while. Ah, young master, did you pick these flowers? The stone table in the small courtyard held the flowers left by Bai Ling. Upon seeing them, Xiao Dai expressed her surprise, lifting them to her nose to inhale their fragrance. Luo Qingzhou regarded the flowers in her hand, contemplating the bold act he was about to undertake. Feeling a sense of heroic melancholy akin to the chill of the waters of Yishui, knowing that once he embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. Xiao Dai, do not disturb the flowers. I intend to present them to someone. Ah, young master, who are you giving them to? He cannot be certain. Chapter 28. Paying respects to the young lady under the moonlight, at the hour of the dog, a silvery glow illuminated the surroundings as a gentle breeze wafted through. Luo Qingzhou, holding the bouquet left by Bai Ling, accompanied Xiao Dai to the courtyard where Miss Qin resided. After hesitating at the entrance for a moment, he approached and knocked on the door. Just as he tapped twice, the door swung open, revealing Bai Ling. Her expression won a surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, it is you, son-in-law. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Upon noticing the flowers in his hand, she smiled. "Ah, you have come to pay your respects to the young lady. Please come in." Bai Ling opened the door with a smile and stepped aside. Luo Qingzhou glanced inside, but did not see the young lady named Xia Chan, feeling a sense of relief as he quietly inquired, "Is Miss Xia Chan not present?" Bai Ling immediately raised her voice. "Are you here to see Xia Chan, son-in-law?" "She's indeed here. Turn to call inside," she shouted. "Chan Chan, the son-in-law has come to see you and has brought flowers. Come out and greet him." A chill suddenly swept from within the room. Luo Qingzhou quickly clarified, "I have come to pay my respects to the young lady." With that, he mustered his courage and stepped inside, flowers in hand. The moonlight bathed the courtyard, illuminating a delicate figure in white seated at the stone table, lost in contemplation of the moonlight. Not far behind her in the shadows stood a girl clad in pale green, arms crossed, cradling a sword, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon him. He did not extend the flowers, for he sensed they would not be welcomed. Qin Jianjiao remained transfixed by the moonlight on the table, not acknowledging him nor uttering a word. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Luo Qingzhou raised his head to meet her beautiful yet profound eyes resembling the night sky. Yet, he heard not a single thought from her. A disdainful huff echoed from the shadows. The young lady Xia Chan's eyes glinted with cold light, her sword seemingly itching for action. Luo Qingzhou's heart sank as he lowered his head, not daring to gaze further. In that moment, he felt a flicker of hesitation. He considered making his exit, eager to escape this oppressive atmosphere. However, reason reminded him that he must clarify this matter. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and spoke. "Young lady, I find it quite chilly to sleep alone at night. If it is inconvenient for you, may I request Bai Ling to keep me company?" After uttering this, he once more directed his gaze toward the young lady before him. However, to his disappointment, the other party remained in a daze, her exquisite visage and beautiful eyes reflecting an imperturbable calm. A mute? Luo Qingzhou raised his gaze towards the cold maiden standing in the shadows. Once with her arms crossed, she had now lowered them, one hand gripping a sword, the other a clenched fist, her gaze icy and seemingly ready to draw her weapon. Yet, Luo Qingzhou still could not hear her thoughts. Nonetheless, he distinctly sensed her murderous intent. He turned his attention to the figure standing by the door, Bai Ling, whose expression was one of innocence and fright as she spoke. "Young master, how can you say such things? You just married the young lady, and only 2 nights ago you shared a bed with her. How can you utter such words?" Luo Qingzhou fixed his gaze into her eyes, but discerned nothing of her inner thoughts. Tonight, risking his life, he had achieved absolutely nothing. "I refuse to sleep with a young master." "Young lady, do not acquiesce to his demands," Bai Ling pleaded, appearing pitifully frightened. After speaking, she lowered her head and retreated. As he passed by Bai Ling, he extended the flowers he held towards her. Bai Ling quickly clasped her hands behind her back, shaking her head in a flustered and bashful manner. "No, I don't want them, young master. Please give them to the young lady, or to Xiachan." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and directly tucked the flowers in her collar, then exited the small courtyard. The courtyard remained silent. After the master and servant had departed for quite some time, Bai Ling finally took the flowers from her chest and approached, respectfully placing them on the stone table. The courtyard still echoed with silence, save for the sound of the night breeze. After a long while, Bai Ling quietly remarked, "The young master is so bold." Just as Xiao Dai entered the kitchen, he suddenly added, "No need to boil water. Let us go to the lake instead. It is more comfortable there." Feeling unwell and fatigued tonight, he desired to soak in a hot spring to soothe both body and spirit. Xiao Dai promptly emerged from the kitchen, saying, "Young master, the lake is dangerous. Perhaps we should not go?" Still concerned, Xiao Dai was about to continue persuading him when he added, "You should also fetch a set of clean clothes. We can soak together later. It will be quite pleasant, and I assure you, you will not wish to wash indoors again." Xiao Dai's heart raced, her cheeks suddenly flushing. "Oh," she murmured, lowering her head and saying no more, turning to enter her own room, her heart pounding. The two of them retrieved their clothes and approached the large gate of the courtyard, making their way towards the moonlit Tingyu courtyard. Along the way, Xiao Dai's face was flushed, and she cast anxious glances around, as if she were a thief, fearful of encountering others. Although it was night and the lake was shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible for anyone to see, the thought of bathing in the open lake was still somewhat shameful for a girl who had never exposed herself outside. Upon entering the archway, Luo Qingzhou carefully surveyed the lakeside and its surroundings. Seeing that no one was present, he led Xiao Dai along the lakeside towards the northwestern corner. Upon reaching the most secluded area, Luo Qingzhou instructed Xiao Dai to crouch down. They nestled among the flowers, holding their breath and focusing intently. After meticulously scanning the vicinity and listening for any sounds, he was finally assured that they were indeed alone. "All right, Xiao Dai, take off your clothes. I will go down first to check the depth," he instructed. Although the lake was not very deep, Xiao Dai was only about 1.50 meters tall. Should she accidentally sink into the mud or a pit, it would pose a problem. Whether she screamed or was frightened, it would lead to an unpleasant experience. Luo Qingzhou turned his back to her, quickly shedding his garments before entering the water. The moment he immersed himself in the warm water, a wave of comfort washed over him, causing him to shudder slightly. He surfaced, moving around to gauge the area before calling out softly to the shore, "Xiao Dai, you can come down now. It is very shallow here." Hidden among the flowers at the water's edge, Xiao Dai's face flushed as she hesitated for some time before shyly loosening the sash around her waist and slowly removing her dress. Luo Qingzhou moved 3 meters away. The lake's surface was veiled in white mist, making it difficult to discern anything beyond the head of a person submerged in the water, rendering the possibility of peeping at Xiao Dai's body non-existent. Besides, the girl was slender and still developing, there was little of interest to see. At most, he could playfully admire her delicate feet. Moreover, Xiao Dai was inherently his. If he wished to see, he had no need for furtiveness. Luo Qingzhou settled himself on a rock in the shallows, exposing his neck and head, feeling utterly refreshed while his mind conjured images of meridian charts. Suddenly, he recalled the martial arts technique recorded in the manual, Mei Hua Fen Fei. He intended to soak in a hot spring while mentally reviewing the technique to ascertain if it contained any difficulties akin to the Benlei fist. Young master, I am coming down. Splash! Just as Xiao Dai finished speaking, her foot slipped, and she plunged head-first into the lake. The thin mist swirled, and water splashed everywhere. A flash of white glimmered in the moonlight. Soon, two delicate white feet appeared above the water, inverted. Xiao Dai had only just revealed her slender feet when Luo Qingzhou was taken aback and rushed forward to pull her up from the water. Xiao Dai's eyes widened. Her forehead and hair caked with mud, her petite frame trembling violently in his arms. Luo Qingzhou assumed she was startled from her fall and was about to soothe her when he noticed her pale face, pointing towards the mist-laden lake, trembling as she exclaimed, "Young master, there is a monster below." Chapter 29. The ghostly face beneath the lake. The moonlight cascaded down as the two stood in the shadows of the corner. Nearby, the lake's surface rippled from their movements, shimmering under the moonlight. Yet, all appeared normal. Upon hearing the word monster, Luo Qingzhou's heart involuntarily tightened as he gazed at the expansive lake shrouded in mist. What sort of monster? Holding the trembling girl in his arms, he focused on the area she was pointing at. Xiao Dai's delicate body quivered in his embrace as she fearfully uttered, "A face, down there." Luo Qingzhou's heart sank, and he immediately released her, whispering, "Xiao Dai, stay here and do not move. I will check." Without daring to hesitate, he quickly crouched and submerged himself. "Young master." Xiao Dai stood rooted in place, her body weak and trembling, her face etched with terror and concern. Once submerged, Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and followed the direction she had indicated. Just one glance sent a jolt of fear through him, nearly causing him to leap from the water. In the murky light, 5 meters away on the lakebed, loomed a grotesque face emanating an eerie green glow. At first glance, it seemed to be grinning sinisterly at him from the depths. Luo Qingzhou suppressed his fear and scrutinized it closely, soon realizing something was amiss. The ghastly visage remained stationary, its expression unchanged, its eyes unblinking, and there was no body behind it. It appeared to be merely a face, standing alone. Doubts flooded his mind as he examined it further, then resurfaced, addressing the trembling Xiao Dai beside him. "Do not fear, it is not a monster. Wait here for me. I will return shortly." Since cultivating that set of internal martial arts, he could now hold his breath for over 20 minutes, moving freely underwater without needing to surface. He swiftly swam towards it. The closer he got, the more he discerned that the ghastly face was devoid of life, and thus could not possibly be a monster. When he finally reached it and clearly saw its features, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It was indeed a ghostly face, but merely a vividly crafted green mask. As for the faint green glow it emitted, it was due to a small copper mirror beneath it, reflecting the moonlight that fell upon the water's surface. Luo Qingzhou reached out and picked up the ghostly mask. This mask, made of an unknown material, was lightweight, soft, and slightly translucent, feeling quite pleasant to the touch, as if it could be seamlessly worn on the face. The lake water was warm, and despite being submerged for an unknown duration, the mask showed no signs of damage. Luo Qingzhou squeezed it firmly and tugged at it a few times, marveling at its resilience, as it bore no marks of rupture. His gaze shifted to the copper mirror, partially buried in the silt, and he retrieved it. The oval mirror, no larger than a palm, was adorned with peculiar engravings. At the top of the frame, one side depicted a silver moon, while the other displayed a sun, revealing two reflective surfaces. Not wanting to alarm Xiao Dai, he quickly surfaced with the copper mirror and mask in hand. Upon seeing him emerge safely, Xiao Dai was overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou swam closer, raising the copper mirror and mask to reassure her. "Xiao Dai, it's not a monster. It's merely a mask and a mirror." The mirror reflects the moonlight onto the mask, giving it that monstrous appearance. However, Xiao Dai, still apprehensive, looked at the ghostly mask in his hands and urged, "Young master, Please throw it away. It's so disgusting." With a flick of her hand, she tossed it onto the shore. The small copper mirror appeared quite charming. Luo Qingzhou rinsed in the water and held it up to see his reflection, suddenly noticing how vividly illuminated he appeared. This corner had no moonlight. He examined it closely. The face reflected in the mirror had a brightness that was markedly different from his actual visage, appearing much more radiant. How peculiar. He paused, and then leaned in to show the mirror to Xiao Dai. The reflection of Xiao Dai also appeared brighter. Luo Qingzhou observed her for a while, alternating between glancing at her and the reflection, realizing that this mirror indeed possessed an oddity. He abruptly flipped the mirror over and reflected it toward Xiao Dai again, and his face registered surprise. The other side of the mirror revealed Xiao Dai's reflection, which was significantly darker than her real appearance, even exuding an eerie aura. He quickly turned it back to his own face. The mirror now cast a shadowy reflection of him as well. Upon closer inspection, it emanated a chilling sense of foreboding. "Young master, this mirror is quite strange," Xiao Dai remarked with curiosity, not pondering further. Luo Qingzhou scrutinized the two reflective surfaces of the copper mirror, finally uncovering a clue. Above the bright reflecting side, there was an engraving of the sun, while the dark reflecting side bore an engraving of the moon. Day and night? A mirror of the sun and moon? As he caressed the copper mirror in his hand, he marveled inwardly. Could it truly be a treasure? Regardless of its worth, this copper mirror was undeniably intriguing and certainly not something to discard. "Xiao Dai, it's time for a bath. Be cautious not to dehydrate from prolonged soaking." With wide eyes, Xiao Dai queried, "Young master, what does dehydration mean?" Luo Qingzhou then realized how closely they stood, nearly touching. The youthful fragrance she exuded and the mist that wafted from her lips brushed against his face, tickling him. The little girl was fair and delicate. When he had held her earlier, she had felt as slick as a fish. Now her lovely figure, bare and immersed in the water, combined with her large, blinking eyes and flushed cheeks, was quite alluring. However, she was still but a budding flower, yet to bloom. Dehydration means if you soak too long in water, the water in your body will be drawn out by the water around you, and then you will be in danger, Luo Qingzhou explained in simple terms. Xiao Dai's eyes widened. "Quickly wash up then." Luo Qingzhou began to scrub himself, turning his back. To his surprise, the little girl behind him bashfully murmured, "No wonder I couldn't help but pee just now." So it was indeed due to being enticed. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, Chapter 30, The Sun and Moon Treasure Mirror. Clearly, she had been frightened. He inwardly scoffed at the little girl for trying to deceive herself and climbed the ladder of excuses. However, such shameful words need not be spoken aloud. It was likely that she felt guilty for having done so while he held her, thinking he had discovered her secret. Thus she had to brazenly justify herself. After bathing, they took their changed clothes and left. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiao Dai went to the kitchen to heat water for laundry. Much like in the lake, the side of the mirror engraved with the sun continued to reflect a bright image, while the side engraved with the moon maintained a dark reflection. Whether in darkness or moonlight, or under the flicker of an oil lamp, the effect remained the same. Luo Qingzhou found it quite fascinating. However, after examining it closely for quite some time, he discerned no further clues. Perhaps the material used for the mirror's surface was unique. Reflecting on this, he decided not to squander more time on such an object and casually placed the mirror on his desk. He then retrieved the ghostly mask. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to discard it, but rather stored it in a drawer. Removing his shoes and climbing into bed, he closed his eyes to meditate. Soon, he was immersed in tranquility. A warm current began to flow through his abdomen, navigating the acupoints that manifested in his mind with practiced ease. Time slipped away quietly. After Xiao Dai finished washing the clothes and tidying up outside, she closed the door and came in. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and lay back down. "Young master, what were you doing?" Xiao Dai approached the bedside, her curiosity piqued. Contemplating, Luo Qingzhou replied. Xiao Dai said nothing more, removed her shoes and socks, climbed into bed, and nestled under the covers. After a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed, and she pressed her feet against his hand. After all, her body and heart belonged to the young master. He could do as he pleased. She willingly accepted. Luo Qingzhou held her delicate, soft little foot, caressing it for a moment before suddenly asking, "Xiao Dai, what do you think of Miss Bai Ling?" Xiao Dai, blushing, hesitated for a moment before responding. "Sister Bai Ling is very nice. She is kind to everyone. Why do you ask about her, young master? Luo Qingzhou fell silent, staring at the canopy above. Lost in thought. After a while, he murmured, I would rather marry her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai also fell silent for a moment before sighing gently, young master. Although Miss Bai Ling has been indifferent towards you and has never spoken to you, you have already married her and shared a bridal chamber. So such words should not be uttered. Bridal chamber? Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered in the darkness, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I have shared a bridal chamber. Even twice. However what? Xiao Dai asked, puzzled. Oh, what indeed? I simply wish to hold you while sleeping. Is that unwelcome? I am willing. Xiao Dai's face turned crimson as she quickly sat up, then lowered her head and crawled over from the covers, obediently curling up in his embrace like a little kitten, her eyes squinting in shyness and happiness. Luo Qingzhou gently held her petite and tender form, his heart swelling with affection. No matter the circumstances, he now had a home. He could eat his fill and stay warm, unafraid of the wind and sun, no longer wandering aimlessly each night. He had a sweet and lovely girl to share his bed with, far happier than in that era. Certainly, it was more blissful than in the Cheng Guo residence. So, what was there to be dissatisfied about? There was no need to dwell on this matter. It was not worth it. He would not let down those who loved him, and he would ignore those who did not. Wasn't that quite satisfactory? He should have let go long ago. As for who shared the bridal chamber with him, what did it matter? As long as it wasn't a man, that sufficed. Regardless of whether it was her true self or someone acting in her stead, there was no necessity for him to squander time and energy on such matters. After all, he bore no loss. With these thoughts clarified, a sense of enlightenment washed over him, elevating his spirits considerably. Cradling the delicate girl in his arms, holding her tender little hand, and inhaling her youthful fragrance, he closed his eyes, resolving to indulge in a pleasant dream that night. Tomorrow, he would resume his cultivation. The flushed face of Xiao Dai pressed against his chest, her eyes closed in shyness and anxiety as she awaited for what felt like an eternity. Only when she heard his steady breathing did she let out a silent sigh of disappointment. The young master often remarked on her youth. Yet many girls her age were already married. Perhaps his reference to her youth was not about her age at all. She quietly raised her hand to touch her own chest, pondering that Sister Bai Ling, Sister Xiaochan, Sister Qiu'er, Sister Xiao Tao, and all the young ladies were more developed than she was. Oh dear, the young master truly found her lacking. The little girl's thoughts wandered until she finally dozed off in a daze in the dead of night. Suddenly, a cat's meow pierced the stillness outside the window. A shadow darted over the courtyard wall, leaping onto the rooftop and vanishing in an instant. Moonlight filtered through the intricately carved window lattice, spilling into the room, illuminating the floor and the desk before the window. On the desk, a copper mirror casually placed by Luo Qingzhou reflected the moonlight from its side, engraved with the moon. The reflected moonlight dimmed, gradually shrouded by a thin mist that obscured the mirror's surface. The moonlight scattered upon the mirror began to flicker gently. Subsequently, countless minuscule specks, akin to dust and invisible to the naked eye, were extracted from the moonlight by the mirror, slowly coalescing within it. The night quietly slipped away, and soon dawn broke. The moon faded into the clouds, and on the surface of the copper mirror appeared a drop of ink-black liquid, quietly resting there. As the sun rose, the chirping of sparrows echoed outside. When Luo Qingzhou awoke, the person in his embrace had already vanished. The sounds of Xiao Dai sweeping and shooing away sparrows could be heard in the courtyard. After lying in bed for a while, he finally got up. Xiao Dai brought him warm water, assisting him with his morning routine, then went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. After finishing his meal, Xiao Dai stepped out to find Qiu'er and Xiao Tao to continue their studies. As he settled down, he noticed the drop of liquid on the mirror's surface resembling ink. Confusion washed over him. Where did this drop of ink come from? He extended his index finger to touch the drop. But just as he was about to inspect it closely, the ink suddenly behaved like a living entity, swiftly entering his finger through his pores, vanishing without a trace. This shock was truly extraordinary. Chapter 31. The success of cultivation, where did it go? Luo Qingzhou's eyes widened as he stared at the spot on his fingertip where the ink had disappeared. Remarkably, not a single trace remained. After a few moments of dazed contemplation, he vigorously shook his finger as if trying to dislodge whatever had just entered. But it was futile. He then used his other hand to squeeze, attempting to force it out, yet to no avail. What on earth was it? A sense of unease gripped his heart as he turned his gaze back to the mirror. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the moon-engraved surface of the mirror. Strangely, the mirror remained shrouded in darkness. Even the bright sunlight could not dispel the gloom within. Luo Qingzhou's expression grew grave. Last night, he had merely found the mirror intriguing, assuming the differing surfaces were a result of its materials. However, now he sensed that the situation was far more complex. The mirror had inexplicably produced a drop of ink-like liquid that had entered his fingertip, and even in sunlight, the moon-engraved side exuded a chilling aura. Everything about this copper mirror hinted at the extraordinary. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingzhou reached for the mirror, positioning the moon-engraved side before himself. Instantly, his reflection appeared within the mirror. The light was dim, and an eerie aura permeated the image of his face, lending it a sinister quality. The more he gazed, the more uneasy he felt. He then turned the mirror to the other side. The sun-engraved surface instantly reflected his face, bathed in warm sunlight, with bright eyes that inspired comfort and warmth. One side dark, the other bright. Contemplating the sun-engraved side, an idea struck him. He placed the mirror on the desk, facing the sunlight streaming in through the window. Last night, the moon-engraved side had been facing up, leading to the appearance of the ink-black liquid in the morning. He wondered if placing the sun-engraved side up would yield some peculiar outcome as well. However, half an hour passed with no reaction from the mirror. Though puzzled, he refused to waste more time. After organizing his books, he stepped outside. Upon entering the Yiting Yuan, he found it empty and quickly made his way to the northwest corner, diving into the bamboo grove. Soon, the sounds of flesh colliding with tree trunks echoed through the grove. Today, Luo Qingzhou increased the intensity of his training. He continued until noon, his body aching and skin nearly bursting before finally coming to a halt. After a brief rest, he resumed practicing the Benlei Quan. This time, he did not exert as much force, making the movements considerably easier. After completing 2 rounds, he was flushed, out of breath, and drenched in sweat, his entire body aching immensely. After lunch, once Xiao Dai had left, he returned to the bamboo grove to continue his practice. His spirit felt remarkably vibrant today. As evening approached, drenched in sweat, with his skin slightly cracking and the pain becoming unbearable, he finally ceased his efforts. However, it was curious. Although he felt utterly exhausted, with aching muscles and painful skin, his spirit remained remarkably invigorated. Typically, at this point, one would feel both physically and mentally fatigued, yet today was different. He suddenly recalled the drop of ink that had entered his fingertip that morning. Could that be the reason? Glancing at the sky, he realized it was already evening. He entered the room and approached the desk, staring at the copper mirror resting there, only to have his pupils constrict in surprise. Once again, an eerie drop of liquid had appeared on the mirror's surface. However, unlike the ink-black liquid from the morning, this one was a deep blue, reminiscent of the color of the ocean. Could it have entered as well? What on earth was this substance? His mind began to form a hypothesis. At night, with the moon-engraved side facing the moon, a drop of ink-black liquid would appear by morning. Conversely, during the day, with the sun-engraved side facing the sun, a drop of deep blue liquid would manifest by night. But what purpose did these liquids serve? Was his newfound vigor today a consequence of the ink-black liquid from this morning? These questions required further investigation. He hesitated to touch the blue liquid with his hand. After some thought, he found a small porcelain bottle, carefully lifted the copper mirror, and poured the blue liquid into the bottle, sealing it with a wooden cork for preservation. In the following days, he resolved to observe and study the copper mirror and the liquids it produced diligently. Time passed swiftly with his daily cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Throughout this week, aside from his rigorous training, Luo Qingzhou dedicated himself to observing and researching the copper mirror. Ultimately, he discovered that his previous conjectures were indeed correct, and he also experienced unexpected delights. On both sides of the bronze mirror, indeed, only when facing the sun and the moon can it produce a single droplet of liquid each day. This drop, dark as ink, possesses the power to invigorate the spirit, enabling him to remain energized even after an entire day of cultivation. As for its other effects, they have yet to reveal themselves. To his astonishment, however, was the deep blue liquid. Boldly, he conducted an experiment with his own body. The results were delightful. after absorbing the deep blue liquid. Not only did the pain from the ruptured membrane during his cultivation lessen significantly, but the traces of the rupture also healed rapidly. Simultaneously, the pace of the membrane's refinement and transformation accelerated remarkably. In a mere 7 days, his entire membrane had become considerably more resilient. When he struck a tree trunk with his fist, the hard bark shattered instantly, and to his surprise, he felt no pain in his fist. His membrane was as tough as bronze, and his strikes were as powerful as a bull's hoof. It seemed he was on the verge of succeeding in his skin refinement. Furthermore, he could now exert strength while practicing the benlay fist, completing a full set with only a slight soreness in his body. His physique, membrane, strength, and spirit appeared to have enhanced significantly. The ancient tome indicated that skin refinement requires the combination of internal cultivation techniques with external force and medicinal immersion for optimal results. Clearly, that drop of deep blue liquid could serve as the medicinal component for skin refinement. For Luo Qingzhou, this was indeed a thrilling and unexpected delight. Over the course of these 7 days, apart from his cultivation and studies of the liquid, he dutifully visited Miss Qin every evening to pay his respects. She continued to ignore him. However, it mattered little. His mind was solely focused on his training, undistracted. In a few more days, after the 1-month mark of his marriage, he planned to leave the city to visit his mother's grave, to inform her of his marriage. He hoped that her spirit could find peace and bless him in his cultivation, and that he would achieve success in next year's enrollment examination at the Longhu Academy, ensuring that Luo Yu, the madam, and the Luo family would receive their due comeuppance. He longed for the day when his mother could witness, from above, the distress on the madam's face. Boom, boom, boom. As the sun set, the evening glow painted the sky. In the bamboo grove at the Yingyue Yuan, Luo Qingzhou was drenched in sweat, practicing the benlay fist. As he reached the end of his routine, a faint sound of thunder accompanied his strikes. Bamboo leaves fluttered around him, falling gently. The ground was covered with yellowed bamboo leaves, swirling around his feet under some unseen airflow. Boom! Luo Qingzhou unleashed a punch, striking a nearby large tree. The trunk, already decaying, trembled violently, and the white wood beneath the bark cracked open with a resounding snap. Had that punch landed on an ordinary person, it would surely have resulted in broken bones, leaving them incapacitated. Luo Qingzhou concluded his practice, satisfied with his progress. He could finally take pride in declaring that he was no longer the frail scholar who could not lift a bucket of water. Checking the time, he noted that it was getting late. After a brief wash in the lake, he donned his clothes and departed. Shortly after he left, on the trunk of the large tree in the bamboo grove, the spot where he had struck remained in a state of decay, yet the surface of the wood had darkened slightly. Zhu remarked that if the young master was unwilling, she would go to inform the second young lady. Luo Qingzhou frowned at her words. Why didn't she come to speak to me directly? Xiao Dai, feeling helpless, explained. Zhu said the last time you rejected her lady in front of so many people, she didn't want to come and speak to you, claiming she saw you and got angry. Luo Qingzhou replied plainly. Then tell her I have rejected her again tonight. Xiao Dai. Chapter 32. Luo Qingzhou's sweet nothings. Xiao Dai did not dare to relay the message. Just as night fell, Zhu stormed in angrily. Luo Qingzhou was reading by the window while Xiao Dai embroidered inside. As soon as Zhu entered the courtyard, she shouted loudly, Xiao Dai, what did your master say? The second young lady is already preparing to go out. She clearly saw Luo Qingzhou sitting by the window, but deliberately turned her face away, ignoring him and only speaking to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai had no choice but to step out, awkwardly saying, Sister Zhu my master, he doesn't have time. He needs to read. Upon hearing this, Zhu expression darkened, and she shot a glance at the one sitting by the window, angrily retorting, When has he not had time to read? Staying indoors all day will surely make him foolish. My second young lady has never actively invited anyone. I hope someone does not misinterpret her kindness. Xiao Dai glanced at Luo Qingzhou, but remained silent. Luo Qingzhou then put down his book and addressed the young maid in the courtyard. I already told the second young lady last time that I am seasick, so I cannot go to the lake. Please inform Zhu to relay this to her. You go tell her yourself. Zhu immediately turned and stormed out, declaring, I will go find the eldest young lady. With that, she left in a huff to lodge a complaint. Xiaodi, Luo Qingzhou approached the window and said, Young master, why don't you go? Everyone says the second young lady is quite good. Why do you always refuse her? If the eldest young lady finds out, she will be angry. Luo Qingzhou flipped through his book. How could the eldest young lady be angry over such trifles? The second young lady's invitation was merely casual. She wouldn't care whether I go or not. That girl is just making a fuss over nothing. There's no need to mind her. Xiao Dai sighed. I just fear that others might speak ill of the young master behind his back. Luo Qingzhou replied. As I always say, others have mouths of their own. Let them talk. It won't cost me anything. Xiao Di, Kulios asked. Then why don't you go? You clearly are not seasick. Luo Qingzhou raised the book in his hand. I want to read. Seeing that he truly did not wish to go, Xiao Dai relented. All right, then you read your book. I shall not disturb you. Before long, a clear voice rang out from outside. Is the young master at home? Luo Qingzhou did not lift his head much and replied, No. Xiao Dai quickly ran out and said, Sister Bai Ling, the young master is here. Bai Ling giggled as she entered, dressed in a pink skirt, looking lively. Young master, are you still angry with me? She approached the window, smiling as she asked. Luo Qingzhou looked at her curiously. Why would I be angry with Miss Bai Ling? Bai Ling replied, Because you wanted me to be your concubine, and I did not agree. Are you not angry? Xiao Dai's eyes widened in surprise. Luo Qingzhou did not pursue the topic. Miss Bai Ling, did you come tonight for something specific? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. Of course. Zhu Er went to complain to my lady, saying you are ungrateful and disrespectful to her young lady, prompting my lady to come and punish you. Luo Qingzhou inquired. And then? Bai Ling shrugged. And then I came over, for my lady wouldn't bother with such matters. Luo Qingzhou remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Bai Ling added, I have come to persuade you. The second young lady has finally come out and appreciates poetry, which is why she invited you. I hope you can accompany her. Luo Qingzhou raised his book. I want to read, and besides, I am seasick. Bai Ling huffed. I knew you would say that. So, when I came, I borrowed something from my lady that you will surely agree to. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, flipping through his book. Sorry. Even if it were the eldest young lady, if I do not want to go, I still will not go. A glint of cunning flashed in Bai Ling's eyes as she turned to the door and called out, Chan, did you hear what the young master just said? From the shadow at the entrance, a cold figure holding a sword stepped forward. The moonlight cascaded like water, enveloping a figure clad in a delicate green gown, whose beauty was striking yet as frigid as frost. It seemed to drape her in a sheer veil of lunar silk, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of the celestial realm. She stood in the courtyard, as captivating as a flower, cold as snow, with eyes sharp as blades. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Luo Qingzhou sensed an abrupt drop in the temperature within the room. Despite the gentle moonlight streaming in, he felt an itch at his neck. Bai Ling looked at him with a smile and said, Son-in-law, I didn't quite catch what you just said. Could you repeat it? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, rising to put away the book and stepping out of the room. At the entrance, Xiao Dai was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Young master, where are you going? Luo Qingzhou paused in the courtyard, glancing up at the full moon. The moonlight is delightful tonight. No wonder the second miss wishes to visit the moon viewing pavilion. I shall join her, Xiao Dai remarked, while Bai Ling smiled radiantly. Aren't you going to read, son-in-law? Luo Qingzhou continued to gaze at the moon, remaining unresponsive. Bai Ling added playfully, Aren't you seasick anymore, son-in-law? Why is that? With curiosity, she probed further. Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered, locking onto her eyes as he replied. Because when a certain lady is present, my attention and heart are irresistibly drawn to her. I may swoon for her, but I shall not succumb to seasickness. Bai Ling was momentarily stunned, her smile softening as the unexpected confession left her momentarily disoriented. Just as she was about to respond, he continued, Miss Ya-chan, I apologize. It is not that I do not wish to look at you, but rather you are too beautiful, even more radiant than the moonlight. I fear I may faint from your beauty, hence I dare not gaze upon you. The air grew quiet once more. Xiao Dai at the door stood with her mouth agape, astonished. Young master is quite bold, and how does he manage to utter such charming words? Although it may be flattery, it is indeed exquisite flattery. What girl could resist? In the courtyard, beneath the moonlight, that icy figure lowered the sword in her arms, gripping it tightly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Luo Qingzhou met her frigid gaze, finally hearing the unspoken words of the cold maiden, though it bore little consequence. He mused, is this girl flirting with me? A perilous game indeed. With that thought, He turned his head to regard Bai Ling, who was astounded, her lips twitching slightly. "I can hear her thoughts," she exclaimed inwardly, longing to pounce and silence this rogue. Though this revelation bore little significance to Luo Qingzhou, it at least confirmed his ability to perceive the thoughts of these two enchanting maidens. Thus, his earlier daring gamble proved worthwhile. Of course, he was acutely aware that mere words would not provoke the icy maiden to unsheathe her sword against him, which emboldened his venture. Just as tension hung in the air, a voice suddenly broke through from outside. "Sister Bai Ling, are you here? The second miss has already departed, along with Miss Meng from the city lord's residence." The mention of the city lord and Miss Meng stirred something within Luo Qingzhou. He recalled the words he had overheard in Luo Yu's heart before their marriage, lamenting her abandonment by her parents, destined to wed a fool from the Qin family. Otherwise, he could have trained her well before presenting her to the esteemed young Master Meng, who was said to favor delicate and refined scholars. The city lord's residence. Young Master Meng, Miss Meng, surely they were related? Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, deciding to seek an audience with them. Chapter 33. Moonlit Lake. Excursion. The courtyard was frigid, the moonlight cold, and the beauty even colder. Luo Qingzhou dare not linger, stepping outside. Zhu Er stood at the door, craning her neck to peer inside. Upon seeing him emerge, she huffed through her nose, turning her head away to look elsewhere. As Bai Ling stepped out, a sweet smile graced her face as she softly complimented, "Sister Bai Ling, you truly are remarkable." Bai Ling grinned, gesturing toward the sword-wielding maiden behind her. Zhu Er immediately understood, adding, "Sister Xiachan is quite impressive as well." Xiachan remained aloof, ignoring her. Zhu Er refrained from saying more, promptly leading the way. "My lady will arrive shortly. Let's wait by the lakeside." Xiao Dai lingered at the entrance, watching, knowing her lowly status barred her from boarding the boat. She silently hoped that her master would not anger the second miss or the formidable Miss Xiachan. She reflected that they had only recently arrived at the Qin residence. Although everyone had been kind to them, they must understand their place. As a son-in-law, he was subjected to ridicule and held a lowly status at home. Should he falter, he could easily be cast out. She resolved to learn embroidery, flute playing, singing, and other skills possessed by the other maidens. She aspired to become versatile, thus proving her worth and bringing honor to her master. Zhu Er guided Luo Qingzhou and the two maidens into the moonlit rain-listening pavilion, reaching the lakeside, where two small boats awaited. Bai Ling and Xiachan stood on either side of Luo Qingzhou, creating a significant pressure upon him. Zhu Er pointed to the boat on the right, saying, "My lady and Miss Meng will take this boat. Sister Bai Ling, Sister Xiachan, you will accompany the son-in-law in this one." Bai Ling approached the lakeshore, glanced at the left boat, and with a light leap, gracefully landed upon it like a butterfly, cheerfully declaring, "No need to find a boatman. I shall row the boat myself." She untied the rope, moved to the stern, and expertly inserted the bamboo pole into the water. Zhu Er remarked, "Sister Bai Ling loves playing in the water, as I know well." Bai Ling, propelling the boat, cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qingzhou and teased, "I have many things I enjoy playing with, not just water." The little boat glided forward, sending ripples across the lake that shattered the moonlight, filling it with starlight. Bai Ling looked back at Luo Qingzhou and said, "Son-in-law, you must be cautious. Don't fall into the water and cause the second miss and guest to laugh at you." Zhu Er added with a smirk, "If the son-in-law is frightened, he should simply sit tight and hold on. He must not gaze around indiscriminately, lest he lose decorum." Luo Qingzhou frowned, retorting, "Rest assured, I will not indiscriminately gaze at the second miss or the guests. I will only look at you." Bai Ling, who was playfully splashing water with the bamboo pole, erupted into laughter, causing the boat to sway with her amusement. Zhu Er's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation, while Luo Qingzhou turned his attention to the sweet maiden in the lake, with bright eyes and a charming smile adorned with dimples, ignoring her entirely. Turning her face away, unwilling to engage further. Despite Luo Qingzhou's status as a son-in-law, she knew the distinction between master and servant, especially with the young lady present. Before long, soft voices of young girls floated in from outside the pavilion. "The lady has arrived." Zhu Er's eyes lit up as she hurried to greet them. Luo Qingzhou turned to see a group of maidens and matrons, escorting three young ladies as they entered through the archway. Among them was the second miss of the Qin residence, Qin Wei Mo. To her left stood a tall maiden clad in a delicate purple gown. adorned with a short dagger at her waist, her appearance striking and spirited. As they conversed, the trio approached the lakeside, and upon seeing those gathered by the water, Qin Wei Mo's face brightened with a gentle smile. The other two maidens cast curious glances at Luo Qingzhou, assessing him before whispering, "Wei Mo, is this your new son-in-law?" Qin Wei Mo nodded slightly, her expression softening. The girl on the right furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Wei Mo, is it appropriate for us to take a boat to admire the moon with a man?" The three of them whispered as they approached. Qin Wei Mo first bowed her head slightly to the young man by the lake and gently called out brother-in-law before introducing the two girls beside her. The girl in the purple dress on the left was named Meng Yulan, the eldest daughter of the city lord's mansion. The girl on the right was named Song Shi, a young lady from one of the four prominent families of Mo City, the Song family. The two young ladies had known Qin Wei Mo since childhood, having studied together in the academy, and they shared a close friendship. Although Qin Wei Mo had rarely gone out after falling ill, the two often came to visit her for some fun. "Young Master Luo." Both young ladies greeted Luo Qingzhou. He nodded slightly, keeping his gaze steady, and replied, "Miss Meng, Miss Song." Bai Ling, on the boat, chirped, "Second miss. It's time to board. Be careful, or the moon might disappear." Qin Wei Mo smiled gently and asked Bai Ling, "Will you be rowing?" Bai Ling feigned a sigh and replied, "There's no choice. The master gets seasick. Only I can row, or he'll feel ill." Meng Yulan asked curiously, "Why is that? Is your rowing more stable?" She had seen this maid before and was astounded by her beauty, which was said to surpass that of mere servants. When she first met Xia Chan, she was even more captivated and intrigued. She had often wanted to see the eldest daughter of the Qin family, but every time she tried, she was politely turned away. She assumed it was because the young lady had suffered some harm, either mentally or physically, and thus shunned outsiders, which made her hesitant to persist. However, her curiosity always lingered. Today, seeing the enchanting maid under the moonlight on the small boat, her curiosity was reignited. What kind of young lady could command the willing service of these two stunning maids? Bai Ling, holding the bamboo pole, answered with a smile. "The master says I am beautiful, more so than the moonlight. As long as he looks at me, he only gets dizzy from me, not from the boat." Meng Yulan chuckled. "Is that true?" Bai Ling, "If it is, you should be careful. Your master might be teasing you." Bai Ling, with her bright eyes, innocently looked at the young man on the shore and asked, "Is that true, young master? Are you teasing me?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her, choosing not to engage with women in debate, as it was the least wise course of action. This girl was deliberately trying to embarrass him in front of the second miss and outsiders, either to retaliate for his earlier jest or to curry favor with her lady. Qin Wei Mo smiled and said, "Yulan, Zishi, let us board the boat." "All right." Meng Yulan jumped onto another small boat and extended her hand, saying, "Wei Mo, come, I'll catch you." Once all three young ladies were on board, Zhu Er and another maid followed. When two elderly women expressed their desire to board, Meng Yulan waved her hand and said, "There's no need for you to come. Just wait on the shore or go to the pavilion for tea and snacks. This is the Qin residence. What could possibly happen?" Songzi, she also waved to the shore. Another agile maid boarded the boat, untied the ropes, and took up the bamboo pole at the stern, dipping it into the water. "Brother-in-law, come aboard." Qin Wei Mo gently called to the young man on the shore. Luo Qingzhou turned and looked at the icy girl still standing in the shade of the willow tree, waiting for her to board first. Bai Ling laughed from the boat. "Chan, your master is waiting for you." Xia Chan, with a frosty expression, noticed everyone's gaze was on her. Only then did she grip her sword, step out from the shadows of the tree, pause at the lake's edge, and then leap onto the boat. Luo Qingzhou clearly saw her expression shift slightly, and it seemed there was a hint of panic in her cold eyes. Was she afraid of water? Luo Qingzhou speculated silently, following her onto the boat and deliberately exerting some force. The small boat rocked sharply as he landed. The cold girl, standing at the front, trembled, walked to the center of the boat, sat down with her arms crossed, holding her sword. Her beautiful face still as icy as ever, though slightly pale. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Let us go." Bai Ling cheerfully stood at the stern, propelling the boat forward. Chapter 34. The brother-in-law is truly impressive. The bright moon hung high, and the stars filled the sky. The two small boats sailed side by side on the lake. The surface of the water rippled with a deep blue, reflecting the vast starry sky in moonlight. resembling a splendid galaxy with twinkling starlight, a sight to behold. The young ladies on one boat laughed and chatted about the trivial matters of Mo City against the backdrop of the beautiful night. Meanwhile, the other boat remained quiet. Bai Ling, dressed in pink, stood at the stern, wielding the bamboo pole, her hair flowing in the breeze, her attire fluttering like a fairy on the lake. Luo Qingzhou stood at the bow, gazing silently at the distant pavilion on the lake, lost in thought. Xia Chan sat in the middle of the small boat, holding her sword as cold as ice. Zhu Er glanced over and, seeing someone standing motionless at the bow, couldn't resist mocking, "Young master, aren't you seasick? Why are you still standing there? Aren't you afraid of falling into the lake?" The young ladies laughed. Zhu Er huffed, "Miss, the young master is just pretending. He clearly isn't seasick." Qin Wei Mo smiled and said, "Perhaps the young master is usually seasick, but with esteemed guest today, he is fine." "Umph." Zhu Er pouted and fell silent. Since her young lady defended that fellow, what more could she say? Zitting besiede kin vi Montag, song sie elf Zuden Spoke, vi Montag. The other day I saw a phrase in a painting that I found quite interesting, but I don't know who wrote it or its complete meaning. You read a lot. Could you help me decipher it? As she said this, she cast a glance at the young man on the other boat, clearly wanting to test his scholarly prowess, to see if he was as talented as her friends claimed, rather than just a facade. Qin Wei Mo understood her intention and smiled, saying, "Zishi, please share it with me." Clearing her throat, Song Zi, she drew everyone's attention and pretended to recite. The way of a university is to manifest virtue, to cultivate the people, and to reach the ultimate good. As she recited, she swayed her head, mimicking a teacher. Once she finished, Qin Wei Mo smiled and turned to the young man on the other boat, asking, "Brother-in-law, have you heard this phrase?" In truth, any scholar preparing for the imperial examination would be familiar with it, as it was from one of the 4 books, essential reading for the examination. However, for a girl who did not need to take the exams, knowing this phrase was quite remarkable. In this era, 9 out of 10 people were illiterate, and even recognizing a few characters or having read some books was a matter of pride for women. Luo Qingzhou found it somewhat tedious. Nevertheless, since the second miss posed the question, he naturally would not refuse to respond, saying, "This phrase is from the Li Ji de Shui, traditionally attributed to Zhengzi, but likely written by later Confucians. It means that the purpose of a university is to promote virtue, to inspire people to abandon the old and seek the new, and to reach the highest level of goodness. In simpler terms, it emphasizes the inherent virtue within everyone, encouraging individuals to purify themselves and strive for perfection while maintaining that state." In the 2 boats on the lake, all the young ladies listened attentively, captivated by his articulate explanation. Under the moonlight, the figure standing at the bow was tall and elegant, with a handsome face and clear, resolute eyes. His voice was bright and resonant, confident yet humble, devoid of the weakness and pretentiousness typical of other scholars, and lacking the self-doubt often seen in other sons-in-law. His demeanor and presence stirred the hearts of the young ladies, akin to the rippling waters beneath the boat, glimmering with starlight. The girl closest to him, still expressionless, watched him intently. As he finished speaking, an unexpected moment of silence enveloped the 2 small boats. Soon after, Qin Weima broke the stillness with a smile, inquiring, "Zishi, how do you find this answer? Does it align with your thoughts?" Song Zishi pursed her lips and replied, "It's rather mediocre. Merely information from books that any scholar should know." Qin Weima then turned her gaze to the young man on the other boat, gently praising, "Brother-in-law is quite remarkable." Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands in response, but chose not to speak further. The girl at the bow, Bai Ling, smiled sweetly and echoed her tone, "Son-in-law is indeed impressive." Luo Qingzhou directed his gaze elsewhere, ignoring her. The 2 boats glided leisurely across the lake, soon reaching a cluster of lotus flowers. Despite it being winter, the lake remained warm, and the lotus blooms thrived year-round, displaying hues of white, pink, and red, a breathtaking sight at the Tinyu Garden on this moonlit night. Each time Qin Weima visited, she relished playing amidst the lotus, gathering lotus pods and plucking petals, delighting in the water by the boat. Her childlike spirit lifting her mood considerably. At that moment, Meng Yulan suddenly inquired, "Young Master Luo, may I pose a question for your interpretation?" Luo Qingzhou regarded her, recalling her brother's fondness for male companionship, and replied, "Please speak, Miss Ming. With a spirited demeanor, Ming Yulan declared, "A gentleman harmonizes but does not flow. Strong is the posture. He remains neutral and does not lean. Strong is the posture. When a nation is governed, it does not change its barriers. Strong is the posture. When a nation is not governed, it remains unchanged until death. Strong is the posture." What might this mean? Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands. Contemplating her words, Wei Ma was indeed truthful. This individual possesses some talent. The content from books is likely not beyond her grasp. I wonder how proficient she is in poetry. Meng Yulan, with a knowing glance, signaled to Song Zishi beside her. Luo Qingzhou stole a glance at Miss Qin Air and mused. "I've only exchanged couplets with her. How does she know I understand poetry? Is she deliberately elevating my status, or is she showcasing her exceptionally talented brother-in-law? It is rare for a younger sister to boast about her brother-in-law in front of friends. Since Miss Qin Air defends his reputation so fiercely, he certainly would not embarrass her. And thus he replied, "Please proceed, Miss Song. I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee your satisfaction." Meng Yulan smiled, saying, "In the realm of poetry, there are none that are flawless. Most are the result of numerous revisions. Those inspired creations are rare treasures, akin to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, seldom found. Young Master Luo, feel free to compose without hesitation." Song Zishi silently recited the first two lines before voicing them. "The new year has yet to blossom. In early February, one is startled by the sight of sprouting grass." She continued, "I have composed a few more verses, though I find them unsatisfactory. Young Master Luo, Wei Ma, Yulan, you all may try as well." The two young ladies beside her furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Luo Qingzhou repeated the initial lines in his mind, allowing his gaze to wander across the lake surface. Suddenly, he spotted a pear tree not far from the lakeshore. The evening breeze caressed the tree, causing its blossoms to drift gracefully like snowflakes, swirling past the crimson railings and landing softly in a nearby pavilion. An idea sparked within him, and he conceived the concluding couplets. At that moment, Bai Ling, who was propelling the boat, suddenly exclaimed, "Son-in-law, if you cannot produce a response, next month's opportunity will elude you." "What opportunity?" Qin Weima inquired curiously, and the others turned their gazes toward her in intrigue. Bai Ling's eyes twinkled as she smiled. Perhaps the second young lady should ask her son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou did not reply but turned to Miss Song, stating, "I believe I have thought of two lines, though I am uncertain if they harmonize with the previous ones. Miss Song, could you assist in evaluating them?" The young ladies immediately focused their attention on him, while the girl wielding a sword shot him a cold glance. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment before reciting, "The new year has yet to blossom. In early February, one is startled by the sight of sprouting grass. White snow, however, finds the spring's colors tardy. Thus it adorns the garden trees as flying flowers." As he finished, Meng Yulan's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "What a splendid poem!" With the introduction of these latter lines, the entire work's atmosphere and artistry have ascended to a new level. Young Master Luo, truly impressive. She continued. As for the title, Luo Qingzhou interjected, "Let us name it Spring Snow. What do you think?" Spring Snow? Meng Yulan savored the title and exclaimed, "What a fitting name. This title elevates the poem's essence even further. Young Master Luo, your talent is indeed remarkable. White snow, however, finds the spring's colors tardy. Thus it adorns the garden trees as flying flowers." Song Zishi murmured, contemplating the lines several times before casting a skeptical glance at the young man at the bow. "Young Master Luo, the first two lines could not have been penned by you, could they? If not, then the latter lines are remarkably cohesive and fluid, almost seamless in their integration." Luo Qingzhou cupped his hands, responding, "The first two lines were not composed by me. These latter lines are merely spontaneous thoughts and do not merit such praise from the young lady." Meanwhile, Qin Weimao raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Zishi, do you now recognize my brother-in-law's prowess?" This delicate and ethereal girl, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, revealed a hint of pride and satisfaction in her tone. Song Zishi, thoroughly impressed, inclined her head slightly towards the young man at the bow, stating, "Young Master Luo, your talent is indeed extraordinary. I am in awe." The girl named Zhu Air aboard the boat thought to herself, "I did not anticipate his true capabilities. No wonder my lady regards him with such distinction." Perhaps he will indeed excel in the imperial examinations and bring glory to our Qin household. Bai Ling at the stern watched the young man at the bow with glimmering eyes, refraining from further teasing. The girl in the middle, still clutching her sword, maintained an icy demeanor, expressionless. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from the lotus cluster, splashing and flapping sounds. A flock of white gulls, startled, took flight in a chaotic frenzy, with several heading straight for the two small boats. The young ladies gasped in alarm as the boats rocked precariously. Bai Ling's expression shifted unexpectedly, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, young master, Xiachan has fallen into the water. She cannot swim." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and, without hesitation, plunged into the water with a splash. Chapter 35. Saving a life. The lake's depths were clear and profound. As Luo Qingzhou descended, he quickly spotted the icy figure of the girl. She still clutched her sword tightly, but it seemed all other strength had been drained from her body. Her eyes widened in shock, her body limp. With hair disheveled and dress billowing, she drifted motionlessly towards the lake bed, like a flower wilting in autumn, quietly surrendering to the depths without struggle. Luo Qingzhou realized she might be in shock. It was astonishing that someone so formidable on land could appear so helpless in the water, lacking even the instinctual struggle of a 3-year-old child who might flail in distress. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued her swiftly, diving deeper. As the girl with wide, terrified eyes continued her descent, she caught sight of him at the last moment. Her eyes flickered and her mouth opened, only to gulp down several mouthfuls of lake water, producing a flurry of bubbles. Her expression, comically frozen on her delicate face, was quite the sight. Just as she was about to reach the lake bed, Luo Qingzhou surged upwards, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and lifting her into his embrace. With a powerful kick of his legs, he propelled them both toward the surface. In the case of rescuing other drowning individuals, Luo Qingzhou would typically swim from behind or wait until they lost consciousness to save them, as otherwise he might risk his own life. However, with her, such caution was unnecessary. Even in his embrace, she remained wide-eyed, entirely limp, as if she had transformed into a statue. Her sword still firmly grasped in her hand. The first time Luo Qingzhou witnessed someone drowning, he was taken aback by the sight, as well as by the girl's profound fear of water. Strikingly, this young lady was a fierce presence on land, capable of silencing foes with a mere glance. This stark contrast evoked a suppressed chuckle from him. Without hesitation, he swiftly emerged from the water, cradling the girl in his arms, and made his way to the small boat nearby. Bai Ling promptly reached out to assist, pulling the drenched maiden aboard, followed by Luo Qingzhou. At that moment, several other small boats hurriedly approached, and a few adept young men jumped into the lake, swimming rapidly to their rescue. Seeing someone in distress, Qin Wei Mo, concerned for the situation, instructed Zhu Er to call for help from shore. It was only when both he and the submerged Xiachan were safely on the boat that she sighed in relief. The approaching boats and young men had no choice but to turn back. With a furrowed brow, Qin Wei Mo asked, "Brother-in-law, are you both unharmed?" He twisted the water from his clothes and glanced at the cold girl beside him. The previously terrified girl, now re-emerging from her fright, had reverted to her icy demeanor. Sitting motionless, her hair disheveled and her dress soaked. Holding her sword, she exuded an aura of chilling coldness, intimidating to behold. When Luo Qingzhou met her gaze, she returned it with equal frostiness, devoid of gratitude, perhaps due to her recent embarrassment or because he had just held her. Bai Ling, standing at the boat's stern, leaned on a bamboo pole and, with an apologetic expression, looked over at Qin Wei Mo in the other boat. Meng Yulan and Song Zi, she observed the drenched youth on the boat with a hint of disappointment, as they had wished to engage him in discussions of poetry. Bai Ling glanced at the two esteemed guests, adjusted the boat's direction, and steered away. Luo Qingzhou, observing Bai Ling's frail, sickly appearance, found amusement stirring within him. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern." Mississippi Meng Yulan called out, "Young Master Luo, the next time we have an opportunity, we shall seek you out again. Do not refuse us." Luo Qingzhou nodded in agreement. Song Zi, she moved her lips, seemingly wishing to speak, yet hesitated, aware that as an unmarried maiden, it was somewhat inappropriate to initiate conversation with a newlywed man, and thus chose to remain silent, casting him a lingering glance. Luo Qingzhou caught a glimpse of her unspoken thoughts. This young Master Luo is exceptionally handsome and talented. Yet it is regrettable that he comes from a humble background and is a son-in-law. His gaze shifted to the young lady from the city lordess residence. Hearing her thoughts as well, brother-in-law Wei Mo seems quite commendable, not only strikingly handsome and gifted, but also showing concern for his subordinates. His immediate leap into the water to save his servant is admirable. Alas, he remains merely a frail scholar. In our Yin Empire, it is the warriors who hold true value. His gaze then fell upon the delicate Qin heir Xiao Jie, who was also watching him. Their eyes met, and Qin Wei Mo offered a gentle smile, her bright eyes reflecting the moonlight dancing upon the lake, soft and enchanting. Luo Qingzhou perceived her silent inquiry. Did brother-in-law jump into the lake to save Xiachan because of me? Just as he wished to listen further, the boat suddenly swerved, and Bai Ling playfully obstructed his view, teasingly questioning Groom. Do you find it hard to part with him? Startled, he snapped back to reality, realizing he had overheard too much and exhausted his mental energy. Bai Ling continued to jest. Groom, you were just showing off. Those young ladies, Meng and Song, were gazing at you with such longing. Are you not tempted to accompany them on a moonlit boat ride? Luo Qingzhou regarded her, recalling how the sudden tilt of the boat had sent Xia Chan splashing into the water, and asked, was that intentional, Bai Ling? With a seemingly innocent blink, Bai Ling replied, what do you mean intentional? Groom, do not evade the question. Luo Qingzhou, casting her a deep look, decided against pressing further, stating, I had no intention of coming. It was you who insisted. Bai Ling burst into laughter. Groom, speak honestly. I neither wielded a sword, nor wore a cold expression. How could I have compelled you? He glanced at the cold-faced girl beside him, clutching her sword, and fell silent. Bai Ling smiled, choosing not to tease him further, as she navigated the small boat towards the shore, humming a light tune. Was she envious, or was it for the sake of her mistress? As they approached the bank, Bai Ling playfully remarked, Groom, be careful. The boat has taken on quite a bit of water. Can you not remove your clothes? Neither of them responded to her. Chapter 36. Mastery of Skin Refinement. Bang, 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 bang. Early one morning, in the secluded bamboo grove at the northwestern corner of Yiting Yuan, the sound of flesh colliding with tree trunks echoed. Each impact grew increasingly powerful, resonating throughout the morning without pause. It momentarily ceased during lunch, but quickly resumed, continuing until dusk as the sun began to set. With the aid of the deep blue liquid from the sun and moon treasure mirror, Luo Qingzhou's skin refinement progressed with remarkable swiftness. Unfazed by the pain of injury, his pace quickened further. Additionally, the black liquid invigorated his spirit, allowing him to train relentlessly throughout the day without a hint of fatigue. As evening approached, he remained lively and spirited. The skin on his body began to emit a faint glow, gleaming with vitality. With a single punch, he could exert the strength of an ox. The resilient bark and trunks posed no threat to his fists or body. Days passed, and on the 20th day since his marriage, he finally achieved mastery in skin refinement. His entire skin became as tough as bronze, its luster contained. Upon striking a large tree, it felt akin to a wild bull scratching itself, with pain now a distant memory. Simultaneously, his strength surged significantly. A single punch sent tremors through the trees, causing the bark to splinter and shatter. His skin had undergone a transformation, appearing renewed, yet retaining its essence, indistinguishable from before, yet now the resilience had reached its pinnacle. Crack! He snapped a green bamboo, his palm striking the sharp end directly. Had it been before, his hand would surely have been pierced, bloodied, and torn. Yet now, his palm struck the sharp end with the force of a hardened copper object, shattering it with a resounding crack, reducing the remnants to fragments. Crack! 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 Luo Qingzhou tested over a dozen bamboo stalks, reducing them to splinters, his hands unscathed. He then proceeded to strike with the back of his hand, arms, and shins, all without injury. At this point, his skin was impervious to even the most resilient bamboo. Not even a kitchen knife could inflict significant damage, and wounds healed rapidly, preserving the flesh beneath. He had truly achieved skin as tough as bronze, with the strength of a bull. Boom! 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 Now, as he unleashed the thunder fist, not only did his speed remain unchanged, but he also harnessed greater force, the impact intensifying, the sound growing louder, the effects manifesting remarkably. After completing a set, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He immediately commenced a second round. With the success of skin refinement, he resolved to master the Thunder Fist before proceeding to refine his flesh further. While many martial artists regarded the Thunder Fist as trivial, for him, it served as a valuable martial skill. Given his current identity and background, acquiring any other martial techniques was simply not feasible. Although the illegitimate, or Thunderbolt Fist, may produce a loud sound yet deliver minimal impact, it still inflicts some degree of harm. Coupled with his current skin training and strength, he undoubtedly surpasses the average person by a considerable margin. Boom, boom, boom. Throughout the entire afternoon, he practiced the BNL north within the bamboo grove. Although he had successfully refined his skin, he knew he could not afford to grow complacent. For a martial artist, skin refinement was merely the initial step. As long as he persevered and embraced hardship, he believed that, with the aid of the rubojing, he would soon catch up to Lu Wei. The enrollment examination for the Longhu Academy was not far off from the autumn test, with a little over 6 months remaining. As long as he put forth the effort, opportunities would still abound. With a powerful punch, he struck a nearby tree trunk. The wood trembled, its bark deteriorating, and with a crack, the inner wood splintered, releasing a scent of charred timber. Luo Qingzhou remained focused, delivering a punch before stepping forward and executing another technique. In the tranquil bamboo grove, it seemed as if thunder began to resonate. The surrounding bamboo leaves fluttered, and the green stalks swayed without wind. His bare chest and back glistened with sweat, as if coated with a layer of metal, shimmering with a captivating luster under the moisture. The bamboo leaves danced around him, swirling in a graceful ballet as he moved with increasing speed and volume. As he reached the zenith of his punches, his figure became increasingly blurred amidst the flurry of leaves, enveloped by an invisible current of energy that caused the surrounding bamboo to rustle incessantly. Fortunately, at that moment, the Uytng was devoid of others. Otherwise, the commotion would have certainly drawn attention, even in the most secluded corners of the Northwest. From the outside, the center of the bamboo grove appeared to be ensnared by a tempest, branches and leaves swirling chaotically. However, the commotion gradually subsided. As he executed the BNL at its swiftest, the pace slowed, eventually coming to a gentle halt. Luo Qingzhou continued his practice until the sun began its descent, at which point he took a brief respite, washed his clothes by the lake, and donned his garments before departing. The dark liquid that coalesced under the night sky was intended for use every 3 days. Daily application would not yield any noticeable effects. Concealed beneath his bed were 2 porcelain vials, one containing deep blue liquid and the other the dark liquid. He had instructed Shi Od not to touch anything in his room, including the rubojing. However, these items precious to anyone were ultimately not secure, left unattended in his chamber. He resolved to venture out tomorrow to explore shops specializing in martial arts supplies, hoping to discover superior storage solutions. In this era, where martial prowess was revered, the Dyngu boasted countless martial artists, and every city was replete with stores catering to their needs. Though he had now become a genuine warrior, he remained unaware of the essential items required by martial artists and had never set foot in such shops. Perhaps within those establishments lay unexpected treasures. As for currency, when he became part of the Qin household, the state gifted him 1,000 taels of silver. Though he was uncertain if that would suffice, he would assess the situation tomorrow. If it fell short, he would borrow from Biling. After all, as an outsider, he was perceived as a dependent, and he would make the most of it. In 10 days, he would be able to leave the city to pay respects to his mother. At that time, he would burn paper offerings and incense, intending not only to inform her of his marriage, but also to seek her blessings for his cultivation and retribution against his enemies. Since everyone treated their master and servant well, the kitchen staff would remain discreet. However, once Luo Qingzhou began his meat refinement, the situation would likely change. He would require an increased meat intake, an astonishing quantity that he could not solely rely on the kitchen to provide. Beyond the fear of being discovered, the kitchen could not supply such an abundance of food. The dietary needs of martial artists often exceeded what many households could afford. Thus, Luo Qingzhou might need to procure food independently. With silver, he could buy meat. Yet his 1,000 taels, while substantial for commoners, was insufficient for a martial artist. Fortunately, he had successfully refined his skin. Once he had sufficiently mastered the b-in-l-i-chu-in, he could venture beyond the city to hunt beasts, even the most basic of magical creatures. At that point, both silver and sustenance should be attainable. Danger was inevitable. Yet in this era, one could not harbor fear of peril if they aspired to grow stronger. Only through relentless combat could his actual combat prowess be honed. Otherwise, he would remain merely a flower blooming in a greenhouse, beautiful yet ineffectual. With these thoughts occupying his mind, he quickly finished his meal. After she completed her own meal and tidied up, the two of them ventured to the lake for a bath. After bathing and changing into clean garments, Luo Qingzhou set out alone to pay his respects to the young lady of the Qin family. It was customary for husbands to greet their wives daily, even when not sharing the same chamber. Such traditions were unique to this era. Naturally, as a person of this time, he recognized the necessity of adhering to certain customs. Failure to do so could lead to harsh lessons about the realities of life. Upon reaching the courtyard where Qingzhou resided, he had not yet knocked when the door swung open. Ling stood inside, beaming as she announced, "G11N, I bring you good news. The madam has decided to see you tomorrow morning. You must prepare yourself." Luo Qingzhou felt a stir of excitement. The mother-in-law, after nearly a month of marriage, had never expressed a desire to meet him. Why the sudden change? He had heard that she held a deep-seated prejudice against him. He wondered if their meeting would result in public reprimand or humiliation. What must I prepare? He pondered, bemused. Was it merely a meeting? Did he need to don elaborate attire and perform elaborate bows? Ling chuckled. G11N should brace himself psychologically. If the madam scolds you, do not retort. If you do, you won't need CHN to intervene. The elder women would tear you apart. Should that happen, you would find yourself cast out, wandering the streets, which would be quite tragic. Luo Qingzhou paused in silence before replying, "I understand the gravity of the situation. That is all I need to hear," Ling responded as she stepped aside and lowered her voice. "Regardless, you have already wed the young lady. The die is cast. Even if the madam remains reluctant, nothing can change that. Just endure it. If worst comes to worst, the young lady may compensate you." As she mentioned compensation, she winked playfully at him. Luo Qingzhou regarded her with a profound gaze, choosing not to respond further. He entered and approached the stunning figure seated in the moonlit courtyard, bowing respectfully, "Mississippi." Yet this time, Qingzhou's gaze was fixed upon him. Chapter 37, Never Depart. "Humph." A cold snort echoed, bringing a chill. The young woman, standing in the shadow of the eaves, arms crossed and sword cradled within them, regarded him with piercing eyes. Luo Qingzhou did not hear her thoughts, nor did he discern the inner musings of the young lady before him. He slightly bowed his head, preparing to take his leave. However, Ling, standing behind him, suddenly spoke, "G11N, a few days ago, that Miss S. Ing came to the estate again. She even had her maid sneak over, intending to invite you to play. But I encountered her on the way and politely declined on your behalf." Luo Qingzhou paused in surprise. "Are you aware of this matter?" Ling inquired. He shook his head. A playful smile graced Ing's face, revealing dimples as she raised an eyebrow. "If G11N knew, would you consider spending time with Miss S. Ing?" Luo Qingzhou maintained a serene expression. "I would not. Not at all." Ling blinked, laughing. In truth, even if G11N did go, it would not matter. Though the son-in-law has come to our Qin residence as a marriage-in, we shall not impose upon his freedom or deprive him of joy as other households might do. Our Qin family, along with my esteemed young lady, is quite reasonable and particularly indulgent towards his son-in-law." Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered as he regarded her, saying, "Miss Ling, please speak your mind." Ling's smile faltered slightly. After a brief pause, she continued, "Son-in-law, I must say this. Please do not take offense." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, awaiting her elaboration. Ling exhaled softly, casting a glance at her young lady, then spoke in a hushed tone, "As you have observed, my young lady's health is not robust. She prefers tranquility and solitude. Even after marrying you, she desires to maintain this preference. Thus, I hope you will not compel her to do anything, granting her absolute freedom." At this point, her gaze shifted and she looked at the young man before her, saying, "Son-in-law, I mean to say, should there come a day when my young lady grows weary of this life and wishes to part ways with you. I hope you will understand and allow her to leave. Of course, even then, you would remain a member of the Qin family, with the right to stay and receive compensation, and you may marry and have children. Son-in-law, do you comprehend my meaning? Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before responding, I understand. Bai Ling gazed at him with some remorse, saying, Son-in-law, we harbor no contempt for you. However, my young lady truly is unwell and enjoys her solitude. Furthermore, I hope that what you witness in the Qin residence and what you hear today remain undisclosed to anyone outside. Is that agreeable? Luo Qingzhou turned his back to the exquisite figure and regarded the girl before him, hesitating before stating, Miss Bai Ling, if the eldest young lady is unwilling to proceed with this marriage, she can indeed annul it at this moment. I have no objections. Bai Ling was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at him for a moment before shaking her head. Son-in-law, I merely suggested that as a possibility. Do not overthink it. For now, everything is quite well, and what transpires in the future is a matter for later. I conveyed this to you tonight solely to prepare you mentally, so you do not become too deeply attached. She then added, if you have other ladies you admire, feel free to inform us openly. Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered as he replied, I do indeed have someone I hold dear. Bai Ling's expression shifted slightly. Who might that be? Luo Qingzhou locked his gaze with hers and stated, the girl who shared my nuptial chamber that night, the one who intends to spend a month with me thereafter. Miss Bai Ling, may I have her? Upon uttering this, the courtyard fell into an unexpected silence. After a moment, Bai Ling smiled, Son-in-law, you have indeed fallen for her. It is only natural. Who could resist a girl as beautiful as my young lady, especially after having wed her? However, I did mention earlier that my young lady is unwell and prefers solitude, and as of now, she is indeed your wife. Luo Qingzhou continued to observe her eyes, yet he did not hear any further sentiments expressed. They lapsed into silence once more. Bai Ling's lips moved slightly as if she wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. Son-in-law, do retire early. We must pay our respects to the matriarch with tea tomorrow morning, Bai Ling softly advised. Luo Qingzhou nodded, offering a respectful gesture towards the still figure seated at the stone table before taking his leave. The courtyard fell silent. After a while, Bai Ling spoke softly with a complex expression. Young lady, is it not somewhat cruel? She then murmured, the son-in-law is quite a good man. Finally, she sighed imperceptibly, alas. They are ultimately from two different worlds. Though one might expect a heavy heart filled with disquieting thoughts, a sense of relief washed over him, as if a great weight had been lifted. From a moment he learned of his impending marriage to now, his emotions had undergone a transformation. Initially filled with uncertainty and trepidation, he then experienced surprise and anticipation upon seeing his bride, followed by subsequent calm and acceptance, culminating in a complete release. Reflecting upon it, this marriage resembled life itself. In a mere 20 days, he had traversed through a myriad of emotions, ultimately arriving at tranquility and acceptance. It was rather fascinating. Having no genuine feelings for her, he found himself well-fed and clothed in the Qin residence, accompanied by a lovely maiden, free to pursue his interests. What more could one desire? It mattered not. Even if she were to cast him aside in the future, it would not weigh heavily on him. Perhaps he could live a more vibrant life. With Xiao Dai by his side, that was sufficient. The master and servant climbed into bed, nestled beneath the covers. Luo Qingzhou embraced the delicate and obedient maiden, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead, whispering, Xiao Dai, you must always accompany your master. Do you understand? Xiao Di, blushing and cuddling against his chest, closed her eyes in bliss. Yes, I shall always be where my master is. We shall never part, even in death. Your feet? Ah, bring your feet here. I wish to hold them while we sleep. Moonlight, soft as water, spilled through the window. The copper mirror resting on the desk, its moon-etched side facing upward, gradually fogged over under the dim light. Meanwhile, in another courtyard behind a pavilion, the moonlight was cold and bright. A figure clad in white sat there, motionless. In the shadows beside her stood a cold girl with a sword, silent as a specter. Another maiden stood beside the white figure, slightly furrowing her brows as she murmured, without the spiritual liquid, it will be exceedingly difficult for the young lady to progress further. Chapter 38. The matriarch in the bright morning sunlight. Luo Qingzhou awoke to find Xiao Dai hanging clothes in the courtyard while softly humming a tune, her spirits evidently high. Recalling the tender words exchanged between them the night before, a smile crept across his face. The conversation with Bai Ling lingered in his mind, but he felt a profound calmness within. Rising and dressing, he gathered his thoughts. Hearing movement outside, Xiao Dai rushed in to assist him. After completing his morning routine, Luo Qingzhou stepped outside. Just as he exited the small courtyard, he encountered Bai Ling emerging from the garden ahead, a freshly picked flower in hand, beaming at him. Upon seeing him, Bai Ling laughed and teased playfully. Luo Qingzhou gazed into her eyes, remaining silent. Son-in-law, Bai Ling blinked her lively eyes, scrutinizing him for a while before asking curiously, "Did you truly feel no sorrow after hearing my words last night?" Luo Qingzhou furrowed his brow and retorted, "What use is sorrow?" Bai Ling pondered for a moment and shrugged. "It seems it serves no purpose." Luo Qingzhou chose not to respond further and continued walking. Bai Ling quickened her pace to catch up with him, offering the freshly picked flower. "Son-in-law, please give this to my young lady later." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. "Will she accept it?" Bai Ling replied, "Although the young lady may not want it, it is the thought that counts, and she will remember your kindness." "Unnecessary," Luo Qingzhou stated, not accepting the flower. Since they had clarified matters the previous night, such superficial gestures seemed pointless. "What significance does it hold to remember?" "Then you may present it to me later," Bai Ling insisted, forcing the flower into his hands with a smile. "In front of the young lady and Chan Chan. It will bring me great pride." "Of course, that is if the young lady does not want it." Luo Qingzhou regarded her intently, taking the flowers but saying nothing further. The enigma of this girl was becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. Bai Ling then softly reminded him, "Son-in-law, when you accompany the young lady to pay respects to the matriarch with tea, regardless of her demeanor, remember to endure. Understood?" Luo Qingzhou replied calmly, "Understood." Bai Ling observed his unyielding expression and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Both were lost in their thoughts, the silence enveloping them. As Zook In traversed the corridor and approached the courtyard gate, she stood outside, sword in hand, her delicate features as frigid as ice. When Luo Qingzhou appeared, she cast a cold glance in his direction, first noticing the flowers he held, then focusing on him. She resembled a sword unsheathed, exuding an aura so chilling that it sent shivers down one's spine, even as she stood motionless. Luo Qingzhou, feeling a stir in his heart, walked directly towards her, presenting the flowers. "Zook In, these are for you." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, as if the air itself had solidified, leaving no sound of breath. In an instant, a flash of sword light pierced the stillness, and the flowers in Luo Qingzhou's hand were severed in two, falling to the ground. The icy maiden before him still held her sword, seemingly untouched, now resting beside her skirt instead of cradled against her chest. Her face, even more beautiful than a lark, became even colder. Luo Qingzhou did not hear her inner thoughts. He felt an itch at his neck, discarded the remnants of the flowers, and stepped back to stand 5 meters away, refraining from looking at her again. It was peculiar. Most of the time, he could not discern the thoughts of these two young ladies, and he had never once gazed upon the thoughts of Miss Qin. Were they merely unuttered, or was there another reason? While he pondered, Miss Qin, clad in a dress of purest white, emerged from the house, her expression still indifferent, revealing no other emotions. Luo Qingzhou bowed respectfully. Mississippi Qinji and Qi glanced at him but remained silent, proceeding forward. Bai Ling and Zook In followed closely behind, one to the left and the other to the right. Luo Qingzhou trailed behind them, maintaining his gaze straight ahead. Bai Ling intentionally lagged a few steps, casting a lingering glance at him, and whispered, "Why? Have you found affection elsewhere? How could you gift those flowers to Zook In? She knows only how to take lives, not to appreciate them." Luo Qingzhou replied impassively, "You are equally deceitful." Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Why? One must speak with conscience. Where have I deceived you?" Luo Qingzhou chose to ignore her. Bai Ling then raised her voice deliberately, "Why? You just secretly gifted flowers to Zook In. Do you not fear Miss S anger? Do you wish for Zook In to become your concubine?" Luo Qingzhou continued to disregard her, yet he distinctly sensed a chill emanating from ahead. Bai Ling uttered a few more words, but he remained silent. "Why is truly dull," Bai Ling murmured, ceasing her teasing. The group passed through the garden, meandered along the winding corridor, navigated past the pond and rockery, and turned into a carved round door. finally arriving at the rear courtyard where Qin Foreign Song Ryue resided. The path was tranquil, with no servants or maids in sight. The courtyard door stood open, yet no one welcomed them. Qin Jinqi led the three straight inside to the hall. In the hall sat a beautiful woman in a purple dress, her expression stern and imposing. Two maidservants stood beside her, hands lowered and heads bowed, holding their breath in concentration. Qin Jinqi approached, but remained silent. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed, taking a cup of tea from a tray brought by a maid, kneeling before the beautiful woman, and respectfully said, "Madam, please enjoy the tea." The woman coldly scoffed, her eyes narrowing. "Who is your madam? Am I so old?" Luo Qingzhou was taken aback, lifting his gaze to her. Was she not Miss Qin's mother? While he was still in a daze, a maid standing nearby sharply commanded, "Do not stare. Address her as madam." Regaining his senses, Luo Qingzhou bowed respectfully. "Madam, please enjoy the tea." The beautiful woman's eyes scrutinized him coldly. After a moment, her brow furrowed, and she glared. "Wei Mo praised you as a man of talent and charm, but I see only a gilded exterior concealing a flawed interior. You may deceive my Wei Mo, but you cannot fool me. Since you have wed my Jin Qi, why are you attempting to seduce my Wei Mo? My Wei Mo is a pure and kind-hearted girl, and you, with your pitiful background and flowery words, have ensnared her. Do you wish to enjoy the company of both sisters? Such audacity!" Luo Qingzhou thought to himself that he had anticipated numerous challenges upon his arrival, but had never expected her to invoke the name of Miss Qin Air. However, he felt innocent regarding his relationship with Miss Qin Air and was unperturbed by her accusations. He maintained his composure and replied respectfully, "I have only met the second miss twice, each time in the presence of maidservants and others. The first time, my second brother was present. The second time, Miss Meng and Miss Song were there as well. If you wish to know my actions and words, madam, you may inquire with them." Presumptuous. Song Ryue slammed her palm on the nearby tea table, her face alight with fury. "Who gave you the audacity to argue with me?" Luo Qingzhou bowed respectfully. "I was merely clarifying." Bailing quickly approached and whispered, "Gy," quickly apologized to the madam. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and gazed at the domineering beauty before him. Suddenly, he heard her inner thoughts. This lad is indeed unlike ordinary scholars, as Wei Mo has said. If he were one of them, he would have trembled with fear and bowed low as a humble son-in-law. Yet here he stands, calm and composed, neither obsequious nor arrogant. He must possess some skill. However, his straightforward gaze is quite bothersome, though I find his youthful appearance increasingly charming. He certainly did not intend to apologize for merely arguing. Song Ryue snorted, her expression stern. "Wei Mo praised your scholarly achievements and poetic prowess, though she may have exaggerated to comfort me. You are indeed a scholar, yet you hide away in your room, studying diligently. Surely you possess some talent. I am here to test you today. Should you answer well, I shall overlook your earlier insolence. Should you fail from this day forth, you shall tend to the flowers in my rear garden, serving as a mere gardener. In the Qin residence, I shall not tolerate useless idlers." With these words, the entire hall fell silent. Meanwhile, from the adjacent chamber shrouded by pearl curtains, a maid was supporting a delicate figure, secretly eavesdropping from behind the door. Those beautiful eyes peered through the curtains, catching a glimpse of the scene within the hall. Chapter 39. The brother-in-law of extraordinary talent. Was this a show of authority? During the journey, Luo Qingzhou had already received Bail Eng's repeated warnings and had mentally prepared himself. Thus, upon hearing her words, he fell silent for a moment before bowing. "Madam, please present your question." Song Ryue seemed to have been prepared. With a cold huff, her lightly made-up face displayed a hint of satisfaction. "My Jin Qi and Wei Mo are both beauties akin to flowers. Marrying my Jin Qi is a blessing you have earned over 8 lifetimes, and you must learn to be grateful. Now, compose a poem praising my Jin Qi using the phrase beauties akin to flowers, but without including any of those 4 words. You have the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." After she finished speaking, a maid immediately lit the incense. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and heard her inner thoughts. "Humph. Jin Qi and Wei Mo's beauty is inherited from me. If this lad cannot compose a good poem praising Jin Qi, I shall make him suffer." At that moment, the hall was enveloped in silence. All eyes were fixed on him, awaiting his response. When a madam was angry, none would dare speak. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and then recited, in the Qin residence, there is a fair maiden, unrivaled and independent. One gaze captivates the city, another captivates the nation. A fine poem. As soon as his words fell, Bail Ing immediately clapped her hands in praise. "Gee, that was splendid. The miss is indeed a beauty, captivating both city and nation." Song Ryue shot her a glare. "Mind your tongue." Bailing chuckled, but remained silent. Luo Qingzhou cast another glance at the beautiful woman before him and heard her inner thoughts. This lad has great audacity. He dares to stare at me while composing a poem meant for Jin Qi. A single glance can topple a city. A second glance can bring a nation to its knees. However, this young man's vision and talent are indeed praiseworthy. Luo Qingzhou scoffed, remarking that such a claim was exaggerated and somewhat ridiculous. If a mere gaze could sway cities and kingdoms, then what need would there be for generals and soldiers in battle? To send a few beauties instead. Flatterer. Song Ryue let out a cold huff, rolling her eyes, and sternly declared, "This poem won't do. Compose another. This time, you must craft a verse for my dear Jianjia, emphasizing her beauty and grace, likening her to a celestial being. The phrase Hua Rong Yu Mao must be included in its entirety. Omit even a single character, and it will not suffice." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged various expressions, realizing the difficulty of her request. At that moment, the beaded curtain at the side hall rustled, and a delicate figure emerged, supported by a maid. It was the second daughter of the Qin family, Qin Weima. Furrowing her brows, Qin Weima said, "Mother, you are being too harsh on my brother-in-law. How can an entire poem be required to contain those 4 words? Even the most talented poet in Yujing, Wang Zhihuan, would struggle to create one on the spot." Seeing her step out against her wishes, Song Ryue's expression darkened. "Did I not instruct you to stay inside? With your frail constitution, how dare you come out to meddle? Mother is testing his literary skills to see if he truly possesses the talent you claimed. If he fails, then his worth is questionable. From now on, limit your interactions with him, lest you be deceived." Qin Weima's fair and delicate face flushed slightly as she gently responded, "Mother, please do not make it difficult for him. He has already composed a splendid poem. Isn't that sufficient? Not nearly enough." Song Ryue replied coldly. "He has married a daughter of the Qin family, a being akin to an ethereal fairy, my precious darling, your sister. A mere poem cannot be deemed adequate." Qin Weima furrowed her brow, wanting to argue further. But Song Ryue waved her hand dismissively, her expression stern. "Stay out of this and refrain from speaking. This young man must pass my test today. Otherwise, he shall not leave this hall." With that, she cast a glance at the maid standing nearby, commanding, "Light the incense again and start timing." The maid promptly lit another stick. Qin Weima sighed, her gaze filled with helplessness and apology as she looked at the young man in the hall. Song Ryue declared, "You have the duration of a stick of incense. If you cannot compose a poem within that time." Before she could finish, the young man, still kneeling with both hands holding tea, suddenly spoke, "Madam, may I include one character in the poem's title?" Song Ryue paused, considering, and replied coldly, "You may, but only one character, no more." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and stated, "I have thought of title." Upon hearing this, Song Ryue was momentarily taken aback, then adopted a stern expression. "If you cobble together something poorly, it will be seen as a deliberate mockery of my request and a disrespect to my dear Jianjia. You must understand the consequences." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and announced, "The title shall be Mao Ruo Tian Xian." Song Ryue snorted with disdain. "Common. To settle for such a mundane title for the sake of a single character. If the poem that follows is not satisfactory, I shall see how you will defend yourself." Without further ado, he recited, "Clouds evoke garments, flowers recall beauty. The spring breeze brushes the railing, dew glistens heavily. Had I not seen atop the mountain of jade, I would not meet you beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace." As the poem concluded, the mocking smile on Song Ryue's face froze, slowly fading to a solemn expression. Luo Qingzhou looked up to find her eyes sparkling with astonishment and a hint of dazed admiration. Simultaneously, he heard her inner thoughts. Could this young man possibly be a reincarnated celestial being? In just a few lines, "This poem exudes an ethereal quality that indeed befits my dear Jianjia, the most knowledgeable girl in poetry in the hall, with her exquisite and otherworldly visage. Also displayed a moment of dazed expression, murmuring the lines. Clouds evoke garments, flowers recall beauty. The spring breeze brushes the railing. Dew glistens heavily. Had I not seen atop the mountain of jade, I would not meet you beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace. The hall fell into a profound silence. Each person's heart or lips seemed to echo the poem, while gazes turned towards the young girl, clad in a snow-white dress, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being. The poem's title, while seemingly ordinary, became nothing short of perfect when paired with the breathtaking beauty before them, devoid of any exaggeration or incongruity. Suddenly, Bai Ling broke the silence, smiling brightly. "Madam, the incense is nearly burnt out. Are you satisfied with the second poem composed by the young master?" After speaking, she extended her delicate hands to take the tea from him, maintaining a cold demeanor as she took a sip and set it down on a nearby table. Luo Qingzhou then stood, glancing at her once more. He heard her inner thoughts. What a pity! Such talent in this young man. Had he been born into a prominent family in Yujing, he would have already gained renown. But perhaps it is for the best. The Cheng Guo family is filled with ignorant fools, blind to true talent, thus leaving an opportunity for our Qin family. Step aside and focus on your studies. Do not mingle with others. When the time comes to take the imperial examinations, you shall earn a name for your mother and elevate your own status. As you are now, you are unworthy of my dear Jianjia. Song Ryue cast a sidelong glance with an air of superiority. Luo Qingzhou bowed and excused himself. He merely exchanged a glance with the eldest daughter of the Qin family without greeting her. However, as he passed by the second daughter, faced with her gentle gaze and warm smile, he felt compelled to lower his head and softly say, "Second miss, thank you." Qin Weima smiled gently. "Brother-in-law, your talent is unparalleled. I believe you will achieve great things in the future. Keep it up." Here I am with Jianjia, and you two little ones are already plotting mischievously. How inappropriate for a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law to be so familiar. Song Ryue's sharp voice abruptly interrupted their exchange of glances and words. Qin Weima's fair cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily turned away, stammering, "Mother, I was merely speaking with my brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou dared not linger, clasping his hands in farewell and hastily departing. There had been 4 of them entering, yet only one exited. Upon leaving the hall, he found Xiao Dai waiting at the entrance, her face filled with concern. Everyone spoke of the lady's ill temper and her strong opposition to this marriage, which made her anxious about the trials he might face that morning. Xiao Tao had come to summon her to practice playing the xiao, but she had been too apprehensive to go, standing at the door all morning, anxiously awaiting his return. With a light tone, Luo Qingzhou replied, "I offered the tea and faced some challenges, but all is well now." As Xiao Dai was about to inquire further, he took her small hand and said, "Let us go out for a stroll. I wish to see some things and buy you a few skewers of Tonglu." Hearing this, Xiao Dai's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Young master, you are so kind to me. You always remember to buy me Tonglu when we go out." The little girl felt overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. What maidservant was so spoiled by her master? The young master was the kindest person in the world, the best to her. She vowed to follow him for a lifetime. No, a lifetime would not suffice. She wished to accompany him through countless lifetimes, always serving him. "It has been too long. I might tire of it." "Young master, you are making me emotional. Can you not speak properly? Then remove your shoes and socks." "What? What do you want, young master?" "Let me touch your little feet, and I shall speak properly." "Oh dear, young master." Outside the Qin residence, at the corner of a narrow alley, a young cobbler sat leisurely in the sun, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the Qin family. Chapter 40. The Jianwu Stone at the Chengguo residence. Amidst a sprawling garden of several acres, second steward Wang Cheng was directing the servants as they moved a rockery. A servant hurriedly approached from the arched entrance and whispered something in his ear. Wang Cheng nodded and swiftly departed. Before long, he arrived at a pavilion beside a pond. A robust young man clad in a blue garment awaited him in the pavilion. Upon his arrival, he promptly approached and whispered, "Uncle, that fellow has left the estate." Wang Cheng's expression grew serious as he inquired, "Is he leaving the city?" The young man shook his head, responding quietly, "It remains uncertain for now. I have instructed someone to follow him. However, according to the rules, the month-long period has yet to expire. He still has 9 days left before he can leave the city to pay his respects." He then glanced around and continued softly, "Uncle, should we act early?" Those individuals are impatient, eager to seize the money and flee. After all, they are murderers, and they dare not wait any longer. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng's countenance darkened, and he admonished, "Foolishness! To act within the city, do you wish to hasten your demise? Not to mention that the lad is now associated with the Qin family. Even if he were still one of us from the Cheng Guo, we must not act within the city. He is, after all, a scholar and our third young master. Should this be discovered, it would not matter if we perish, but it would drag the Cheng Guo down with us and jeopardize the second young master's examinations next year. None of us can bear that responsibility." The young man's expression changed, and he quickly assured, "Uncle, rest assured, I will rein them in. At most, I will offer them more money to wait a few more days." Wang Cheng's demeanor remained grave as he spoke earnestly. "Wang Pu, you must remember, although our Cheng Guo currently has no officials in the court, we still hold titles, and we have offended many in the past. Should we be caught in an internal conflict, even if it is mere speculation, our enemies will seize the opportunity to politically attack us. At that point, all the second young master's hard work and the hopes of our lord and lady would be in vain. Even if we risk our whole family, it would not suffice. Remember, this matter requires utmost caution. The lady has entrusted you with this important task for the first time. If you execute it well, the Cheng Guo will surely have a place for you. Your family will no longer have to worry about food and clothing. If your siblings wish to go to Yujing in the future, the first and second young masters will assist them. When they achieve great success, your benefits will be plentiful. Understand that you must strive for excellence." Wang Pu's face was grave, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Uncle, you can rest assured. I will ensure this matter is handled beautifully and will not disappoint the lady's expectations. Remember, this matter has no connection to the lady, nor to the Cheng Guo. If you were to make a mistake, do you know what to do? I understand. Go." The streets were bustling with activity. After purchasing 2 skewers of candied hawthorn for Xiao Dai, Luo Qingzhou led her across the arch bridge to the East Street, known for its specialty in civil and martial merchandise. After carefully selecting a few shops, he paused in front of one, where the sign elegantly proclaimed, "Qin Shan Wen Wu Ge." Glimpsing inside, he noted that the first floor was filled with books, while the second floor appeared to offer martial art supplies. Luo Qingzhou entered the shop with Xiao Dai. Soon, a shop assistant approached, noting his scholarly attire and slender frame, and greeted him with a broad smile. "Young master, are you here to purchase books or perhaps ink, paper, and other supplies? We have an abundant selection on both floors, and the quality is absolutely superior." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the second floor and asked, "Is the second floor also selling these items?" The assistant eagerly replied, "Indeed, the items on the second floor are slightly more expensive than those on the first. If you're interested, you may ascend to take a look." Without further ado, Luo Qingzhou took Xiao Dai upstairs. The second floor boasted several rows of bookshelves, showcasing not only books, but also high-quality writing instruments, folding fans, fragrant sachets, jade pendants, and other scholarly accessories. In one corner, various alluring illustrated albums were displayed, all exquisitely crafted. The assistant maintained a polite distance, allowing them to browse freely while wearing an affable smile. Luo Qingzhou casually roamed and found several books on women's embroidery. Handing one to Xiao Dai, saying, "You may read here for a moment while I explore the upper floor. I shall return shortly." The assistant promptly reminded him, "Young master, the upper floor is dedicated to martial supplies." Luo Qingzhou replied, "I am merely curious and wish to take a look. Is that acceptable?" The assistant smiled broadly, "Of course. Young master, feel free to go upstairs and examine anything you desire." Following the assistant upstairs, Luo Qingzhou was immediately captivated by the array of weapons, swords, spears, and staves. After observing the weapons for a while, he wandered over to a nearby shelf, curiously examining the various items displayed. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at a row of porcelain vials. He then gestured at another row, asking, "And these? Are they also medicinal liquids used in skin refinement?" "Yet, these appear to be of a higher grade. Besides alleviating skin pain, they enhance the efficacy of skin refining." "What about these?" Luo Qingzhou pointed at another shelf. The assistant, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, patiently explained, "These are medicinal liquids used in muscle refinement. They relieve muscle soreness and stimulate strength within the muscles, allowing for training to yield twice the results with half the effort." Intrigued, Luo Qingzhou pointed to a specific vial, asking, How much for this one? The assistant inspected it closely, smiling. This vial is quite affordable, priced at 9,200 taels, containing 3 drops, sufficient for half a month's use. Luo Qingzhou refrained from inquiring further and moved to the opposite corner shelf, casually glancing before directly asking, "Do you sell any spatial items for holding belongings?" Upon hearing this, the assistant understood and promptly replied, "You must be referring to storage rings, storage bracelets, storage bags, and similar spatial treasures, correct?" Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of delight. Indeed, such items were available. "What is the cost of the cheapest one?" he asked without hesitation. The assistant, without any condescension, responded with a smile. "The least expensive is the smallest storage bag, priced according to material. The lowest price is 800,000 taels each. Our shop primarily offers storage bags. For other items, you may wish to visit the Jubuoj on the street, where a variety of storage treasures are available." 800,000 taels. Luo Qingzhou was inwardly astonished. His entire fortune amounted to just over 1,000 taels, which was already a considerable sum for him. He had not anticipated that the cheapest storage bag would cost 800,000 taels. It was evident that becoming a martial artist was not attainable for everyone, and for the impoverished, it was even more challenging. To ease the awkwardness, he nodded and casually picked up a piece of white jade the size of his palm from a nearby shelf, diverting the conversation. "What is this? Is it worn on the body?" Luo Qingzhou's face displayed surprise. "How remarkable!" The assistant smiled, crafted from special materials and refined by a master craftsman. Nearly every martial artist carries one to monitor their training progress and current stamina. Only someone as naive as a novice would not recognize such an item. This young master is indeed just a curious scholar. The assistant mused quietly while still maintaining a warm smile. Luo Qingzhou examined the jade stone, feeling tempted. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "How much for this Jianwu stone?" He had expected this extraordinary jade stone to cost at least several tens of thousands of taels. But the assistant chuckled. "This particular piece is more affordable, priced at only 800 taels. 800 taels? Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, feeling pleasantly surprised by the affordability. Although 800 taels remained a substantial amount for him, it was not as exorbitant as he had anticipated. The assistant candidly remarked, "If you turn it over, you will see a crack on the back of this Jianwu stone, while its functionality remains unaffected. It must be handled with care to avoid any collisions. Thus, our boss has reduced the price to 800 taels." Luo Qingzhou turned the jade stone in his hand, and indeed, on the other side, he spotted a distinct crack. The originally flawless white jade was instantly marred by this blemish. What a coincidence! Could this Jianwu stone be prepared specifically for me? Luo Qingzhou mused internally. Without hesitation, he turned to the shopkeeper and said, "I will take this Jianwu stone. Please wrap it up for me." The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding, Yes, young master, please wait a moment." He had initially thought this young master was merely curious, but to his surprise, he was genuinely purchasing an item meant for warriors, which brought him unexpected joy. Luo Qingzhou produced his purse and handed over the silver. Just as he was about to look at other items, he suddenly heard laughter and the panicked voice of Xiao Dai coming from downstairs. "What are you doing? Go away." Luo Qingzhou's expression changed instantly as he hurried to the staircase. Peering down, he was taken aback to see several familiar figures. Chapter 41. Scholar and warrior on the second floor, beside the bookshelf. Xiao Dai clutched a book, her face pale, gazing in terror at the 4 individuals before her. She did not recognize them at all. However, just moments ago, while she was engrossed in her reading, she had suddenly heard a surprised voice exclaim, "Isn't this the little maid we saw last time at Luo Lu Bridge?" Subsequently, the 4 scholars, clad in scholars' robes and wielding folding fans, encircled her. Their eyes gleamed with astonishment and delight as they shamelessly scrutinized her. "Ah, it truly is that little maid from last time. Look at her. She is even more radiant and charming than before, much more plump and fresh than when we last met." One of them brazenly fixated on her feet peeking out from her skirt, leering, "Brothers, ever since we parted ways on the bridge. My soul seems to have been captured by this little maid. You know my fondness for such delicate and tender little girls, especially those lovely feet. Just imagine the pleasure of holding them in hand." Xiao Dai was utterly terrified, clutching her book tightly, pressed against the bookshelf behind her. She let out a frightened yelp but dared not shout again, fearing that the young master would hear and confront these 4, inviting trouble. The ingrained humility of her lowly status and her fear of others were etched into her very bones. She did not dare to cause trouble, nor did she wish to implicate her young master. Although the people in the Qin residence had been very kind to them both, her young master was, after all, a son-in-law with a lowly status. What if they provoked someone formidable in Mo City? Thus, she refrained from speaking, hoping these individuals would merely tease her before departing. However, what they said next only heightened her terror. Zhang, do not frighten the young lady. Let's first inquire which household she serves. Last time, she was trailing behind a young man who appeared to be a scholar, albeit poorly dressed. One could only wonder how he had acquired such a vibrant little maid. Perhaps he had bought her at a bargain before she grew up, costing him just a few taels of silver. Zhang, your family is wealthy. We shall leave this to you. The four laughed heartily and began to openly discuss the prospect of acquiring her before her very eyes. It was not that they were particularly bold. It was simply the nature of society. After all, she was merely a lowly maid. In this era, even concubines could be exchanged among friends with just a word of whim. Had she been a legitimate wife, they would not dare speak so recklessly in public. Little maid, where is your young master? Is he not here? Which household do you belong to? One of the scholars asked playfully. The shopkeeper, who seemed to recognize these four scholars, remained silent. In his view, this was of little consequence. If this talented scholar became renowned, his small shop would surely gain fame alongside him. As for what would happen when the scholar grew tired of the maid and either gifted or discarded her, no one would pursue the matter further. After all, she was just a lowly maid. As the shopkeeper contemplated this, he suddenly noticed another figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. How had one more scholar joined the original four? He looked up in astonishment, his expression changing drastically. The main character had arrived. However, there should be no issue. Even if a dispute arose among scholars, it would likely only involve some verbal sparring or a poetic exchange, rarely escalating to physical confrontations. Their scholarly image and frail physiques simply did not allow for such altercations. Even if a fight did break out, it would merely consist of shoving and pulling, without any bloodshed. The greatest weapon of a scholar was his tongue, not his fists. Moreover, she was merely a little maid, and the four of them together would be unlikely to provoke a confrontation. There is no need, as it would yield nothing but loss. Little maid, I am speaking to you. Lift your head. Which household do you belong to? A tall scholar, growing impatient with her silence, reached out to lift her chin. Just as his hand extended, another hand suddenly emerged from the side, seizing his wrist. The tall scholar assumed it was a jest from a companion and turned to laugh, only to let out a horrified scream as pain surged through his hand. He even heard the sickening sound of his bones being dislocated. The shrill cry startled the other three, who trembled and turned to follow the arm back to its owner. They beheld a somewhat familiar figure. The handsome young man's expression remained unfazed, yet his eyes conveyed a chilling intensity that made their hearts race. What are you doing? Though his voice trembled due to the shock, the tall scholar tried to assert himself. The other two were equally intimidated by the sudden appearance of this young man and his imposing aura, rendered momentarily speechless. Luo Qingzhou gazed at the four young men who had previously been so exuberant and brazen, now appearing terrified and demoralized. He thought to himself, no wonder I have often heard people mockingly refer to scholars as weak and ineffectual. It is indeed true. In the eyes of a warrior, they are nothing more than jesters. Thankfully, from this moment onward, I shall no longer bear such a visage. Let go. Zhang, Qian, quickly make him release me. The tall scholar, his face ashen from pain, trembled, his voice cracking with impending tears. The other three, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained their wits. Good sir, gentlemen use words, not violence. Why resort to such brutishness upon first meeting? Protested the freckled Zhang, adopting an air of righteous indignation. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhou delivered a powerful kick to Zhang's abdomen, sending him arching backward like a shrimp, sliding across the floor before crashing down with a loud thud, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The other two scholars, who had been preparing to rely on their numbers and engage in both words and actions, were momentarily taken aback by this scene. Their courage and bravado diminished in an instant. Kneel. At that moment, Luo Qingzhou's eyes widened, his aura surging forth, his countenance resembling that of an enraged tiger, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through their very souls. The two already timid scholars, overwhelmed by fear, felt their legs weaken. and they involuntarily knelt before him. This thunderous command not only startled the two scholars, but also sent a shiver through the shopkeeper and the scholar who had been caught by Luo Qingzhou. The shopkeeper trembled, nearly collapsing to his knees, but quickly regained his composure. This matter had nothing to do with him. The scholar, whose hand was grasped by Luo Qingzhou, was already quaking in pain, filled with terror. Suddenly startled, he trembled all over, and a sound escaped from between his legs as he lost control of his bladder. Naturally, Haughty nearby was also greatly frightened. Witnessing the initial experiment of martial prowess yield such an effect, Luo Qingzhou silently felt fortunate. He then released his grip. The terrified scholar, now weakened, fell to the ground, shaking and pale-faced. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the four on the floor, his expression complex, reflecting on his own past. Once, he too was in such a state, unaware of the absurdity of valuing literary talent so highly. Now, he realized that this era belonged to martial artists. No matter how much talent one possessed, if one was frail, a mere shout from a warrior could shatter their courage. What a Jian Wushi! He did not linger, instead turning his gaze to the shopkeeper, who stood dazed on the stairs. The shopkeeper finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly descending to bow respectfully and hand over the wrapped Jian Wushi. Haughty, let us go. Luo Qingzhou gathered his belongings and led the still-shaken girl down the stairs, exiting the shop. Training. He needed to continue his practice, to grow stronger. In the world of martial artists, there is always a pursuit of greater strength. Should one become complacent, they risk being surpassed. Therefore, today's scene could very well reverse upon him. He would never allow such a fate to transpire. For himself, and for Haughty, he must strive harder and become even stronger. Chapter 42. Awaiting tonight, Haughty was thoroughly frightened. Besides being terrified by the four lewd scholars, she was equally alarmed by her master. In her perception, her master had always been a modest and gentle scholar. Despite the better food and increased strength since arriving at the Qin residence, he still appeared weak, easily toppled by anyone on the street. However, what had just transpired in the shop astonished her. Her master had taken on four adversaries single-handedly. He stood there, unyielding, effortlessly defeating them with a mere flick of his hands and legs. A single admonition had them trembling on the ground, in utter disarray. This was far beyond her understanding of her master. At that moment, she too was greatly startled, for his demeanor and aura felt so unfamiliar, so fearsome. Unlike the gentle master she had known. Throughout the journey, she dared not speak. Although her master held her hand gently and even bought her 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, she could not shake off her fear and unease. Regardless of how her master transformed, he would always be her master. She had vowed to serve him for a lifetime, to accompany him through countless lifetimes, even if he became a villain. After all, she belonged to him, now and forever. Gathering her emotions, she approached her master's room. He had just rescued her, and she had yet to express her gratitude. She wanted to inquire how he had become so formidable. Inside the room, as the shopkeeper had indicated, upon grasping the Jian Wushi and stirring the internal energy, various metrics of his current abilities appeared on the jade surface. He glanced down at the pristine jade, where several lines of black characters clearly emerged. Strength, 500, speed, 5, impact resistance, 200, mental energy, 10, the values were clear, though the units remained a mystery. According to the texts, upon successful skin refinement, one could attain the strength of an ox. Could the 500 refer to 500 kilograms? Was it overall body weight capacity or offensive power? As for the speed, impact resistance, and mental energy metrics, he found them somewhat perplexing. Evidently, the data and measurements here differed from those of his original era. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. He had spent a fortune to acquire the Jian Wushi, seeking to track his cultivation progress. As long as it accurately displayed the values, that sufficed. As he pondered these matters, Haughty's timid voice resonated at the door. Master. Seeing him tease her while maintaining his gentle demeanor, she felt her apprehensions dissolve. With a soft sigh and flushed cheeks, she rushed in, collapsing into his embrace, tears welling in her eyes as she whispered, Master, I am so afraid. Luo Qingzhou held her, gently stroking her silky hair, and softly reassured her, Do not fear. Your master will always be your master. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you. Haughty looked up, her face flushed, teary-eyed. Master, how How did I become so powerful all of a sudden? Luo Qingzhou smiled warmly, his expression softening. The midday sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle, radiant glow upon his handsome and tender face. Xiao Dai gazed in awe, her voice trembling. Yes, master, you have suddenly become so powerful. I am frightened. Luo Qingzhou tenderly caressed her hair, softly saying, Xiao Dai, you must understand. No matter how your master changes, he will always be your master. The fearsome side of me is only for others, never for you. So why should you be afraid? Master, Xiao Dai was moved to tears, feeling warmth and happiness swelling within her, burying her flushed face deeper into his embrace. Luo Qingzhou gazed out the window, his expression deepening as he spoke softly. Xiao Dai, you must realize that in this world, relying solely on talent, words, or others is not absolute security. Only by relying on oneself, possessing sufficient martial strength, can one protect oneself and those around them. Xiao Dai's tears fell as she nodded earnestly yes. Then, overwhelmed with emotion, she cried, Master, rest assured, I will never tell anyone. I will keep this secret for you. I know many, especially those from the Cheng Guo Mansion, cannot stand to see you thrive. If they knew, it would be detrimental to you. Even if it cost me my life, I will never reveal it. Luo Qingzhou wiped the tears from her cheeks, chuckling, Do not cry, nor speak so seriously. I am merely keeping a secret for now. Once I grow stronger and no longer fear them, I will not need to keep it hidden. Xiao Dai, your life is far more precious than this secret. Do not speak recklessly. If you were to perish, who would attend to me? Who would teach me about the wedding night? Whose little feet would I caress? Oh, master. The young girl immediately buried her face in his embrace, bashfully twisting her body. Don't say that. I forbid you from saying such things. It is too embarrassing. Luo Qingzhou held her delicate form, inhaling the sweet fragrance of youth emanating from her, and seeing her face flushed with shyness and beauty. He could not resist leaning down to gently kiss her pink ear and cheek, softly murmuring, Xiao Dai, in the future, let us have a few adorable little princesses like you, shall we? Xiao Dai trembled at his kiss, and upon hearing his words, felt a rush of shyness. Unable to raise her head, her flushed cheeks pressed tightly against him, responding sweetly and shyly. Just then, a familiar, teasing voice echoed from the courtyard. Oh, what are you two doing in broad daylight with the door and windows wide open, all cuddled up together? Do you need me to close them for you? Xiao Dai trembled in fright, hurriedly extricating herself from Luo Qingzhou's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed her head and dashed out, retreating into the inner room. Unable to bear the thought of glancing outside, Luo Qingzhou turned his gaze towards the window. Bai Ling, donned in a pink dress, stood vivaciously in the small courtyard, a freshly picked flower in her hand, looking at him with a playful smile. Miss Bai Ling, is there something you need? He inquired, his demeanor calm and devoid of any signs of guilt or panic. Even if she had spoken to her young lady about him, it mattered little. They were not bound by any agreement, each living their own lives, a sentiment he had heard directly from her. Bai Ling scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. My lord, you performed admirably when you met with the lady this morning. I initially intended to remind you to ask the young lady for a reward, but it seems that may no longer be necessary. Luo Qingzhou was well aware of the reward to which she referred. Indeed, it is unnecessary. I require no reward, he replied with indifference. Bai Ling paused, her smile fading, and she regarded him intently before remarking meaningfully, My lord, some rewards cannot simply be declined. You are son-in-law. You must understand your position. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, choosing not to respond further. Bai Ling turned to leave, casting the flower she held onto the nearby stone table. With that, she departed with a cold expression. Chapter 43. Tonight's Opportunity Boom. At midday, after finishing his lunch, Luo Qingzhou ventured outside to the bamboo grove within the Yiting Yuan, commencing his practice of martial arts. He executed the Ben Lei fist twice, feeling his body warm and his muscles slightly tremble, before gathering his strength to continue striking the tree trunk fiercely. The massive tree shook violently, its bare branches rattling loudly. Luo Qingzhou unleashed several powerful punches against the trunk. He then followed up with swift kicks, his skin proving as resilient as bronze, exuding formidable strength alongside impressive resistance to impact. Even when striking with all his might, he felt only a slight numbness. As the force rebounding against him was absorbed by his toughened skin, leaving his bones and flesh devoid of pain. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the hard trunk with all his strength repeatedly. The remaining bark shattered like cotton, and the wood within cracked and caved in, causing the tree to tilt ominously as the section he struck nearly broke. Yet his fists remained unscathed. If those punches had landed on an ordinary person's flesh, bones would undoubtedly have shattered, and flesh would have been obliterated. A blow to the heart or head would have been fatal, and he was currently only at the level of refining his skin. If he were to further refine his flesh, tendons, and bones, how terrifying would his strength become? The prowess of a martial artist is indeed beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. He must strive harder and continue his efforts. Boom! He readied himself, continuing to practice the Ben Lei fist. Once he mastered this set of techniques, he would proceed to refine his flesh. He had now truly become a martial artist. Though still a novice, he at least needed to master a martial skill. This would suffice against ordinary individuals, but should he encounter another martial artist, he would undoubtedly reveal numerous flaws. Boom! 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 He stepped forward, his punches transitioning from slow to rapid, his movements as swift as the wind, each strike like thunder. The surrounding green bamboo began to sway. The ground covered in bamboo, leaves rustled, and a vortex of energy swirled around him, transforming into a fierce wind that roared with each punch. His footwork quickened, his strikes accelerated, and his power intensified, exuding an overwhelming force. Thunderous sounds erupted as he unleashed several more punches, generating a cacophony as if thunder had struck the air. Though the power was not visible, the intensity was indeed astonishing. Not to mention ordinary folk, even some martial artists unfamiliar with the Ben Lei fist would likely be intimidated upon witnessing it. Luo Qingzhou executed 3 rounds of strikes. Drenched in sweat, his muscles slightly sore. Yet his spirit remained invigorated, fatigue eluding him, and his body still capable of enduring more. After a brief pause, he commenced another round of practice. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon and the evening glow painted the sky did he finally cease. His garments soaked and drenched in sweat. Practicing the Ben Lei fist appeared less grueling than refining his skin, as it did not require continuous impact against a tree trunk, sparing his flesh from injury, yet it was undoubtedly more exhausting and challenging. After several sets, his muscles ached and his stamina waned rapidly. However, the results were evident. His strikes had gained considerable force, not only accompanied by a gust of wind, but also echoing with the faint sound of thunder, presenting a rather impressive spectacle. The true extent of his power, however, remained to be tested. After finishing his meal, Luo Qingzhou listened as his maid voiced her grievances. "Young master, just now while I was fetching the food, I overheard the kitchen murmuring about how we eat too much meat and vegetables each meal. They even said next time they wouldn't allow me to take so much, speaking rather unkindly, claiming you're just a scholar who stays indoors reading all day, and cannot possibly eat so much." Luo Qingzhou frowned at this, glancing at the table piled high with dishes, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Indeed, this is rather excessive. Considering the two of us, we certainly cannot consume such a quantity. "But young master," she continued, "it's fine for now. I cannot eat so much meat. I can manage with more pastries, fruits, and vegetables. Having completed skin refinement, I have yet to refine my flesh. When the time comes for that, I'll need to supplement my diet with meat. At that point, I will devise my own methods." The resources required for a martial artist are exceedingly vast. Even within the Qin household, nurturing a true martial artist is likely a considerable burden. Beyond the necessity for abundant high-quality food, there are also potions, elixirs, and other expensive items required. A single vial containing only 3 drops of potion can cost thousands of taels of silver, and other necessities are no less costly. Currently, all resources within the Qin household are prioritized for the second young master, Qin Chuan, who is preparing for examinations. Furthermore, it is said that the Qin household is beginning to decline, with uncertainty surrounding their precise economic situation. As an outsider who has married into the family, he must possess self-awareness and understand the rules. He contemplated visiting the nearby mountains and forests while paying respects to his mother. He had heard from the maid that a noble guest from Yujing frequently ventured into the woods to hunt. This implies that there must be plentiful game in that area. The energy contained within wild game is far superior to that of the meat he currently consumes. If he could hunt some low-level demon beasts, that would be even better. The pelts of demon beasts can be sold for profit. their flesh not only consumable but also profitable, making them a treasure in their entirety. With his current strength and some weaponry, he should have no trouble dealing with the lowest tier of demon beasts. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly finished his meal. After nightfall, the master and servant ventured to the lake to wash. Since her first visit, Xiao Dai had grown fond of it, no longer shy about expressing her desire to go. After all, bathing in the lake was far more comfortable than in a wooden tub. Under the serene night sky, the moonlight shone brightly and stars twinkled. The tranquil lake was enveloped in mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere reminiscent of fairyland. The master and servant were 2 meters apart as they bathed. Initially, Xiao Dai was bashful, but gradually she gained courage. Approaching Luo Qingzhou to scrub his back, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. She shared tales of what she had learned that day and the gossip she had heard from her maid sisters. Although merely a day apart, Xiao Dai had endless words to exchange with him, their conversation flowing freely. The night was tranquil, and the lake's warmth enveloped them as they stood barefaced before one another, whispering tenderly. For the two who had recently escaped a den of wolves, such days were undeniably blissful. After changing into a fresh set of clothes in his room, Luo Qingzhou stepped outside. According to custom, he was to pay respects to the young lady of the Qin family each evening, though it seemed rather unnecessary. Xiao Dai remained indoors, diligently embroidering lotus flowers beneath the oil lamp. Luo Qingzhou, lost in thought, soon arrived at the courtyard where Miss Qin resided. The gate stood ajar. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of both Bai Ling and Xia Chan. Only a figure as white as snow sat serenely in the courtyard, seemingly entranced under the moonlight. Lost in reverie, unaware of her own thoughts, Luo Qingzhou paused at the entrance, taking a careful glance around. The 2 young ladies were indeed absent. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped inside. Observing the dazed expression on her exquisite visage stirred something within him, and he quietly mused that tonight might present an opportunity. With Bai Ling gone and the formidable Xia Chan also absent, he felt emboldened to voice certain sentiments. Chapter 44. The young lady's arrival in the small courtyard. The moonlight flowed like water, enveloping the scene in serene silence. The young girl, clad in white, with hair cascading like a waterfall, sat quietly, resembling a celestial being from the moon palace, solitary and ethereal, her beauty akin to a painting. Each time Luo Qingzhou beheld her, he experienced a peculiar illusion. This pristine maiden beneath the moonlight felt close, yet simultaneously distant, almost beyond reach, as if she were not of this world. Though she was right before his eyes, so vividly clear, she appeared shrouded in a haze, almost not real at all. At times, he was tempted to extend his hand to touch her, to ascertain her existence, to see if she would vanish like a bubble upon contact or rise ethereally into the clouds. Yet, he only dared to entertain such thoughts. Even though she was his legally wedded wife, having shared a bed with him on 2 occasions, the chilling demeanor of the girl standing in the shadow of the eaves, her sword in hand and eyes gleaming with coldness, sent shivers down his spine. The sword, once drawn, could seal a throat. The moment one hears its sound, life may already be forfeit. She was Xia Chan, the one whose sword could silence a life in an instant. It was the first time he had witnessed death, the first time he realized that there existed swords swifter than lightning, and the first time he understood the fragility of life, as fleeting as paper. Thus, for the icy girl, he seemed to have developed a psychological shadow, even knowing that she would not casually thrust her sword into his throat. However, tonight, with Bai Ling absent and her also away, he felt no further hesitation. He stood before the enchanting maiden, bowed respectfully, and softly addressed her, Mississippi. His voice was gentle, yet in the stillness of the courtyard in the night, it rang somewhat abruptly. Qin Jinjia seemed not to notice him or hear his words, her gaze fixed on the moonlight dancing upon the stone table, lost in thought. Luo Qingzhou did not depart as he usually would. He looked at the breathtaking girl once more and respectfully spoke again, Mississippi. This time, Qin Jinjia seemed to have heard him. She raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes as cool and hazy as moonlight, revealing a flicker of confusion and strangeness, as if pondering who this young man was. Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Locking eyes with her, then respectfully asked, Miss, I speak with you? Qin Jinjia's gaze remained unfocused as she stared at him. After a moment, she nodded slightly, but still did not utter a word. Luo Qingzhou, undeterred, respectfully inquired, "Was it truly you who married me that day?" This question bore significance for their true relationship. If it was indeed her, then in this era, they would be recognized as legitimate husband and wife. If not, there would be nothing further to discuss. After a brief pause, Qin Jinjia nodded. A flicker of emotion surged within Luo Qingzhou, and he pressed on, "Was it you who shared the bridal chamber with me that night?" He raised his head, locking eyes with her, staring into her deep, starry pupils, holding his breath in anticipation. The courtyard remained enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. There were no footsteps, no sounds of speech. Yet the hairs on his body stood on end. His heart quickened, and he lowered his gaze, falling silent as he awaited her response. From the shadow of the eaves nearby, an icy figure had appeared, ghostly and soundless. Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance. Bai Ling's clear voice rang out. "Young master, what brings you here? Were you not told to wait in your room tonight? There is no need to pay your respects to the miss this evening." Realizing that the moment had passed, Luo Qingzhou no longer hesitated. He raised his head to glance once more at the stunning young lady before him, cupped his hands in salute, and took his leave. As he approached the lovely girl, reminiscent of a delicate flower, he glanced back and suddenly asked, "Bai Ling, will you be seeking me out tonight?" Bai Ling paused, then laughed lightly. "Young master, what are you saying? Why would I go looking for you?" She then furrowed her brows and pouted. "Young master, you mustn't speak so in front of the miss. It makes it seem as though I am trying to entice you." Luo Qingzhou regarded her once more, choosing not to respond, and with a slight bow, he exited the courtyard, swiftly disappearing into the darkness outside. The small courtyard fell silent once more. Bai Ling murmured, "I understand, before severing ties with the mundane world, you are reluctant to speak, but after all, he is your—" A cold snort suddenly interrupted from the shadowed eaves. Bai Ling halted her words, rolling her eyes as she stood to face the icy figure. "Girl, why are you snorting? I'm speaking to the miss, not to you. Are you jealous?" The figure beneath the eaves turned slightly, arms crossed, sword in embrace, casting a frosty gaze elsewhere. "Jealous? Only you would be so bold." Bai Ling scoffed, dismissing her and pondering for a moment. She gathered a handful of withered leaves from a corner, scattering them on the ground near the window. Upon entering the room, she hid the sun and moon copper mirror as well as the Jianwu stone beneath the bed, arranging several leaves about the chamber. Just as Xiao Dai was about to emerge from the adjoining room, Luo Qingzhou suddenly lifted the beaded curtain and stepped inside. "Young master," Xiao Dai began to speak, but he swiftly enveloped her in his arms, carrying her into her fragrant chamber and gently placing her on the soft bed. On the bed lay 2 embroidered pouches adorned with lotus flowers. Xiao Dai laid flat on the bed, momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master, this is not permissible tonight." Luo Qingzhou placed a finger to his lips, whispering, "Hush, do not speak. I merely wish to hold you." With that, he bent down to assist her in removing her embroidered shoes and delicate stockings, cradling her petite, snow-white feet and resting them on the bed. Then, he himself removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, embracing her gently. Xiao Dai shyly murmured, "Young master, tonight the miss shall arrive. You cannot be here with me." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, gazing out at the moonlight, his mind drifting back to the image of the maiden in the courtyard, illuminated by the moon. The miss is coming? It seemed an absurd jest, a ludicrous notion. Such a celestial beauty, a paragon of grace, would clandestinely come to share a bed with him in the dead of night? Even in dreams, it seemed impossible. Tonight, however, he yearned to discover who this girl was, the one willing to offer her innocence to him and share her bed. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a tranquil ambience. Time slipped by quietly, and the night deepened. Chapter 45, An Unexpected Visitor. Young master, shush, do not speak. Young master, that tickles. Do not place your hand there. Oh. Luo Qingzhou withdrew his hand from the little girl's waist, fixating his gaze out the window, holding his breath in anticipation. He lost track of time. The little girl in his embrace had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Luo Qingzhou gently released her and tucked the quilt around her. It was already the 3rd watch of the night. Surely no one would come. However, just as he reached the threshold of the room, a faint rustling of leaves suddenly echoed from the small courtyard. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly approached the window, peering through the crack. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the courtyard splendidly. Yet, apart from the trees and flowers, there was nothing amiss. Only the sound of the night breeze gently blowing. He stood motionless behind the window for a long while, and upon confirming that there was indeed no anomaly, he exited the room. The branches were damp, the flower buds delicate, and the petals still adorned with glistening droplets of water, clearly just plucked from the boughs. He paused for a moment, then abruptly turned around, scanning the other corners of the room, the bed behind the wardrobe, the corners under the desk, even beneath the bed. Yet, there was no one. The room was empty, save for the sound of his own heartbeat. He stood in the darkness for a while, then walked to the window, opening it to gaze outside. The courtyard remained undisturbed. The night breeze wafted in, carrying the fragrance of flowers from the windowsill. The air was imbued with a faint sweetness, devoid of any other scent. He picked up the flower from the windowsill and brought it to his nose, momentarily taken aback, before tossing it out the window, where it landed on the ground. Tomorrow he would need to practice. As for other matters, there was no need to dwell further. The night passed quietly. The following day, when Luo Qingzhou awoke, he heard voices from the courtyard outside. One belonged to Xiao Dai, and the other, upon closer listening, was that of Bailing. He roused himself dressed and opened the window. The morning sun bathed him in fresh air and warmth. In the courtyard, Xiao Dai was clutching a broom, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed as she timidly glanced at the ground. Before her, Bailing, clad in a pink dress and holding a flower, was engaging her in conversation with a playful smile. Upon noticing the window had opened, Bailing's gaze turned toward him, and her beautiful face broke into two shallow dimples as she sweetly exclaimed, "Young master, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Luo Qingzhou stood at the window, observing the flower in her hand. It was not freshly picked. Rather, it was the same flower he had discarded from the windowsill the previous night. Quite well, he thought. His expression remained serene. Bathed in the bright sunlight, his handsome, gentle visage revealed no trace of being teased. Bailing's eyes widened slightly, her smile still sweet. "Young master, I'm sorry. Miss was unwell last night, so she didn't come. You aren't angry, are you?" Luo Qingzhou looked in her eyes and replied, "Not at all." "That's good to hear," Bailing said, raising the flower in her hand. "Young master, I found this flower on your windowsill this morning. Did you pick it for my miss last night?" Luo Qingzhou cast another glance at the flower in her grasp before responding, "No, it was specifically picked for you." Bailing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a giggle, her smile radiant. "Young master, you're just teasing me again. You wouldn't actively pick flowers to give to someone." She then furrowed her brow, her tone turning wistful. "Last time, you didn't give that flower to me, but to Chanshan instead. You think I'm not as lovely as Chanshan, don't you?" With that, she turned to Xiao Dai, smiling. "Xiao Dai, make sure to serve your young master well." After saying this, she gracefully departed, the pink skirt fluttering behind her. Luo Qingzhou remained at the window, watching her figure disappear at the courtyard gate, a hint of contemplation crossing his brow. "Young master, I've come to fetch water for you to wash your face." Once Luo Qingzhou finished washing, he looked at Xiao Dai and asked, "What did Bailing say to you just now?" Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed again as she lowered her head, saying, "Sister Bailing asked me about last night, whether I kept you company while you slept." Luo Qingzhou inquired further. Xiao Dai shyly replied, "Of course, I said no. I know the rules. And since Miss was supposed to come, I wouldn't dare." "What else did she say?" Xiao Dai, still with her head down, bashfully responded, "Sister Bailing also asked me if you had taken my virginity." Luo Qingzhou gazed out the window. "Anything else?" Xiao Dai pondered for a moment and said, "Oh yes. Sister Bailing mentioned that tonight, Madam invited guests to enjoy the moon by the lake and specifically instructed for you to accompany them." Luo Qingzhou frowned. "Instructed me to accompany them?" Xiao Dai nodded. "The second miss will also be attending. Sister Bailing should come by later to inform you." Frowning, Luo Qingzhou said nothing further and left the room. "Young master, I'll go fetch your meal." Xiao Dai hurriedly exited. Luo Qingzhou stood in the small courtyard, glancing at the window and then at other places. The dry leaves were nowhere to be seen. They must have been swept away by Xiao Dai. Someone had indeed been there last night, but they had come and gone without a trace, leaving only that flower. As he pondered these things, Bailing unexpectedly returned, appearing at the courtyard gate. "Young master, I have something to tell you." Luo Qingzhou assumed she would mention the matter of accompanying guests tonight, and said directly, "Can I not go?" Bailing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, "Of course you can." Luo Qingzhou was slightly surprised, looking at her. She was so agreeable. Young master, I'll go have the servants send them away. I also think it's best you don't go, as they aren't good people anyway. Having us is enough. It doesn't matter whether you acknowledge them or not. As Bailing spoke, she was about to turn to leave when Luo Qingzhou hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Bailing looked at him with curiosity. "It's Vu, the second son of the Cheng Guo Mansion, your former brother. He is here looking for you, waiting in the guest hall." "Luo?" Luo Qingzhou's brow furrowed, a look of surprise and confusion crossing his eyes. What could he possibly want? To discuss brotherly affection? How could that be? He was so busy hiding at home, practicing and preparing for exams. How could he suddenly come to the Qin mansion to find him? Clearly, there was something significant at hand. He certainly did not wish to meet him. However, he had no reason to refuse. Though he had married into the Qin mansion, he remained of the Cheng Guo mansion, and they were nominally brothers. It would be unreasonable not to see him. Moreover, he did not want to raise any alarms. Naturally, he was also curious as to why the other party had come. "Young master, will you meet him?" Bailing asked, blinking her eyes. Luo Qingzhou stepped out of the small courtyard. "Yes." Bailing gave him a deep look and smiled. "Good. Then I'll accompany you. If he dares to bully you, I want to let him off easily." She shook her little pink fist. Chapter 46. Young master, hurry in to receive your punishment. In the guest hall, Luo, dressed in a white brocade robe, exuding charm, sat sipping tea amid the presence of the Qin mansion's steward Zhou Tong and several maidservants. No one else was in attendance. Although the marriage had been settled and time had passed, the Qin family would forever remember his broken engagement and the humiliation of the Cheng Guo mansion. His visit alone today was already quite a concession. Yet, Luo seemed unaffected by the cold reception, maintaining a gentle smile as he chatted amiably with Steward Zhou, occasionally exchanging a few words with the maidservants. "My younger brother has been unfortunate since childhood. It was only in his teenage years that he followed our mother into the estate, but alas, she passed away early last year. I am aware that he has not fared well in the Cheng Guo Fu, as our mother, being the head of the household, was excessively strict. I am unable to assist him, yet fortunately, there is this marriage proposal that has brought him to your Qin Fu. Our two families have indeed had little interaction over the years. Sigh, my father often mentions that our ancestors were once close friends." Zhou Tong, standing attentively by, occasionally nodded in agreement, his face adorned with a polite smile, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. Just then, a figure unexpectedly entered from outside the hall. His gaze shifted, and he promptly rose, a warm smile gracing his features, though he refrained from speaking first. Luo Qingzhou stepped into the hall, approached him, and respectfully clasped his hands. Addressing him, "Second young master, there exists a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, as well as a hierarchy of age, regardless of his internal thoughts. Certain customs are inescapable in this era. Besides, it was not yet the time to quarrel." Luo Yu then broke into a hearty smile, affectionately patting his shoulder. "Qingzhou, why be so formal? Just call me second brother. We are brothers. There is no need for such titles. I have come today for no other reason than to see you. I was concerned that you might not be accustomed to staying here and hope I haven't disturbed your studies." Luo Qingzhou, still with his head bowed, replied, "I have not." Luo Yu chuckled, turning to Zhou Tong beside him. "Zhou Butler, may I have a private conversation with my third brother? I would also like to see his living quarters, if that is permissible." Beneath the eaves outside stood a charming young lady in a pink dress, delicately holding a flower she had just picked along the way, inhaling its fragrance. She did not cast a glance inside the room. "Of course, young Master Luo. Please proceed," Zhou Tong replied respectfully. With a beaming smile, Luo Yu expressed his gratitude and said, "Qingzhou, come, let us go see your residence." Luo Qingzhou remained silent and led the way. As the two exited the hall, the charming young lady who had stood under the eaves had mysteriously vanished. Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered as they left the courtyard, heading towards the corridor. With no one around, Luo Yu slowed his pace and said with a smile, "Qingzhou, there are some words I wish to share with you." Luo Qingzhou halted, turned to face him, and clasped his hands. "Please, second young master, speak." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, second young master." Luo Yu gently patted his hand, sighed, and said, "I understand that you harbor resentment towards me and the Cheng Guo Fu. Indeed, we have made mistakes. However, as sons, there are many matters beyond our control. With elder brother absent, I must shoulder the family's responsibilities. Our parents and other elders have high hopes for me. The upcoming entrance examination for the Longhu Academy is not only pivotal for my future, but also for the future of the Cheng Guo. Qingzhou, I hope you can understand your second brother's position. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head, remaining silent. Luo Yu sighed again, turned towards the flowering trees outside the railing, and slowly remarked, "In truth, your second brother is also weary. I train rigorously day and night, never daring to slacken my efforts. For if I pause, I risk being surpassed by others. The city is filled with hidden talents, all vying for success in the Longhu Academy entrance examination. You, being a scholar, should comprehend that this examination is more challenging than the imperial examinations. It is a perilous bridge, and only a few will cross it, while the majority will be pushed beneath. Next year, there are only 3 spots available, 2 of which are already accounted for, leaving but 1 remaining." Luo Yu turned to him, saying, "Qingzhou, if you have anything to say, please do so." Luo Yu smiled, his demeanor relaxed. "I am quite confident about this examination. Yet there remain several formidable competitors." At this point, his gaze flickered, scanning the surroundings. He playfully patted Luo Qingzhou's shoulder and whispered, "One of them you have likely met before. His name is Qin Chuan, who is also your second brother." With that, he added with a smile, "Qingzhou, while your second brother may not share the same bond as us, you reside here, so do make an effort to see him and grow closer. Your constitution is frail. Perhaps he can teach you some martial techniques to bolster your health. A bit of practice would benefit your well-being." Luo Qingzhou looked up at him. Luo Yu smiled. "Qingzhou, knowledge brings wisdom. As a scholar, you should grasp what your second brother is conveying." Luo Yu continued, "Let us proceed to see your quarters." Luo Qingzhou led the way ahead. Luo Yu observed his back, his eyes shimmering as he maintained a warm smile. Upon entering the small courtyard, Luo Yu paused for a moment, astonished. "Qingzhou, do you live here alone?" Luo Qingzhou stood silently by, offering no response. Luo Yu, agitated, entered the room, glanced around, and stepped back out, questioning, "Have you not shared a room with the eldest daughter of the Qin family?" Luo Qingzhou looked up. "I have." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's pupils visibly contracted, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You have already shared a room?" Furrowing his brow, Luo Yu maintained a calm demeanor. "If you've already shared a room, why do you not live together? This is utterly intolerable." Luo Qingzhou discerned his unspoken thoughts. There are no feminine belongings in the room. Clearly, the Qin family's young lady, resembling a celestial being, would not consent to share a room with him. Perhaps this lad is simply vain, thus making such claims. "Qingzhou, take me to see her. I will advocate for you. While such customs may exist elsewhere, you are, after all, a young master of the Cheng Guo. I cannot idly stand by and watch you be neglected and bullied." Luo Yu declared, his face filled with indignation. Luo Qingzhou regarded him calmly. "I have grown accustomed to it." Luo Yu frowned. "What do you mean, accustomed?" A man should not utter such despondent words. If you were an ordinary person, that would suffice, but you are my Luo Yu's brother. No one shall bully you. Cool me. Let's find her. With that, he grasped Luo Qingzhou and exited the small courtyard. As they emerged, Luo Qingzhou heard his inner thoughts. "I still have a chance. How could this lad possibly be worthy of someone like her? He is not even fit to carry her shoes. The moment I met her, I was captivated. I must see her again to quell this yearning and focus on my studies. Once I succeed in entering the Longhu Academy, I shall command respect and authority. As for this lad, his mother will surely deal with him. I need not dirty my hands. Qingzhou, lead the way. Do not be afraid. Your second brother will advocate for you." Luo Yu's expression turned serious, embodying righteous indignation. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Luo Qingzhou's depths, vanishing swiftly. He walked ahead, guiding the second young master of Cheng Guo toward the residence of the eldest daughter of the Qin family. He was acutely aware that without the consent of the young lady, no one would be allowed to enter. Moreover, that young lady would never grant such permission. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. The gate was closed. In the shadow at the entrance stood a figure dressed in a light green gown, radiating an icy demeanor. With arms crossed and a sword cradled in her embrace, she appeared as cold as ice, her expression unchanged. She was Xiachuan, the one who could sever life with a single sword stroke. Luo Qingzhou halted his steps, as did Luo Yu. He glanced at the girl at the entrance and turned to Qingzhou. "Qingzhou," Luo Qingzhou replied. "Second young master, I dare not approach. You may go alone." Luo Yu replied. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. No one spoke further. The sun shone brightly, with only the sound of the wind passing by. After a few minutes of tension, Luo Yu, summoning his courage, took a step forward, clasping his hands toward the cold young lady in the shadow. Miss, I am Luo Yu of Cheng Guo Fu. I have come to apologize for the events that transpired last time in the estate. May I kindly ask if you could inform Miss Qin and allow me to meet her in person to convey my apologies? Xiaochan stood at the door, her icy gaze fixed upon him, silent and motionless. Luo Yu waited for a moment, about to speak again, when he suddenly noticed the girl lower her arms from her chest, the sword she held slipping into her grasp. Her already cold eyes became even more piercing, akin to a blade unsheathed. Strangely, the breeze that had been rustling through the branches and around their ears abruptly ceased. After speaking, Luo Yu patted his shoulder and glanced at the girl at the door before departing with a calm demeanor. Zhou Guanjia, who had been following closely behind, immediately approached to personally escort him out of the estate. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to turn and leave, the closed gate creaked open unexpectedly. When he looked up, the previously icy girl had vanished. Simultaneously, a crisp and spirited voice resonated from within. Ji, come in and face your punishment. Chapter 47. The girl dances with the sword in the small courtyard. The sun shone brightly. Bai Ling, dressed in a pink gown, stood there with a serious expression, wielding a small black whip. Not far away, beneath the eaves by the exquisitely carved window, Xiaochan held her sword, cold as ice, her gaze equally frigid. Luo Qingzhou paused at the entrance, observing them. Ji, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Bai Ling snorted coldly and suddenly spoke, shaking the whip in her hand. Luo Qingzhou remained motionless. I do not know. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. You do not know? Ji, you are fully aware that the person in question has humiliated the Qin residents, insulted our young lady, and called off the engagement. How could you bring him here and provoke our young lady? Luo Qingzhou replied calmly. Firstly, I had no choice. Neither Zhou Guanjia nor you could refuse him, or else he would not have come here. Secondly, I knew that Miss Xiaochan would not allow him entry, and I was certain he would not meet the young lady. Thirdly, Bai Ling's gaze shifted. What is the third reason? Thirdly, I sought a sense of relief. Luo Qingzhou stated impassively. Bai Ling was taken aback. A sense of relief? Has Ji achieved that relief? Luo Qingzhou bowed to the icy girl beneath the eaves. I have experienced a degree of relief. Thank you, Miss Xiaochan, for allowing me to witness his moment of defeat and for revealing that he too can feel fear. The girl under the eaves snorted and turned her pretty face away. Bai Ling's serious expression vanished, and she suddenly smiled. Ji, are you afraid? Who do you fear? Chan or the young lady? Or perhaps me? Bai Ling laughed. Ji, you've yet to express your gratitude to Chan. She has helped you vent your anger. Is a mere thank you sufficient? Luo Qingzhou raised his head and glanced at her before looking back at the girl beneath the eaves. However, she had mysteriously disappeared. Indeed, she came silently and left without a sound. Bai Ling rolled up the small whip in her hand. Ji, the young lady is in the back garden reading. You may go and pay her respects. You need not return tonight, as you will be accompanying Madam. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart stirred. Reading? From their first meeting until now, he had never seen the young lady of the Qin family engaged in reading. She always seemed lost in thought. Bai Ling led him through the corridor, around the house, and into the back garden via a side path. Young lady, Ji has arrived. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, entering through a round door entwined with green vines, and suddenly heard the sound of sword practice. He focused his gaze. In the pavilion ahead, a girl in a white dress sat quietly, immersed in her book. The bright sunlight filtered through the branches, cascading upon her long, black hair, creating a shimmering effect that danced lightly in the breeze, reminiscent of mischievous little sprites. Her side profile, bathed in sunlight, was flawless. In the open space outside the pavilion, a graceful girl in a green dress wielded a sword, dancing sharply in the sunlight. Her slender waist resembled a willow, her skirt billowed like blossoms, and her long hair flowed gracefully, her figure enchanting. The early blooming plum blossoms fell like petals, swirling around her delicate form as if playing and dancing with her. Her dark, bright eyes remained as cold as winter. Geye. As Luo Qingzhou silently admired the scene, Bai Ling suddenly leaned closer to him, whispering, when Chan dances with the sword, it is either in joy or in anger. What do you think her mood is this time? Luo Qingzhou observed for a while without responding. He stepped outside the pavilion, bending slightly at the waist behind the vermilion railing, softly calling out, "Young lady." Qin Jianjia paused for a moment, then slowly raised her head, her tranquil gaze fixed upon him. After a brief moment of silence, she nodded slightly and returned to her book, still saying nothing. Luo Qingzhou prepared to take his leave. Bai link, haughty vispirit, gaye. Chan is dancing with the sword. You should watch before you go. Otherwise, she may feel slighted and become angry. Luo Qingzhou cast another glance at the graceful figure dancing among the petals and ignored her, making his way directly toward the round door. He held no belief in Bai Ling's words. If he were to stand there and spy, that sword currently dancing among the flowers would likely come for his life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he approached the round door, the sword's momentum suddenly accelerated. The sound of the sword whistled, filling the garden like a tempest, echoing in his ears. At the same time, a chill enveloped him. In an instant, he felt a shiver run down his spine, and his neck began to itch. His feet froze, leaving him rooted in place. Yet, the coldness remained locked onto him, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He stood still for several seconds before slowly turning his head to gaze upon the exquisite and frosty silhouette dancing with the sword. Petals fell like rain, her pretty face touched with frost. The sword in the girl's hand suddenly slowed, and the radiant sword light gradually diminished. Luo Qingzhou felt the pervasive chill around him dissipate, as if it had vanished without a trace. Everything returned to normal, as if the encounter had merely been an illusion. He stood in a daze, still watching that slender, icy figure, unmoving. Bai Ling approached, a half-smile on her lips. "Ji, why do you not leave?" Luo Qingzhou fixed his gaze on the sword dancer, ignoring her. Bai Ling's eyes followed the same path, and she murmured, "Ji, is she beautiful? If you find her appealing, why not take the young lady and make her your concubine, Luo Qingzhou continued to disregard her. After a moment, the icy figure dancing among the petals finally came to a halt. Clang! The sword returned to its sheath. The girl's cold gaze fell upon him. Bai Ling quickly called out from behind, "Gee, did you truly say Chan dances beautifully? Am I not as graceful?" Luo Qingzhou hastily exited the courtyard, quickly disappearing from sight. Chan, do not look at me like that. Ji really did say it, whispering it close to my ear, nearly biting my ear. Bai Ling chuckled. Xia Chan, sword in hand, stood under the plum tree, her gaze coldly fixed on her. "By the way, Chan, Ji also mentioned that you're smaller than me. Who told you to be shy and wrap yourself so tightly? Yours is clearly larger than mine. Next time you see Ji, make sure to defend yourself to avoid misunderstandings." Bai Ling continued her teasing. Xia Chan, clutching her sword, turned away, casting her gaze elsewhere. Her pretty face still as cold as ice. The girl seated in the pavilion, absorbed in her book, seemed oblivious to the commotion outside, remaining quietly engrossed in her reading. The morning breeze was particularly playful, brushing against the girl's ear, lifting her hair and carrying the scent of newly blossomed flowers, swirling gracefully in the garden. Upon entering the room, he retrieved the sun and moon mirror from beneath the bed, flipping the side engraved with the sun and placing it on the desk by the window, facing the sunlight. The arrival of Luo Yu today has further solidified his resolve to cultivate. In this era, the disparity of status, rooted in one's birth, is exceedingly difficult to alter. Even someone as powerful as Yuan, who once wielded immense influence, could not secure a place for his mother in the family tomb due to his illegitimate status. However, personal strength remains a transformative power. The weak adhere to rules, while the strong create them. Thus, he must become formidable. Chapter 48. The Face in the Mirror Boom. In the backyard, the air swirled and dry leaves danced. In the open space, Luo Qingzhou struck heavy punches, the wind howling as he practiced the thunderous fist, gradually increasing his speed. He had refrained from practicing here in the past, fearing that he might damage the plants and leave conspicuous traces. Additionally, he was concerned about missing knocks on the door from the front yard while engrossed in his training. Today, however, circumstances dictated otherwise. His esteemed mother-in-law and the other members of the Qin residence would be attending the moonlit rain pavilion tonight, and it was likely that the maids and servants would begin preparations in the garden by afternoon. He could no longer train there. The front yard was equally unsuitable, as the noise generated from practicing the thunderous fist could be heard from outside. Thus, he was left with no choice but to retreat to the backyard. Nevertheless, He did not intend to practice for an extended period today. After completing 3 rounds and breaking a light sweat, he ceased his activity and returned to the front yard. Seating himself by the window, he first closed his eyes to calm his mind before opening a book and delving into it earnestly. A gentleman stays true to his station and does not yearn for what lies beyond. In wealth, he acts with dignity. In poverty, he conducts himself with integrity. Among the barbarous, he behaves with honor. In adversity, he remains steadfast. A gentleman finds contentment in every situation. Sincerity is the foundation of all things, and the path reveals itself through sincerity. Indeed, sincerity is the essence of existence. Without it, nothing holds meaning. Thus, the gentleman cherishes sincerity above all. Each reading seems to offer new insights. After finishing the Zhongyong, he proceeded to read the Luanyu, Zhou Yi, Shangshu, and others. Having perused these works, he glanced at the nearby bookshelf and discovered that the second young master of the Qin family had gifted him a plethora of fine books. In addition to those required for the imperial examination, there were several volumes of strange tales, ghost stories, and widely circulated folklore. Luo Qingzhou eagerly sifted through the books, stacking them on the desk and immersing himself in their narratives. He became engrossed in a tale about a volcano beyond the southern wilderness, where flames burned day and night. Within the fire lived a creature weighing hundreds of pounds, with fur over 2 feet long, fine as silk, which could be woven into fabric. This creature dwelled amidst the flames, emerging occasionally to become white, only to perish when doused with water. The tale also spoke of Lord Changshan, a grandson of the Grand Minister, whose residence was filled with supernatural occurrences. He once beheld a spring stool, flesh-colored and remarkably exquisite. As Luo Qingzhou read on, time slipped away unnoticed. Before he realized it, the sun had set. It was only when he heard the gentle knock of Xiao Dai that he awoke from the enchanting stories within the pages. Looking out the window, he noted that evening had already fallen. Regaining his composure, he stored the sun and moon copper mirror and its deep blue liquid before stepping out to open the courtyard door. Xiao Dai stood outside, holding a tray of food. Upon seeing him open the door, she whispered, "Young master, were you cultivating inside?" Curiously, she inquired, "What book were you reading? Is it interesting?" Luo Qingzhou seated himself at the stone table in the courtyard, eating while responding, "It tells ghost stories. If you wish to hear, I can share them with you tonight." No, I do not wish to hear," Xiao Dai exclaimed, her face paling at the mention of ghost tales, and she hurriedly waved her hands. Luo Qingzhou regarded her, asking, "Are you truly afraid of ghosts?" With a grimace, Xiao Dai replied, "Of course. Who isn't afraid of ghosts? Have you ever seen one?" He probed. She quickly shook her head, declaring, "No, I have never seen a ghost. If I had, I would have been terrified to death." Observing her fearful expression, Luo Qingzhou recalled a passage he had just read. The frilier a person becomes, the more cowardly and anxious they feel, making them more susceptible to seeing ghosts. Ghosts are drawn to the energy of timid women, weak men, the sickly, and those who wander alone in the dark, filled with trepidation. When young energy flourishes, ghosts are deterred, robust blood flows, and malevolent spirits fear. With courage, even the most timid are startled by their own shadows, overcoming their inner fears, boldly confronting what haunts them, and standing firm against malevolence. In this world, there are warriors and monsters. He pondered whether ghosts truly existed. As he contemplated, he continued to eat. This timid girl should not be subjected to such discussions, lest she suffer from nightmares. With his current vitality, he speculated that, even if he encountered a ghost, they would likely not dare approach him. Reflecting on ghosts and spirits, he was suddenly reminded of his mother. After her tragic death, due to his lowly status, he was unable to bury her in the Luo family tomb. At that time, not a single person from the Luo family was willing to offer even a small piece of land for her burial. The matriarch's words lingered in his memory. Such a lowly woman, unworthy of tarnishing the Luo family's land. Her presence would disrupt our fortune. Even if she were to be reborn as a beast in her next life, her sins would remain unforgiven. Thus, he was left with no choice but to inter his mother in the mountains outside the city. That forest lay only a few kilometers from the village where they once resided. Occasionally, the villagers would also bury their deceased in that same forest. In a sense, his mother had returned to her roots, finding solace in the earth. Yet, the bitterness from this event remained deeply buried within him. Even now, the memory ignited a seething rage. The actions of the Luo family, along with the cold-heartedness of the matriarch and Luo Yinyan, were etched indelibly in his bones. Even with a change of soul, these memories were hard to erase. This hatred and the tragedy of his mother's demise would be forever imprinted in his mind. Yet, he wondered whether his mother had found peace in the earth, becoming the vengeful spirit described in books. Unable to let go of her grievances and wandering aimlessly in the dark, or if she had long since been reincarnated. Contemplating these thoughts, Luo Qingzhou found his meal tasteless. How wonderful it would be if he could awaken the celestial I spoken of in the text, allowing him to see the spirits and ghosts. In that case, he would not fear. He would visit his mother's grave, exploring that forest, perhaps catching a glimpse of that weak and sorrowful woman, seeing that familiar and loving face, and sharing conversation, tenderly keeping her company. Even if she no longer had a body or memories, as Luo Qingzhou indulged in these whimsical thoughts, he finished his meal. Night had fully descended, and a full moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the small courtyard in a blanket of white. The pure moonlight streamed through the window, falling upon the mirror, rendering the reflections dim and obscure. Luo Qingzhou cast a casual glance at the mirror, only to be startled. He thought he had misjudged. Leaning closer, shielding the moonlight from outside, he was shocked to find that he could not see his own reflection. Astonished, he quickly lifted the copper mirror from the table, aiming it at himself once more. With his back to the window, the moonlight cascaded over him, casting his visage upon the shadowy surface of the mirror. Suddenly, his reflection reappeared, yet the face that stared back was not only sinister and eerie, but also twisted and swirling like mist. The sight was grotesque and terrifying. Chapter 49. The spirit and soul. Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. He attempted to lower the copper mirror, but for reasons unknown, he felt as though his body was immobilized, unable to move. Simultaneously, a wave of weakness washed over him, rendering him light and airy, swaying as if he were a wisp of smoke, about to drift upwards from the ground. He found himself unable to control his body, his eyes wide open as he gazed into the mirror, where his distorted visage began to dissipate like smoke. At that moment, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Young master, the Tingyu courtyard is adorned with numerous lanterns. Sister Chiao and the others mentioned that the second miss has already departed. When shall we go? Just then, Xiao Dai burst into the courtyard, her face alight with excitement. Luo Qingzhou jolted, abruptly awakening from his reverie. Upon peering back into the mirror, aside from the dim lighting and eerie atmosphere, his face appeared unchanged. He gently shook the copper mirror in his hand, glanced down at his own body, and found no abnormalities. Everything that had just transpired seemed a mere illusion. But was it truly an illusion? He was acutely aware that it was no mere trick of the mind. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his heart raced. Though the scene had been terrifying, he felt an inexplicable sense of having entered a peculiar and enigmatic state. Yet, he could not articulate what it was. Taking several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions, he placed the copper mirror upon his writing desk and turned to face Xiao Dai in the courtyard. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden, searing pain surged through his head. His complexion paled, his body weakened, and he collapsed on the ground. The pain in his head was excruciating. Young master, Xiao Dai, witnessing the scene from outside, was immediately alarmed, her face turning pale as she rushed in to assist him, her voice trembling with concern. Young master, what is wrong? What do you feel unwell? Luo Qingzhou cradled his head, agony etched across his face, gritting his teeth to suppress any sounds of distress. It felt as though his skull might split apart, the pain causing his entire body to tremble. His visage ghostly pale and drenched in cold sweat. Young master, please do not frighten me. I will fetch a doctor at once. Young master, just wait. You must not be in danger. In a state of panic, Xiao Dai, momentarily blank-minded, hurriedly placed him in a chair by the writing desk and dashed out in tears. Luo Qingzhou lay sprawled across the desk, trembling from the pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. After a few minutes, the intense agony began to subside somewhat. Anticipating the arrival of numerous visitors, he mustered the strength to rise, supporting himself against the desk, and concealed the copper mirror beneath his bed with labored steps. Then he lay down on the bed, the pain persisting. However, compared to the previous torment, it was now within tolerable limits. Though his heart was filled with confusion and suspicion, he dared not expend too much mental energy on contemplation at that moment. He closed his eyes, striving for tranquility. Shortly thereafter, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Xiao Dai entered the room in haste, accompanied by a physician. Bai Ling and the maid Zhu'er, who attended to the second Miss Qin, followed closely behind. They had originally come to summon Luo Qingzhou to the Yiya Tingyu courtyard, where both the madam and the second miss had already left. The physician, an elderly man in his 50s with graying hair, bore the surname Sun and was the designated doctor of the Qin residence. Fortunately, he was present in the estate today, allowing him to arrive swiftly. "Young master, what troubles you?" Upon entering, Bai Ling furrowed her brow, her face filled with concern. Luo Qingzhou clutched his throbbing head, his voice trembling as he replied, "A headache." Xiao Dai immediately fetched a stool, lighting an oil lamp and candles. The dim room was instantly illuminated. Dr. Sun sat by the bed, first observing Luo Qingzhou's pale countenance, then extending his hand to take his pulse. As he listened, he inquired, "Is it merely a headache? Any other discomfort?" Luo Qingzhou, his pallor evident, responded with difficulty, "It feels as if my head is splitting." Dr. Sun squinted, feeling his pulse for a moment longer before asking, "You've never had such an ailment before, have you?" Xiao Dai, her face ashen with fright, quickly interjected, "No, my young master has always been in good health." Dr. Sun nodded slightly, then stood, pressing his fingers against Luo Qingzhou's forehead, crown, and temples, instructing, "If any of these areas hurt, please speak up." Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Dr. Sun pressed on his neck, asking, "How about here?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "No pain." Dr. Sun then lifted his eyelids for inspection and queried, "Did you share a room with the miss or maid last night?" Xiao Dai, flustered, quickly answered, "No, not at all." Dr. Sun continued, "What about during the day?" Xiao Di, blushing, replied, "Naita." Dr. Sun nodded, refraining from further comments, and turned to retrieve paper and pen from his bag, approaching the desk to prepare a prescription. Bai Ling promptly asked, "Dr. Sun, is it serious? What ailment does he have?" Dr. Sun, while writing, reassured, "It is nothing grave, merely an overexertion of the spirit, causing his mind to falter, hence the sudden headache. I will prescribe some medicine, and if he rests well for a few days, he should be fine." Overexertion of the spirit? Bai Ling was taken aback, inquiring, "Dr. Sun, do you know the cause?" Dr. Sun replied, "If it is not due to staying up late, it could be from exerting himself physically or mentally during the day, or perhaps a lack of proper rest and excessive reading. There are numerous reasons, and I cannot pinpoint the exact cause." Bai Ling nodded slightly, her gaze drifting toward the bed. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his head. "It must be from reading. I've been engrossed in books lately, as my second brother sent me many excellent works that I couldn't put down." Bai Ling's eyes shifted to the bookshelves in the corner and the piles of books on the desk, reproaching him, "Young master, even if you are preparing for exams, you must not push yourself so hard. Your constitution is already weak. You should take better care of yourself. Reading excessively indoors will surely lead to illness." Dr. Sun completed the prescription and handed it to Bai Ling, casting a glance at the bed as he advised, "Diligent study is commendable, yet one must maintain balance. Health is paramount. Young master should frequently venture outside for exercise. Remaining indoors will weaken the body and lead to frequent illness." Luo Qingzhou trembled as he thanked, "Thank you, doctor." Bai Ling entrusted the prescription to a nearby maid, instructing her to accompany the doctor to the pharmacy for the medicine. Zhu'er also followed suit, saying, "I will inform the second miss and madam that young master is unwell and cannot attend tonight." Once only Bai Ling and Xiao Dai remained in the room. Bai Ling approached the bed, saying, "Young master, please rest well. Do not read or go out for the next few days. I will inform the Mississippi." Luo Qingzhou felt another wave of sharp pain in his head, closing his eyes without uttering a word. Bai Ling refrained from saying more and instructed Xiao Dai, "Let us close the door and not disturb the young master. Allow him to rest." Xiao Dai acknowledged with a soft sound, casting a worried glance at her young master before following Bai Ling out of the room. After the door was closed, Luo Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes. Overexertion of the spirit? At that moment, he indeed felt mentally fatigued and physically drained. Yet, it seemed to have occurred in an instant, unrelated to reading or martial practice. Just prior, after witnessing the bizarre phenomenon in the copper mirror, he had suddenly been struck by a headache and weakness. Could it be that the mirror had abruptly siphoned away all his mental energy? Mental energy? A thought flickered in his mind, and he recalled something. Peering out the window, the courtyard was deserted, and the outside was tranquil. He immediately suppressed the pain, rising from the bed to retrieve the dark liquid-filled porcelain bottle from beneath it. Each drop from this liquid would rejuvenate his spirit immensely, lasting 3 days. He promptly uncorked the bottle, cautiously pouring a drop onto his fingertip. The inky liquid swiftly penetrated his skin, vanishing without a trace. One more drop. He poured another drop, and with great speed. The pain that felt as though it were piercing like needles just a moment ago has swiftly dissipated. A few minutes later, only a faint ache lingered in his head. After a little while longer, even that slight discomfort vanished completely. This inky black liquid proved to be extraordinary. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his temples and felt no trace of pain. Simultaneously, his spirit and strength began to recover rapidly. He promptly rose, retrieved the Jinwu stone, held it in his palm, and channeled his internal energy. The surface of the pristine jade glimmered instantly, revealing several lines of ink-black characters. Strength, 50, speed, 5, resistance, 50, mental power. Soon after, the values began to fluctuate. Strength gradually increased from 50 to 60, then 70, and finally 80. Resistance also steadily rose. Mental power climbed from 1 to 5. After a brief moment, not only did his mental power restore to its previous level of 10, but it also gained an additional point, ultimately settling at 11. Indeed, this inky black liquid enhanced mental power. However, could it be so simple as merely increasing mental power? The deep blue liquid produced by the other mirror was a remarkably magical martial elixir, capable of refining both flesh and skin, and possibly even tempering the entire body. In contrast, the inky black liquid merely enhanced mental power? Perhaps it was not that straightforward. If it only increased mental power, what qualitative changes might occur as mental power escalated? Luo Qingzhou sat at the edge of his bed, immersed in contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled a peculiar book he had seen that afternoon. It contained a brief story about an ancient individual from certain kingdom, renowned for his boundless energy and never-knowing fatigue. One night, as he fell asleep, he abruptly felt himself floating above his bed, witnessing his own body still resting there. As he gazed into the mirror, he saw his own face contorted in fear, and in that instant, he found himself unable to move. Then, he experienced a sudden sensation of lightness, as if he were about to take flight, while the reflection in the mirror seemed to mirror his ascent. Connecting the two experiences, Luo Qingzhou felt he had grasped something elusive. He had yet to finish that book. His heart stirred, and he immediately set down the Jinwu stone, approached his desk, and retrieved the book from the pile of tomes. Taking an oil lamp, he settled by the window, opened the book, and began to read word by word, attentively. Upon finishing the small story and turning the page, he found written there, "The spirit of a person derives from the divine soul. A robust divine soul fosters strong mental power. Strong mental power allows for the division of the spirit. A powerful divine soul can leave the body and wander freely in the world." As Luo Qingzhou read those words, his mind erupted with clarity, as if the veil of confusion had been lifted. Could it be that the earlier sensations of disorientation and lightness indicated his divine soul was on the verge of departing from his body, only to be abruptly halted due to insufficient mental power and a lack of strength in the soul, resulting in trauma? At that moment, he felt as though he had unlocked the doorway to a new world. He continued to turn the pages, reading with insatiable eagerness. Chapter 50. The lady requests his presence in the moonlit rain listening pavilion. Exquisite lanterns adorned the willow trees by the lakeside. The maidservants held lanterns in their hands. The entire garden was ablaze with light, a scene of brilliance. Today, distinguished guests were visiting, all prominent ladies from Mo City who often frequented the Qin residence. Song Ryue accompanied them personally. Initially intending for her somewhat mediocre son-in-law to accompany her, she was frustrated to learn he had fallen ill that very night. Upon hearing the report from Zhe, Song Ryue rolled her eyes, expressing her displeasure. Why must he fall ill now of all times? I suspect that boy is doing this on purpose. Zhuer lowered her head, refraining from speaking further. Although she understood her master's husband was not feigning illness, she could not defend him in front of the lady. Whatever the lady said was absolute truth. In the Qin residence, the lady's word was law. Humph! Such a weakling, consuming so much food without effort. When he is needed, he shirks his duties. He ought to be in my back garden, tending to the flowers, working harder and serving me more. It is no wonder he fell ill, staying indoors all day. As Song Rua sashayed towards the reception hall, she rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Upon reaching the outer reception hall, Zhu'er respectfully said, "Madam, the second young lady has already departed. I shall inform her." Song Rua frowned slightly and remarked, "Why is that girl going out? The wind is strong at night, and by the lakeside, the temperature shifts drastically. She must be careful not to catch a chill. Go and ensure she dresses warmly." "Understood, madam," Zhu'er replied hurriedly and took her leave. Although she feigned cordiality with the other noble women, they were often engaged in silent competition, boasting and subtly ridiculing one another. After being mocked for the broken engagement with the Cheng Guo family and acquiring a son-in-law, she had felt utterly humiliated during their last encounter. She had hoped that the odious boy would help her retaliate today, only to find him absent, truly infuriating. Once he recovered, she would have her revenge. As Song Rua simmered with anger, she sighed and gracefully entered the reception hall, her face instantly transforming into a radiant smile. The noble women conversing and sipping tea inside regarded her with envy and jealousy, promptly rising with beaming smiles to exchange pleasantries. One lady remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Did your son-in-law truly compose those poems? My husband mentioned that such poetry is not something an ordinary scholar could produce. Do not deceive us." Another lady, with a knowing smile, added, "Whether true or not, we shall find out tonight. Riyue, I have brought my niece Qingwan with me, renowned as the finest talent in Mo City, a woman of great capability in poetry. This evening, we shall see the so-called talented son-in-law you speak of." The others chimed in with laughter and agreement. Song Riyue inwardly groaned, noticing the expressions of glee and anticipation on the faces of the women. Just as she was about to speak, she swallowed her words. If she claimed that the boy had fallen ill and could not attend, would she not be slapping her own face? What a coincidence that he fell ill just when he was needed. It was clear he was too timid to show himself. With a strained smile, Song Riyue welcomed them to the moonlit rain listening pavilion. Upon reaching the main hall, she discreetly signaled to a nearby maidservant. The maid hurriedly approached. "Quickly go check on that boy. If he is alive, bring him here. If he is not, carry him over." Song Riyue maintained a dazzling smile on her face while gritting her teeth as she spoke. The maidservant promptly hurried away. In another part of the garden, Qin Weimao, wrapped in a thick white fur coat, furrowed her delicate brows. Supported by Zhu'er and surrounded by several maidservants, she anxiously made her way to the courtyard where Luo Qingzhou resided. "Miss, the doctor said the master is fine and will recover after a few days' rest. You need not worry. Perhaps it would be best if you did not go," Zhu'er gently advised. She did not wish for her young mistress to visit, especially during the night when propriety dictated that men and women should not be alone together, given their brother-in-law and sister-in-law relationship, which could attract gossip. Qin Weimao softly replied, "My brother-in-law is ill. Naturally, I must go see him." After a pause, she sighed lightly. "Consider it a visit on behalf of my sister, who likely would not go herself. My brother-in-law's circumstances are pitiable. Having married into our Qin family, he has no relatives or friends and lives in solitude. If no one cares for him, how desolate he must feel." Zhu'er dared not speak further. Coughing softly, Qin Weimao strolled for a while, her delicate face flushed, and upon being struck by the cold wind, she began to cough, her frail form appearing pitiful. The matron beside her hastily wrapped her more snugly in her fur cloak and instructed the maidservants to open an umbrella, shielding her from the biting breeze ahead. Qin Weimao coughed a few more times, her complexion shifting from red to pale, murmuring bitterly, "I truly am useless." Zhu'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears, wanting to offer comfort but hesitating to speak. The other maidservants and the matron accompanying them also wore somber expressions, bowing their heads in silence. Before long, they arrived at the small courtyard where Luo Qingzhou resided. Zhu'er rushed forward to knock on the door, calling out, "Young master, my young mistress has come to see you. Xiao Dai, are you awake? Come open the door." Inside, Xiao Dai was too worried about the young master's health to sleep, busying herself with embroidery. Upon hearing the knocking, she quickly got out of bed and ran to open the door. A sense of disappointment flickered in her heart. Based on his previous bodily reactions and what was recorded in the book, he felt that the concept of the soul leaving the body might indeed be feasible, rather than mere fabrication. Once the soul becomes powerful, It could detach from the body and soar into the skies, not only traversing the realms of heaven and earth, but also encountering unseen spirits and supernatural beings. Some of the ghostly tales chronicled in that book might indeed possess a kernel of truth. He resolved to visit the bookstore when time permitted, hoping to discover volumes pertaining to the soul, as well as some martial artists. Lost in thought, Xiao Dai had already led the others into the small courtyard. The maidservant respectfully said, "Second miss, I shall check if the young master is asleep." Saying this, she dashed towards the window and softly called out, "Young master, the second miss has come to see you. Are you asleep?" Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and remained silent. Although both his body and spirit had recovered, his mind was still in disarray, and he wished to avoid conversation. Moreover, given their identities and relationship, it would be inappropriate to engage in dialogue at that moment. He was indifferent about it, but feared that if his mother-in-law caught wind of it, she would become furious and start spreading rumors about the brother-in-law and sister-in-law engaging in secretive rendezvous in the dead of night, which would indeed be troublesome. Xiaodi, there is no need to call out. Since the brother-in-law is already resting, let us not disturb him. I shall merely stand outside the window and watch. The gentle voice of Qin Xiaoda resonated from outside, accompanied by coughs and even the sound of labored breathing. Luo Qingzhou felt a twinge of concern, wondering what illness plagued this second miss, rendering her so fragile, even more so than Miss Lin. Standing beneath the moonlight, Qin Wei Mo appeared gentle and anxious as she glanced inside the room, softly saying, "Xiao Dai, I shall come to see the brother-in-law again tomorrow. You must take good care of him tonight, check in on him often, and ensure he is properly covered." Luo Qingzhou, with his eyes still closed, felt a warmth in his heart. Although the Qin residence had its imperfections, it was truly far superior to the Chengguo residence. Here he could eat his fill, dress warmly, and receive care. Both the masters and the servants treated them with kindness. This marriage, which had initially seemed a misfortune, had turned out to be a blessing. After Qin Wei Mo finished her admonitions, she coughed softly into her hand and was about to take her leave when a maidservant suddenly rushed in from outside, exclaiming breathlessly, Xiao Dai, is your young master feeling better? He must get up quickly. The madam is calling for him." Lying on the bed, Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. Xiao Dai looked bewildered. The maidservant continued, panting, "She insists he comes over immediately. It is urgent," she said. "Regardless of whether he is well or not, he must be taken over." The courtyard fell silent for a moment. The maidservant, breathless, finally noticed Qin Wei Mo and quickly addressed her. Second Mississippi Qin Wei Mo frowned slightly. "The brother-in-law is ill and resting in the room. He cannot go out tonight." The maidservant's face fell, but second missed the madam. Qin Wei Mo glanced into the room once more, speaking gently, "It's all right. I will speak with mother." The group departed the small courtyard. The maidservant named Mei Er had no choice but to follow suit. With the assistance of Zhu Er and Xiao Er, Qin Wei Mo entered the Yiting Yuan. Ahead, maidservants held umbrellas to shield her from the wind, while several older matron figures surrounded her, resembling a princess on an outing. Yet the entire procession was unusually quiet. The willows by the lakeside were adorned with bright lanterns, and, as the evening breeze blew, the lake shimmered with rippling waves, the lotus flowers dancing gently, creating an enchanting scene. Qin Wei Mo gazed softly, her delicate and elegant face revealing a hint of intoxication. Wrapped in a snowy white fur cloak, her form was as graceful and fragile as a willow branch swaying in the evening breeze. "Miss, the wind is strong on the lake. Perhaps we should refrain from boarding the boat," Zhu Er, supporting her, advised with concern. On the other side, Xiao Er softly added, "Yes, miss, let us walk by the lakeside instead. The madam can entertain the guests." Qin Wei Mo paused for a moment, then gently replied, "All right." The two maidservants exchanged glances, surprised by how obedient the miss was that evening. Soon, they speculated that perhaps it was due to the young master's discomfort that the miss had lost her spirits. Before long, laughter and chatter erupted from the lantern-adorned round gate, followed by a throng of maidservants and servants escorting several elegantly dressed noblewomen, all conversing merrily as they entered the garden. As the host, Song Ryu naturally walked in the center, her youthful beauty adorned with a charming yet feigned smile. The other young women accompanying her wore radiant smiles, but their words were laced with barbs, creating an atmosphere that, while seemingly harmonious, was tinged with underlying tension. Women, after all, often indulge in idle gossip and comparison, relishing the chance to vent their frustrations. Qin Wei Mo approached, bowing courteously and greeting the young noble women with politeness. I have heard that Wei Mo is well-versed in poetry, music, and painting. Even my Qin Wan speaks highly of your exquisite verses. Although the noble women spoke sharply to Song Ruyu, their demeanor towards the gentle and demure girl before them was filled with warmth and perhaps pity. At that moment, a girl in a pale blue dress stepped forward from behind one of the noble women, smiling. Wei Mo, it has been a long time. The last time I visited your home was with Meng Jia several months ago. This girl, with her gentle demeanor and graceful poise, was named Su Qingwan, a renowned talent in Mo City. Known for her unconventional conduct, she frequently participated in poetry gatherings, competing with men and besting many literary scholars in Mo City. Qin Wei Mo smiled. Sister Su, your poem Wang Cheng composed a few days ago at the Yuanyang Tower is being recited throughout Mo City. Su Qingwan chuckled. It is nothing of note. Then, her gaze flickered as she looked behind her and towards the lakeside, inquiring, where is your brother-in-law? The one who has come to reside with you? Is it true that he authored the verses the white snow resents the late spring? Thus the petals fall from the trees and clouds yearn for attire. Flowers long for beauty? Before Qin Wei Mo could respond, Song Ruyu interjected, of course he wrote them. How could there be any doubt? A proud smile graced her face. He composed clouds yearn for attire. Flowers long for beauty right before my eyes. With a smug internal thought, she added, he only managed to write it because he was inspired by my beauty. A nearby noble woman, unable to suppress her laughter, chimed in, Ruyu, where's that young man? Is he refusing to come? He is merely a man who has come to reside here. Why such airs, making us wait? Song Ruyu's smile faltered as her gaze shifted to the maidservant who had just left to fetch him, asking Mayer, where is that young man? Mayer lowered her head, her face pale. Qin Wei Mo gently interjected, Mother, the brother-in-law is unwell and resting in his room. I did not permit Mayer to disturb him. As soon as she spoke, the noble women exchanged glances, and a wave of mocking discussions commenced among them. Luo Wei, you did not say this earlier. You claimed that lad would definitely come tonight. Indeed, Luo Wei, just a moment ago you were extolling his virtues. Were those poems truly crafted by him? If so, why did he not follow earlier or later, but precisely when we arrived? You must not be deceived by that young man. Those verses may have been copied from elsewhere. It is too coincidental for him to be ill at this moment. Song Liu's expression darkened as she shot a glare at her daughter, saying coldly, whether they are plagiarized or not, I am well aware. So you need not concern yourselves with it. Once that young man recovers, you may come and verify. Song Luo, never speak falsely, unlike some individuals. Luo, do not be angry. We are all merely worried about you and your daughter being deceived. Those poems are indeed extraordinary, not something an ordinary person could compose, which is why we are curious to meet your son-in-law. Since he is unwell today, let us postpone until another day. Come, let us board the boat. A woman, noticing her apparent anger, quickly smiled and tried to mediate. Although the other women ceased their chatter, their faces were filled with derision, secretly relishing the situation. Song Luo huffed and said nothing further, leading the way toward the lakeside, inwardly seething. That wretched boy has caused me to lose face today. How detestable. Once he recovers, I shall wield a whip to make him compose poems for me. At least 100. Otherwise, I shall leave him in tatters. A throng of maids and matrons escorted several noble women to the lakeside, carefully boarding the boat. Today, numerous small boats were prepared, accompanied by several skilled servants for assistance. Hey, Qingwan, why are you just standing there? Come aboard. A noble woman seated in the boat looked curiously at the girl on the shore. Su Qingwan replied softly, Aunt, please go and enjoy yourselves. I have not seen Mei Mo for a long time and wish to converse with her. Su Qingwan nodded, saying, I understand. Please do not worry, Aunt. Once all the small boats gently departed from shore, Su Qingwan turned to the frail girl beside her and suddenly smiled, saying, Mei Mo, I would like to ask you for a favor. Qin Mei Mo blinked in surprise. Sister Su, please speak. Su Qingwan glanced at the noble women on the boat, still discussing the son-in-law, and smiled. I wish to pay a visit to your brother-in-law. Is that permissible? Qin Mei Mo hesitated, gently explaining, Sister Su, my brother-in-law is truly unwell. No worries, I shall merely check on him. If he is awake, I will chat with him. If he is asleep, I will simply glance around. You know how I have always loved poetry. Those poems he composed are of exceptional quality. While my aunt may have her doubts, I do not, for I know your character. You would not lie. Therefore, I am curious to know what kind of person your brother-in-law truly is. Please allow me to visit. Qing Mama appeared troubled, saying, Sister Sue, it is quite late. It may not be very convenient. She did not mind. It was only natural for her to visit her brother-in-law when he was ill. However, this young lady was an outsider and did not know her brother-in-law. Bringing her over at such a late hour seemed inappropriate. Su Qingwan could not help but chuckle. Mayamo, if I am unafraid, why should you be? I have always been this way. Everyone knows my character. Whenever I encounter exceptional poetry, regardless of day or night, I seize the opportunity to engage. I came here tonight specifically for your brother-in-law. If you do not allow me to see him, I shall surely spend the night in restlessness. Qin Meima still appeared conflicted. But, Mayamo, if you cannot accommodate me, then take me to find your sister. I will speak to her directly. I conduct myself with integrity and am unafraid of idle gossip. Hearing this, Qin Meima sighed inwardly. She knew that even if she approached her sister, the outcome would be the same. Her sister would not care for that young man. Even if he were ill, she had not visited him once. Meanwhile, inside the room, Luo Qingzhou had already risen from the bed and was seated at the desk, perusing a book. The sun and moon copper mirror was again placed on the desk, with the side carved with the moon facing the moonlight streaming in through the window, casting a dim and eerie shadow. After rummaging through the bookshelf for a while, he suddenly found another interesting book. Transcendence, an external form of existence, gathers to take shape and dissipates to form qi. This is the yang spirit. A single thought of clarity, the soul consciousness remains intact, dreamlike and shadowy, akin to a ghost. This is the yin spirit. Before long, a faint knock sounded from outside. In Chapter 52, Red Sleeves and Ink Fragrance, Xiao Dai heard the sound and hurried outside to open the courtyard door. Qin Meima felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of how to begin. Qiu Er, more familiar with Xiao Dai, directly pulled her into the courtyard and whispered, Has the young master awakened? Miss Su has come specifically to see him. Qiu Er poked her with her finger, lowering her voice. The young master did not attend tonight. The lady is already upset. You should go in and check. If he is feeling better, it would be best for him to meet with Miss Su, as she is an esteemed guest, and our young lady would feel quite troubled otherwise. Xiao Dai reluctantly said, Very well, I shall go in and take a look. Su Qingwan entered the courtyard, glancing around before exclaiming, Mayamo, does your brother-in-law really share this small room with just this maid? What about your sister? Qin Meima sighed softly. My sister is not in good health, so they do not reside together. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan smiled faintly. I fear it is not merely due to her health. Since he is a son-in-law without status, this must be the reason for such treatment. She continued, Mayamo, I speak rather directly, so do not take offense. Since they have already wed, why maintain such rigid customs? A couple not living together. What sort of marriage is that? Your brother-in-law is so talented and diligent in his studies. He will surely achieve great things in the future. It is ultimately unkind to treat him this way. Qin Meima lowered her head, remaining silent. Su Qingwan gazed at her and sighed. I know your sister's situation is unique, and it may indeed be unsuitable for them to live together. Mayamo, consider this as though I never spoke. Do not dwell on it. I understand your character. It must weigh heavily on your heart as well. Alas, there are too many customs in this world, especially in prominent families like yours. If certain rules are not adhered to, one may face gossip. It is an inevitable circumstance. At that moment, Xiao Dai hurriedly emerged from the house, respectfully announcing, Second Miss. Miss Su, my young master has awakened. Su Qingwan's eyes brightened, and she immediately approached the window, slightly bowing as she said, Young Master Luo, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. However, the poems you composed have truly piqued my curiosity. Tonight, since my aunt is visiting, I also came along to pay my respects. Qin Meima stepped forward, her voice gentle and concerned. Brother-in-law, are you feeling any better? He refrained from pretending to sleep any longer, not wanting to put Qin Er into a difficult position. Additionally, after hearing Miss Su's words, he found her demeanor agreeable and thought it appropriate to greet her. With the window closed and the oil lamp illuminating the room, his shadow was cast against the window as he clasped his hands, stating, Miss Su, I am not feeling well tonight, so I will not come out to meet you. Under the eaves, certain customs must be observed. Here, he was a son-in-law and not a young master. Su Qingwan expressed a regret. Young Master Luo, I'm truly sorry for intruding while you are unwell. However, I hold profound admiration for your poetry and came this evening to seek your guidance. Since you are awake, it seems you will not be able to sleep for a while. I hope to converse with you outside and will be grateful for your insights. After a moment of silence, he replied, Miss Su, you have misunderstood. Those poems were not composed by me. Upon uttering these words, those outside the room were momentarily taken aback. Su Qingwan, with a look of astonishment, inquired, why does young Master Luo say such things? If those poems were not composed by you, then by whom were they penned? Luo Qingzhou replied, I merely noted them from a certain book I came across. As for the author, I truly cannot recall. Might young Master Luo be so kind as to enlighten Qingwan as to which book it was? Su Qingwan asked, gazing at the elongated shadow cast upon the window. Luo Qingzhou paused in silence before responding, I have forgotten. A heavy silence enveloped the space outside. Su Qingwan forced a bitter smile and remarked, young master need not be so reserved. Qingwan understands your current esteemed status and your wish to avoid premature notoriety. You simply wish to study diligently and cultivate your talents, awaiting the day you achieve success in the imperial examination and gain fame. I have come today with no ulterior motive. I merely admire your literary talent and wish to converse with you. I assure you, what transpires tonight shall remain confidential. Inside, silence reigned. Su Qingwan continued to observe the shadow at the window and softly proposed, young Master Luo, since you find it inconvenient to speak, may I ask for a favor? After a moment's pause, the response came, please, Miss Su, proceed. Su Qingwan expressed, in a few days, the Yuanyang Tower will host a poetry gathering, and the theme has been announced. I have pondered deeply and composed 2 poems, yet I am not fully satisfied. Would you be willing to assist me in crafting one, so that I might study it for inspiration? A sigh escaped from within. Miss Su, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Poetry is truly not my forte. Su Qingwan slightly bowed her head and implored, young Master Luo, I can guarantee that I will not mention your name to anyone. If you would be so kind as to assist me, I would be immensely grateful. And should you ever require my help, I would not dare refuse. She then raised her gaze to the window and asked, could you perhaps copy a poem for me? Just a transcription from that book you mentioned, if it pleases you? Luo Qingzhou responded, if you do not agree, then I shall stubbornly remain here today. Su Qingwan asserted. Beside her, Qin Weima could not help but gently interject, Sister Su, please do not trouble my brother-in-law. He is unwell today and indeed finds it somewhat inconvenient. Su Qingwan stepped forward, bowing her head outside the window, choosing silence. The courtyard fell into a profound stillness. The maids exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the shadow on the window, holding their breath. Time lingered in their impasse, each second stretching longer than the last. After a while, the youth within finally sighed and conceded, Miss Su, please state the theme. With these words, the tense atmosphere in the courtyard instantly lightened. Su Qingwan's face brightened as she exclaimed, thank you, young master. The theme is plum blossoms. Beneath Yuanyang Tower lies a plum garden, where one can admire the blossoms just beginning to bloom, hence the theme. After a brief silence, he asked, do you desire a poem or a CI? Just as Su Qingwan was about to respond, she hesitated, her gaze flickering as she regarded the shadow at the window. Cautiously, she proposed, what if we have one poem and one CI? She mused inwardly that since young Master Luo had posed such a question, he must be proficient in both forms. Though she wondered what he could compose in such a short span of time. Sister Su is quite greedy, Qin Weima thought to herself, while simultaneously gazing tenderly at the shadow on the window, secretly hoping her brother-in-law could indeed produce something admirable. Xiao Dai, come in and prepare the ink. Luo Qingzhou's voice resonated in the room. Xiao Dai acknowledged and was about to rush inside when Qin Weima, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of impulse and mustered her courage. Brother-in-law, may I help you with the ink? Upon hearing this, the maids and elder women present all changed countenance. Such a task was not suitable for a young lady of her stature. Moreover, the youth in the room was her brother-in-law, who had entered the family through marriage. Her noble status made it inappropriate for her to offer assistance in such a manner. Facing the collective gaze of those around her, Qin Weima's cheeks flushed. Yet she felt a compulsion she could not resist. She earnestly expressed, "Brother-in-law, I wish to see you write poetry." Luo Qingzhou, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "There is no need to trouble the second young lady. Xiao Dai can assist me just fine." The maids and elder women chimed in unison, urging, "Young lady, you must not. How can you assist the young master with ink? That is a task for servants." Although Qin Weima had always been frail and delicate, her disposition was quite resolute. Having determined to help, she did not waver, breaking free from the grasp of Zhu Er and Xiao Er and walking towards the room. The two young maids, startled and frightened, dared not oppose her and hurried to support her, casting pleading glances at the elder women behind them. The elder women, with serious expressions, were about to step forward to dissuade her when Qin Weima turned her head, her pale and delicate face displaying a pleading expression as she softly implored, "Mothers, please allow me this one indulgence. After all, I shall be happier for it." With such heartfelt words and a pitiful expression, who could possibly resist? The elder women, initially intent on dissuading her, found their resolve faltering upon recalling her frail health, their eyes reddening with emotion, and they could no longer bring themselves to object. One elder woman, the oldest among them, quavered as she spoke, "Miss, please do as you wish. If anyone dares to speak of this incident, they shall answer to me. Should the madam hold me accountable, I shall bear the consequences alone." Qin Weima expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, mother." Zhu Er and Xiao Er, witnessing their mistress's determination, felt a pang of sorrow and dared not argue further, cautiously assisting her as they entered the room. Xiao Dai hurriedly opened the door, leading the way. Inside, Luo Qingzhou listened, inwardly regretting his soft-heartedness for having risen and acquiesced to Su Qingwan's request to assist her with poetry. If it truly came to pass that the esteemed hands of the second young lady were to assist him with ink, he could only imagine the consequences should his mother-in-law find out, not to mention the reproach he would face from Bai Ling and Xiachan. Yet, upon hearing the second young lady's pitiful plea, he found himself at a loss for how to refuse. "Brother-in-law, do not worry. Whatever I do is my own responsibility. You need only focus on writing," Qin Weima assured him gently as she entered the room, supported by the two maids, and bowed respectfully. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head. Looking troubled, "Second young lady, this truly is not appropriate. If the madam and the eldest young lady were to find out, brother-in-law, I will explain everything to them. Should they punish you, I shall bear the brunt of it," Qin Weima replied softly. Luo Qingzhou gazed at the fragile and gentle girl before him, perplexed. "Why do you insist on this?" Qin Weima paused for a moment, then replied, "I do not know. I simply wish to see you write tonight." Silence enveloped the room. No one spoke further. Only their breaths could be heard. The elder woman at the door, with reddened eyes, could not help but speak up, "Young master, since the young lady wishes it, let her have this one time. It is rare for her to venture out and be happy, even if it is somewhat unconventional. We should accommodate her as best we can. I shall explain the situation to the madam." Luo Qingzhou regarded her, then glanced at the pale and delicate girl before him, feeling a deep sigh escape him as he finally resolved to proceed, taking a seat at the writing desk. A gentle smile graced Qin Weima's face as she approached, extending her fair hand to delicately grasp the ink block. Xiao Dai hurriedly came to add some water to the inkstone. As Qin Weima gently ground the ink, she spoke softly, "Brother-in-law, I often find myself alone in my room, grinding ink. I feel it helps me to quiet my mind and soothe my spirit. I enjoy the fragrance of the ink." Luo Qingzhou sat at the desk, holding the brush, silently observing her frail white wrists and delicate hands. "Brother-in-law," Qin Weima gently reminded him. Snapping back to reality, Luo Qingzhou spread out the rice paper, dipped the brush into the ink, and, after a moment of contemplation, began to write upon the paper. An oil lamp flickered on the table. Xiao Dai lit another lamp, holding it delicately in her hands as she stood on the opposite side. Qin Weima gently ground the ink while observing the graceful characters being inscribed onto the xian paper. The first piece was a poem, Shuime. Upon reaching the last two lines, the ink block in Qin Weima's hand trembled slightly. Luo Qingzhou removed the ink-stained paper and unfolded a second sheet, dipping his brush into the ink without hesitation and directly commencing his writing. Once he completed the final character, he set down the brush, blew gently on the paper, and handed it to Xiao Dai beside him. Xiao Dai placed the lamp down and carefully accepted the paper before taking it outside. Qin Weima remained by the table, still clutching the ink stone, his gaze lost in thought and his expression dazed, softly murmuring, falling to dust. Only the fragrance remains unchanged. Beside him, Zhu called out softly, breaking his reverie. Under the soft glow of the lantern, his gentle eyes turned to the young man who stood up from the table. Just as the voice of Su Qingwan rang out from outside, filled with delight. What a splendid poem! What exquisite words! How effortlessly it captures the essence of spring. Indifferent to the jealousy of blooming flowers, she continued excitedly, "Young Master Luo, I apologize for the disturbance tonight. In a few days, Qingwan will return to express her gratitude. I shall visit my aunt and share these 2 poems with her, to alleviate any doubts she may harbor about you. Your talents are truly unparalleled, and Qingwan is in awe." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hastily pushed open the window and said, "Miss Su, did you not just promise not to disclose tonight's events to anyone?" With that, he dashed out the door, vanishing into the night. The small courtyard fell abruptly silent. Inside, the atmosphere was equally still. Under the moonlight, a girl clad in a pink dress, Bai Ling, entered the courtyard with a look of confusion. The atmosphere turned awkward. Many maidservants and matrons stood in the courtyard, and people were also present inside. Yet, when this songbird flew in, silence enveloped the space. Bai Ling gazed around the courtyard and peered through the open window into the room, frozen in place. Everyone felt the tension, including her. At that moment, the younger sister was unexpectedly in her brother-in-law's room, standing so close, and she held an ink block in her hand, clearly having just grounding for him. The maidservants and matrons felt a pang of guilt and flushed. After all, the girl before them was none other than the personal maid of the eldest young lady. The young man inside was the husband of the eldest young lady, who had recently been married. Yet, here was Bai Ling, equally uncomfortable. Were it anyone else, she would have confronted them, even summoned Xia Chan, but the person inside was the second young lady, whom she preferred not to see. After a moment of silence, Qin Wei Mo set down the ink block, slightly bowed her head toward the young man, and softly said, "Brother-in-law, I apologize for the intrusion. Please rest well." Wei Mo takes her leave. With the assistance of Zhu and Xiu, she exited. As soon as she stepped outside, the wind blew and prompted another bout of coughing. The maidservant at the door quickly opened an umbrella to shield her from the gusts. Qin Wei Mo slowly removed the moon-white handkerchief covering her mouth, revealing a stain of crimson blood. Xiu's face changed instantly as she trembled and said, "Maid, the young lady has coughed up blood again." A group of people surrounded the frail girl, hastily leaving the small courtyard. As they passed by Bai Ling, Qin Wei Mo timidly glanced at her, seemingly about to speak, but was swiftly led away by the maidservants. The courtyard soon returned to tranquility. Luo Qingzhou stood by the window, watching her. Xiao Dai stood behind him, her head bowed, resembling a child who had misbehaved and was facing their parent, feeling guilty and anxious. "Master, you truly possess great courage," Bai Ling remarked, observing him from outside, her expression complex. Luo Qingzhou maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I have not wronged the eldest young lady, nor have I acted improperly toward the second young lady." Bai Ling paused, her tone softening. "Is your health improving, master?" Luo Qingzhou responded, "Much better. Thank you for your concern." Bai Ling nodded slightly, turned, and prepared to leave. After speaking, she exited the small courtyard, disappearing into the night beyond. Luo Qingzhou stood by the window for a moment longer before turning to Xiao Dai, instructing, "In the future, when Xiu and Zhu inquire about me, tell them I am very busy reading in my room and do not wish to be disturbed. Do you understand?" Xiao Dai hesitated briefly before nodding. "Understood, young master." She could not help but inquire further, "Young master, you do not wish to see the second young lady again, do you?" After a prolonged silence, he uttered 2 words, "a nuisance." Xiao Dai dared not ask further, exiting the room and closing the door behind her. Luo Qingzhou settled down to continue his reading. Those who cultivate must first grasp the great path, yet wish for swift success. They resemble withered wood, their hearts like dead ashes, their consciousness inwardly guarded, with a singular focus unbroken. In stillness, the Yin spirit emerges, a pure, ethereal being, not a true celestial. Due to their singular intent, the Yin spirit remains unscattered. Thus, they are referred to as ghostly immortals. Though termed immortals, they are in essence still ghosts. Ghostly immortals? Luo Qingzhou pondered this term quietly. Those who cultivate the Yin spirit can attain immortality without a physical body. However, as stated in the text, such attainment ultimately remains ghostly, unable to ascend the great path. What else can be achieved beyond ghostly immortals? He continued reading, only to find the subsequent page contained another tale. The book recorded fragmented accounts, vague and ambiguous, straddling the line between truth and fabrication, mostly passed down from ancient times or conjectured from various stories. Most of it could not be taken seriously. Naturally, Luo Qingzhou did not believe it all. He opened another book. A solitary lamp flickered, and the moonlight was bright. In the small courtyard, silence reigned. The moonlit rain pavilion by the lake was still adorned with lanterns. In the midst of the water, the elegant pavilion was also aglow with light. At that moment, Song Ruyu had brought those noble women, along with their maidservants and matrons, to the pavilion. They sat at the table by the railing on the top floor, enjoying snacks and chatting while admiring the moon, engaging in a game of comparison and boasting. As the young women conversed, they soon turned their attention to Song Ruyu's son-in-law, who had come to live with them. Ruyu, forgive me for being so blunt, but that is the illegitimate son that the Cheng Guo house discarded. I heard he might not even be Luo Yinyan's son, simply treated like trash and handed over to you. How can a son-in-law who has come to live with you be so ignorant of propriety? You call for him, and he doesn't even come. Exactly, Ruyu. Look at the son-in-law from the Zhou family. Every day, before dawn, he stands outside Zhou Land's courtyard, bowing and waiting to pay his respects, returning again each evening. He works tirelessly, handling all the dirty and laborious tasks. He is diligent, sensible, and obedient. Unlike your son-in-law, who enjoys fine food and drink while remaining indoors reading, what kind of reputation can he earn? As for those poems you mentioned, do you truly believe he composed them? I suspect they were prepared in advance, merely crafted to deceive you. It is highly probable. Ruyu, do you genuinely expect that boy to achieve the rank of scholar? If he were truly capable, would the Cheng Guo house have allowed him to come to live with you? A few women, feeling somewhat disgruntled after being outshone by her youthful beauty and good looks, turned their ire towards the unfortunate son-in-law. Hearing their taunts, Song Ruyu's face darkened, and she lowered her head to crack the seeds without responding. The women feigned ignorance of her displeasure, continuing their jests. One woman even mockingly recited those poems, causing the others to burst into laughter. Song Ryu, filled with humiliation and anger, found her frustration without an outlet. Seeing their enthusiasm, she turned to Mei Er beside her and commanded, starting tomorrow, let that boy come in my back garden to plant flowers. What good is it for him to remain indoors all day reading? The Qin family does not support idleness. Mei Er nodded nervously, her head lowered in response. The women exchanged glances, ready to tease a bit more before pulling back. Just then, a maidservant suddenly ascended the stairs. Reporting, madam, Miss Qingwan has arrived. One of the noble women remarked curiously, did that girl not go to speak with Wei Mo? Why is she here again? Not long after, Su Qingwan ascended the stairs, breathless and brimming with excitement, clutching 2 sheets of rice paper in her hands. Qingwan, what has brought you such joy? Your cheeks are flushed. Did you run up? Have you composed a new poem? A few noble women teased her upon seeing the papers. Standing before them, Su Qingwan took a moment to catch her breath before handing one of the sheets to a woman, her face alight with enthusiasm. Aunt, please take a look. The noble woman, hailing from a scholarly family and possessing considerable talent, smiled as she accepted the paper and began to read the first sheet. As she reached the final line, her smile faltered. The other women, taken aback, watched as one of them seized the paper, exclaiming, let me see. She then could not help but read it aloud once more. Brilliant, truly brilliant. The other noble women chimed in with their praises. Su Qingwan's aunt beamed with pride, her expression radiating satisfaction as she turned to Song Rua, saying, Rua, my Qingwan's poem surpasses those of your son-in-law. Aunt, that isn't my work. Before she could finish, Su Qingwan interjected, breathlessly asserting, indeed, it was composed by young Master Luo. Both poems were just penned by him. The room fell silent in astonishment. Young Master Luo? Who is he? Her aunt inquired, taken aback. At that moment, Song Rua, after a brief pause, suddenly felt a jolt of excitement as her lovely face flushed with color. Indeed, the next second, she recognized a familiar name. Luo Qingzhou, the brother-in-law of Wei Mo, is the very young Master Luo you just mentioned. Su Qingwan took a sip of tea from the table and spoke. Instantly, the loft fell into a hush. Song Ruyue, now glowing with excitement, exclaimed, "What about the next poem? Isn't there another piece?" Read quickly. The noblewoman, snapping back to reality, glanced at the rice paper in her hand, quickly scanning it. Her expression shifted, and her eyes widened as she focused intently on the ensuing lines. "Xiaomei, read it out loud," urged one of the other noblewomen. Taking a deep breath, the woman, her gaze complex, slowly recited, "By the broken bridge outside the post station, blooms lonely without a master. It is already dusk, and I grieve alone, further troubled by wind and rain. Unintentionally competing for spring, I let the myriad flowers envy. Falling to the ground to dust, only the fragrance remains as before." The entire loft gradually fell silent, save for Su Qingwan's still somewhat hurried breaths. As the hour approached midnight, the lights dimmed and the crowd dispersed. The noblewomen, accompanied by their maids and servants, took their leave. A few women left with solemn faces, not greeting others, resembling defeated roosters, leaving in a state of dejection. They had come with high hopes, but returned with disappointment, having intended to undermine Song's prestige only to be outsmarted. "Qingwan, it's all your fault for stirring up trouble. Why not just chat with Wei Mo in the house?" One lamented. "Indeed, we finally had a chance to diminish her arrogance, and you ruined it all." After exiting the estate, the women began to scold her in the carriage. Unable to suppress a wry smile, Su Qingwan replied, Aunt Zhang, you and Aunt Song have been friends for so many years. Why engage in constant banter?" Her aunt shot her a glare. "You arrived late and missed how arrogant Aunt Song was, pointing at my face and saying I had wrinkles and poor skin." A woman across retorted. She even mocked Aunt Zhang for having children, claiming her breasts sagged, and stood up to show me her large cows. How outrageous. "Qingwan, did you truly witness those two poems being penned by that son-in-law?" her aunt suddenly asked. Su Qingwan nodded, her heart tumultuous, remaining silent. If true, that would indeed be a treasure for Song Ruyue and the Qin family. With that young man's talent, he may not only achieve the title of Jiren, but could even secure the position of Jinshi and top scholar. Indeed, the most entertaining spectacle will likely be the disdainful members of the Cheng Guo family, regretting their short-sightedness. The voices of the two noble women suddenly dropped. "Let us not speak of such matters. Consider how unfortunate Ruyue is. One daughter has been missing for so many years, and the other has been plagued by illness since childhood, reportedly with little time left. Let's refrain from discussing it further. Qingwan, keep tonight's events to yourself. That young man is likely biding his time at the Qin residence, and if his talents become known, the Cheng Guo family may stir up trouble again." "Aunt, I understand. I've already informed Aunt Chun and the others. You can reiterate tomorrow. It's fine. Even if word gets out, people might not take it seriously, as he is merely an unheard-of son-in-law. Besides, our Yin is in a position of power. The Cheng Guo family may not care." As the women conversed, they gradually receded into the night. In the Qin residence, the maids and servants busily gathered lanterns and tidied up scattered debris. After bidding farewell to her guests, Song Ruyue rushed, flanked by her maids, to her second daughter. Approaching, her close maid asked, "Madam, should I inform the young master?" Song Ruyue, preoccupied with her daughter's ailment, paused. "Inform him of what?" Maid cautiously replied. "You asked me to tell the young master earlier to start planting flowers in your garden from tomorrow." Song Ryue's brows furrowed, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You chatter too much. I ought to have your tongue cut out." Maid quickly lowered her head, daring not to speak further. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ruyue coldly declared, "You go and tell him to focus on his studies at home, so he can earn some fame for the Qin family. If he fails, he'll have to answer for it." "Oof. Yes, I will go at once." Maid complied and hurried away. Once she was out of earshot, Song Ruyue couldn't help but feel pleased. That wretched boy indeed possesses some talent. It seems our Qin family has truly stumbled upon a treasure. I only hope this treasure doesn't run away. I must keep a close watch on it. Inside, the flickering lamp cast shadows. Luo Qingzhou, invigorated, remained seated at his desk, engrossed in his reading. Shortly, a knock at the door interrupted him. Furrowing his brow, he wondered who could it be? Surely not his mother-in-law arriving to reprimand him at this hour? Xiao Dai hurriedly opened the door. Standing outside was Mei who, upon entering the courtyard, looked at the light from the window and asked, "Young master, are you still awake?" "Madam sent me to convey a message." Xiao Dai, not daring to impede her, followed closely behind. Luo Qingzhou, hearing this, rose and opened the window to look outside. Upon seeing him, Mater halted, saying, "Young master, Madam instructed me to tell you to study diligently at home, so you can earn some prestige for our Qin family. If you fail to do so, Madam will hold you accountable." Humph. The final humph was uncertain whether it was her own for emphasis or meant to echo her mistress's tone. "Is that all?" Luo Qingzhou responded, smiling at Xiao Dai before swiftly departing. He closed the window and resumed his reading. The next day, within the moonlit listening rain pavilion, a faint rumble of thunder echoed through the secluded bamboo grove in the northwest corner. Although intrigued by matters concerning the spirit realm, Luo Qingzhou had yet to glean any insights and deemed it unnecessary to waste further time. Instead, he resolved to devote himself to his training, prioritizing the enhancement of his physical strength. Since the inky liquid can enhance one's spiritual power, he merely needs to consume it regularly. When his spiritual power reaches a certain level, he will observe the effects. With each punch he unleashed, the force intensified, the sound grew louder, and the pressure became increasingly formidable. The surrounding withered leaves danced, and the green bamboos swayed, rustling in response. His bare upper body soon glistened with sweat, the once relaxed skin and muscles now taut and firm. With every punch, his flesh trembled, as if an inexhaustible force were surging forth. He struck a nearby tree with a powerful fist. The bark had already been stripped away from the thick trunk, which suddenly cracked and caved in with a resounding snap, while the inner white would instantly turn charred black. Luo Qingzhou pivoted abruptly, delivering a punch backward, sending forth a wave of heat that resonated like a thunderclap. The bamboo ahead rustled, shedding fragments of leaves. For an entire day, he practiced the thunder fist amidst the bamboo grove, growing more spirited with each repetition. The momentum escalating as if an underlying thunderous roar emanated from his fists. Fortunately, this location was distant from the gate and deep within the bamboo forest, rarely frequented by anyone during the day. Immersed in his training, time flew by swiftly. Before long, it was time to marry, and he could venture into the city to pay homage to his mother. The arduous training over the past 8 to 9 days had honed his thunder fist to remarkable proficiency, the force becoming astonishing. Simultaneously, he felt his skin and flesh growing increasingly resilient. Beneath the skin, his muscles radiated warmth, occasionally aching intensely, pulsating as they absorbed energy from his entire body, clearly indicating that it was time to refine his flesh. With the aid of the inky liquid, his spiritual power had increased by 2 points, reaching a total of 13. His physical constitution and spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. That night, the moon shone brightly against the sparse stars. Luo Qingzhou, accompanied by Xiao Dai, ventured to a secluded corner of the lake for a bath. He brought a stone and instructed Xiao Dai to keep an eye on it, then raised his fist and struck the stone. The impact was thunderous. Xiao Dai gasped in surprise. With a crack, his fist remained unscathed while the stone shattered into 2 pieces. Luo Qingzhou discarded the stone, stroking his fist, filled with a sense of pride, and teased Xiao Dai. "Is my fist strong?" The little girl widened her eyes, admiration evident on her face as she nodded fervently, "Yes. Young master is so strong." They stood facing each other, bare-skinned in the misty lake water. Luo Qingzhou, admiring his fist, declared with ambition, "Just wait, there's even more strength to come. When the time comes, not just this little stone, even iron will shatter under my blows." Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed with heat, her innocent eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at him. "Young master, you're so impressive. I want to go out of the city with you tomorrow to pay respects to my mother." Luo Qingzhou, scrubbing himself, contemplated the following day's plans. After a moment, she suddenly added, "Young master, later you need to greet Miss. You could ask Sister Bai Ling." "Ask what?" "Last time Sister Bai Ling mentioned that Miss promised to reward young master, but it hasn't been fulfilled yet." Luo Qingzhou, still scrubbing, fell into deep thought. Xiao Dai leaned closer, her warm cheek pressed against his chest, shyly whispering, "If young master is too timid, I can help you ask. I can assist you." Luo Qingzhou lowered his gaze, observing her snow-white shoulders and flushed face under the moonlight. His heart stirred, and he embraced her. Chapter 55. The charming young master of the moonlight was brilliant. In the corner of the lake, water splashed, creating a rhythmic sound. Xiao Dai covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment as Luo Qingzhou caught a fish underwater. The lake water was warm year-round, with the depths even feeling somewhat scalding. The fish wriggled vigorously in his grasp, displaying considerable strength. Its scales shimmered with a light blue hue, reflecting vibrant colors under the moonlight. The fish was about a foot long, its flesh appearing quite plump. Luo Qingzhou scrutinized it closely before shifting his gaze to the lush lotus blossoms surrounding the pavilion in the lake's center, feeling increasingly perplexed. "Young master, this fish is so beautiful. Are they raising it?" Xiao Dai's face was filled with curiosity. Luo Qingzhou shrugged. "Who knows?" Just as he was about to release it, he reconsidered and tossed it onto the shore. Xiao Dai exclaimed, "Young master, why did you throw it ashore?" Luo Qingzhou continued washing, replying, "I'm a bit hungry. We'll roast the fish later." "Ah, what do you mean, Hurry up and wash. We need to head back." Oh. Xiao Dai frowned. "Young master, I can't." As Luo Qingzhou prepared to leave to greet Miss Qin, Xiao Dai hurried to the door, reminding him, "Young master, remember to ask Sister Bai Ling." Luo Qingzhou's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but glance at her again. "Xiao Dai, you spend every day learning from those maids. It must be more than just instruments and embroidery, right?" Xiao Dai's face turned crimson as she looked down shyly, but hesitated to articulate. Luo Qingzhou perceived her thoughts. She also learned how to serve young master. She is but a maid in the chamber, and Sister Xiao Tao has taught her many embarrassing things. Do not learn recklessly. Focus on something useful. If you truly cannot refuse, just say you are too young and will learn later. After saying this, Luo Qingzhou left. Xiao Dai lifted her head, watching his retreating figure, pouting slightly, feeling a tinge of grievance as she muttered, "I'm not that young anymore." She then glanced down at her chest, letting out a soft sigh. "Indeed, I'm a bit small. I wonder if the things Sister Xiao Tao mentioned are useful." Luo Qingzhou pondered the upcoming trip to pay respects to his mother. Typically, when a man marries, if his mother has passed, he should bring his new wife along to pay homage. This is a sign of respect for the mother and a means to comfort her spirit in the afterlife. However, since he was not marrying, but rather joining the family, given the status and character of the other party, it was impossible for her to accompany him. Moreover, he was indifferent to it. They had already made their intentions clear, and maintaining a superficial relationship was sufficient for the time being. They were not to disturb each other. As long as he and Xiao Dai had a place to stay and could live without worries, and he could cultivate under the protection of the Qin family, that was already more than enough. Besides, the people of the Qin family were indeed quite nice. With these thoughts, he soon arrived at the entrance of Miss Qin's courtyard. The gate was open, and the moonlight cascaded down. Bai Ling, dressed in a pink gown and holding a freshly picked flower, leaned against the doorframe, smiling at him like a celestial being under the moonlight. "Young master, do you think I am beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou replied directly, "The flower is beautiful." He then clasped his hands together. "Since Miss Bai Ling does not allow me to enter, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Bai Ling exclaimed, straightening up and stamping her foot playfully. "Young master, how annoying. I will go call Chan Chan." Luo Qingzhou paused, observing her without speaking. Bai Ling pouted and gazed at him with a melancholic expression. "Young master treats me this way, and it makes me very sad. Remember a few days ago, you said you liked me and wanted me to be your maid? Why, in just a few days, have you changed your mind?" Luo Qingzhou maintained a calm demeanor. "It is not a change of heart. When something is unattainable, there is no need to persist." Bai Ling immediately wore a look of grievance. "Young master, you are so impatient. I already told you. Only if Miss agrees can I promise you. You can ask Miss yourself." Luo Qingzhou, feeling the pangs of hunger, thought of the fish in the house and decided he no longer wished to engage in a pretense with her. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Bai Ling, may I enter?" Bai Ling, her delicate face adorned with a hint of melancholy, huffed softly and stepped aside, saying, "Please, enter. My lady is in the back garden reading." As Luo Qingzhou passed by her, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. He halted, turning to gaze at her. Bai Ling blinked her bright, dark eyes and asked, "What is it, my lord?" After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingzhou leaned closer, lowering his head until his nose nearly brushed against her lovely face, inhaling the enchanting scent once more. Startled, Bai Ling tilted her head back, pressing against the doorframe, her ample bosom rising almost to meet his chest, a mix of embarrassment and urgency apparent. "My lord, what are you doing? Please don't, I feel so shy." Luo Qingzhou scrutinized her pretty face, which displayed a facade of feigned panic and bashfulness, yet remained flawlessly pale and tender, devoid of any blush. He continued to observe and inhale, remaining silent and unmoving. Bailing arched her delicate waist backward, lifting her charming face, her long lashes fluttering like a frightened doe, feeling vulnerable under his unwavering gaze. Initially, her shyness was insincere, but under his intense scrutiny, with his breath brushing against her skin, a soft flush gradually crept on her fair cheeks, her heart racing as her chest subtly rose and fell. "My lord, please stop. I truly feel shy," she pleaded softly, her face a rosy hue, her long lashes trembling, and in her doe-like eyes reflected the handsome yet inscrutable visage of the youth. "I misspoke just now." Finally, Luo Qingzhou stepped back, casting one last lingering glance at her before turning to enter the courtyard, heading towards the back garden. Bailing, momentarily dazed, maintained her position against the doorframe for a brief moment before snapping back to reality and hurriedly pursued him. She caught up just outside the round gate of the back garden, her cheeks still flushed as she quietly asked, "My lord, what did you say wrong just now?" Luo Qingzhou halted, turning to regard her sweet, blushing face, and his voice unexpectedly softened. "In truth, Bailing, you are far more beautiful than that flower." With that, he stepped through the round gate. However, the sound of swords clashing in the garden soon brought her back to her senses. "You rascal, my lord, how dare you flirt?" She stomped her foot, following him inside. Chapter 56. A servant's happiness. The full moon hung high in the sky. In the garden, verdant trees provided shade, and the rockery was lush. Beside a pool of azure water stood an elegant pavilion with flying eaves and green tiles, where Miss Qin, clad in a white dress, with her flawless complexion exuding an ethereal aura, sat quietly, gazing at the moon in a daze. Outside the pavilion, beneath a plum tree, a cold young girl in a green dress wielded a sword, her dark hair dancing as she twirled gracefully, performing a dance with her blade. This time, her movements seemed much gentler than before. Luo Qingzhou cast a glance before proceeding directly to the pavilion, bowing respectfully to the lost-in-thought maiden within. After a prolonged moment, she slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he turned to leave, the swordplay beneath the plum tree suddenly grew fierce. Petals rained down like a shower, and the brilliance of the swords illuminated the entire garden. A chill accompanied the night breeze, mingling with the fragrance of the blossoms. "My lord, does Chan Chan dance poorly, prompting you to leave in haste?" Bailing's teasing voice reached his ears. Ignoring her, Luo Qingzhou paused, captivated by the sword-dancing girl beneath the plum tree. The maiden's eyes sparkled like stars, her sword reflecting the moonlight, her figure graceful and beautiful, yet the sword's radiance was as cold as frost. With swift movements, the sword transformed into a cascade of light, each glimmer a sharp edge, a breathtaking sight, yet terrifying in its potential. Should one be targeted by such a blade, they would surely be left in tatters. "My lord, it seems Chan Chan is rather upset," Bailing whispered again, her fragrant breath brushing against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Luo Qingzhou stepped back a few paces, refusing to look at her. Bailing drew closer, a hint of petulance in her tone. "My lord, you weren't like this earlier. You had me pinned against the doorframe, nearly kissing me." As the sword's brilliance diminished and petals swirled in the air, the girl beneath the tree stood still, sheathing her sword, her icy gaze directed at him. Bailing immediately chimed in. "My lord, earlier you were so close to me, inhaling my scent, saying how fragrant and sweet I am. Was that true?" Bailing quickly called out, "My lord, have you forgotten something? You mentioned wanting to speak with Miss Qin earlier." Luo Qingzhou paused at the round gate, turning to look at her. He recalled the words Xiao Dai had shared with him. "Young master, since Bailing's sister has said so, it indicates that Miss desires to share a room with you. You must be proactive." He remembered the familiar fragrance from earlier and the enchanting shyness of the maiden under the moonlight. The garden fell silent for a moment. He replied, "There is nothing to say, merely a greeting to Miss Qin." With that, he bowed slightly and exited the gate, swiftly vanishing around the corner of the night. Bailing stood frozen for a moment before turning to the figure in the pavilion, then glancing at the sword-wielding maiden beneath the plum tree, who appeared as cold as frost. She shrugged and murmured, "I can't believe someone would refuse." The garden returned to its tranquil state. In a basin lay the fish. The young girl, holding a kitchen knife, wore a conflicted expression on her cherubic face. Luo Qingzhou could not help but chuckle as he took the knife from her hands, instructing, "Go start a fire." "All right." Xiao Dai hurried off to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou sat down, deftly scraping the fish scales, removing the gills and fins, and gutting the fish with practiced ease. Soon, it was clean. After rinsing it several times, he moved to the kitchen, placing it in a clean basin, seasoning it, and marinating it. He then assisted the young girl in kindling the fire. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the courtyard. Xiao Dai, who initially had no appetite, had just said, "Young master, the fish is so pitiful I won't eat it." However, as the fish roasted over the fire and the delicious scent filled the air, she stood beside him, saliva pooling as she rubbed her belly, saying, "Young master, the fish is quite large. You will surely overeat. I shall help you finish it later." The little girl pouted, pretending not to hear, while continuing to drool and eye the fish with longing. The fish quickly cooked through. Luo Qingzhou took it off the fire, allowing it to cool slightly before washing his hands and tearing the tender flesh from the sides of the fish's belly, placing it into the bowl that Xiao Dai had already prepared. "Let us eat." After saying this, he held the fish in both hands, relishing it with great delight. Xiao Dai, with reddened eyes, looked up at him and said, "Young master." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and asked, "What is it?" Wiping away her nearly overflowing tears, Xiao Dai shook her head. "Nothing, I just feel so happy, so blessed." Luo Qingzhou smiled gently and continued to eat the fish, replying, "If you feel happy, that is what matters. Life is meant for joy and happiness." Indeed, Xiao Dai swallowed her tears, lowering her head to eat. With each bite, she glanced at him, secretly resolving, "For my young master, I must strive to grow stronger and learn skills from Sister Xiao Tao." Under the moonlight, the young master's countenance resembled jade, handsome and gentle. She was lost in her thoughts, contemplating how she would attend to the young master tonight. He had treated her with such kindness that she felt compelled to repay him, and the only way she knew to do so was to bring him joy using the skills taught to her by a Xiao Tao, a Jie. "Go on, Xiao Dai." The evening breeze gently caressed her, and the leaves rustled softly. In the courtyard of the Cheng Guo mansion, within the winding corridors, the matriarch, Wang Shi, held a lantern as she emerged from Luo Yin's study. She paused at the crimson railing in the middle of the corridor, her gaze fixed ahead. The nearby bushes stirred slightly as the second steward, Wang Cheng, appeared, speaking in hushed tones. The person has been stationed there continuously. Aside from a solitary trip to the bookstore, he has not ventured out again. With a month's deadline approaching, it is likely to happen in the next couple of days. Wang Shi's expression darkened as she inquired, "How many individuals?" Wang Cheng replied respectfully, "5 in total, all desperate individuals, one of whom is a martial artist. He should be more than sufficient to deal with that young man." "What Wang Pu?" she asked. "He will follow from a distance and later verify the body himself. He is familiar with that young man." Wang Shi lowered her head, observing the flickering flame within her lantern, and murmured, Yuer is preparing for her exams. The Longhu Academy places great importance on the character of each student." Wang Cheng assured her, "Rest easy, madam. Should any mistakes occur, Wang Pu will bear the entire responsibility. I pledge my life to that promise." Wang Shi did not respond, but departed with her lantern. After taking a few steps, she turned to Wang Cheng and said, "I have heard he has a sister. Once this is over, let her into the mansion. She can accompany Yuer to the capital." Wang Cheng's heart leaped with joy at this news, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, madam." Wang Shi's demeanor remained calm as she walked away. Chapter 57. Honoring Mother on a bright, sunny morning. Luo Qingzhou awoke to find himself cradling a soft figure. The girl gazed at him with wide eyes, and upon realizing he was awake, she shyly murmured, "Young master, it is not that I am lazy, but you have pinned my hair down, preventing me from rising." Luo Qingzhou glanced down and indeed found her long, dark tresses trapped beneath him. However, this was hardly a valid excuse for her late rising. How I wish to be held by the young master like this forever, never to rise from bed. He looked into her bashful eyes and perceived her unspoken thoughts. Last night, the girl had been quite bold, playfully touching him as they lay together, until he had held her firmly in his embrace. At such a tender age, what could occupy her mind but thoughts of serving and pleasing him? It was time to rise. Luo Qingzhou decided against lingering, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. He intended to visit the bookstore in search of texts on divine souls and martial arts. As he dressed, he turned back to the bed. The girl, clad in light moon-white undergarments, revealed her fair shoulders and skin while she struggled to put on her clothes. Upon noticing his gaze, she lowered her head, gently biting her rosy lip, yet did not shy away or cover herself, her movements slowing. She had begun to develop a modest figure. After washing up, the two shared a simple breakfast. As they prepared to leave, Xiao Dai cautiously asked, "Young master, do you truly not wish to inform the young lady?" Luo Qingzhou closed the courtyard door and replied, "There is no need." The girl glanced at his expression, sighed, and appeared disheartened. Indeed, it would be futile. The young lady would not accompany us. She silently reflected, "The young master is a son-in-law," which is inappropriate in terms of propriety. Moreover, it was said he was brought in to bring fortune to the eldest and second young ladies. They would never accompany him to such a place. No matter, the two of us are sufficient. Luo Qingzhou remained indifferent, his gaze drifting to the budding plum blossoms ahead as he softly murmured, "Moreover, my mother does not favor the company of strangers." In his memories, the frail and pitiful woman had always been solitary and proud. Had it not been for their unbearable circumstances in that small mountain village, she would not have had to muster the courage to enter the city and plead for the pity of the Cheng Guo mansion. Currently, the Grand Princess was engaged in battle at the border, not far from here, which meant that Mo Cheng strictly regulated entry and exit from the city. While leaving the city might not require such documentation, entering it certainly did, unless one was accompanied by an acquaintance. Otherwise, entry was exceedingly difficult. "Do you require several guards to accompany you, sir?" Luo Qingzhou declined, taking his travel pass and bidding farewell. The inquiry was merely a courtesy. The Qin family had few guards, aside from protecting Qin Wenzheng during his comings and goings. They were also responsible for safeguarding other family members and patrolling the Qin family's properties. There was no extravagance in accompanying a son-in-law to a gravesite. If one lacked self-awareness, they would be unwelcome anywhere. Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai exited the mansion, first purchasing offerings for the memorial before finding a carriage at a crossroads in the street. After negotiating a price, they boarded. Currently, he had 270 taels of silver, sufficient to afford a carriage. His mother's grave lay at the foot of Zhixiao Mountain, south of the city, a distance of at least 7 or 8 kilometers. Walking would take an indeterminate length of time. He was unconcerned, but Xiao Dai could not manage the trek. They would need to conserve energy for the climb ahead. Wealthy families and those in power had their designated burial sites, whereas the likes of him, a poor and solitary individual, could only lay his mother to rest in an unvisited, desolate mountain. Even the land at the foot of the mountain belonged to someone. In the past, when the parents of Ming Tai Zhu passed away, they too had no land to bury them, until a benevolent landlord offered a plot, allowing them to find eternal rest. In this era, living was difficult, and dying was equally so, with many lacking a place to be buried. As Luo Qingzhou sat in the carriage, his thoughts wandered. Xiao Dai, seated beside him, obediently used her small fist to knead his legs, occasionally stealing glances at him, seemingly wishing to see if he was reminded of his mother and feeling sorrowful, so she could offer comfort. The carriage jolted as it made its way out of the city. At the city gate, soldiers in armor stood guard but did not conduct any inspection. Shortly after their carriage exited the city, another carriage followed closely behind at a distance along the official road. The road was bustling with merchants and laborers, all striving to make a living. In this age, most people toiled relentlessly, merely to keep their families from starving. The desire for daily sustenance was a luxury. Compared to those at the very bottom of society, Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai were already leading a relatively comfortable life. The carriage rattled swiftly along the official road. The driver seemed eager to secure his next fare, cracking the whip in a flurry over the horse's rear. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the carriage began to slow. The driver called out, "Young master, we are nearly there. Prepare to disembark." Luo Qingzhou snapped back to reality, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. The fresh, crisp air greeted him, revealing a lush and towering mountain range before him. The lingering snow in the mountains had yet to fully melt, patches of white visible on the slopes. The carriage soon halted at a fork in the road at the mountain's base. Luo Qingzhou disembarked with Xiao Dai, thanking the driver as he grasped their offerings and set foot on the path leading up the mountain. With a sharp crack, the whip struck the horse's rear, and the driver departed. "Young master, allow me to carry that," Xiao Dai offered, feeling somewhat shy. Luo Qingzhou declined, replying, "Just focus on climbing. Do not make me carry you later." Pouting, Xiao Dai retorted, "Young master, you underestimate me. I ascended alone last year." She then chuckled, "You were so weak back then, needing to rest after just a few steps, and I had to help you up." Luo Qingzhou recalled that memory and felt a pang of nostalgia. In that frail state, had the matriarch not intentionally harmed him, it was likely that no one had to. He would often fall ill, possibly meeting an untimely end. Fortunately, times had changed. This humiliating marriage can be regarded as a salvation for both him and Xiao Dai. "Young master, has the young lady still not spoken a word to you?" Far from the Qin residence, in this desolate place, the young girl dared to inquire about the esteemed Miss Qin. Luo Qingzhou nodded calmly. Xiao Dai sighed, glanced at him, and could no longer restrain herself. "Young master, do you think the young lady could truly be mute, or perhaps foolish?" "It is all the same," Luo Qingzhou replied nonchalantly. Xiao Dai furrowed her brow and whispered, "However, young master, you must eventually have children. If the young lady is unwilling to bear them." Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned to her and chuckled. "It would suffice to have children with my dear Xiao Dai." Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly retorted, "Young master, I am discussing serious matters here." Luo Qingzhou's smile faded slightly as he looked upward. "I am indeed speaking of serious matters." After a moment of silence, he continued slowly, "Xiao Dai, be patient for now. Once I am capable, I shall take you away. We will have our own home, our own house, our own life. No longer dependent on others, living under their scrutiny. I shall be responsible for providing for the family, while you shall be responsible for your beauty and bearing children. What do you think?" Xiao Dai bit her lip, her eyes reddening with tears, and after a moment of hesitation, she trembled and said, "Young master, I am but a servant." Luo Qingzhou gently caressed her delicate face, speaking softly, "I too am merely a servant. But do not worry, we shall no longer be so in the future. My dear Xiao Dai will be above all, and who would dare defy her? I shall crush them with a single punch." Xiao Dai giggled, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks, and with a soft sob, she fell into his embrace, weeping with happiness. The master and servant shared a tender moment before continuing their ascent. At the mountainside, the forest revealed numerous neglected graves, some nearly collapsed, with coffins exposed in some. Luo Qingzhou led Xiao Dai through the woods and among the dilapidated graves until they reached his mother's south resting place. Before the grave stood a simple wooden plaque. Weathered by wind and rain, the characters had become blurred, yet the surname Lin could be faintly discerned. Luo Qingzhou placed offerings beside it and began to clear the weeds from the grave. Xiao Dai joined him on the other side. After a while, they had cleared the weeds from the grave and its surroundings. Luo Qingzhou lit the joss paper and knelt before the plaque, silently gazing at the name Lin. In his past life, his mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him. He had never experienced a mother-esque love and often watched others share laughter and affection with their mothers, feeling a deep loneliness and sorrow. Little did he expect that in this life, he remained separated from her. "Mother, your child has come to burn paper for you. I have married a beautiful young lady from a noble family, as lovely as a fairy, who treats me kindly and gently. May your spirit rest in peace. I can only repay your kindness in the next life," Luo Qingzhou murmured as he bowed his head. Beside him, Xiao Dai wept profusely. The burning joss paper and offerings turned to ashes, swirling before ascending into the sky, vanishing with the wind. An unseen chill swept through the woods and graves. At the foot of the mountain, shortly after Luo Qingzhou and his servant ascended, several figures gathered from the dense thicket beside the path. Among them was a small, thin man, surrounded by others who bore fierce expressions. Yet, they treated the thin man with utmost respect. "Boss, we have confirmed they are on the mountain. It is just the two of them, no one else in sight. We have waited nearly a month. Today we can finally complete this job and leave this wretched place." The thin man's eyes gleamed with intensity, his voice low. "Air C, you too lead the charge. San, Wu, you encircle from above. Be cautious of your surroundings and do not act recklessly. First, assess the situation on Air and C's side, while I come from behind." "Boss, it's just a frail scholar and a little maid. Is such caution necessary? You do not understand, do you? The boss does everything meticulously. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. They come from a prominent family. Just because we do not see any guards does not mean they are not hiding. They might already be waiting on the mountain." Yes, caution is wise. Then my brother and I will go up to test the waters and see if there are others. Yes, approach first, and if the opportunity arises, strike swiftly and decisively. Eliminate the scholar to complete the task. Boss, I have my eye on that girl. She's petite and delicate, with fair and tender skin, quite beautiful. Let us not act foolishly. Once we have the money, we can find any woman we desire. Let us finish this quickly and leave. The thin man's expression darkened. They conferred in hushed tones before parting ways up the mountain. The sun soon reached its zenith. At the mountainside, the air was filled with the scent of incense. Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai knelt before the burning candles, tossing the paper money and offerings into the flames one by one. The aroma of burning paper mingled with the scent of the incense. As the smoke rose, the blurred characters on the wooden plaque became even less discernible. The cold wind howled, rustling the leaves, while the ashes danced and scattered. As Luo Qingzhou knelt and looked up again, he suddenly noticed the characters on the plaque twisting and distorting through the smoke. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of a hazy gray shadow appearing beside Xiao Dai. When he turned to look, the shadow vanished without a trace, leaving only a few ashes and unburned paper scraps swirling away with the wind. "Young master, what is wrong?" Xiao Dai asked, her eyes red and wiping her tears. "It's nothing." His gaze pierced through the smoke, fixated on the wooden plaque, then the grave behind it. If what was written in that strange book were true, then perhaps his mother's spirit was indeed present, sorrowfully watching him, silently weeping yet unable to be recognized. For some, such a sight might be terrifying, but for him, it was merely painful. "Young master, do not be sad. If Madam in heaven knew that you had married a wife as beautiful as a celestial being, and that you were living well, she would surely be very happy." Xiao Dai comforted, her eyes still red. "Indeed, if Mother knew that we had left the Cheng Guo residence and were living well in our new home, she would be overjoyed." Luo Qingzhou murmured, gazing at the flames before him. "Let us go." The joss paper had burned down completely, and the candles were nearly spent. Luo Qingzhou rose, extinguished the flames, and took one last glance at the grave before leaving with Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai waved her hand, sniffling. The master and servant traversed the woods and the cluster of graves, retracing their steps up the mountain path. At that moment, two men, one older and one younger, emerged from the opposite thicket. Upon seeing them, the older man, appearing to be in his 40s, quickly waved. "Young master, wait. May I ask for directions?" The two men approached Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai, their faces adorned with amiable smiles. Luo Qingzhou regarded them and nodded. "Where are you headed?" The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling warmly, about to speak when Luo Qingzhou pointed behind them at the woods. "Is that person your companion?" Suddenly, a dull thud echoed out of nowhere. A sound of cracking bones followed. The young man's head suddenly jerked back, and he staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground, his eyes wide open, his forehead caved in, and brain matter splattered, resulting in instant death. With a thud, he was kicked into the nearby woods, revealing a glimmering dagger that had been concealed within his robe. However, at that moment, his chest had collapsed, ribs shattered, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He lay on the ground, mouth agape, eyes bulging, convulsing a few times before finally succumbing to death. This abrupt turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Beside them, the girl named Xiao Dai had yet to grasp the situation and had not even managed to scream before the two men were crushed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Meeting their demise, Xiao Dai's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, about to scream, when Luo Qingzhou seized her hand, preparing to flee down the mountain. However, at that moment, a small, slender man appeared below. Initially standing still as if admiring the scenery, he changed his expression upon witnessing the scene, and then rushed upwards. Luo Qingzhou immediately pulled Xiao Dai, intending to ascend the mountain. Yet, two more men emerged from above, each wielding a glimmering dagger, rushing down with great speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingzhou led Xiao Dai into the woods from which the old man and the young boy had just exited. As they passed the middle-aged man's corpse, Luo Qingzhou suddenly bent down, picked up the dagger from the ground, and slipped it into Xiao Dai's hand, whispering, "Hold on to this." Xiao Dai's face turned pale, trembling as she clutched the dagger, her legs weak and unable to move, weeping, "Young master, you go ahead, do not worry about me." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, continuing to pull her forward. The two men with daggers, upon witnessing the horrific deaths of the two corpses, were momentarily paralyzed with fear, their faces pale with terror, halting in their tracks. Could this be the work of that scholar? They gaped in disbelief, their hearts racing, wondering how a seemingly frail scholar could so easily shatter the skulls and chests of their companions with mere punches and kicks. This was more brutal than they. The slender man observed the bodies on the ground, his expression equally shocked and grim. However, he quickly discerned the truth, gritting his teeth. That scholar is also a martial artist, but only at the refining skin level. Pursue. He had already mastered the refining skin stage and was now refining his flesh. Moreover, the scholar had a maid with him. There was no escape. To retreat now would be to abandon their chance. After all, these men were already desperate, having danced on the edge of death multiple times. This was a rare opportunity to seize a fortune, ensuring a life of ease thereafter. They could not afford to let this chance slip away. The slender man was the first to dash into the woods. The remaining two men exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with malice, gritting their teeth and tightening their grips on their daggers before following suit. Chapter 59. The Cunning and Ruthless Scholar. With a swish, the slender man darted into the forest, his body slightly hunched, muscles taut, fists clenched, eyes gleaming like a hunting leopard. Trees and bushes whipped by at an astonishing speed. The scholar could not escape. How foolish to show mercy toward a lowly maid. The two men, armed with daggers, strained to keep up, urgently calling out, "Boss, slow down. Wait for us." The seemingly delicate scholar was, in fact, a martial artist. Remembering the horrific deaths of their companions, they were still filled with trepidation. "Keep up." The slender man focused intently ahead, leaping over a thicket, finally locking his gaze on the small figure fleeing in panic. Why is it only the maid? Indeed, the scholar has abandoned her and fled alone. Let us eliminate that little maid first. A sinister glint flashed in the slender man's eyes as he sprinted forward. Just then, a loud thud echoed from behind, followed by a piercing scream. His expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he turned to rush back. The two men with daggers had just leapt over the thicket when a figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree, launching a powerful punch that struck one of the men squarely on the temple. The man was caught off guard, letting out a scream as his skull shattered, dying instantly before hitting the ground. The other man reacted swiftly, terrified, and rolled to the side while hurling his dagger at the sudden intruder in a desperate attempt to buy himself a chance to escape. However, the figure, having just dispatched his companion, showed no signs of slowing down and lunged at him. The dagger shimmered as it flew towards the figure but was ignored, the attacker absorbing the dagger into his chest before crashing into him. Thud! The man fell to the ground, and before he could roll away, he felt a sudden, intense pain at the back of his head, and everything went dark as he met his end. The dagger he had thrown merely embedded itself in the figure's clothing, halted by the resilient skin. From a moment of appearance to the instant of dispatching two men, it was almost instantaneous. The figure was unstoppable, his arm taut as he unleashed another punch. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding thud. The slender man fell to the ground, his feet rooted in place. Yet his arm tingled with numbness as he glared fiercely at his opponent. The young man staggered backward several steps, eventually regaining his balance, but his arm was equally numb, his fist aching. What a cunning scholar, utterly ruthless, having slain 4 of my brothers. The slender man clenched his fist, his eyes reddening with rage, gnashing his teeth in fury. How blind he had been to mistake this vicious young man for a feeble scholar, only to find himself in such a humiliating predicament. Without uttering a word, Luo Qingzhou charged forward. Aware that, with Xiao Dai in tow, escape was impossible, he resolved to take risks and seize the opportunity to counterattack. Better to fight for survival than to perish in flight. Bang! The two exchanged punches once more, and soon their fists flew, figures darted, leaves scattered, and bushes rustled around them. After just 2 exchanges, the slender man landed a punch on Luo Qingzhou's chest. Luo Qingzhou stumbled back and fell, rolling to absorb the impact before springing back up to continue his assault with the Benlei fist. You practice this trivial martial art, the Benlei fist. You are nothing but a lowly son-in-law. The slender man's punches were rapid, mocking as he struck Luo Qingzhou's arms, fists, and shoulders repeatedly. Luo Qingzhou's Benlei fist was too slow to defend against the onslaught, forcing him to rely on his resilient skin as he retreated while desperately fending off the attacks. Bang! Another punch struck his chest, sending him staggering back several steps, desperately dodging behind a nearby tree. With a thunderous crash, the trunk splintered. The slender man's fist had pierced the tree, aiming directly for Luo Qingzhou's chest. Luo Qingzhou crossed his arms to shield himself, but with a resounding thud, he was knocked back yet again. Pain radiated from his arms, fists, chest, and shoulders, blood surging within despite the resilient skin absorbing much of the impact. The agony was excruciating. The slender man lunged at him, fists whirling like a tempest, enveloping him in a storm of blows. Luo Qingzhou found himself in an unavoidable predicament. Suddenly, he retreated a step, unleashing the thundering force of his banlei fist to counter the oncoming assault. In that moment, it seemed as if thunder reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, the fallen leaves on the ground were swept upwards, swirling around his fist. The sound of punches echoed, bang, 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 bang. Luo Qingzhou staggered back once more, but this time, despite the barrage of fists, he only absorbed a single blow. The punch landed squarely on his chest, and a metallic taste surged in his throat as he coughed up blood, which sprayed towards the approaching diminutive man. With a ferocious expression, the small man did not flinch, allowing the blood to splatter upon his face as he retaliated with a strike aimed at Luo Qingzhou's face. The blood awakened Luo Qingzhou's fighting spirit. Though his chest throbbed with pain, his mind sharpened, and his energy surged. His body tensed, and an influx of internal power surged through his limbs. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a punch that echoed like thunder. The small man, caught off guard, trembled in shock, and their fists collided with a heavy impact. Bang! The sound reverberated, and the small man's robe billowed. To Luo Qingzhou's astonishment, the man's arm trembled violently, and he staggered back several paces, pain radiating from his fist. He looked down in horror to find his knuckles scorched. When had the banlei fist truly summoned thunder? Before he could ponder further, Luo Qingzhou's fist advanced again. Boom, boom, boom. The techniques of the banlei fist accelerated, becoming faster and more forceful. Leaves scattered around them, and the surrounding shrubs rustled ominously. Luo Qingzhou resembled a tempest, his fists thundering as they descended upon his opponent. The small man's expression shifted, and he hastily retaliated. They exchanged blows, their figures darting like the wind, fists raining down upon one another for several minutes. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. After the initial ferocious onslaught and the ensuing struggle, the small man's internal energy and stamina were nearly depleted. His punches had been swift, fierce, and relentless from the start, but they drained his strength significantly. Having failed to incapacitate his opponent initially, and after a prolonged skirmish, he began to falter, revealing signs of exhaustion. In contrast, Luo Qingzhou's banlei fist had transitioned from slow to fast, maintaining its momentum and growing increasingly rapid, forceful, and relentless. His internal energy remained abundant, continuously flowing into his arms and legs. Despite his injuries and the fierce battle that had raged for nearly half an hour, his vitality remained as vigorous as ever. Even reaching a pinnacle, the deep blue and pitch-black liquids from the Ryu Baojing were now yielding tremendous results. Boom! A deafening clash. Pain surged through the small man's fist as the scent of charred flesh and blood filled the air. He glanced down in terror to find his hand mangled and burned. Before he could react, another thunderous strike hit him squarely in the chest. Bang! For the first time, the impact of Luo Qingzhou's punch struck his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he landed, he rolled and sprang back up, only to discover his chest charred and bloodied. Agonizing pain engulfed him. He had no time to dwell. Another thunderous explosion erupted before his eyes. The speed of the banlei fist intensified, becoming ever more fearsome. And its power, was this truly the banlei fist he knew? Boom! Another punch descended. He roared in defiance, gritting his teeth as the last remnants of his internal energy surged forth, channeling into his arms, his skin shimmering with a metallic sheen as he retaliated fiercely. An explosive sound erupted, as if a blue arc of electricity flashed through the air. With a crack, the small man's fist was not only obliterated, but his bones shattered as well. He could not suppress a cry of agony. Yet that fist did not relent. It struck him again in the chest. He was sent flying, and as he soared through the air, he glimpsed his chest caved in, ribs fractured, and he coughed up blood. In that instant, fear gripped him. No, he could not die. He must not perish here at the hands of a frail scholar and a treacherous little wretch. Bang! He crashed to the ground, a piercing pain radiating from his chest, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He could not afford to faint. Biting his tongue, he leapt up and turned to flee. However, broken ribs and exhaustion hindered his steps, and pain overwhelmed him. After just a few strides, his speed dwindled. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed from behind. A fierce wind howled. The small man was utterly terrified, crying out desperately, "Do not kill me. I will tell you everything, bang." Before he could finish, a fist struck him mercilessly in the back. Crack! The sound of breaking bones resonated. The small man was propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing as blood poured from his mouth and nose, his eyes wide, seemingly trying to utter something. Luo Qingzhou approached, stepping firmly on the small man's concave back. With a forceful push, blood erupted forth, crushing his heart. The small man's body stiffened, then went limp, his eyes wide open as he succumbed to death. Chapter 60. I am but a scholar. The forest returned to silence. Only the sound of the wind rustled through the trees, accompanied by Luo Qingzhou's heavy breaths. He stood there, his chest heaving violently. His clothes were tattered, his body bruised and battered. Many areas of his skin had split open, blood and flesh mingling. Waves of pain surged through him. The metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth and throat. His muscles began to tremble, and his legs grew weak. It was not fear from having taken a life for the first time, but rather the release of the tension that had built up for so long. After a moment, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staggered a few steps, and leaned against a nearby tree, slowly sinking to the ground. His heavy breaths resonated clearly in the stillness of the forest. Gazing at the corpse and the blood before him, reflecting on the life-and-death struggle he had just endured, he felt as though he were in a dream. He had survived. After a brief interval, Xiao Dai emerged from the nearby thicket, still clutching her dagger tightly. Her pale face rushing towards him as she cried, "Young master, I am unharmed. Let me search his body." Luo Qingzhou halted her approach, his entire being aflame with pain. His fists trembling slightly, the flesh on his hands torn and bloodied, not to be touched. Xiao Dai hesitated, gripping her dagger, trembling as she approached the small man's corpse. Though gripped by fear, she understood the necessity of being strong and brave in this moment. The young master needed her. She reached out her trembling hand, feeling the bloodied body. "Young master, a pouch." The small man possessed only a pale yellow pouch. Xiao Dai retrieved it. "Is there nothing else?" Luo Qingzhou gasped, inquiring. Xiao Dai examined the body once more, shaking her head, her voice quivering. "No, there is nothing." Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered, furrowing his brow. This man was a martial artist. It was implausible for him to possess only a single pouch. Surely there should be some silver? He glanced at the pouch in Xiao Dai's hand, noticing it was bulging, and said, "Open it and see what lies within." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dai trembled as she opened the pouch. Strangely, despite its outward appearance of fullness, it was entirely empty inside. Xiao Dai paused, thinking she must have misjudged, glancing back and forth between the exterior and the interior, feeling it repeatedly, yet it remained void of any contents. The young girl blinked her eyes, her face a portrait of astonishment and confusion. A storage bag? Luo Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, a name inexplicably surfacing in his mind. He was instantly filled with excitement. If it truly was a storage bag, then this endeavor would be worthwhile. It must contain numerous items. "Xiao Dai, hand me the items and help me up." He struggled to rise. Xiao Dai hurriedly approached, passing the pouch into his hands and assisting him to his feet. "Let us see if others possess anything." At this moment, it was not the time to examine their gains. They needed to leave this place swiftly. With Xiao Dai supporting him, they made their way towards the descending path. Luo Qingzhou searched through every corpse. Strangely, none of the other bodies contained anything, not even a few coins. This only further indicated the significance of the pouch. The slender man was a martial artist. It was likely that the belongings of the others were concealed within this pouch. Aside from silver, there should be other treasures. His anticipation grew. "Let us descend, Xiao Dai." After a brief respite and a few cycles of his internal cultivation, the pain in his body had diminished significantly. His physical strength and spirit remained ample. Just as they took a few steps down the mountain, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on the winding path below. After a moment's pause, he said, "Xiao Dai, listen closely." His expression turned grave. "You must take this path downwards. Remember, do not stop. Continue straight until you reach the fork below and wait for me. Do not look around." Xiao Dai's countenance changed slightly at his words. "Young master, don't be afraid. I will follow you from the nearby woods. Just proceed forward and don't mind me." Luo Qingzhou offered further instructions before stepping into the adjacent woods. Although Xiao Dai felt confusion and fear, she hesitated no longer and obediently descended the path they had just ascended. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Her little face still pale and fearful from the earlier turmoil. Her legs felt weak, and she nearly stumbled several times. Fortunately, she reached the foot of the mountain without incident. She sighed in relief, longing to glance back at the young master in the woods, but recalling his earlier admonitions. She suppressed the urge and continued onward. Soon, she arrived at the fork in the path ahead. The foot of the mountain was eerily silent. Occasionally, the calls of birds broke the stillness, sounding particularly clear and resonant in the vast, quiet forest. A bird chirped as it flew past overhead. Meanwhile, from the thicket on the opposite side of the path, a figure emerged slowly from behind a bush, observing her petite silhouette as she walked away. A perplexed expression crossing his darkened features. "It seems the plan has succeeded. But how will I let this little girl go?" He glanced up the mountain, paused for a moment, then hastened up. Regardless of the outcome, the living must be seen and the dead must be accounted for. The mountain breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. His gaze sharpened, and he quickened his pace, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Dying here would be a fitting end for that boy. After all, being reunited with his wretched mother. The corpse lay with a caved-in skull, sprawled in a pool of blood, rendering its features unrecognizable. That boy met a truly tragic fate, he mused, suppressing his nausea as he rushed closer. However, as he neared and scrutinized the body, he was suddenly taken aback, his expression shifting drastically. It was not that boy. He stood in stunned disbelief, then abruptly turned his head to the side. The scent of blood intensified. There were more corpses. His heart raced. His complexion paled as he hurried toward the source. On the ground at the edge of the woods lay another lifeless body, its chest caved in, eyes wide open in a frozen expression of terror. This was still not that boy. His legs began to tremble, and he lifted his gaze towards the depths of the forest. There, several more corpses emerged. His face turned ashen, terror gripping his heart, and his entire body trembled, as though he had anticipated something dreadful. "Are you looking for me?" Just then, a voice thundered from behind him, startling him into a shudder as he turned around. It was the familiar, refined face he recognized. Yet the self-doubt and timidity that had always marked this visage had vanished, replaced by a terrifying calmness, as deep and still as the ocean. Wang Pu's teeth chattered. His face drained of color as he forced a ghastly smile, stuttering, "Young Master San, what are you doing here?" Luo Qingzhou fixed his gaze on his eyes. "You are holding a dagger. Do you intend to kill me?" Wang Pu's hand, hidden within his sleeve, trembled suddenly, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he let out a hoarse roar of desperation, akin to a cornered beast, driving the dagger fiercely towards Luo Qingzhou's chest. Yet, as the sharp dagger neared his chest, it was caught between two fingers, unable to advance further as if it had struck a block of solid iron. Wang Pu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the lean youth before him. You are. Bam! Luo Qingzhou's fist struck his chest. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Wang Pu collapsed to the ground. His chest caved in, ribs shattered, and a torrent of blood surged from his throat, instantly flooding his mouth and nostrils. He stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, struggling to lift a finger as if to speak, but blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. "I am but a scholar. Did you not already know?" Luo Qingzhou declared, planting a foot upon his sunken chest. Before he could utter a sound, he exerted force, and with a sickening squelch, crushed his heart. With that, he turned and descended the mountain, the wind billowing through his garments. Wang Pu's eyes widened, his head tilted, and as he beheld the retreating figure of the tall youth, blood filled his gaze, fading into the distance. "Scholar," he gasped, blood spewing from his throat, the last remnants of despair escaping his lips before he breathed his last. Chapter 61. The ruined village at the fork in the road, Xiao Dai, dressed in a green skirt, stood anxiously beneath a large tree, gazing expectantly toward the mountain's base. Before long, her eyes brightened, and a joyful smile broke across her face. "Young master," with tears brimming, she rushed toward him. Luo Qingzhou gently embraced her trembling form, softly reassuring her, "It is all right, do not be afraid." This was the first time the young girl had witnessed such a bloody scene, and seeing him take a life naturally filled her with fear. Luo Qingzhou took her small hand, his gaze drifting back to the path they had traveled. "Huh?" Xiao Dai, upon hearing this, looked bewildered. "Where?" Luo Qingzhou's gaze shifted to another small path, his expression complex. "Is the place of my birth." Xiao Dai's eyes widened. "Let's go." Luo Qingzhou dared not linger here for long, pulling her toward another overgrown and unfamiliar path. If there were ambushes along the way, given their current state, both he and the young girl would likely face grave peril. They would have to find refuge in that small mountain village for the night. "Oh." Xiao Dai did not say much more, obediently following his lead along the new path, her eyes filled with trust. Wherever the young master went, she would follow. Even if he were to sell her, she would willingly comply. If he did sell her, she would wait until he had departed with his money before secretly escaping to find him again. After all, she would forever belong to him in this life and the next, never to part ways with the young master. The master and servant traversed the deserted path in silence. Memories of the small mountain village only 4 or 5 kilometers away lingering in their minds. However, this narrow path has long been neglected, overgrown with wild grass, rendering many sections virtually unrecognizable. At noon, the two finally beheld the small mountain village ahead. The once vibrant village now lay in desolation and decay. After several attacks by monstrous beasts, the majority of the village's youth had perished, leaving only a handful of lonely elderly residents who stubbornly remained, bereft of family. The laughter of children, once abundant, had completely vanished. The liveliness that once defined the village seemed but a distant memory, overshadowed by the dark clouds of the past that lingered in Luo Qingzhou's mind. His mother, having conceived him out of wedlock, bore him without knowledge of his father's identity, leading to incessant gossip that branded them with a stigma of shame. Daily, they endured a barrage of cruel taunts and scornful remarks. Even the children refused to play with him. In her unwavering devotion to raise him and ensure he received an education, his mother bore the scorn of the villagers, yet she persevered. After the passing of his grandparents and the departure of his uncles, his mother found herself utterly alone and fearful for his safety. In her desire to provide him with a better life, she resolutely took him to the city, entering the Cheng Guo. As Luo Qingzhou contemplated these memories, he and Xiao Dai briefly washed themselves in the river before entering the village. The once lively settlement, filled with the sounds of children's laughter, barking dogs, and adults' reprimands, had fallen silent. Wild grass now flourished around the dilapidated houses, with rust-covered iron locks on the gates and crumbling walls. As they walked, they glimpsed 2 elderly figures sitting quietly in a small courtyard, eyes closed, basking in the sun, as if awaiting the inevitable end. Luo Qingzhou did not linger and proceeded to the small courtyard where he once lived with his mother. The gate had rotted and collapsed, and half the courtyard wall had fallen, whether from the ravages of time or the hands of villagers after their departure. He could not tell. The courtyard was overrun with thick weeds, shattered bricks, and tattered cloth buried in the earth. The house was entirely stripped bare of furniture. Even the table, stool, and bed had been removed. Fortunately, the 4 walls remained standing, and the roof provided shelter from the elements. "Young master, is this the place where you and your lady once resided?" Xiao Dai inquired, her face a mask of sorrow as she surveyed the scene. "Let us tidy up the room. We will make do here for the night," Luo Qingzhou replied without further elaboration. He stepped outside and said, "I will see if there is anything to eat. You must be hungry too. Stay inside and do not wander." "Oh, okay," Xiao Dai responded, searching for a broom. The courtyard did possess a broom, albeit in a sorry state. However, it could be wrapped in a clean cloth and still serve its purpose. There should still be water in the well. Luo Qingzhou exited the courtyard, making his way to the village's end, inspecting each house. Near the village's conclusion, he spotted an elderly woman, clad in a tattered cotton coat. She sat on a chair before her door, her gaze clouded and distant as she stared at the distant mountains, lost in thought. With her head crowned in white hair and a face etched with deep lines of hardship, her stooped back spoke of her frailty. Yet at the first sight of her, Luo Qingzhou recognized her instantly. This woman had been the most vicious and malevolent towards his mother in the village. As they were about to share a moment of joy, this woman, known as Jioshan by his mother, had burst into their home with others, accusing his mother of stealing her watermelon, unleashing a torrent of vile curses, grabbing at his mother's hair and scratching her face with her nails. Ultimately, the watermelon was seized. His mother held him close, weeping silently in the corner. In that moment, he swore that once he grew up and gained strength, he would make this wicked woman suffer. Yet now, gazing at the elderly figure before him, her white hair and wrinkled face a testament to her quiet decline, he felt no animosity. "Are you Qingzhou? You heiress Qingzhou?" the old woman asked, her expression one of astonishment. Luo Qingzhou offered no explanation, merely nodded. "Yes, I was cast out, used as a pawn for a marriage annulment by Cheng Guo. It was not truly an expulsion." The old woman sighed. "How pitiful. Your mother was also unfortunate, having entered the city only to enjoy a few days of comfort before passing away at such a young age. I heard she was buried on the Zhixiao mountain just beyond our village." Luo Qingzhou fell silent for a moment, then spoke. "Jiu Papa, what of your family?" She replied with a sense of resignation. "All gone. Not a soul remains except for this old woman." Luo Qingzhou dared not inquire further, casting a glance around her yard. Hesitating, he finally asked, "Jiu Papa, do you have any food at home?" The old woman looked at him, then slowly shuffled into her house, sighing. "There are 2 hard flatbreads, but I can't chew them anymore. If you're hungry, take them." "Alas, how pitiful. Look at you, your mother is gone, and now you cannot even afford a meal. I always said, what good is education? Better to learn a farm." She continued on, entering the kitchen to retrieve the hard flatbreads. After a moment's thought, she returned with 2 eggs, handing them to him. Alas, the last hen was taken by a weasel. In this village, aside from us few old souls, nothing else is alive. In recent years, even a man-eating beast have ceased to come. The old woman lamented. Luo Qingzhou accepted the flatbreads and eggs, then retrieved a silver coin from his pocket, offering it to her. "Jiu Papa, take this silver. If any vendors come to the village, you can buy something to eat." The old woman regarded the coin in his hand, shaking her head. "Keep it for yourself. It is of no use to me now. There are no vendors coming here anymore. I'm still able to grow a few crops to eat. You are young. Your future is long. Save it for yourself." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, said nothing more, and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, the old woman suddenly called out, "Qingzhou, reflecting on how Jiu Papa treated you and your mother, I now realize that she must feel regret and guilt. It is only with age that one understands that those customs and rules do not hold true importance. Living joyfully is what matters most. Your mother's situation was not her fault. She should not have been treated so." Luo Qingzhou abruptly turned and asked, "Jiu Papa, do you know how my mother became pregnant with me? Do you know that man?" The old woman shook her head. "I do not know. No one in the village knew who he was, which is why they treated your mother that way. However, I heard in the end it was forced upon her. Alas, even if forced, a woman's reputation is forever tarnished, and she is looked down upon, especially since her mother was too stubborn to reveal his identity." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, nodded, and exited. The old woman followed him out, murmuring to herself, her words indistinct. Just as she was about to sit down again on the bench, she noticed a silver coin had appeared on it. When she looked up, the young man had already walked far away. Xiaodai did not dare to disturb him and stepped outside, wandering curiously around the other rooms and the small courtyard. After a while, she could no longer contain herself and ventured out into the village. The sun began to set quickly. Luo Qingzhou felt that the pain in his body had significantly lessened. A thought crossed his mind. He removed his clothing and asked, "What did she talk about with you?" Xiaodai accepted the clothing and replied, "Not much." The old woman recounted stories from the past. "I did not dare to ask about you and your lady, nor did she bring it up. By the way, she also warned us not to go out tonight. It seems this place is haunted." At this point, the little girl wore a visage of sheer terror. "Ghosts?" Luo Qingzhou's eyes flickered with intrigue. Xiaodai nodded, saying, "Yes, the old woman mentioned that at night. The village is filled with eerie wails, and she claimed to have seen many dark shadows drifting about, which sounded frightfully terrifying." Luo Qingzhou gazed outside, pondering the nature of this fear. Was it truly horrifying? Why did he feel a hint of anticipation? Outside, the night descended. A crescent moon ascended into the sky, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of darkness and silence. Chapter 62. The wails of 100 ghosts. The room was barren, devoid of a bed or blankets. The mountain village at night was particularly frigid. Luo Qingzhou held Xiao close and settled down in a corner of the room, allowing her to rest against him. The little girl, having endured fright during the day and traversed the mountains, was utterly exhausted. After mending his clothes, she nestled into his embrace and drifted into slumber. Outside, the night wind wailed, causing the branches and wild grasses to rustle softly. From the nearby woods, the occasional hoot of an owl pierced the stillness, sending chills through the air. At the window, a silver moon hung in the night sky, intermittently obscured by dark clouds, resembling an eye peering down at the earth with an air of secrecy. Luo Qingzhou felt no weariness. After ensuring the little girl was sound asleep, he gently placed her on the robe he had laid on the ground, wrapping her snugly before settling into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to cultivate his internal energy. After several cycles, warmth enveloped him, and the aches throughout his body began to dissipate, the wounds slowly mending. In the dead of night, a sudden cry of a cat pierced the silence. The window, which could no longer close, rattled as if the wind had entered. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes to behold a dark figure outside, eerily still, resembling a ghost. He could not tell how long it had been standing there. In the moonlight, it gradually became clearer, a figure with white hair, a face lined with wrinkles, and a faintly sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Luo Qingzhou regarded her, and she returned his gaze. The surrounding stillness was only interrupted by the mournful sigh of the night wind. Suddenly, the cat's cry echoed again. A wild cat darted through the shadow, landing on the windowsill, its glowing, cold eyes peering inside. The figure at the window inexplicably vanished, as if it were merely a phantom, shattered by the cat's passage. Luo Qingzhou remained seated in the corner, observing the wild cat without movement or utterance. After locking eyes for a moment, the wild cat leapt down into the courtyard and disappeared through the crumbling wall. The wind outside grew louder, howling as if someone were weeping in the darkness. The cries were piercing and intermittent. Luo Qingzhou rose and stepped outside. He stood in the courtyard for a while, then walked through the gate. A sudden impulse caused him to turn and glance toward a house at the village's entrance, where a shadow stood at the door. As the night wind swept by, the figure hunched over, white hair billowing, and slowly turned to face him. In the dim, cold moonlight, the shadow revealed a face riddled with wrinkles and age spots, still bearing that eerie smile from the window. Luo Qingzhou's gaze sharpened as he approached. As he neared, the figure had already vanished inside. Standing at the door, he regarded the decaying entrance, recalling past scenes, and stepped inside. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, seemingly abandoned for ages. The hall's door was locked, its iron latch rusted. A wooden door in the adjoining room stood slightly ajar, and through the crack, something appeared to be stirring within. Luo Qingzhou paused in the courtyard before moving closer, gently pushing the door open. A rope dangled from the beams inside, suspending an elderly person with white hair. The old woman had long since drawn her last breath, her hair cascading down, obscuring her wrinkled visage. The night wind blew through the broken window, causing her frail body to sway gently in the air. The rope rubbed against the beam, which had grown weak over time. Creaking ominously, Luo Qingzhou recognized the elderly woman. His mother had called her Shuiziani. Xiao had spent the afternoon chatting with her here, borrowing needles and thread. She had warned Xiao about the hauntings, likely due to her frail condition and proximity to death, which allowed her to see such things. For her, perhaps it was a form of release. Yet, as Luo Qingzhou gazed upon the woman, he recalled the white-haired shadow he had seen earlier. Was that the spirit of the old woman bidding them farewell before departing? But why had he suddenly perceived it? The ancient text spoke of individuals with strong souls. The elderly, those suffering from long illnesses, or those nearing death, sometimes being able to see spirits or phenomena typically hidden from view. Alternatively, had the life and death struggle earlier that day transformed his soul? To be honest, when he first glimpsed the shadow outside, a flicker of fear had coursed through him. However, curiosity and calm soon vanquished his dread. Those who commit no wrongs need not fear the specter at the door. Moreover, with his vitality robust, spirit invigorated, and courage bolstered, he had no reason to fear those spirits that dared to emerge only under the cover of darkness. Surely, they would fear him instead. With these thoughts, Luo Qingzhou approached to retrieve the old woman's body. Just then, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the window, causing the wooden panes to rattle. Concurrently, the sound of a woman's weeping resonated from outside, followed by the cries of men, infants, and the elderly, merging into a cacophony of sorrow. A shadow suddenly appeared atop the low courtyard wall, drifting into the yard, its form twisting and swaying, long hair trailing the ground, emitting a mournful wail. Soon, more shadows materialized, convulsing at the gate, along the walls, and within the courtyard, their long hair fluttering as they wept. It was as if 100 ghosts were dancing, 1,000 spirits lamenting. The twisted, wailing shadows in the courtyard swayed more violently. A whirlwind of chill swept across the ground. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, descended the steps, and approached the grotesque, writhing shadows. With each step he took, the shadows recoiled, seemingly reluctant to let him near. A cold smile crept onto Luo Qingzhou's face as he suddenly assumed a stance and unleashed the thunder fist in the courtyard. Boom! A thunderous crack reverberated through the stillness of the night. The wind howled violently, and the frenzied shadows emitted terrified cries, scattering in all directions until they vanished without a trace. The courtyard returned to silence, even the wind's sound dissipating. Indeed, the virtual fears succumb to the real. The shadowy fears yield to the radiant. Those with strong vitality, vigorous spirits, and bold hearts need not tremble. Some afflicted by illness or the elderly may see these malevolent spirits roaming the night, perhaps nearing their final moments. If one cannot fortify their body and spirit, they may truly be beyond salvation. Some spirits are the vengeful dead, filled with hatred, roaming and causing harm. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed a shadow perched atop the collapsed courtyard wall. This shadow, enveloped in black mist, appeared more substantial than the phantoms he had seen before, its face obscured, yet he could see its faintly glowing red eyes. Luo Qingzhou glanced at it and suddenly heard its thoughts. The shadow turned and drifted away. Luo Qingzhou paused, contemplating the notion of cultivation. A stirring of resolve ignited within him, and he immediately gave chase. Chapter 63. Matters concerning soul refinement. The air outside the village grew increasingly frigid as the night wind howled. A spectral figure with crimson eyes floated through the air for a while before seemingly sensing something, abruptly turning its head. Luo Qingzhou also regarded it, yet did not cease his stride. Why is this human approaching? Could it be that he has discovered that hidden cave? I shall follow him and see, thought the specter as it drifted to the right, clearing a path. The human's vigorous life force emanated an intense, burning sensation upon proximity, as though being seared over flames, causing considerable discomfort. Luo Qingzhou feigned ignorance of its presence and continued onward, swiftly entering the forest. He then paused, deliberately glancing about aimlessly. The specter trailed behind, observing this scene, and silently exhaled in relief. It appeared not to have uncovered my lair. I shall disregard him and keep my distance. Luo Qingzhou turned his head, casting a glance back, and saw it drifting into the thicket to the left. He promptly followed suit. Records indicate that most specters lack consciousness and intellect, governed solely by instinct, resentment, ferocity, fear, aggression, and malice. Once transformed into a specter, one may be doomed to a lifetime of these uncontrollable emotions. However, this particular specter evidently possessed its own awareness and intellect, albeit at a nascent stage of development. Luo Qingzhou's curiosity piqued. What had experienced? The night enveloped the forest in darkness, dense with trees and thick underbrush. The chilling mountain breeze swept over him. The specter floated ahead, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps dulled by its fledgling intellect, entirely oblivious to the presence trailing behind. Luo Qingzhou followed at a deliberate pace, his gaze fixed upon it. The specter's form might pass through the trees, yet its sight was not so reliable. The specter continued deeper into the woods, seemingly unperturbed. It had been several years since any demonic beast had appeared in this area, and sightings elsewhere were also rare. It was rumored that the Haimu forest to the north of the city was where these creatures gathered. Every species requires an environment conducive to survival, and the Haimu forest seemed to harbor a unique substance, its complex terrain perfectly suited for demonic beasts. For martial artists, demonic beasts are treasure troves. Thus, Numerous martial artists seek to hunt them. Any beast that strays from the protection of the Haimu forest would likely be swiftly hunted down by a martial artist. Consequently, sightings of demonic beasts emerging from the Haimu forest have dwindled. This small mountain village had suffered several attacks from demonic beasts, aside from a few elderly residents. No living beings remained, rendering the place insignificant to the beasts. As for the lesser specters, there was little cause for concern. Though Xiao Dai was a girl with comparatively weaker life force, her youth and health rendered her impervious to ordinary specters. At most, they could sneak close, casting a chilling breeze to induce a nightmare. As Luo Qingzhou contemplated, he abruptly noticed the specter descend, vanishing into a dense thicket. He lingered for a few moments before proceeding. Parting the underbrush revealed a hidden, deep cave. After a brief hesitation, he entered. The cave was not particularly narrow. He could advance with a slight bend. After about 10 minutes, he encountered a collapsed stone door on the right, the ground strewn with debris. Standing at the threshold, he peered inside. Within lay a spacious stone chamber, its ceiling soaring 7 to 8 meters high, adorned with a stone that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the interior. The depressions beside the stone suggested the presence of other stones, yet they seemed to have been removed. The chamber was in disarray, aside from the rubble. There were decayed bookshelves and tattered mats. In one corner lay a skeleton with broken limbs. In another corner, several wooden boxes lay open and empty. Luo Qingzhou entered the chamber, scrutinizing his surroundings. It was evident that someone had previously been here, taking away all that once resided within. The specter hovered in the corner, its red eyes wide with fear as it gazed at him. Why has he come here? Did he follow me? Can he see me? It pondered. Approaching, Luo Qingzhou cleared away the debris and dust to retrieve a book. Under the dim light, he discerned the hastily scrawled title on the cover, On the Art of Soul Refinement. Intrigued, Luo Qingzhou contemplated the implications of soul refinement and astral projection. He hastily resumed his search, clearing away the rubble and clutter, but it appeared the chamber contained nothing but this solitary book. The specter trembled high above. Retreating each time, Luo Qingzhou drew near. Holding the tattered book, he raised his gaze to the specter, contemplating. The skeleton in the corner might belong to a reclusive master who had perished here, leaving behind numerous artifacts. The specter likely stumbled upon this place by chance, acquiring some fortune that ignited its consciousness, prompting its cultivation here. Subsequently, others had discovered this location, taking everything of value. As for the book, perhaps those intruders were merely ordinary individuals, valuing treasures and oblivious to the significance of this tattered tome. Or perhaps they too were soul cultivators, possessing similar texts and thus indifferent to its worth. After a moment of reflection, as he prepared to speak to the specter, it suddenly seemed startled and, with a rush, vanished in the wall behind it. Luo Qingzhou, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly clutched the book and exited the cave, leaving Xiao Dai alone in the village. Should she awaken and find him absent, she would likely be frightened to tears. He dashed through the forest, invigorated and swift, his energy boundless. Even as some furtive specters lurked nearby, they fled in terror, retreating hastily. Upon entering the dwelling, Xiao Dai remained peacefully asleep, nestled in the corner wrapped in her garments. The explosive sound of the thunderous punch he had unleashed earlier had likely terrified the surrounding specters, sending them scurrying for safety. Firecrackers are traditionally set off during festive and somber occasions, purportedly to drive away malevolent spirits. In retrospect, there is some merit to this belief. Specters, inherently frail and timid, only dare to emerge quietly in the stillness of the night. The sudden crack of firecrackers, amidst a gathering of robust life force, would surely instill a primal fear, causing them to flee in terror. Luo Qingzhou settled in the corner, closing his eyes to calm his racing thoughts before slowly opening the book in his hands. Meanwhile, in the Cheng Guo Manor, along the winding corridor, two figures stood amidst the shadows cast by the vermilion railings. The matriarch, Lady Wang, maintained an expression as inscrutable as the depths of the night. Her face revealed no discernible emotion. Wang Cheng, trembling with trepidation, remarked recently, "That young man has gained some attention for his poems, said to be quite remarkable. The Qin family seems intent on nurturing him for next year's imperial examination." Lady Wang abruptly turned her gaze upon him, her eyes sharp and venomous, akin to a serpent lurking in the night. Wang Cheng shuddered, sealing his lips in fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. After a moment of stunned silence, his expression shifted, and he stammered, "Baba, Shunpa?" Lady Wang's countenance returned to its stoic facade as she stared into the encroaching darkness, her voice calm, yet sharply edged. "That wretched woman perished due to her dark arts. I shall ensure that this little bastard meets the same fate, so that mother and son may reunite beneath the earth." Wang Cheng's heart quivered, a chill creeping down his spine as he bowed his head respectfully and replied, "This servant shall depart tomorrow. Madam, rest assured this time, I shall ensure that wretched boy meets an untimely demise." At this moment, within another mansion in Mo City, a figure clad in white sat quietly in a pavilion of the back garden, engrossed in a book under the moonlight. Beside her stood a cold young girl, sword in hand, motionless and silent. The pavilion was enveloped in a profound stillness. The evening breeze rustled gently, stirring the lotus leaves in the pond, creating ripples upon the water's surface, while the fragmented moonlight scattered like stars, cascading into the deep, dark eyes of the girl. The figure in white remained silent, slowly placing the book down. She sat still, her gaze fixed on the dancing moonlight upon the pond, suddenly lost in a trance. The icy girl, holding her sword, turned her face away, directing her gaze towards the pond, disregarding her. Her delicate cheeks remained as cold as frost. Chapter 64. All are the young master's concubines. The following day, the sky was overcast. A chilling wind howled outside, rattling the wooden windows. Luo Qingzhou had only fallen asleep at dawn, just as he was about to close his eyes again upon being awakened. The timid Xiao Dai beside him tugged at his clothing, whispering, "Young master, look outside." Luo Qingzhou sat up and glanced out the window. In the small courtyard stood a familiar figure, clad in a pink dress. Her dark hair danced in the wind, and in her delicate white hands she held a flower to her nose, gently inhaling its fragrance. A look of delight graced her charming face. "What brings her here?" Luo Qingzhou swiftly rose to his feet. Only then did he notice another figure standing in the courtyard. Dressed in a pale green gown, her arms crossed, she held a sword in her embrace, her expression as cold as ice. Xiaochan had also arrived. Luo Qingzhou instantly became alert, all traces of sleep vanishing. The two of them donned their garments and stepped out of the house, standing in the courtyard to behold the sudden appearance of the two young ladies. Bai Ling, holding fresh flowers, smiled brightly. "Young master, did you sleep well?" Luo Qingzhou cast a puzzled glance at the two, inquiring, "How did you find this place?" Bai Ling replied cheerfully, "It's simple to find out. This is where you were born. You didn't return last night after visiting the grave. So where else could you be?" She then observed the patches on his clothing with concern, commenting, "Young master, your attire." Luo Qingzhou glanced down calmly, stating, "I fell while roaming in the mountains yesterday, and my clothes got torn. Xiao Dai helped me mend them. Fortunately, the scars beneath were concealed." Xiao Dai lowered her head, not daring to speak. Luo Qingzhou raised his gaze towards the overcast sky and nodded. The four of them exited the small courtyard. Outside, a carriage awaited. The robust woman referred to as Assure by Bai Ling sat atop the carriage, her expression blank. "Young master, you and Xiao Dai must be hungry. There are some fruits in the carriage to tide you over," Bai Ling said as she gracefully leapt onto the carriage, extending her hand to assist him. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to board, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to look towards the end of the village. At the doorway of a house, an elderly man with white hair sat, his gaze directed towards them. Luo Qingzhou hesitated, reaching out, "Miss Bai Ling, could you please bring me the food?" Without further questioning, Bai Ling stepped into the carriage and retrieved 2 boxes of pastries and a basket of fresh fruits, handing them to him while smiling. "Young master, I've heard that the villagers have wronged you and your mother in the past." Luo Qingzhou remained silent, carrying the pastries and fruits towards the elderly man. Bai Ling watched his retreating figure, her eyes flickering as she jumped down from the carriage, turning to the sword-bearing girl beside her. "Let us go see." Luo Qingzhou approached the elder, placing the items on the ground at the doorstep, saying, "Jiopapa, please keep these for yourself. We must take our leave." The elder's murky gaze fell upon the food, then upon him, before shifting to the 2 beautiful young ladies approaching, her mouth opening in confusion. "Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou responded calmly, "I have become a son-in-law, now living as a kept man." The elder burst into laughter, and Bai Ling chuckled, revealing 2 charming dimples. Xiaochan, still clutching her sword, maintained her frosty demeanor. The elder scrutinized the two ethereal young maidens for a moment before nodding. Qingzhou, it's quite all right to live as a kept man. There's nothing shameful about it. In this day and age, as long as one doesn't tea-starve, it suffices. Your two companions look like celestial beings. You must have accumulated great fortune over many lifetimes. Luo Qingzhou clarified. Jiopapa, they are not my companions. They are my mother's maidservants. He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly added an explanation. The elder, surprised, responded, maidservants? Oh, I see. They are concubines of the household. Wealthy families often have such arrangements. Qingzhou, that is quite commendable. Alas, if your mother were alive, how pleased she would be. Jiopapa, we must take our leave, Luo Qingzhou said, not daring to linger, turning away without glancing at the sword-bearing girl. Madam, we are taking our leave, Bai Ling said cheerfully, waving to the elder. Xiaochan's expression remained frigid. The elder nodded, murmuring, this child, Qingzhou, is truly fortunate. It seems his mother was right. Studying is indeed better than farming. Young master, allow me to assist you, Bai Ling offered as Luo Qingzhou approached the carriage, just as she leapt up, extending her fair hand with a bright smile, completely unfazed by the earlier events. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, taking her hand as he boarded the carriage. Xiaodi, come, Bai Ling called, extending her hand to Xiao Dai. Startled, Xiao Dai reached out, saying, thank you, Sister Bai Ling. Just then, Xiaochan had already jumped in, lifting the curtain to enter first. Bai Ling's lips twitched as she followed her inside. Assure raised the whip, turning the carriage towards the village exit. The elder sat at the doorway, watching the carriage gradually recede, glancing up at the overcast sky, sighing, it seems it will snow again. This winter is far from over. The carriage jolted violently along the overgrown path, moving at a sluggish pace. The occupants within swayed to and fro. Luo Qingzhou, oblivious to the gazes directed at him, wrapped his arm around Xiao Dai's slender waist to steady her, fearing she might topple forward. Bai Ling sat opposite him, smiling as she asked, young master, are you happy? Luo Qingzhou regarded her with confusion. Bai Ling continued, that old lady just said that both Xiaochan and I are your concubines. Are you secretly delighted by this, young master? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, glancing at the icy girl beside her. Xiaochan remained unmoving, sword in hand, her gaze fixed coldly upon him. Bai Ling shot him a reproachful look. Luo Qingzhou remained silent, secretly pondering. Even if I told you, what difference would it make? I have entered this family to bring good fortune to Miss Qin and Miss Qin, even if they are the maidservants of the two young ladies. It is impossible for them to accompany me to pay respects to my mother, right? You may as well be deceiving a ghost. Luo Qingzhou feigned ignorance, looking away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. Xiao Dai, whom he held in his embrace, trembled in fear, her complexion paling, nearly crying out in alarm. If a person fears thunder, how much more so a young spirit? Luo Qingzhou turned, lifting the curtain to gaze at the receding village. Above the village, dark clouds swirled ominously. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and within the roiling clouds, a vague shadow seemed to flicker, vanishing in an instant. Luo Qingzhou peered closely, but saw nothing. Bai Ling suddenly laughed. Young master, are you happy? Tonight, you can share a room with a young lady again. I hope you will do your best to make her conceive a little baby soon. With that, she turned to the cold girl beside her, smiling, isn't that right? Xiaochan, when the son-in-law and the young lady welcome their little bundle of joy, we shall assist in soothing the child, shall we? At that time, you must not maintain that sour expression. Xiaochan slightly turned her face away, gazing elsewhere, still as frosty as ever, remaining silent while subtly biting her lip. Chapter 65. Tang Hulu at midday. The overcast sky began to drift with snowflakes. In the afternoon, after Xiao Dai left for her studies, he ventured out alone to Jubaoge. Upon entering the establishment, he promptly articulated his intentions. The shopkeeper, with great enthusiasm, escorted him upstairs to a row of glass-crafted counters, pointing to the items within and saying, young master, these are the storage bags. Other storage treasures can be found on the upper level. Standing before the lavishly adorned counter, Luo Qingzhou immediately spotted the smallest pouch at the end of the row. Indeed, it was a storage bag. May I take a closer look at that one? He inquired, gesturing toward the petite pouch resembling a small bag. The shopkeeper promptly replied, of course, Please wait a moment. He retrieved the key, unlocked the cabinet, and handed the pouch to him. Luo Qingzhou held it in his hands, feeling its texture. It was indeed the same material. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The storage bag he had acquired from that warrior appeared quite full, presumably containing numerous valuable items. Yet, how does one open it? Is this truly the smallest storage bag? It looks rather charming, but I have never used one before. How does it operate? He asked candidly. The shopkeeper enthusiastically explained, it is quite simple. The guest merely needs to drop a drop of their blood into it. When the storage bag emits a soft glow, silently recite a spell in your mind to set it. When you wish to use it, just mentally recite the spell. Open the mouth, and draw the items near with your consciousness. To retrieve items, the procedure is the same. Recite the spell, open the mouth, and simply gaze upon the contents. Your consciousness will guide them out. Luo Qingzhou listened attentively, committing every detail to memory, then inquired, what if it is lost, and someone else picks it up? Can they use it? The shopkeeper chuckled. Ordinary people certainly cannot, but those with higher cultivation may forcibly break the spell. Additionally, if the owner unexpectedly passes away or the bag remains in use for over a year, it will automatically unlock the spell, allowing a new owner to re-establish ownership with a drop of blood. I see, Luo Qingzhou thought, his heart stirring. Though his expression remained composed, he scrutinized the storage bag in his hand and asked, how much does this one cost? The shopkeeper, all smiles, replied, young master, our establishment has a policy that storage bags cannot be purchased with silver. We only accept gold coins or demon cores. In silver terms, it would be approximately 800,000 taels. If you truly desire it, we offer discounts. If you have any demon beast pelts, bones, or cores, we can negotiate a different price. Luo Qingzhou sighed. How exorbitant! Although he had already inquired about the price, hearing 800,000 taels again made his heart tremble. It appears that the currency for warriors differs significantly from that of ordinary folk, and demon cores are indeed a necessity, with silver not even being an option. The shopkeeper took back the storage bag, still beaming. No worries, young master. If you require anything in the future, feel free to return. We have other items in the shop that you may find interesting. Luo Qingzhou glanced around, asking, do you have books introducing warrior cultivation and various foundational knowledge? The shopkeeper responded with a smile, we do, young master. Please wait a moment. He locked the storage bag back in the cabinet and led Luo Qingzhou downstairs. Luo Qingzhou perused the shelves on the second floor for a while, ultimately purchasing 3 books regarding warriors before departing the shop. Upon entering the courtyard, he suddenly noticed someone standing there. Clad in a pink dress with long, flowing black hair, the graceful beauty held a freshly picked flower. Sniffing it while raising an eyebrow at him, saying, son-in-law, didn't I say to rest at home? Where have you gone? The tone resembled that of a couple. The newlywed wife playfully reproached her husband returning home. Didn't I ask you to stay home and keep me company? Where have you been wandering? Luo Qingzhou cast a deep glance at her. Raising the books in his hand, I went out to buy books. He displayed the book covers towards himself with a calm demeanor, intentionally hiding the 2 strings of Tang Hulu behind his back. Bai Ling showed little interest in the books and did not even glance at them, but her curiosity was piqued by the Tang Hulu concealed behind him. She immediately laughed, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Son-in-law, what are you hiding behind your back? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. Nothing. It's obviously Tang Hulu. I saw it. Bai Ling dashed behind him, snatching it away, giggling. How did you know I love Tang Hulu? Thank you, son-in-law. She took a bite, her eyes squinting with delight. So sweet. Luo Qingzhou turned to face her, nonchalantly pressing the books against his leg while extending his other hand. Leave me one. Bai Ling chuckled and handed him a string, playfully winking. Son-in-law, remember to clean yourself up tonight to properly serve the young lady. Don't be lazy. After saying this, with sticky sugar coating her lips, she suddenly leaned closer to his ear, whispering sweetly, son-in-law, it's best to do it 3 times tonight. With that, she waved her hand, one holding the Tang Hulu and the other the flower, flitting away like a butterfly. He closed the door and wedged the Tang Hulu into the windowsill. Subsequently, he shut the window and sat down at the desk, retrieving the pouch shaped like a small bag. Drip blood to recognize it as mine? He caressed the plump storage bag, no longer hesitating, and bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the open mouth. After a moment, the storage bag indeed began to emit a faint milky glow. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a stirring in his consciousness, as if establishing a wondrous connection with it. He promptly recited a spell in his mind, when Ruo Shusheng. The reason for this choice was to constantly remind himself to strive for strength and not remain a feeble scholar, while also temporarily biding his time. Appearing as a weak scholar for now, the light emanating from the storage bag began to flicker, gradually dimming as his gaze was drawn into the open mouth. Within, there truly existed another realm. Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to open his eyes wide for a closer inspection, when he suddenly felt a familiar chill invade from outside. Simultaneously, Bai Ling's melodious voice rang out from the courtyard. "Oh, Chan, I thought you had gone to feed that little cat again. Why are you here with the son-in-law? Why are you just standing there?" Luo Qingzhou's expression shifted slightly, hastily concealing the storage bag. He then rose to open the window. Glancing outside, in the courtyard, beneath the pear tree, stood the cold maiden in a pale green dress, arms crossed and sword cradled in her embrace. Standing there motionless with an icy demeanor, her gaze directed elsewhere. Bai Ling stood at the courtyard entrance, holding Tang Hulu, munching while cheerfully saying, "Chan, you would want to eat Tang Hulu too, would you? Unfortunately, it's all gone. The son-in-law only bought me one string. But if you ask nicely, I might share a piece with you." The sword-bearing maiden ignored her, turning her face towards Luo Qingzhou, briefly glancing at the string of Tang Hulu on the windowsill before looking away, her expression remaining as frosty as ever. Luo Qingzhou, Chapter 66, Treasures Within the Storage Bag. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingzhou picked up the last string of Tang Hulu from the windowsill and stepped out of the room. A mere string of Tang Hulu. He could always buy some more for Xiao Dai next time. He approached the pear tree and extended the Tang Hulu in his hand toward the frigid young lady before him. "Umph." The girl let out a cold snort, turning her face away to gaze elsewhere. The sword remained cradled in her arms, her delicate chin slightly raised, her long eyelashes and ebony eyes immovable, her pretty face as frosty as ever. She resembled a beautifully crafted ice sculpture. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring a strand of her hair and wafting a faint, sweet fragrance that was uniquely captivating. Concurrently, a chilling aura of menace enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. He halted, turning to look. The girl still clutched her sword, her pretty face turned aside, icy and silent as she stared off into the distance. Suddenly, a twig from the pear tree above her head dropped with a sharp crack onto the ground. Luo Qingzhou felt no blood on his neck, but an icy dread enveloped him, sending chills through his body. He felt a flush of heat on his face, yet managed to say, "I beg you to eat this Tang Hulu. I bought it just for you." "Umph." The girl coldly snorted again, but this time snatched the Tang Hulu from his hand before turning away, her demeanor still frigid. As she passed by Ling, standing at the doorway, cheerfully remarked, "Groom, is that Tang Hulu you bought specially for Chan? It looks quite sweet. May I have a bite?" No one paid her any mind. The girl, one hand gripping her sword and the other holding the Tang Hulu, disappeared silently into the night. "Groom." Bai Ling waved the remaining Tang Hulu in her hand, winking as she said, "Do your best tonight." With that, she turned to leave. Opening the bag, he silently murmured, "A delicate scholar." Suddenly, his gaze fell within. The previously confined space inside the bag expanded dramatically. To his astonishment, it was spacious enough to contain over 10 cubic units. The first thing that caught his eye was a small pouch filled with gleaming gold coins. Upon estimation, there were at least 1,000 coins. Converted at a rate of 1 gold coin equaling 100 taels of silver, this amounted to a staggering sum of 100,000 taels. A lowly martial artist possessed not only a storage pouch, but also such immense wealth. Was this his own inheritance? Luo Qingzhou recalled yesterday's ambush and the unspoken thoughts he had perceived in the eyes of the assassins. It was likely that a significant portion of these gold coins had been given to him by the madam. The second young master, Luo Yu, often accompanied him for training, and that must have been quite lucrative. He remembered casually browsing through books at Zhubaoge, which stated that even the lowest grade demon core could be exchanged for thousands of gold coins. The spoils from a single venture by a martial artist could equate to what an ordinary person would earn in a lifetime. It was akin to the wealthy in his era, where a simple meal could cost millions, something an ordinary person might toil a lifetime without ever earning. Some common folk might never even lay eyes on a gold coin in their lifetime. Naturally, The expenses of martial artists could not be compared to those of ordinary people, and each mission carried life-threatening risks. The martial assassin from yesterday was evidently hired at great expense by the madam. She was quite generous. As Luo Qingzhou gazed at the gold coins, he clenched his fists. After calming his emotions, he turned his attention to a brocade box nearby. Lifting the lid revealed a milky white orb inside. It resembled a demon core. He quickly withdrew his gaze and retrieved the book he had purchased from Zhubao Ge, searching until he finally found an illustration of a demon core. There were milky white, light blue, dark blue, red, and other variations. This milky white demon core was evidently of the lowest grade. However, the martial artist from yesterday was merely at the skin refining stage. Unlikely to have independently hunted a demon beast for such a core. It was probable that it was either stolen or taken from elsewhere. The value of this demon core was not insignificant. Luo Qingzhou's heart raced with excitement as he set the book aside and looked back into the storage pouch. Inside were several bottles of potions, clearly for cultivation purposes. Besides the potions, there were over 200 taels of silver and some clothing, even a few provisions. Beyond that, there were no other useful items. No cultivation manuals or treasures. Yet this was more than enough. For him, it was a stroke of luck, a delightful surprise. Luo Qingzhou promptly stood up to retrieve the Ryu Bao Jing and the manual he had obtained the previous night, placing them into the storage pouch. He practiced repeatedly inserting and removing them until it felt effortless. With this substantial fortune, he anticipated no difficulties in his future meat refining. He could indulge freely. Coupled with the spiritual liquid produced by the Ryu Bao Jing, his cultivation speed would likely accelerate even further. He stowed the storage pouch and opened the window, flipping through the book on martial artists on the table, immersing himself in its pages. The process of skin refining, aside from utilizing external force, requires the combination of internal cultivation techniques and medicinal aids, and can also be expedited by a martial artist of at least the grandmaster level directly infusing their internal energy to assist in refining, enhancing the speed. Both skin and flesh refining can benefit from this approach. For those cultivating alone, it could take a year for the gifted. For those less talented, 3 to 5 years might be needed. With assistance, gifted individuals could achieve success in just a month. Even those less talented would only require a year. For women, having assistance during skin and flesh refining is particularly beneficial, as it speeds up the process and yields better results, with less suffering involved. As Luo Qingzhou read, he felt a surge of astonishment. The book stated that if cultivating alone, even the gifted would require a full year. Yet he, who had been exploring and practicing alone, had succeeded in less than a month. It appeared that the spiritual liquid produced by the Ryu Bao Jing exceeded his expectations. He turned to the next page. Time flew by as he read. Before he knew it, the sky outside had darkened, and dusk had fallen. The snowfall had intensified. After finishing their meal indoors, the master and servant ventured into the lake, braving the wind and snow for a soak in the hot spring, showered by falling snowflakes. A unique experience indeed. Xiao Di, with her long, dark hair cascading down, revealed her snow-white shoulders amidst the mist, tilting her head as she washed her hair, asking, "Young master, do you think the mist will come tonight? Who cares? If she tries that trick again, I will surely expose her." Xiao Dai shyly looked at him, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Young master, what are you doing?" "I was just..." "Stop thinking about it. Wait another year." "No, I was just thinking about needing to relieve myself." Luo Qingzhou turned and walked away, facing away from her, submerging his head underwater. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly resurfaced, sputtering out water. Xiao Dai covered her face in embarrassment, biting her pink lip, too shy to look at him. The night was silent. Snowflakes fell upon the lake's surface, melting before they even touched the water. Yet they continued to fall in relentless succession. This winter seemed to have only just begun. Chapter 67. The Second Young Lady's Visit. The sound of splashes echoed in the moonlit rain listening garden at the northwestern corner. In the misty waters of the lake, 2 bare figures were closely entwined, splashing water and making a rhythmic sound. Luo Qingzhou had caught another fish. Xiao Dai hesitated, wanted to reach out, but lacking the courage, and refrained from further commenting on the fish's cuteness. With a face full of surprise, she swallowed hard and said, "Young master, we can enjoy grilled fish again tonight." Indeed, while the fish was undeniably charming, the grilled fish from last time had been utterly delightful. However, Tonight was not feasible. Luo Qingzhou tossed the fish back into the water and looked at her. Say, miss, you may be summoned at any moment tonight. Xiao Dai felt a twinge of disappointment, replying, all right, I almost forgot. I'll come back tomorrow to catch some. Luo Qingzhou offered her a word of comfort and headed towards the shore, saying, let us go. It's time to return. He pondered the descriptions in the book about the refinement of souls, filled with curiosity and anticipation. He decided to continue consuming the inky black liquid to rapidly enhance his spiritual power and strengthen his soul. When the time came, he would experiment with the cultivation methods outlined in that book. If his soul could indeed leave his body, it would open up a whole new realm in his path of cultivation. It seemed that following yesterday's life and death battle, several of his attributes had significantly increased. The book's assertion that martial artists must frequently undergo life-threatening trials to grow stronger was not without merit. His spiritual power had suddenly surged by 3 points, likely due to the inky liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror. The book stated that successful body refinement would yield a strength of at least 1,200 and a toughness of at least 500. From tomorrow onwards, he would continue his training and commence body refinement. With a month remaining until the new year, he hoped to succeed in body refinement within this period. Once he achieved that, he would venture out to hunt magical beasts, honing his combat skills and practical fighting abilities. As for the evening, he could take the opportunity to attempt soul separation. While lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Shortly after, Zhu Er's voice rang out. Xiao Dai, is your young master home? My young lady has come to see him. As she spoke, she pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Dai hurriedly rushed out of the room. Yes, my young master is here. Luo Qingzhou placed the Jinwu stone down and stepped outside. Xiao supported the frail young lady as they entered through the door, with a maid holding an umbrella and several matronly figures following behind. Snowflakes floated down from the sky, and a cold wind howled past. Qin Wei Mo, dressed in a moon-white gown and draped in a thick fox fur coat, coughed softly a few times, raising her gaze to the young man beneath the snow-laden branches, and gently said, Brother-in-law, I apologize for disturbing you so late. Noticing her pale complexion and fragile demeanor, Luo Qingzhou quickly urged, Come inside, the wind and snow outside are harsh. The maid assisted the delicate young lady indoors, where she seated herself on a chair in the hall. Xiao Dai hurried to boil water and brew tea. Zhu went to the kitchen to assist, somewhat reproachfully saying, Xiao Dai, where did your young master go at noon? My young lady came by, but didn't T see him? Xiao Dai exclaimed in surprise, I didn't T know. After lunch, I went to find Sister Xiao Tao and them. The young master must have been home reading. Zhu snorted, he wasn't T even here. My young lady made a rare outing and couldn't T find him. You were out visiting graves all night, and my young lady was worried when she found out. So she came to check on your young master. Xiao Dai, hearing her reproach, dare not speak, silently thinking. Surely the young master wasn't hiding in the back garden practicing martial arts? In the living room, Qin Wei Mo smiled and asked, What books did brother-in-law buy? May I have a look? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and replied, They are merely some study materials. Nothing of interest. I think the second young lady wouldn't care for them. If the second young lady wishes to read, I have some poetry collections and anecdotes on the shelf, which I can offer you. He then inquired, What kind of books does the second young lady wish to read? Qin Wei Mo glanced at him, hesitating before instructing her maid, Xiao you may leave for now. I wish to speak with my brother-in-law privately. Xiao felt somewhat troubled, as did the matron. It was late at night, and a man and woman alone in a room, especially a brother-in-law and sister-in-law, could lead to gossip. However, since they had already crossed boundaries previously, they decided to comply with the young lady's wishes. The elder matron sighed inwardly and took the maids with her out of the room, heading to the kitchen. The young lady was so pitiful. As long as she was happy, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Once the hall fell silent, only the two remained. Luo Qingzhou took the initiative, saying, If the second young lady wishes to read a particular book, do not hesitate to tell me. I will see if I have it. If not, I shall go out tomorrow to procure it for you. Qin Wei Mo's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at him with her autumn water-like eyes, softly saying, Brother-in-law, I want to read something like Xiang Gui Ji. Do you have it? Luo Qingzhou responded, I have indeed read that book, which narrates a love story between a man and a woman, though it is somewhat risque. He bowed slightly, saying, Second young lady, such a book may not be suitable for you. Its themes are melancholic, and the ending tragic, which may not be pleasant to read. Qin Wei Mo's eyes brightened as she looked at him, gently insisting, "Brother-in-law has read it too, right? Do you have it? May I borrow it to read? I have only heard Zishi mention it, but I have never read it myself. It lingers in my thoughts." Luo Qingzhou met her gaze and replied, "I borrowed it from a bookstore at that time. I did not purchase it." Qin Wei Mo's cheeks flushed, her expression soft and pleading as she said, "Brother-in-law, could you tell me the story instead, please?" Luo Qingzhou felt a pang of fear at the thought of finishing the tale tonight and waking up to find her mother waiting with a knife at his bedside. Her beloved second brother had not even bought it for her. He certainly did not wish to court danger. "Second young lady, I apologize. I have forgotten much of the content after such a long time," he declined gently. Qin Wei pouted slightly. "Brother-in-law is deceiving me." Luo Qingzhou dared not linger any longer. Cupping his hands, he said, "Second young lady, it is getting late. I must go to the eldest young lady to pay my respects." Qin Wei glanced at him, her playful demeanor fading as she slowly rose from her chair, apologizing. "Brother-in-law, I am sorry for taking up your time." Before she could finish, she began to cough violently, her body weakening as she nearly collapsed. Luo Qingzhou reacted swiftly, rushing to support her and encircling her delicate waist, feeling her frail softness, which stirred a sense of compassion within him. "Second young lady, please sit down." He helped her to a chair behind her, just as he was about to call for Chou and Zhu when Qin Wei suddenly grasped his hand and said, "Brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou looked at her, asking, "What is it?" The maiden furrowed her brow, her pale face growing cold as she held his hand, gently asking, "Does brother-in-law harbor resentment towards my sister?" Luo Qingzhou paused before responding, "I do not resent her. Indeed." He felt gratitude and relief towards both Xiao Dai and her. Qin Wei gazed into his eyes, momentarily taken aback with a complex expression, softly saying, "Brother-in-law is truly kind." Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to respond, she murmured, "Sister is also very pitiable, having been away for so many years, suffering alone without anyone to understand her. Thus, she does not grow close to anyone." Luo Qingzhou felt a stir in his heart and looked at her, asking, "Second young lady, do you know young master?" Zhu suddenly appeared at the door, her eyes wide as she stared at the two holding hands. The atmosphere fell silent abruptly. Luo Qingzhou quickly withdrew his hand from Qin Wei's grasp, but Zhu exclaimed angrily, "Young master, what are you doing holding my young lady's hand? What are your intentions? Are you trying to take advantage of her?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Little girl, can you not open your eyes a bit wider to see?" Qin Wei quickly explained, "Zhu it is not brother-in-law's fault. I just stood up and nearly fell. Brother-in-law came to support me, and I held his hand voluntarily." Qin Wei slowly rose to her feet, gazing at the young man before her. Her lips moved as if she wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her lips. "Xiu, Mama, the young lady must depart. Hurry." Zhu called out loudly from the doorway. The chatter from the kitchen abruptly ceased, and hurried footsteps approached. Some assisted, others held umbrellas, and a few ventured ahead, followed by several attendants. A throng of maidservants surrounded the frail and delicate Qin miss, marching forth in an imposing procession. Luo Qingzhou stood at the entrance, watching the snowflakes cascade in the small courtyard, lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhu returned, glaring at him. "Young master, I shall not disclose tonight's events to anyone. However, I hope you'll take care. My young lady is vulnerable. I trust you will not bully her." Upon uttering the last sentence, the young maid's eyes reddened, her voice quivering. With that, she turned and fled. Xiao Dai approached from the kitchen, her face filled with confusion. "Young master, what happened? What was Sister Zhu saying?" "It's nothing," Luo Qingzhou replied tersely, stepping out. "I'm going to see the eldest young lady." Xiao Dai acknowledged and entered the room. Luo Qingzhou paused, contemplating, then turned back. "Xiao Dai, light more oil lamps and add extra candles." Xiao Dai poked her head out the window. "Young master, why so bright?" Luo Qingzhou's gaze flickered momentarily, yet remained serene. "The eldest young lady is exceedingly beautiful. Tonight, during our moments of affection, I wish to gaze upon her, to see her clearly." "Young master, how embarrassing." Chapter 68. The Mark the wind was brisk, and the snow fell like down. Luo Qingzhou pondered as he made his way to the residence of Qin de Xiaojia. The courtyard door stood ajar, yet there was no sound or presence within. He knocked gently, waiting for a response. When none came, He turned to leave, only to be startled by the sudden sound of clapping from side passage. Alongside the claps, a girl's weeping echoed. Woo-woo, Chan-chan, I'm sorry for stealing your Tonghu. Please do not hit me, I beg you. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of palms striking continued. The girl's cries grew louder. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qingzhou stepped inside. Upon crossing the courtyard and reaching the side passage, he spotted a girl in a pink dress, standing alone beneath the eaves, weeping and speaking while clapping her hands. Young master, you've come. Bai Ling, upon seeing him, rubbed her tearless eyes, her voice filled with grievance. Chan-chan just hit me. When she saw you, she ran away so fast. You must stand up for me, woo-woo. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and walked directly towards the back garden. Bai Ling continued to sob quietly, her small fists rubbing her eyes, peeking through her fingers at him. Once he had moved further away, she followed. Luo Qingzhou entered the back garden, where Qin de Xiaojia, adorned in a white dress, sat quietly by the pond in a pavilion, engrossed in a book. Xiaochan, holding a sword, stood nearby, her fair face as cold as ice. Upon his arrival, she averted her gaze, as if the one who had sought him out during the day for Tonghu was not her. Luo Qingzhou, drenched by the wind and snow, approached the pavilion, bowed his head, and repeated the same 3 words he uttered each evening. De Xiaojia. Qin Jianjia lifted her gaze, her expression indifferent. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her, yet could still not discern her thoughts. Is silence the only language spoken in your heart? He glanced at the icy maiden beside her, and as their eyes met, hers were equally frigid like the storm outside. Bai Ling suddenly appeared, her cheeks displaying 2 faint dimples, smiling. Young master, earlier outside, you said I'm sweeter than the Tonghu you bought for Chan-chan today. Is that true? As Luo Qingzhou was about to respond, Bai Ling interrupted with another cheerful inquiry. Then, young master, who do you think is sweeter, me or Chan-chan? The Tonghu is sweet. After a prolonged silence, once Luo Qingzhou's figure had vanished into the swirling snow, Bai Ling extended a delicate finger to her lips. Gazing at the frosty young woman in the pavilion, I did not lie. Young master truly said my lips were sweet. Chan-chan, would you like to have a taste? The girl in the pavilion turned her head away, maintaining her frosty demeanor, refusing to utter a word. Bai Ling stretched out her hand to catch the falling snowflakes. Sighing, it's so cold tonight. If 2 people were to sleep together and converse intimately, it would surely be warm, don't you think, Chan-chan? She glanced once more at the sword-holding maiden. The night wind was biting. A silver moon hung amidst the clouds, appearing and disappearing. Inside the room, it was bright. Young master, is this acceptable? The young girl, noticing his gaze fixed upon the bed, blushed and softly inquired. Yes, you may go to sleep now. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Xiao Dai, hesitant to linger, reached the door and whispered, Young master, should you wish to wash after spending the night with the young lady, do remember to call for me. Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Xiao Dai gently closed the door and departed. Back inside, she resumed embroidering on the bed, her mind perplexed. The young lady always arrives quietly and departs just as silently. Perhaps she is shy and fears being seen. Her cheeks flushed as she muttered under her breath. After all, I am merely a servant girl, expected to attend to them through the night. Recalling what Granny Sun had taught her, her face grew even hotter. Granny Sun had informed her that as a servant girl, she should always be present by the bedside when the young master and young lady engaged in intimacy, ready to assist should the young master feel particularly enthusiastic or the young lady become fatigued. The more she thought about it, the more her face burned and in embarrassment. She covered her face with her hands, burying herself beneath the quilt, her petite form writhing in shyness. Her delicate feet clad in pink stockings tapping restlessly at the bed's edge. The night grew deep and tranquil, while snowflakes continued to drift outside the window. Luo Qingzhou closed the window, removed his shoes, socks, and clothes, and climbed into bed, cocooning himself within the quilt, closing his eyes. He meticulously reviewed the cultivation methods recorded in the book on the matters of refining the soul. First, one must eliminate distracting thoughts, followed by calming the mind and focusing the spirit. Then, according to the illustrations in the book, one must concentrate all mental energy inward, rising gradually from the abdomen through the acupoints, ascending steadily towards the crown of the head. This should be repeated until the spirit breaks free from its constraints, severing the bonds of the physical body and completely escaping from the crown. Luo Qingzhou resolved to attempt this. He held his breath, focused his mind, and concentrated all his mental energy as if casting his gaze inward. He began to ascend through each acupoint, moving upward step by step, akin to climbing a mountain, with trees gradually receding on either side as he struggled onward. Looking up, he beheld majestic peaks, shrouded in mist, appearing both near and far. Just as he had climbed 1/3 of the way, he suddenly found it difficult to hold his breath, gasping for air, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, while his head throbbed with sharp pangs of pain. Indeed, his spiritual strength was insufficient. His soul lacked the robustness required. If he were to force his ascent any further, he risked exhausting his spirit and damaging his soul, leading to irreversible consequences. Luo Qingzhou dared not attempt further, rubbing his head and taking several deep breaths to calm his frayed nerves. At that moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly flung the window open. Instantly, the candle on the desk extinguished with a soft puff. Simultaneously, the 2 oil lamps on the table also flickered out. The room was plunged into darkness. The remaining candles began to flicker violently. Luo Qingzhou's heart raced as he sat up, staring into the inky blackness outside. "Wait. I have something to say." He abruptly froze, his words caught in his throat. A figure had inexplicably appeared on the bed, kneeling behind him. One hand wrapped around his waist, her breath warm against his earlobe. Suddenly, a small mouth bit down on his ear. Luo Qingzhou shuddered and quickly said by Ling, "I know." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he was unexpectedly slapped and thrown onto the bed. Before he could open his eyes to see who it was, the remaining candles in the room were extinguished with a soft puff. Immediately, a soft body pressed down on him, biting his lips. Despite his efforts to stay alert, his head spun and his vision blurred, rendering everything indistinct. Next, a strip of cloth was tied around his eyes. In the last moment of lucidity, Luo Qingzhou resolved to leave a mark on her, one that she could not erase by the morrow. With a shudder, he closed his eyes. Outside, the night wind howled and snowflakes danced. Inside, the curtains swayed, heralding the arrival of spring. The next day, when Luo Qingzhou awoke, he was suddenly greeted by a melodious and crisp singing voice from outside the window. Upon listening closely, he discerned the lyrics. The plum blossoms play in the high wind. The thin cloak and light silk flutter freely, a hint of shyness hiding the green leaves. A secret joy reflected in the crimson robe. The second song of Plum Blossoms welcomes the spring melody. The gentle snow melts into icy jade skin, mistaking the fallen petals for intention in this worldly dream. Who laughs at the infatuated? The third song of Plum Blossoms calls forth the celestial beings. Mist envelopes the clouds. 100 birds sing, butterflies dance, and bees fly in vibrant splendor. A heart of sincerity writes upon the 9 heavens. Only imagination remains to laugh and pluck the petals. As he listened, Luo Qingzhou's lips twitched, his face flushing a deep red, then turning pale. The lyrics continued. The first call to the moon. The sound reaches the celestial haze. The second call pierces the clouds. The sound penetrates the heavens. The third call stretches across the river, a long sigh across the waters. The voice was indeed like that of a lark, crisp and delightful, with a tune that was both serene and elegant, intricate and superb. He dressed, got out of bed, and opened the window. A cold breeze rushed in. Outside, snowflakes continued to fall. In the small courtyard, under the pear tree adorned with snow as if it had bloomed overnight, Bai Ling stood in a pink dress, holding a freshly plucked flower, singing sweetly and melodiously, her lovely face adorned with a myriad of expressions. Little Dai stood beside her, enraptured by the performance, red lips pale against the azure sky. Winds like snow swirl and flow. The empty courtyard blossoms like a youthful year, with charming smiles and beautiful gazes, ink and brush imbued with the spirit of spring. Bees danced leisurely. As the song concluded, little Dai was momentarily dazed before clapping her hands excitedly and exclaiming, "Sister Bai Ling, your singing is so beautiful. It's amazing. Can you teach me?" Bai Ling smiled and replied, "Of course, but you must first ask your young master if he permits you to learn this song." Turning her head, she looked knowingly at the young man who had risen late in the window. Little Dai quickly turned to him, pleading, "Young master, I want to learn. May Bai Ling teach me?" Luo Qingzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on the lovely girl's neck and mouth, both obscured. The flower she held conveniently hid her lips. while her collar covered her neck. Bai Ling, I have something to say to you. Luo Qingzhou donned his outer garment and stepped outside. After speaking, she shyly ran away. Luo Qingzhou stood still for a moment, then turned to little Dai. She blinked curiously and asked, Young master, what do you want to say to Sister Bai Ling? Do you want her to be your personal maid? Little Dai, I have a question for you. Luo Qingzhou's expression turned serious. When Bai Ling was singing just now, did you see her mouth when you were nearby? Little Dai paused and nodded. I saw it, but why do you ask? Sister Bai Ling has a very beautiful mouth. Do you want? Is her mouth injured? He interjected, then scrutinized her lips. Young master, your mouth is injured. Never mind that. Go about your business. I need to read later. Oh, then I will go fetch you some food. Little Dai hurriedly exited the room. Last night, she had not only slapped him, but had also bitten his lips fiercely, leaving marks all over his body. However, he too had left traces on her. Though he had already guessed who it was, he still needed confirmation to avoid being made a fool. Although he had become indifferent to this marriage, she was nonetheless the girl he would share a bed with. He was a man, not a block of wood, and naturally wished to know the truth. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on it too much, nor could he push for answers. His time was precious, and it was unnecessary to waste it on such trivial matters. Soon, little Dai returned with breakfast. The meal was simple, consisting of rice porridge, buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Knowing he needed energy for martial training, she had brought him 5 buns, despite the kitchen staff murmuring about the portion size. Can one person finish such large buns? Your young master is a scholar, not a laborer. Little Dai remained silent. As Luo Qingzhou ate in his room, he reassured her, it's fine, next time take less. For now on, we'll prepare a small meal at home, and I will go out to buy meat myself. Young master, meat is very expensive, she replied, not knowing that he currently possessed a fortune. Do not worry, I have money and will not go hungry, he assured her. Little Dai sighed, but said nothing further. While others trained in martial arts with the support of their families, he had to rely solely on himself. How pitiful. No, she must work hard to learn domestic skills, to help him earn money for meat. The little girl silently resolved to leave hurriedly for her studies after finishing breakfast. Luo Qingzhou spent some time reading about martial artists before heading out. Facing the wind and snow, he entered the Tingyu garden. After surveying his surroundings, he made his way to the bamboo grove in the northwest corner. The cold wind howled, and the green bamboo rustled. Even the tall trees trembled. Perhaps they were frightened by his presence, as several tree trunks had been stripped bare and bamboo lay scattered on the ground. To refine one's flesh, the body must be tempered to perfection, as hard as steel, capable of enduring a bear's full strength and remaining unharmed. With the strength of 2 oxen, one could tear apart tigers and leopards with bare hands, delivering a single blow to felines. Simultaneously, speed would increase explosively, still as a maiden, swift as a hare. The muscles throughout the body would contain boundless power. The methods of refining flesh and skin were largely similar. In addition to building muscle through greater external force, one needed to soak in medicinal liquids with internal energy support, while also employing heavy weights for repeated stretching and training. Just as iron is forged, one must endure countless strikes until the dross is discarded, leaving only the essence. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the bamboo grove, wind and snow howled fiercely. Inside, Luo Qingzhou's body was taut as he commenced his flesh-refining process. His tightly wound muscles hammered against the tree trunks, and with a protective layer of skin. The pain from each collision was significantly diminished. The thick trunks trembled slightly, and the branches swayed in the storm. After thoroughly refining all his muscles, he moved a boulder from behind the artificial hill to begin weight training. When his muscles became unbearably sore and he could no longer continue, he stopped, circulating his internal energy to soothe the throbbing muscles. As the day passed swiftly, hunger gnawed at him by the afternoon. Yet he persisted. It was only in the evening, drenched in sweat and with aching muscles, that he finally ceased his training. The wound sustained during his fight with the martial artist had not yet healed. But after absorbing 2 doses of deep blue liquid and practicing his internal energy method for an hour, the pain had subsided and the surface scars had faded significantly. For martial artists, as long as the wounds were not fatal, recovery was rapid. Moreover, his internal cultivation method is extraordinary, and the deep blue liquid produced by the Ryu Bao Jing is exceptional. During today's training, he felt almost no significant change. It must be said that the liquid generated by the Ryu Bao Jing is indeed powerful. Last night he was consumed 3 times. Yet today he remains energetic and vigorous. His stomach is growling once more. The process of refining meat is extremely taxing on both physical strength and energy, necessitating a substantial intake of meat on a daily basis. It is said that the best meat comes from demon beasts. However, he currently lacks such conditions. He resolved to first purchase some beef, then visit the Zhu Bao Good to acquire specialized potions for meat refining to test their efficacy. Although he possesses the liquid from the Ryu Bao Jing for cultivation, those potions might yield faster results if they prove effective. He is willing to spend money as long as it accelerates his success. After all, once he successfully refines the meat, he can hunt demon beasts to earn money, simultaneously honing his combat skills and accumulating experience. This step is essential for becoming a true martial artist. Upon exiting the estate, he found the wind and snow raging outside. At this time, there were few pedestrians on the streets. He made his way directly to the market, purchasing several large pieces of beef, which he carried to a deserted alley before placing them into his storage bag. He then discarded the food and clothing left behind by the previous martial artist into the gutter. From the intact food, it appeared that this storage bag also possessed the ability to preserve food from spoiling, which is why he had purchased a considerable amount of beef this time. Afterward, he proceeded to the Zhu Bao Ge. Without hesitation, he inquired about the potion prices and purchased 2 bottles, spending nearly 200 gold coins. Upon returning home, he did not immediately use the potions. After dining with Xiao Dai, he went to bathe in the lake. Upon returning and changing into a fresh outfit, he prepared to visit Miss Qin to pay his respects, while also checking the marks left by someone on his mouth and neck. Just as he was about to leave, Mei Er, the maidservant close to his mother-in-law, hurriedly approached him, saying, "Son-in-law, the madam requests your presence." The mention of madam made Luo Qingzhou's heart race. Why would his mother-in-law seek him at this moment? Could it be because of last night's incident with Miss Qin? "What is it?" he asked. Mei Er replied with a stern face, "You will know once you go." Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, refraining from further inquiry, and followed her out. Mei Er coldly stated, "No need. The second miss is with the madam." Luo Qingzhou was taken aback, then secretly sighed in relief. With the second miss present, there should be no issue. The second miss likely had already explained the events of last night on his behalf. "Son-in-law, you are quite bold," Mei Er suddenly remarked as they walked. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Mei Er snorted, suddenly delivering a shocking statement. "The second miss has a bruise on her lip, and Zhu Er told the madam it was you who caused it. When you see the madam, it will be best to confess honestly and not make excuses." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's mind buzzed, and he stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. No, he thought carefully and quickly realized it couldn't possibly be the second miss, even if it were his second brother, or even the eldest miss herself, or the maidservants Xiao Er, Zhu Er, or Xiao Tao, or even the least likely being Mei Er, Xia Chan. It could never be the second miss. Her physique simply would not allow it. Moreover, given her character, she would not engage in such actions. Luo Qingzhou quickly regained his composure, asked no more questions, and followed the maidservant through the corridor to the estate's back courtyard. "You will know once you arrive." Soon, Mei Er brought him to the courtyard where Song Ruyu resided. Inside the hall, the lights were bright, and a stove burned warmly. Song Ruyu reclined lazily in a grand chair, conversing while swinging her feet, her face displaying a youthful and charming smile. However, upon his entrance, she immediately straightened up, closed her legs, placed her arms down, and her smile vanished, replaced by a serious and dignified expression as she coldly regarded him. The second miss, Qin Weimo, sat beside her, still wrapped in a thick fox fur coat. The moment Luo Qingzhou entered, his gaze fixated on the young lady's lips, and upon seeing no visible signs of injury, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Madam, second miss," he greeted respectfully, bowing his head. Qin Weimo offered a gentle smile. However, Song Ruyu maintained a stern demeanor and addressed him, "Luo Qingzhou, do you know why I summoned you today?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Qingzhou does not know." Song Ruyu let out a cold snort and began to reprimand him. "I heard from Zhu Er and the others that you have been intentionally avoiding Weimo lately. Is that true? Do you think Weimo seeks you for what purpose? Are you overthinking? It is merely to inquire about poetry and discuss literature, so why the arrogance in avoiding her? Furthermore, what transpired last night when Weimo sought you?" She did not sleep a wink, secretly shedding tears in bed, afraid the maidservants would hear, and even bit her own lip. How is it that you, as her brother-in-law, have conducted yourself? Luo Qingzhou. Qin Wei Mo quickly interjected softly. Mother, did you not just promise me not to scold brother-in-law? I have explained that it has nothing to do with him. It was my own doing. Enough, do not defend him. This is a warning, not a scolding. Even if I were to scold him, what of it? Should not a mother-in-law reprimand her son-in-law? Song Ruyu rolled her eyes and continued her lecture. You spend all day holed up in your room reading, not even showing your face. How will you engage with others outside? The other day, you went out to pay respects at the grave without informing us beforehand, and returned late at night without a word. Do you not consider us at all? And if I do not tell you, do you not know to come and pay your respects to me? Have I not treated you well? Just look at how other mothers-in-law treat their sons-in-law. Conscience clear, have I ever mistreated you? She went on and on. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head, listening respectfully, silent as a mouse. Qin Wei Mo sat beside him, wearing a helpless expression. After a considerable time, Song Ruyu finally paused to drink some tea, her voice cold as she issued a command. From today onward, you will come to pay your respects every evening. Every 3 days, you must dedicate some time to teach Wei Mo to read and write, and engage her in conversation. Can you do that? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and replied. Qingzhou obeys. Song Ruyu rolled her eyes. Obey what? Whose orders? What? Did I say a few words to you, and now you resent me? Not even calling me by name? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, Madam, Qingzhou obeys. Song Ruyu snapped. What do you call me? Luo Qingzhou. Qin Wei Mo quickly whispered, brother-in-law, call her mother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed again. Madam, Qingzhou obeys. Umph. Song Ruyu raised her chin, turning her face away, sulking in silence. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, hearing her inner thoughts. This impudent boy, he doesn't even know to compliment me upon meeting. Such wasted talent. Today, I wore new clothes and applied fresh makeup, and even Wei Mo and the servants know to offer compliments, yet he does not. How infuriating. Luo Qingzhou's lips twitched. Caught in an awkward position, neither standing nor retreating, he could only muster the courage to respectfully say, Madam, you appear different today than usual. Upon seeing you, I cannot help but recall a phrase from books. Song Ruyu turned her face back, casting a sidelong glance at him, coldly huffing. What phrase? Speak plainly. No need for theatrics. Qin Wei Mo attentively listened. Luo Qingzhou, I forgot. Qin Wei Mo. Luo Qingzhou and she exchanged glances, sensing the young lady's inner words. Indeed, this is yet another instance of brother-in-law creating trouble for himself. The talent of my brother-in-law cannot merely be described as ate dough. It does him a disservice to suggest so, especially as he has become a member of our Qin family. A sycophant. Song Ruyu rolled her eyes disdainfully, took a sip of tea, and waved her hand coldly, saying, You may leave now. Remember my words today. If you dare to breach etiquette again, beware of your skin. Luo Qingzhou respectfully took his leave. As soon as he exited the hall, Song Ruyu abruptly set her teacup down and turned to the maid beside her, saying, Go. Quickly bring me ink, brush, paper, and an inkstone. Qin Weima was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. All right, I've noted it down, Mother. Write it down. Mother wants to frame it up to show Aunt Zhang and the others. Let them be envious and jealous. Chapter 71. The overbearing son-in-law of the snowflakes fell like cotton. Cool against exposed skin, yet not uncomfortable. As Luo Qingzhou stood beneath the snow, he suddenly realized that from now on, he would not only have to pay respects to the eldest Miss Qin each evening, but also to that esteemed mother-in-law. He couldn't help but sigh. The eldest Miss Qin was quite dismissive. A mere call of Miss sufficed. Even if he wished to engage in idle chatter, she would not pay him any mind. But this esteemed mother-in-law, her vanity was beyond measure. Had he to flatter her beauty each time he visited? He had encountered narcissism before, but never to this extent. Moreover, she was an elder. Shouldn't she be more serious, more dignified, and more reserved? The bride was peculiar. The maid was peculiar. To his surprise, even this esteemed mother-in-law was peculiar. The entire Qin household was rather odd. Luo Qingzhou sighed inwardly, deciding not to dwell on such trivial matters any longer. It was best to focus on his cultivation. Against the wind and snow, he soon arrived at the courtyard where the eldest Miss Qin resided. The gate stood open. A plaque had suddenly appeared, elegantly inscribed with 4 large characters, Ling Chan Yuegong. Below it, in smaller letters, no entry for idlers. Violators will have their legs broken. Ling Chan Yuegong? Luo Qingzhou could not help but smile. This was clearly the handiwork of Bai Ling. However, the name was fitting. Within the Moon Palace resided 3 fairies, 1 naive, 1 aloof, and 1 floral, with a penchant for gathering blossoms and a myriad of tricks. The courtyard was tranquil. There was no sound, nor any presence. Luo Qingzhou walked indirectly, following the familiar bluestone path beside the house to the rear garden. Even as the biting wind howled and snowflakes danced, the fairy of the Moon Palace, clad in white, sat quietly by the pond in the pavilion, her demeanor cool as she read. Bai Ling, donning a pink dress and holding a flower, stood gracefully in the pavilion, playfully winking at him. Yet her face was obscured by a pink veil that concealed her mouth and nose. Was she attempting to be coy? Luo Qingzhou squinted, approached, and stopped outside the pavilion. Braving the wind and snow, bowing respectfully Mississippi, he stood upright this time, not leaving immediately, but instead gazing at the pink-clad maiden beside her. Miss Bai Ling, why are you wearing a veil today? Bai Ling sighed. My lord, I did not sleep well last night and fell ill coughing. I feared I might infect the miss in you. She then pretended to cough a few times, feigning illness. Luo Qingzhou's gaze shifted to her neck. The raised collar adorned with white fur, conveniently hiding the area. Why does my lord keep staring at me? I am feeling shy. Bai Ling twisted her body, feigning bashfulness. Her demeanor clearly betrayed her unease. Luo Qingzhou understood her intentions and, thus, dispelled his previous aloofness, clasping his hands. Miss Bai Ling, may I have a word with you alone in the front courtyard? I have something to discuss. Bai Ling immediately covered her face, blushing, my lord. I do not wish to speak with you in private. If you have something to say, please do so in front of the miss. I will listen to her. Luo Qingzhou fixed his gaze upon her eyes, contemplating, then glanced around and asked, Is Miss Xiachan not present today? After a quick survey of the surroundings, he lowered his voice. Miss Bai Ling, what I wish to discuss pertains to Miss Xiachan. Would you accompany me outside? Concerning Xiachan? Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling. My lord, may I have a hint? What about Xiachan? Luo Qingzhou clasped his hands. Since Miss Bai Ling is unwilling to hear, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart without hesitation. Bai Ling, suddenly anxious, waved her hands. My lord, wait for me. I want to listen. She chased after him into the garden. Luo Qingzhou did not proceed to the front, but waited for her in the corridor outside. Bai Ling caught up, her excitement palpable. My lord, what is it about Xiachan? Can you tell me now? Now I can. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then suddenly lunged forward, embracing her slender waist, spinning her around as he had done on their wedding night, roughly pressing her against the nearby wall. His gaze fixed intently upon her. Ah! Bai Ling gasped in surprise, her face paling, arms crossed over her chest. My lord, what are you doing? Luo Qingzhou's eyes bore into hers, one hand encircling her delicate waist, the other reaching to gently remove her veil, whispering, Do not be afraid. Let me see. He then pulled the veil completely away. Upon her soft, moist lips, a mark for being bitten was indeed visible. My lord, please don't do this. I am shy. Bai Ling bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering, appearing both frightened and bashful, yet her rosy cheeks did not redden. Luo Qingzhou gazed at her closely, his expression complex. Bai Ling shyly inquired, My lord, what do you want? Do you wish to take advantage of me? I will cry out if you do not stop. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her words cut off. Luo Qingzhou seized her lips in a kiss, tightly embracing her slender waist and passionately kissing her, retaliating against her. After a long while, he bit her lips forcefully and released her, saying, I am not doing anything. I merely wish to return the favor. Bai Ling stared at him wide-eyed, her lips parted, heart racing, breath quickening, and her fair face finally flushed with 2 shades of crimson, as if stunned into silence. Remaining motionless in that posture and expression. Thank you, Miss Bai Ling. Luo Qingzhou held her gaze for a while longer before slowly letting her go and turning to leave. Braving the wind and snow, Bai Ling remained leaning against the wall, frozen in place, lost in thought for a long moment, before lifting her delicate fingers to touch her lips. Suddenly, a chill swept over her, and she turned to see a cold maiden in a light green dress standing silently at the entrance to the rear garden, her gaze icy as she observed her. Bai Ling fell silent for a few moments, her eyes glancing at the maiden's lips, before suddenly adopting a pitiful expression. Chan, do not blame me. You saw it too. My lord forced a kiss upon me. He is so domineering and strong. I could not resist. Xia Chan, sword in hand, stood motionless in the snow, her long black hair gently swaying in the wind, reflecting the tumult of emotions in her eyes. Bai Ling furrowed her brows, lowering her head, and in a pitiful tone, sobbed, Chan, I am so unfortunate. This morning, you suddenly kissed me, and now my lord is doing this. I do not wish to live anymore. She pretended to cry for a while, then looked up, only to find that the sword-wielding maiden had mysteriously vanished. Immediately, she pursued, pleading, Chan, I support you in punishing him. Let's punish him severely together tonight, shall we? Only the cold wind blew, howling in response. Lingshan Yuegong, reminiscent of a celestial palace, remained ethereal and tranquil as ever. Chapter 72. Exorcising spirits in the kitchen, fragrant aromas wafted through the air. A large piece of beef simmered in the pot, while Xiao Dai tended to the firewood. Luo Qingzhou stood beside, lost in contemplation. Tonight, he finally confirmed the identity of the person from the previous night, but he remained uncertain whether it was indeed her on all three occasions. Each time, he had been in a daze, unable to see clearly, let alone retain any useful information about her the following day. It felt as though he had merely dreamt. If it were indeed her on all three occasions, did he fall prey to some enchantment upon entering the bridal chamber for the first time? Undoubtedly. The one in the bridal gown who had exchanged vows with him was Miss Qin, a fact she had already acknowledged. Xiaochan was remarkably skilled, yet she often dared to tease him freely, and the household held her in high regard. Even his irritable mother-in-law treated her with a different demeanor. Clearly, the young lady was extraordinary, capable of subtle deception with ease. Upon this realization, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How long did they intend to conceal this matter? Were they waiting for Miss Qin to depart before revealing the truth? As for Miss Qin, he was indifferent. The matter had already been clarified. She could leave whenever she wished, and he would harbor no objections. Yet, the young lady had shared a chamber with him, and today, he had brazenly embraced and kissed her, which had stirred some peculiar feelings within him. Of course, she might regard him merely as a tool, possibly not holding him in any significant regard. Young master, the meat should be cooked by now, Xiao Dai remarked, rising to poke the meat in the pot with her chopsticks. It's quite tender. Luo Qingzhou brushed aside his chaotic thoughts, approached, and ladled the beef into a bowl. He cut it in half, sprinkled some salt on the surface, and began to eat. Xiao Dai took a single bite, grimacing, young master, it's quite fishy. The beef had no seasoning and had not been blanched, hence its strong flavor. Luo Qingzhou was indifferent to the taste, focusing solely on chewing and swallowing, quickly consuming a large piece of beef. Outside, the wind howled and the snow fell heavily, the temperature dropping sharply. It was still early. He settled on the bed, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and attempted to enter a trance. It felt as though a current was forming in his abdomen, rising through various meridians. But each time it reached a certain point, it was obstructed, unable to proceed further. After several attempts, he paused when a headache began to set in. There was no rush. He would continue to cultivate his spiritual energy and strengthen his soul. He retrieved a porcelain bottle containing a black liquid from his storage pouch, allowing a drop to fall onto his fingertip, which was swiftly absorbed by his skin. He glanced at the 2 bottles of refining elixir he had purchased at a steep price, deciding to start soaking in it from tomorrow night. He would train his body by day and attempt to refine his soul by night, ensuring his time was well spent, free from chaotic thoughts. Since they wished to keep this from him, he would continue to feign ignorance to spare everyone from discomfort. For now, he enjoyed the protection of the Qin household and needed to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Should the day come when he was cast out, finding such favorable conditions for training would prove challenging. As midnight approached, Xiao Dai, clad in light sleepwear, timidly knocked on the door, saying, "Young master, it's quite cold tonight. Would you like me to warm your blankets?" Luo Qingzhou lifted a corner of the blanket, saying, "Come, I'm waiting for you." Xiao Dai quickly closed the door, happily climbed into bed, and nestled into his embrace like a small kitten, contentedly resting against his chest and neck. Her eyes closing in bliss as she said, "Young master, this is wonderful." Luo Qingzhou understood her sentiment and replied, "Indeed, it is quite pleasant. Compared to the anxious days at the Cheng Guo residence, this place was infinitely better. The young girl had food, clothing, and the opportunity to learn alongside her peers, who treated her kindly. For her, this might very well be paradise. Luo Qingzhou held her tightly, silently resolving that even if he were to lose the protection of the Qin household in the future, he would strive to create a home for her, ensuring she would never suffer again. "What are you doing?" He looked down to see her turn away, one leg resting on his abdomen, her smooth little foot brushing against his hand. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly said, "Young master, may I have my foot touched?" Luo Qingzhou, without hesitation, took her foot in hand, gently caressing it, leaning down to kiss her smooth forehead, softly saying, "Little one, my affection extends beyond just your feet. There is much more about you that I cherish." "Young master." The little girl gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with shyness and gratitude. After a moment, she bit her lip and, with a tremor in her voice, asked, "May I kiss you?" Pouting her lips, she looked at his closed eyes, her cheeks puffing up as she summoned her courage, and suddenly pressed a quick kiss on his lips before swiftly retreating beneath the covers, pressing against his chest, her face burning, remaining perfectly still. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback, and embraced her again, leaning down to plant another kiss on her forehead, saying, "All right, your wish is granted. Now sleep." Xiao Dai nestled under the blanket, her face flushed, too shy to move or speak, her heart filled with sweetness and happiness. Time passed, and both drifted into slumber. Outside, the wind and snow continued to rage. An enigmatic figure silently stood by the window, though it was unclear how long she had been there. After a significant silence enveloped the room, she turned and departed, vanishing into the icy night. The northern wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. In a study behind the Cheng Guo residence, Luo Yannian was still busy under the lamp. The matriarch, Madame Wang, personally brought warm tea and freshly made pastries, silently retreating without disturbance. She carried the lantern alone, exiting the back courtyard and walking along a winding, exquisite corridor. She paused at a corner, in front of a crimson column. A figure appeared silently outside the railing, whispering, "Madame, Bashan Pa has entered the city today. But this time she does not want gold coins, she desires." The figure lowered her head, saying she wants 2 maidservants, one who has just died less than an hour ago, along with a mid-level demon core. Madame Wang's expression remained impassive. "Grant her request." The figure fell silent for a moment, bowing even lower. "Madam, is this wise?" After a pause, she gazed at the snowflakes falling outside the corridor. "Yuer is preparing for examinations. He cannot stop thinking about that woman, even if he cannot have her. Do you understand?" The figure trembled slightly, bowing deeper. "This servant understands. I will have Ba Shun take action tomorrow." This time, Madame Wang narrowed her eyes. "Leave no traces. Take your time. ISNT, she's skilled in sorcery?" The figure replied softly. "Indeed, she mentioned that the scholar is timid and frail. This time, she plans to frighten him with her magic, then gradually bring about his demise without leaving any traces." Madame Wang did not respond further, standing for a moment before continuing her path with the lantern. The face that had remained shrouded in shadow emerged from the corridor, appearing somber against the backdrop of the snowy landscape. In the dark of night, amidst the swirling snow, a shadow suddenly appeared atop a roof in Mo City, drifting like smoke, ascending into the air and gazing down upon the entire city. Its gaze soon fixed upon a particular residence. Chapter 73, Out-of-Body Experience. Bang, 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 bang. The wind and snow howled, enveloping the world in a blanket of desolation. Dawn had barely broken. At this hour, most people remained nestled in their warm beds, still asleep. Yet, in the bamboo grove of Yuyetingyu, located in the northwest corner, the sounds of Luo Qingzhou's early morning training resonated. Amidst the wind and snow, he stood bare-skinned, his flesh taut, fiercely striking against the sturdy tree trunks, as if a raging bull expending every ounce of strength. Again and again, his flesh and skin felt as though forged from iron, repeatedly subjected to the rigorous pressure and nourishment of the tree trunk and his internal energy, striking and tempering without fatigue or fear of pain. His entire body soon flushed crimson, radiating heat and pulsating gently. The sweat poured down him profusely, soaking him through, as he practiced relentlessly from dawn until noon with no respite. Only when his muscles ached, rendering him feeble and his stomach growling with hunger, did he finally pause. He retrieved a piece of cooked beef from his bag, accompanied by a generous draught of water, to enjoy a modest lunch. After finishing his meal, he rested briefly, centering his mind to circulate his internal energy for a while longer. Then, he rose once more to continue his training. Bang! After another hour of intense collision, the stout tree suddenly cracked with a resounding noise, nearly breaking in half. The split area had become soft and unrecognizable due to the impacts. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to find another tree to continue his training. As evening approached, he began lifting rocks to stretch his exceedingly sore muscles. Sweat cascaded down his body like rain, soaking him thoroughly as it flowed from his chin, arms, and heels. His exposed skin glistened with a robust sheen. Snowflakes fluttered down, but as they neared him, they melted away under his emanating warmth. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down, muscles bulging as he exerted every last ounce of strength. Squatting in a horse stance with a massive rock held aloft, his muscles quivered, his body trembled, and his breath felt like flames, scorching to the touch. An invisible current seemed to envelop him, isolating him from the falling snowflakes and the chill of the wind. In the final moment of exhaustion, he let out a fierce roar, hurling the rock away, then swung a powerful fist down onto a nearby tree. Bang! The trunk caved in and shattered, causing the robust tree to tilt and snap, crashing into the dense bamboo grove. His strength, hardness, and explosive power had evidently increased significantly. Panting, he gazed at his unscathed fist, feeling quite satisfied with his training results. However, he realized that he could no longer recklessly damage the trees here. The fallen tree should not go to waste. Its trunk was still quite long, and he could use it next time. Once his flesh and skin reached the next level of strength, he could experiment with stones directly. Flesh like steel, tearing through tigers and leopards, splitting mountains and stones. Luo Qingzhou refrained from using excessive force and practiced the Benlei fist 2 more times before finally concluding his session. Night had fallen. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already prepared the beef in the kitchen and devoured his dinner heartily. He then began boiling water for a bath. As he added a drop of refining meat potion to the tub, the clear water immediately transformed into a faint green hue. Disrobing, he entered the tub, closed his eyes, and focused on circulating his internal energy. His skin gradually felt a warmth, as the muscles within seemed to be absorbing something, pulsing gently. When the water began to cool, he opened his eyes and found the previously green water had reverted to clear. The medicinal properties had indeed been absorbed. It was getting late. He rose from the tub, and under the attentive care of Xiao Dai, changed into clean clothes. Together, they carried the tub outside, and after emptying it, he stepped out alone, preparing to pay his respects to Miss Qin and her esteemed mother. The snow had been falling for 3 days, showing no signs of abating. The entire estate was blanketed in white. Luo Qingzhou walked through the accumulating snow to the Lingchan Yuegong of Miss Qin. The courtyard door was closed. He approached and knocked lightly. Soon, a clear voice from inside rang out. "Gongye, the young lady is feeling unwell today. You need not come in to pay your respects." Luo Qingzhou paused at the door and asked, "Bai Ling, are you alone in the front courtyard?" Immediately, Bai Ling's somewhat flustered voice replied, "Gongye, what do you want to do? Are you planning to bully me again?" Luo Qingzhou responded, "I come to apologize. Please open the door." Bai Ling hurriedly replied, "No need. Gongye, I do not wish for your apology. Just do not bully me again next time. I am but a humble maid. How could I dare accept your apology?" Luo Qingzhou fell silent for a moment, said nothing further, and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing Bai Ling in a pink dress, peeking out at him. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and quickened his pace. Once he had gone far enough, Bai Ling pouted and stomped her foot, saying, "Stupid Gongye, can't you at least flatter me a little?" Luo Qingzhou braved the cold wind and snow, arriving at the rear courtyard. Upon seeing him, Meier immediately went inside to report. Shortly after, she returned to invite him in. Luo Qingzhou followed her into the hall, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he approached his esteemed mother-in-law, bowing deeply and clasping his hands in greeting. Qingzhou pays his respects to Madame. Song Rua sat there in a moon-white fur coat, her expression stern as she glanced at him, coldly stating, "Is that all?" Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to respectfully add, "I wish Madame good health." "Is that it?" Song Rua scoffed. Luo Qingzhou lifted his gaze to meet hers. Hearing her thoughts, This little brat, doesn't he even compliment my beauty? I must find a reason for him to tend to the flowers in the backyard tonight. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he continued with utmost respect. I wish Madam good health, eternal youth, and everlasting beauty, shining as brightly as you do now. As the words left his lips, he felt his own face heat up. Flatterer. Song Rui rolled her eyes, but found it quite pleasing, temporarily sparing him, and coldly remarked, Have you visited Wei Mo? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, replying, Not yet, I will go tomorrow. Song Rui continued coldly, What about Jianjia? Luo Qingzhou replied, I just visited but did not see her. After a moment of silence, Song Rui's tone softened, Go visit her more often. If she avoids you and refuses to speak, you must persist. A man must be shameless to win a woman's heart. Do you understand? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head in silence, saying nothing. Go now, focus on your studies. Do not become complacent. If you dare to slack off, beware of your skin. She concluded with renewed intensity. Luo Qingzhou bowed and exited. Not long after he left, Song Rui reclined lazily in her chair, contemplating for a moment before sitting upright, furrowing her brows and muttering to herself, This won't do. Jianjia is always like this. What if that little brat harbors resentment and sneaks away? Married yet unable to live together. Every night, an immature little maid serves him. The key is that the little brat is quite talented, a gifted scholar, out every day indulging in merriment, while he stays at home reading all day. How can he not feel resentment? No. I must find him a couple of beautiful concubines to secure his heart. With that, she turned to Mayer, who immediately trembled, stammering, Madam. Song Rui rolled her eyes. What are you so excited about? With no charm, lacking in assets, and merely average in appearance, how could anyone take notice of you? Mayer whimpered. Outside, the cold wind howled, causing the branches to rustle. The numbers had suddenly increased from 15 to 18. The other attributes had not shown significant changes. Strength and resilience had only seen slight improvements. However, his explosive power had undoubtedly strengthened considerably. He stored away the Jinwu stone, contemplating before retrieving a stick of agarwood he had prepared earlier. The texts indicated that sandalwood invigorates the spirit while agarwood calms the mind. It also stated that sandalwood attracts spirits while agarwood guides souls. As he aimed to cultivate his spiritual essence, it was only natural to utilize agarwood. Closing the doors and windows, extinguishing the oil lamps and candles, he reminded Xiao Da not to enter for the time, being before lighting the agarwood. He casually climbed onto the bed, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes in deep concentration. After a brief moment, he turned his gaze inward, focusing his spirit as he gradually ascended from the lower to the upper realms of his being. In his mind, the image of dawn rising over a mountain appeared before him. Step by step, he ascended, each step taken with a steady resolve. Initially, it felt effortless, but as he climbed higher, his steps grew increasingly heavy, and his speed diminished. He felt as though his breath had stilled, a pressure building within his chest, as if it might burst forth, yet his mind remained clear and unpained. He persevered in his ascent. 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the scenery at the mountaintop, witnessing the sun poised to break through the clouds at the horizon. A gentle breeze seemed to caress him, carrying the scent of blooming flowers to his nostrils. He held his breath, gritted his teeth, and with heavy steps, continued his climb. 10 steps more. 5 steps. 1 step. Boom! As his entire being trembled and his legs felt like lead, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to take that final step. And suddenly, his view opened up. The sun rose majestically at the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues. At the mountaintop, a refreshing breeze brushed against him, accompanied by the sweet sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The weight that had felt like a mountain on his body suddenly transformed into an unparalleled lightness, as if he were a wisp of smoke, gently rising higher and higher. Luo Qingzhou abruptly opened his eyes. The mountain view and the sun vanished in an instant, replaced by darkness that soon became strikingly clear. In the room, smoke curled in the stillness. His body remained motionless, eyes closed, seated cross-legged on the bed. Yet, he felt as if he were floating on the ceiling, wide-eyed as he gazed downward. I have exited my body, he thought in a daze, and then clumsily drifted forward. Left, right, up and down. He glided towards the table, the chair, the bed, effortlessly passing through them. However, his line of sight was still obstructed by these objects, unable to penetrate through. For some reason, he could not pass through the ground either. He grew more adept, his movements becoming increasingly skillful. He practiced for a while, passing through walls, traversing the hall, and slipping through the door into the adjoining room. Xiao Dai sat on the bed, embroidering flowers. The young girl, with her head bowed, lifted her outer garment, pulling at her bodice, gesturing at her chest, while murmuring to herself, "Have I grown? I must grow quickly, or the young master will be displeased." Luo Qingzhou turned and floated away, the scene illuminated vividly by the white snow. Chapter 74. A single punch to obliterate the soul. In the west of Mo City, not far from the Cheng Guo government office, stood a dilapidated mansion in a desolate alley. Weeds thrived within, and dust lay thick upon every surface, indicating it had long been uninhabited. Yet at this moment, in a certain room of the backyard, glimpses of crimson candle flames flickered through the cracks of a window. The entire room was shrouded by heavy curtains, sealed tight against the outside world. At that moment, before the flickering candles, sat an elderly woman donned in a vibrant red floral robe and a round hat, seated cross-legged, eyes closed, fingers moving in a ritualistic manner as she murmured incantations. In the shadows beside her stood a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, intently observing. After a while, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and whispered, "Shaman, what is the situation?" After waiting a moment longer, the elderly woman suddenly opened her eyes. The crimson pupils reflected the swaying candle flames, yet her gaze seemed unfocused. Her voice low and hoarse, "It is time. The snow outside is heavy, and there is no light within. That lad should be asleep. First, let me ascertain how many are in the house. Then I shall continue my incantations to plunge him into a nightmare." The middle-aged man, leaning forward, appeared anxious. At such a distance, will there be no errors? The elderly woman snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with crimson light. "Wang Guanjia, there is no need for concern. My ghostly servant is no ordinary being. While it may not rival the exit of the spirit, it dares not approach the vigorous blood of a martial artist. However, to frighten and torment a mere fragile scholar is as easy as pie. I have used it before to frighten several women and the sick to death." The middle-aged man quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Many thanks, shaman." The elderly woman's eyes glimmered. She gestured with her fingers and commanded, "Enter." Her gaze fixated on the little ghost she had crafted, which floated gently towards the window against the wind and snow. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, Luo Qingzhou's spirit, having just exited his body, spotted a shadow through the crack of the door, drifting lightly into the small courtyard outside. Under the illumination of the white snow, it appeared extraordinarily clear. The shadow was wreathed in tendrils of black mist, its face twisted in a grimace, and its eyes a fierce crimson. It was evidently the shadowy spirit described in the book. Unlike a spirit, these shadowy little ghosts lacked consciousness, possessing only the emotions they carried at the time of death and almost no independent thought. Apart from wandering souls, these fierce little ghosts with crimson eyes could be malevolent spirits, vengeful ghosts, or even artificially crafted ghostly servants. The little ghost outside flickered its gaze, sneaking glances at his window, evidently not an ordinary specter nor an accidental intruder, but one with a purpose. Having just successfully exited his body, he felt somewhat weak. Relying solely on his spirit, he knew he could not contend with it. In almost an instant, his spirit reintegrated with his physical form. He opened his eyes, gazing at the window, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He immediately sprang up and concealed himself beside the window. Then he clenched his fists, the skin on his arms taut, muscles bulging as internal energy surged into his fists, holding his breath and preparing for the strike. Shadowy little ghosts are most afraid of the purest, most vigorous forces. Martial artists bursting with life energy are their natural foes. A chilling wind swept in first, rattling against the window. Then, the sinister shadow, riding the black mist, slipped through the window, peering cautiously inside with its crimson eyes. But before it could see clearly, a scorching aura suddenly erupted from the darkness beside it, sending it reeling in terror. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the stillness of the room. Instantly, a wave of searing energy surged through its being, and before it could react, it exploded from within. Its body, shrouded in black mist, was instantly torn apart, dissipating like smoke, as it was engulfed in shock, attempting to gather itself to flee. It suddenly realized the fist that had pierced through its body now crackled with blue arcs of electricity. A piercing shriek, audible only to it, erupted from its distorted, despairing face. It barely had time to react before its soul shattered, vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, in the dilapidated mansion's backyard, a piercing, hoarse scream filled the air. The elderly woman, wide-eyed and performing her incantation, suddenly clutched her eyes in agony, rolling on the ground, her wrinkled face contorted in a monstrous manner, terrifying to behold. Beside her, Wang Cheng trembled in fear, hastily retreating to the corner, his expression one of bewildered terror. After a long while, the elderly woman, still covering her eyes and rolling on the ground in anguish, finally fell silent, lying there motionless as if she had suddenly died. Wang Cheng, his face pale with fright, waited for what felt like an eternity before he could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, calling out in a trembling voice, "Shaman, I am fine." The elderly woman suddenly spoke, her voice even more hoarse as she slowly rose from the ground, removing her hands from her eyes. Only then did Wang Cheng notice that her eyes were filled with blood, crimson tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with her wrinkled, ghastly visage, creating a truly horrifying sight. I did not expect that the young man's room concealed a martial artist. The elderly woman resumed her position before the flickering candles, her face now calm, though her eyes remained bloodied. Wang Cheng's complexion paled. "It must be that maidservant, shaman. What shall we do now?" The elderly woman's blood-red pupils reflected the flickering candlelight as she let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "Having destroyed a ghostly servant I painstakingly crafted, do you think I will let this matter rest? Rest assured, Wang Guanjia, since I have taken on this task, I shall certainly assist you in eliminating that brat. It is impossible for the maid to accompany him every night. After I rest for 2 days, I will send 2 more formidable, ghostly servants, undetectable even by martial artists, to render that boy a simpleton." Wang Cheng bowed his head and clasped his hands. "I am grateful for your efforts, madam. Had I not been astral projecting yesterday and discovered the presence of a soul cultivator within Mo Cheng, I would not have encountered such trouble. If I were to intervene personally, it would take but a moment." The old woman sneered and closed her eyes, her eyelids twitching painfully, her features growing increasingly grotesque in the candlelight. Outside, the cold wind howled and the snow fell heavier, as Luo Qingzhou shattered the small ghost with a punch. He pondered at the window when suddenly he heard Xiao Dai's panicked voice from outside. "Young master, was that thunder just now?" "It seems so." The little girl pushed the door open and rushed in, her face filled with fear. Luo Qingzhou knew she was terrified of thunder, so he lifted the covers and said, "Come, I will hold you while you sleep. There is nothing to fear." With a whimper, the little girl climbed onto the bed, burrowing under the covers and snuggling into his embrace. Although it was his body that had thrown the punch just now, he felt as though his soul, having just returned to its rightful place, was also engaging in the act. He wondered if, after his astral projection, he could cultivate the thunder fist technique. He resolved to give it a try tomorrow night. The text stated that the initial stage of soul cultivation was the initial glimpse stage. His focus had unknowingly been completed, and with the successful astral projection last night, he suspected it was all thanks to that dark liquid. Next, he would engage in nightly excursions to further strengthen his soul, followed by daytime excursions. When he dared to appear in the light, even under the blazing sun, his soul would undergo a substantial transformation, enabling him to manipulate objects from a distance. It was said that one could sever a head from 1,000 miles away, killing unseen, moving like a gentle breeze, making it difficult for even the most vigorous martial artists to perceive or defend against. Contemplating this, Luo Qingzhou felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. If he could successfully cultivate his soul, it would not merely be a matter of defeating Luo Yu in the arena. He intended to make the malicious madam pay for her blood debts, ensuring she lived a life more tormenting than death. Luo Yu would face the same fate. As he caressed the little girl in his arms, she suddenly twisted, placing her delicate foot into his hand, her little face flushed like an apple. Chapter 75. Young Master. "You seem off." The following day, Xiao Dai again lingered in bed, rising late. Last time, she had blushed and claimed that young master had messed up her hair, preventing her from getting up. This time, she shyly remarked, "It hurts." Luo Qingzhou had done nothing untoward to her the previous night. He had merely accidentally pressed her arm. "Next time, we shall each sleep at opposite ends." He gently massaged her arm as he got out of bed. Seeing this, the little girl hurriedly climbed out of the covers, kneeling beside the bed to assist him in dressing, pouting as she protested, "No way. I want to sleep beside young master." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, stepping to the window. Upon opening it, a rush of cold air greeted him, yet it felt particularly refreshing. The snow had not ceased, but had lightened considerably. Flakes drifted down from the sky like wilting white petals, adorning the scenery outside. The biting wind had also momentarily subsided. In the small courtyard, the pear trees bloomed like flowers. Other plants and trees were blanketed in white. Luo Qingzhou stood by the window, gazing at the snowy vista while reflecting on his astral projection and the little ghost he had encountered. Xiao Dai dressed, her long, black hair cascading down her back. Holding a comb in her small hands, she approached him from behind, gently combing his hair with a tender demeanor that was both charming and endearing. Bending down to look at her, Xiao Dai froze for a moment, her fair face gradually flushing with 2 shades of pink. "Young master, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just admiring you." Luo Qingzhou playfully pinched her tender cheek and smiled. "You finally gained a bit of weight. You look much cuter than before." Xiao Dai immediately became anxious, touching her little face. "Young master, have I gained weight?" "No, you're just right as you are." Luo Qingzhou then patted her slender leg. "You're neither too thin nor too plump, just perfect. Unlike before, when you felt like nothing but bones, it was uncomfortable to hold you." Xiao Dai shyly lowered her head, filled with joy at his words. As long as young master liked it, that was enough. Seeing her youthful shyness and charm, Luo Qingzhou, unable to resist her beauty, leaned in and kissed her rosy cheek, saying, "All right, stop daydreaming. It's time to work." "Oh." The little girl was momentarily stunned, quickly snapping back to reality as she covered her face and jumped down from the table, shy yet sweet, rushing out to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Dai went out to find Xiao Tao and the others for her studies. Luo Qingzhou read for a while and, noticing the snowfall had diminished even further, finally left the house, heading towards the residence of Miss Qin Air. He had not visited there before, merely aware of its general location. As he passed in front of Miss Qin's door, he paused briefly, glancing at the closed gate. Just as he was about to leave, the gate creaked open. Bai Ling, dressed in a pink dress, appeared at the entrance, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and her charming face adorned with 2 shallow dimples as she sweetly smiled. "Young master, are you here so early to pay your respects to the miss?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her lips and then at her neck. Today, her collar was round, not standing up, and she wore no scarf, revealing her long, fair swan neck, devoid of any marks. "I was merely passing by, intending to pay my respects to Miss Air." Luo Qingzhou spoke truthfully. As he gazed at the sweet young woman before him, an unfamiliar sentiment stirred within him. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling looked at him with suspicion. "Young master, what are your intentions? Why are you going to bother Miss Air again?" Luo Qingzhou remained composed. "Madam sent me." After a pause, he added, "I am simply going to pay my respects and chat with Miss Air. There is no ulterior motive." Bai Ling stared at him seriously, then suddenly burst into laughter, her smile radiant as a flower. "Is young master trying to explain himself to me?" She then playfully winked, whispering, "Is young master afraid I might misunderstand? Or is it Miss Air you fear might misunderstand? Or perhaps, I take my leave." Luo Qingzhou said no more. Turning to leave, Bai Ling quickly called out, "Young master, have you been to Miss Air's place? Do you know where she lives?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the flower umbrella above him, then at her, hesitating to respond. Bai Ling smiled and extended the umbrella towards him. "Young master, please hold it. You are taller, and I find it tiring to hold." "I can manage without it," Luo Qingzhou replied. Bai Ling remained silent, her flower umbrella still presented before him, her expression one of stubbornness. With a frown, Luo Qingzhou observed the snow falling on her head. Reluctantly, he accepted the umbrella, holding it between them but tilting it towards her side. Bai Ling glanced up at him and then at his handsome, calm profile. Her gaze shifted, and she fell silent. In the distance, beneath the eaves, a delicate silhouette stood, cold and unyielding, colder than the snow itself. As Luo Qingzhou held the umbrella, strolling through the falling snow with the young girl beside him, inhaling the fragrance of her hair and sensing her presence. He could not help but recall the intimacy they had shared that night. Luo Qingzhou hesitated, not accepting the umbrella. "You keep it." "I do not wish to." Bai Ling appeared taken aback. "Why not?" "The flowers are beautiful and fragrant. Since ancient times, poets have compared beauties to delicate flowers. Young master, you have even written poems about beautiful women. How could you not like flowers?" Luo Qingzhou simply did not want to accept the flowers she offered. What man accepts flowers from a woman? The thought of her initiative during their intimate encounters juxtaposed with his passivity made it even more difficult for him to accept. After all, a flower, no matter how exquisite, cannot compare to the beauty of a person. No fragrance can rival that of a human heart. Before me stood the lark maiden, more beautiful than any blossom, more fragrant than any bloom. Why would I desire flowers? He gazed ahead and offered a dismissive remark, one that was indeed casual and insincere. He swore. The young maiden suddenly halted, her beautiful eyes fixated on him, causing the flower in her hand to gradually droop. They were separated by wind and snow, their gazes intertwining. A sharp breeze swept past, making her pink skirt flutter like petals in bloom. Strands of her hair danced delicately at her lips, enhancing the ethereal beauty of her delicate visage, which now bore a hint of bewilderment. Luo Qingzhou was unaware that his casual words would have such a profound impact. In a bygone era, such remarks could even be made in jest to an unfamiliar girl. Yet, in this age of reticence between the sexes, such a statement was laden with implications. "I was merely jesting. Lark maiden, do not take it to heart." The lark maiden abruptly turned to him and said, "Groom, something feels amiss." Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. "What do you mean?" She stared at him with piercing eyes. "You do not seem like an honest man. You resemble a rogue who deceives young women." Luo Qingzhou replied, "Let's go to Miss Qin." Engaging in a dispute with a woman was akin to courting trouble. Has the groom grown timid, conceding without a word? Indeed, he is guilty. Poor young lady. Luo Qingzhou paid her no mind, yet she continued her incessant chatter. The two sheltered beneath a single umbrella and soon arrived at the residence of Miss Qin. Upon knocking, Jouer opened the door, and, upon recognizing them, her eyes brightened. "Groom, the young lady is currently composing poetry for you. Please come in." Luo Qingzhou and the lark maiden were ushered inside. He had already decided that since Miss Qin enjoyed tales akin to Xiang Guiji, he would reluctantly narrate a story from Shi Xiangji to amuse her. After all, within the Qin household, everyone doted on the second young lady. The words of the matriarch had been made abundantly clear. He must bring joy to Miss Qin. How to achieve, that was entirely his concern. Upon completing Shi Xiangji, he could proceed to recount Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, followed by Bai Shizhuan, Feng Xiuhuang, and so forth. If those proved inadequate, there were countless melodramatic tales to explore. If necessary, he could also delve into stories similar to Xiang Guiji, such as Jin Pingmei or Yu Pu Tuan, ensuring that Miss Qin kept it a secret. As long as the second young lady was delighted, he would consider his task fulfilled. However, he could spare only 1 hour each day to indulge her, as the remainder of his time was dedicated to cultivation. Navigating through the corridor, they turned into the backyard. Inside the left side study, a window adorned with intricate carvings stood ajar, revealing a writing desk topped with pristine Xian paper. A delicate jade hand gripped a fine brush, gracefully inscribing characters on the paper. The owner of that hand, clad in a moon-white gown and draped in a thick snow-white fox fur, possessed skin as flawless as snow, brows like slender willows, and eyes that sparkled like autumn waters. She was none other than Qin Wei Mo, the second young lady of the Qin family. "Miss, the groom has arrived," Jouer whispered. The young lady lifted her head, revealing a delicate yet slightly pale face, her clear eyes suddenly shimmering with light. Chapter 76. Shi Xiangji in the corner. A solitary plum blossom stood against the chill. A branch stretched out, crossing the intricately carved window frame, adorned with scattered blossoms, some already in full bloom. The petals, tender and beautiful, released a subtle fragrance, mirroring the lonely beauty of the girl behind the window, cloaked beneath a curtain of drifting snowflakes. Luo Qingzhou treaded upon the cobblestone path, positioning himself beneath the slanted plum tree at the window. Bowing respectfully, he addressed her. "Second young lady." Qin Wei Mo had risen from her chair, gazing at him through the window with soft eyes. A hint of coyness graced her lovely face as she gently said, "Brother-in-law, There is no need for formality. It is cold outside. Please come in. Luo Qingzhou glanced inside. The incense burner exhaled wisps of smoke, the fireplace glowed with vibrant coals, and the floor was covered with a thick, snowy white rug. A vase on the table held several pink winter plums, and a small hand warmer rested at the edge of the table. In the corner lay a soft couch draped with a pink quilt embroidered with peonies, with a small tea table placed in the center, upon which a game of Go was set. Scattered about were a few of the young lady's garments. Even standing beneath the eaves, Luo Qingzhou could catch a whiff of the sweet fragrance wafting from within. This was a sanctuary belonging to the young lady, perhaps never before graced by a man's presence. Thus, Luo Qingzhou stood outside, cupping his hands. Second young lady, I shall not intrude. The matriarch asked me to visit you. Since you are writing, I would not want to disrupt you. I shall come again another time. Zhu, standing at the doorway, suddenly exclaimed, Groom, you cannot leave. Realizing her tone was inappropriate, she added, slightly annoyed, You have just arrived and have yet to spend a moment with the young lady. How can you depart so soon? Qinwei Mo lowered her head, gathering her brush and rolling up the Xian paper, then looked at him with gentle eyes. Brother-in-law, I have finished. Luo Qingzhou turned to glance at the lark maiden standing a short distance away under the eaves, hesitating momentarily before stepping closer to the window, addressing the delicate young lady. Second young lady, what would you like to discuss? Qinwei Mo stood within, offering a bittersweet smile. Brother-in-law, must you really remain outside? Luo Qingzhou replied. It is quite all right. This is sufficient. They fell into silence, separated by the window. The lark maiden, observing from a distance, suddenly approached the door. Pulling the watchful Zhu aside, Come, let us chat in the adjacent room. Zhu was dragged away, leaving the atmosphere enveloped in quietude. Outside, the snowflakes continued to fall, equally silent. Luo Qingzhou found the silence awkward and spoke up. Second young lady, did you not mention previously that you wished to read something like Xiang Guaiji? Upon hearing this, Qinwei Mo's eyes sparkled. Did you bring it for me? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. I did not bring it, but I recall several tales akin to Xiang Guaiji. If you desire, I can narrate one for you. Qinwei Mo nodded eagerly. Yes, brother-in-law, I would love to hear it. After pondering for a moment, Luo Qingzhou said, Then today, I shall tell you the story of Xiangji. Given the second young lady's sentimental nature and fragile health, he decided that regardless of the tale, its conclusion must be crafted to be delightful. After all, it was merely a story, and he could easily conjure a happy ending. Qinwei Mo softly suggested, Brother-in-law, would you please come inside to tell it? It is cold outside. We could sit on the couch and be warmer. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the soft couch within. He dared not enter. It was not merely adorned with the young lady's bedding and belongings, but also contained her garments. If he were to sit opposite her, sharing intimate conversation, the matriarch would surely come charging in with a blade. No need. I shall narrate from here. If you feel cold, you may sit on the couch. He declined gracefully, fearing further invitations, and promptly began the tale. In an unknown era, there lived a noblewoman named Cui, whose father held the esteemed position of prime minister in the previous dynasty, but tragically passed away due to illness. He left behind a daughter, known as Ying, who was 19 years of age, adept at needlework, poetry, and the arts. One day, Zhang Sheng visited Pujiu Temple, where he encountered Cui Ying. Qinwei Mo listened attentively, her breath held as she absorbed the tale. When she heard of their meeting at Pujiu Temple, her eyes sparkled. Upon learning of the temple being besieged, her brows furrowed in anxiety, and when the topic turned to Cui's mother inadvertently causing a marriage dispute, her delicate face displayed a look of indignation. Luo Qingzhou stood beneath the eaves outside the window, clad in a flowing robe, speaking in a leisurely and captivating manner. Inside, Miss Qin gazed at his handsome and refined face, listening intently. Unbeknownst to them, Balan and Zhu had emerged from the room and were stealthily eavesdropping at the door. Remaining silent, after several twists and turns, with the assistance of the matchmaker, Ying finally met Zhang Sheng in secret at his residence. Cui Mu noticed the signs and interrogated the matchmaker. As the tale unfolded about Ying bidding farewell to Zhang Sheng at the 10-mile-long pavilion as he departed for the capital to take the imperial examination, Qinwei Ma, hiding behind the door with glistening tears, also felt her eyes redden. However, the conclusion was ultimately a joyous one. Zhang Sheng triumphed as the top scholar, overcoming various obstacles, and finally married Ying, living blissfully together and bearing several robust sons and beautiful daughters. Luo Qingzhou enriched the ending with even more happiness and perfection. As the story concluded, Qin Weima stood at the window, her eyes moist, lost in thought. Although she had wept, the oppressive and pessimistic emotions within her were suddenly released, leaving her heart much lighter, filled with the beautiful love story of Zhang Sheng and Shui Yingying, while the thoughts of life and death faded away. After finishing the tale, Luo Qingzhou did not linger and bowed as he took his leave. Qin Weima stood there dreamily, and just as he was about to exit the small courtyard, she called out, "Brother-in-law, will you come again tomorrow?" Luo Qingzhou paused, turned to look at her, and replied, "Madam said I only need to come every 3 days." Qin Weima gazed at him, fell silent for a moment, and softly said, "Brother-in-law, what if I want you to come every day?" This bold declaration, coming from an unmarried lady, particularly from a younger sister addressing her brother-in-law, was indeed rather audacious. Balan, standing at the door, cast her gaze toward him, while Zhu'er looked on in astonishment, wondering how the young lady could say such a thing. Qin Weima smiled gently, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Brother-in-law, I was just joking. Thank you for today. I am very happy. I will wait for you 3 days from now." "MHM," Luo Qingzhou replied, not elaborating further, and turned to Balan at the door. "Aren't you leaving?" She hurried to stand before him, offering the flower umbrella she held. Luo Qingzhou accepted the umbrella, holding it over her head to shield her from the wind and snow, and they walked out of the small courtyard together, disappearing around the corner. Qin Weima stood at the window, momentarily dazed, then murmured, "Do you think brother-in-law might, like Zhang Sheng, become a top scholar?" Zhu'er looked at her with concern and quietly said, "Miss, how could you say that just now?" Zhu'er widened her eyes in disbelief. Outside, snowflakes fell silently. A red plum blossom, nestled beneath the eaves and adorned with freshly fallen snow, stood proudly, still fragrant. "Uncle, the story you just told was delightful. Miss Chan and Chan haven't heard it yet. You should tell them again later. Uncle has already told Miss Eyre. Even Zhu'er has listened, and I have too. If Uncle doesn't tell Miss and Chan, they will be upset. Let them be upset then. If Miss gets angry, Chan will let Uncle know what it means to be silenced. Miss wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters. You needn't deceive me or frighten me. But Chan will be upset. Why? Because Uncle is unkind to Miss. She actually loves listening to stories, but no one tells them to her." "Really?" "Indeed, absolutely true. Whoever lies is a dog, not a human, at any rate." Balan thought to herself, "A flower, the most beautiful flower." As she spoke, she inhaled the fragrance of the flower in her hand, unconsciously leaning closer to the young man beside her, as if sheltered beneath his umbrella, or perhaps embraced in his arms. Chapter 77. The Stingy One. "Uncle, are you really not going in?" At the entrance of Ling Chanyu Palace, Balan held the flower umbrella, a freshly picked plum blossom in hand, her pretty face displaying a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. "Uncle, don't regret it." "I won't go in." Luo Qingzhou said no more and took his leave. It was merely a story. Given the temperament of Miss Qin, it was highly unlikely she would enjoy listening. As for that frosty young lady, who only danced with swords and dealt in death, Miss Xiaochan would be even less likely to listen. He would not waste time on unnecessary matters. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he checked the time. It was nearly noon. Outside, the snow fell intermittently. Time passed quietly. Luo Qingzhou read 2 books and stretched his arms, then looked outside, suddenly feeling a jolt in his heart and a change in his expression. Beneath the pear tree in the courtyard, covered in snow, stood a figure, eerily still. Clad in a pale green dress, slender and graceful, with waist-length black hair, she held her sword with crossed arms, her side turned, her expression as cold as ice. Snowflakes drifted down. The girl stood there, gazing elsewhere, like a statue, silent and motionless. When did she arrive? Luo Qingzhou was taken aback, standing up to look towards the courtyard entrance. The gate was closed. Balan had not followed. Did she come alone? What was her purpose? Surely, this young lady did not genuinely come to confront him simply because he told the story to Miss Eyre and not to her mistress? Such narrow-mindedness. "Miss Xiaochan, do you have something to discuss?" He approached the pear tree, lowered his head, and cupped his hands, avoiding her gaze. The girl, still holding her sword, looked away, her chin slightly raised. "Humph." Luo Qingzhou, what does humph mean? After knowing her for so long, he had never heard her say anything else. He could only raise his head and ask, Is it about the story of Shi Xiangji? Does Miss Xia Chan want me to tell the eldest lady as well? Just as Luo Qingzhou was pondering her true intentions, she coldly replied, "Tell it." Luo Qingzhou was taken aback. "Tell Shi Xiangji? Now." The girl stared at him with a frosty gaze, not uttering another word. As Luo Qingzhou hesitated, a familiar chill suddenly enveloped him entirely. The sword she had been holding had inexplicably dropped to her waist. His heart raced, and he quickly bowed. "Very well, then I shall recount it once more." How perplexing. Once upon a time, there was a woman named Cui Ying, who was 19 years old. This time, he would not be so meticulous. After all, this girl was not there purely for the story. She was likely seeking to vent her frustrations for her mistress. From then on, Zhang Sheng and Cui Ying led a blissful and sweet life together. After more than 10 minutes, he hastily finished the entire story. "Miss Xia Chan, I am done." He bowed once more. The girl before him remained silent. When he looked up, however, he found that the girl had vanished without a trace. Such skill. Indeed, one must not provoke her. Luo Qingzhou closed the courtyard gate, sighed, feeling as though he had unwittingly invited trouble. It seemed he would have to recount the same story twice, once for Miss Eyre and once for the eldest lady. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Zhuer had already gone to his mother-in-law, reporting on his visit to Miss Eyre that day and briefly recounting the tale of Shi Xiangji. Such audacity. Daring to tell my Weima such a lewd story. A clandestine meeting between a man and a woman. A private engagement for life. Bah, shameless. Indecent. Is that all? Can't you remember more? Did he make it up himself, or where did he read it? I do not know. How infuriating. Mayor, when that scoundrel comes tonight, make sure he recounts Shi Xiangji in detail for me. I want to hear how that shameless scholar deceived and enchanted that young lady. Yes, madam. Zhuer from now on. Keep a close watch on that scoundrel's every action and every word when he visits Weima. Do you understand? Yes, madam. How was Weima's mood today? After the son-in-law departed, the young lady sat in a daze, though her mood appeared to have improved significantly. Go, serve her a bowl of the chicken soup I just prepared, and insist that she drinks it, commanded the lady. Yes, madam. Also, prepare a portion for that insufferable boy. All he does is hide indoors and read. His body is frail as a delicate flower. A gust of wind could knock him over. He ought to drink more chicken soup to bolster his health. I wouldn't want him to perish before the examination. Yes, madam. Do not speak of it being my soup. Of course not. How could my delicate hands prepare soup for a son-in-law? That was all made by leftovers we intended to discard. Understood, madam. Go now. The blabbering maid has already been silenced. Noticing it was already noon, she retrieved a substantial piece of cooked beef from the storage bag and consumed it alongside hot tea, treating it as her lunch. A glint of coldness flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes as he tightened his fist slowly within his sleeve. Did he long for him? Did he wish to share a meal? The day he left the city to pay respects to his mother. Did he too yearn for him and wish to invite him for lunch? That little ghost from last night was likely also there to invite him for lunch. Wasn't he, she? Housekeeper Zhou observed him and remarked, given the events between the two families, such interactions should not continue, especially since they do not regard this youth as a young master of the status residence. Today's sudden invitation likely bears deeper implications. While Luo Qingzhou pondered this, the melodious voice of Bai Ling suddenly pierced the air. If the son-in-law wishes to go, let Chan accompany you. Luo Qingzhou turned his gaze toward her. Aside from Bai Ling holding a flower umbrella, not far beneath the eaves stood a cold young lady, sword cradled in her arms. Housekeeper Zhou had dispatched a servant in advance to notify them. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Bai Ling, then at the distant young lady. No, son-in-law, you must have Chan accompany you. Bai Ling approached, offering her flower umbrella to him, winking conspiratorially as she whispered, Go and ask Chan. She will agree. As Luo Qingzhou hesitated, Bai Ling added, This is the young lady's wish. If you do not take Chan, the young lady will be worried. Luo Qingzhou regarded her, a hint of self-deprecation in his eyes. Are you certain? Bai Ling blinked her innocent, watery eyes. Of course, son-in-law. Do you not believe the young lady would be concerned? Luo Qingzhou cast a complex glance her way, but said nothing further. After a brief pause, he accepted the umbrella and approached the cold young lady beneath the eaves. Upon nearing her, he clasped his hands respectfully and said, Miss Xia Chan, I trouble you. The young lady turned her head away, looking elsewhere, her demeanor frigid. Ask her, Bai Ling whispered from behind. Luo Qingzhou fell silent, uncertain of how to begin, when suddenly the cold young lady turned and walked away towards the estate's exit. Bai Ling quickly announced, "All right, son-in-law, Chan Chan has already agreed." She then reminded him softly, "Hurry and hold the umbrella for Chan Chan. Do not let her get wet in the snow. She is unwell today." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hesitated no longer, swiftly took the umbrella, and chased after her, opening it to shield her from the snow. From afar, it appeared as if one was nestled in the embrace of the other. Bai Ling watched their receding figures, standing still for a moment before turning to leave, unable to suppress a pout as she muttered, "What a miser. It's just holding an umbrella for a while and walking together. Yet it must be like this." Chapter 78. Luo Yu's invitation in the State S residence. The East Courtyard S Hall was adorned with several exquisite dishes on the table. More dishes were being prepared in the kitchen, kept warm in a large pot, awaiting the guests who had yet to arrive due to the cold weather. The hall was empty, devoid of any presence. Outside, Luo Yu stood silently in a white robe, hands clasped behind him, gazing blankly at the snowy landscape, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. At that moment, the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow approached from outside. A maid, holding an umbrella, escorted Lady Wang into the hall. Lady Wang glanced at her son without uttering a word and walked inside. Observing the dishes on the table, she remained silent for a long while before softly speaking. Is it worth wasting time on this?" Luo Yu's gaze shifted to the table, his gentle smile unwavering. "It is not for any other reason. It has been long since I last saw Qingzhou. We merely wish to share a meal and converse." Lady Wang looked at him, her eyes revealing a maternal indulgence. He does not possess that qualification." After a pause, she continued softly, "Of course, if you desire it, no one will object." Luo Yu averted his gaze, looking out at the falling snowflakes. Lady Wang turned, standing beside him, also gazing outside before breaking the silence. "I'm sorry. Mother understands. That matter is inconsequential. Rest assured, a lowly creature that crawled from the mud has no right to enjoy what is rightfully yours." The gentle smile on Luo Yu's face, unbeknownst to him, had vanished. "Mother, he has already enjoyed it." Lady Wang's facial muscles twitched slightly as she slowly raised her hand, wishing to caress his face, or perhaps his back, as she did when he was young. When he felt wronged, she would comfort him with such tenderness. But at this moment, her hesitant hand fell back down. She stared at the familiar yet strange face before her, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Do not worry. What belongs to you will not be taken away. Mother will certainly stand for you, just as she did when you were young." Luo Yu looked outside, remaining silent. Lady Wang stood for a while longer, then turned to the nearby maid, her expression regaining its composure. "Go fetch the second madam." "Yes, madam." The maid hurriedly exited. The room returned to silence, with neither mother nor son speaking further. Before long, the second madam, Yang Shi, elegantly clad in a purple gown, hurried in, first greeting the second young master with a bright smile, then addressing Lady Wang with feigned humility. "Madam, you summoned me. How may I serve?" Before the servants, she was the second madam, yet in Lady Wang's presence, she was merely a subordinate. Lady Wang fixed her gaze on Yang Shi's flower-like visage for a moment before speaking flatly. "You must already know that he will be coming soon. Remain here and converse with him." After a pause, she added, "Ensure he says everything he needs to say, understood?" Yang Shi quickly bowed her head with a smile. "Rest assured, madam. I will make certain that the young one recounts everything that transpired at the Qin residence, without omission." Lady Wang scrutinized her for a moment, then abruptly inquired, "Where is Xiao Lu? It has been a long time since I've seen her." Yang Shi lowered her head even further, her face adorned with a forced grin. "That girl spends all her time in her room, reading and painting, rarely coming out." Lady Wang contemplated, calculating her age. "Xiao Lu must be around 11 or 12 now, correct?" Yang Shi smiled. "She will be 12 this new year." Lady Wang nodded slightly, remaining silent for a moment before addressing her. "I recall that Xiao Lu had a good relationship with him, ever since he entered the residence. She particularly enjoyed playing with him, did she not?" Yang Shi's expression shifted, and she hurriedly replied, "Madam, you misunderstand. Xiao Lu actually despises that boy. Every time they meet, she scolds him and even throws stones at him. It is not that she enjoys playing with him. She merely finds him lowly and easy to bully, treating him as a mere toy." Her voice began to tremble. Yang Shi's complexion paled as she stuttered, "Madam, Xiao Lu." She is studying. Lady Wang turned to the nearby maid. Go bring Xiao Lu here. Yes, madam. The maid hurried away. Yang Shi lowered her head, her countenance troubled, afraid to utter a word. Wang Shi turned around, gazing at the large snowflakes beginning to fall outside, and chose to remain silent. After a moment, the previously silent Luo Yu suddenly spoke. Mother, do you think he comes alone this time? Wang Shi paused briefly before responding. Just a lowly son-in-law, perhaps accompanied by that maid. At that moment, a servant hurried in to report. Madam, second young master, the carriage has arrived at the door. Wang Shi maintained her composure. Is he alone? The servant bowed and answered. There's also the maid who previously killed Wang Huyuan. Wang Shi's eyelids twitched, and after a few moments, she replied slowly, understood. The servant withdrew, leaving the room in silence. After a while, Wang Shi gently said, I shall take my leave first. I will send Uncle Zhang and the others over to watch the courtyard shortly. Luo Yu shook his head. No need, it is unnecessary. Wang Shi observed him, her lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately refrained, nodding slightly before departing with the servants in tow. Once she disappeared through the outer door, Yang Shi, who had been bowed low, gradually lifted her head, her complexion slightly pale. Soon after, a maid entered the small courtyard, accompanied by a young girl clad in red. The girl was petite and charming, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with innocence and cuteness. Yang Shi's expression shifted, and she glanced at the second young master beside her before sternly reprimanding. What do you mean by calling him Brother Qingzhou? How many times have I told you? He is a worthless thing, a lowly creature, not your brother. If you dare to call him that again, I will tear your mouth apart. She then pointed at Luo Yu, her face beaming with a smile. This is your true brother. Quickly call him second brother. Luo Xiaolu's excited smile faded. Her brows furrowing as she halted in front of Luo Yu, bowed her head, and timidly called out, second brother. Luo Yu's face revealed a gentle smile as he looked at her. Xiaolu is innocent and delightful. Her words are not amiss. Second mother, please do not scold her like that again. Luo Xiaolu stood quietly to the side, no longer daring to speak, her earlier excitement instantly turning to coldness. Luo Yu smiled, but did not say anything further. Before long, footsteps could be heard outside. A maid led a young man through the door. Following him was a strikingly beautiful young girl wielding a sword. Upon her appearance, the coldness of the wind and snow outside seemed to intensify. Luo Yu felt an involuntary itch at his neck, gazing at the sword-wielding girl, recalling the day she had struck with lethal precision, and thinking of that breathtaking figure akin to a celestial being, his heart, which had just regained its tranquility, suddenly constricted painfully as if pierced by a needle. All of this once belonged to him. Chapter 79. A tranquil lunch somewhat unexpectedly. Luo Qingzhou did not anticipate the presence of the second madam today. He was even more surprised to find the little girl who had once secretly sought him out to play, only to be heartlessly hurt by him, also in attendance. Qingzhou, come in quickly, it is very cold outside. Your constitution is still too weak. Luo Yu welcomed him warmly at the door. Luo Xiaolu stood in the corner, her gaze complex as she watched the boy outside, not daring to approach. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and cupped his hands respectfully, saying, Second madam, second young master. We are family. No need for such formality. Come inside. Luo Yu amiably took his arm and led him to the table, beaming. Today, the kitchen has prepared many delicious dishes for you. Let us brothers enjoy a good gathering. Thank you, second young master, Luo Qingzhou replied with his head bowed. Luo Yu smiled, his gaze shifting to the still-standing cold girl outside, and he approached her, cupping his hands politely. Miss, please join us for a meal. We are not outsiders here. There are no strict rules. Xia Chan turned away, standing under the eaves with her sword, her beautiful face as cold as ice, treating him as if he were air, ignoring him completely. Xiaolu, did you not just say you want to see your brother Qingzhou? Come over here. Luo Yu called out to the girl in the red dress, standing in the corner with a smile. Luo Xiaolu timidly glanced at her mother, then at the familiar yet strange boy, examining him, but did not find a once familiar and warm smile on his face. Xiaolu, come over and greet him. Yang Shi scolded sternly. Only then did Luo Xiaolu step out from the corner, approach the young man, lower her head, and softly say, Brother Qingzhou. He turned to face the gentle and well-mannered young man before him, cupping his hands. Second young master, I've already eaten at home. Luo Yu pulled him down to sit, smiling. Then eat a little less, consider it as accompanying me for a meal. It has been a long time since I enjoyed such a feast. Saying this, he went to fetch the wine jug and personally poured wine for the two. Luo Yu turned to the girl beside him and smiled. Xiaolu, sit down, eat with us, and sit next to your brother Qingzhou to chat. Yang Shi quickly interjected. Second young master, no need to mind her. She just had some pastries and is not hungry now. You two brothers can eat. Let her stand and pour wine for you. After saying this, she directly placed the wine jug in her hands and patted her on the back of her head. Silly girl. Go stand beside second brother and third brother to pour wine. Luo Xiaolu took the wine jug and stood silently behind the two. Luo Yu smiled, not saying more. Raising his wine cup, Qingzhou, let us toast. I shall drink first. Just then, the previously cold girl standing outside suddenly walked in, standing behind Luo Qingzhou, her icy gaze fixed on the wine cup in his hand. Luo Yu paused for a moment, looking at her, suddenly understanding, and with a smile. He drank the contents of his cup in one go, then turned to Yang Shi. Second mother, you should also drink a cup and eat some dishes. Yang Si, being a perceptive person, immediately grasped the situation. She glanced at the sword-wielding girl and muttered softly, then directly picked up the cup of wine in front of Luo Qingzhou and downed it in one gulp. Following that, she took up her chopsticks and sampled each dish on the table. Once she finished eating, she raised her head, preparing to make a sarcastic remark, only to find that the sword-wielding girl had somehow returned outside, standing again under the eaves, cold and still. How petty, she mumbled, setting down her chopsticks. Xiaolu, wine. She took a new wine cup from the maid and placed it before Luo Qingzhou. Luo Xiaolu stepped forward, carefully filling the cup. Qingzhou, please. Luo Yu raised his cup with a broad smile. Luo Qingzhou also lifted his cup. The two drank in unison. Yang Shi, on the side, served them dishes, smiling. Qingzhou, how have you been at the Qin residence? Are you living with that young lady from the Qin family? The sword-wielding girl outside, under the eaves, slightly turned her beautiful face. Quite well, Luo Qingzhou replied, looking down at the dishes in his bowl, his tone indifferent. Yang Si glunjed Luo, then continued with a smile. That young lady from the Qin family. At this, her voice lowered. Is there no issue? I heard people say she cannot speak or smile. Is that true? Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment. Yang Shi beamed. Qingzhou, we are all family here. The Cheng Guo residence is your home. Is there anything you cannot say? If you have any grievances, you could tell second mother. Luo Yu, smiling beside them, remained silent. Luo Qingzhou replied. She is quite fine. Just a bit introverted and not very talkative. Luo Yu's gaze flickered as he lifted his wine cup. Yang Shi looked at him and then cheerfully asked, So, Qingzhou, does that young lady from the Qin family like you? The wine in Luo Yu's cup rippled slightly. Luo Qingzhou responded, I do not know. Yang Shi chuckled and continued to serve him dishes. Come, eat. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and continued his meal. Luo Yu smiled and remarked, Second mother is indeed correct. Qingzhou, I must admit that I harbor little interest in these matters. Henceforth, I shall rely on you. Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Luo Qingzhou, let's partake in some wine. Qingzhou, do enjoy the dishes. The two engaged in a ritual of toasting and serving food. After conversing for a while, Yang spoke, her tone shifting subtly as she leaned closer and said, Qingzhou, once your second brother gains admission to the Longhu Academy next year, you shall undoubtedly bask in his glory. Have you encountered the second young master of the Qin family recently? Have you observed him practicing martial arts? Luo Qingzhou set down his wine cup and respectfully replied, I have been engrossed in my studies at home and have not seen him lately. Luo Yu lowered her head, concealing her expression. Yang chucklet softly, and they continued their conversation, urging each other to eat more. After a span of over 10 minutes, a silence enveloped the table. Luo Qingzhou, sensing the moment, rose to bid farewell with a respectful gesture. He bowed his head and stated, Qingzhou has taken note. Xiaolu, go see off your third brother. Luo Yu instructed the young girl beside her gently. Luo Xiaolu glanced at her mother, who instantly admonished, Why are you still dawdling? Listen to your second brother. Put down the wine jug and escort your third brother. Luo Xiaolu hastily set down the jug and followed closely behind the young man. Once the figures of the three faded beyond the gate, the smile on Luo Yu's face gradually dissipated. Yang cast a nervous glance at her, murmuring, Second young master. That boy may either be deliberately concealing the truth or genuinely be unaware. Luo Yu looked at her with a faint smile, reassuringly stating, It matters not, second mother. Whether he knows or not is inconsequential. I would not stoop to defeating Qingchuan in such a manner. Rest assured, I possess confidence. Yang, beaming with flattery, replied, the second young master will undoubtedly triumph over that boy, no doubt about it. Luo Xiaolu, upon reaching the entrance, looked around and, seeing no one else, suddenly dashed to Luo Qingzhou's side, wrapping her arms around his arm. Her eyes reddened and face a picture of grievance. Brother Qingzhou, are you well there? Has anyone bullied you? Tears brimming in her eyes, she implored, Brother Qingzhou, I understand you are indifferent towards me, but it is for the good of me and mother. Luo Qingzhou chose not to respond further and departed swiftly. He remained silent as he exited the Cheng Guo. Xiachan, bearing a sword in her left hand and an umbrella in her right, accompanied him in quietude through the snow. He did not linger and hastened away. Baozi, freshly steamed baozi. On the street, a vendor was calling out. Luo Qingzhou, hearing the call, turned his gaze in that direction, seemingly recalling something, and approached, producing silver coins to purchase 5 baozi. Miss Xiachan, please wait here for a moment, he said as he took the baozi and moved quickly away. Navigating through a nearby alley, he adeptly made his way to a dimly lit lane behind Cheng Guo. Upon entering the alley, he walked straight ahead. Passing through a small door at the back of Cheng Guo, he reached the end of the alley, yet did not spot the frail figures he once encountered. When he first arrived in this world, curiosity had led him to wander through Cheng Guo, where he discovered this small door. Upon opening it, he had found 2 shivering beggars, a brother and sister, aged around 8 or 9, clad in tattered garments, barefoot and without warm clothing, their feet swollen and frostbitten, and they were on the brink of starvation. Had he discovered them a day later, they may have succumbed to the cold and hunger right there. He had brought them steamed buns, ointment, warm clothing, and blankets. In the days leading up to his marriage into the Qin family, he would often ask Xiao Dai to bring additional buns, which he would then deliver to them. It was but a small effort. However, in this era, the number of the impoverished and the starving was alarmingly high. Thus, after his departure, he had not given the matter another thought. Yet now, they were no longer present. He was uncertain whether they had perished in the snow or been taken away and discarded in an unmarked grave outside the city, or if they had found refuge elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou stood in the alley for a while, drenched in the wind and snow, holding the now cooling baozi before stepping out. At the alley's entrance, the cold young woman stood, seemingly watching him, or perhaps gazing into the silent alley behind him. Luo Qingzhou took the oil paper umbrella from her hand, opened it, and sheltered her beneath it. Together, they exited the alley. The snowflakes danced and swirled, while 2 little beggars huddled in the corner of the alley, wrapped in a large cotton padded coat, savoring the warm baozi. The young man sat quietly on the steps nearby, exposed to the snow, calmly observing them, his handsome and serene visage radiating warmth like sunlight in winter amidst the frigid alley. Tonghalu! Tonghalu! Suddenly, the cry of a vendor selling Tonghalu echoed through the street. The young woman stood at a distance beneath an eave, arms crossed, holding her sword, her expression frosty as she gazed at the wall beside her. Meanwhile, a vendor selling Tonghalu, just a step behind her, was fervently calling out, holding up the sugary treats. Chapter 80. Is Tonghalu really that delicious? As Luo Qingzhou approached the Tonghalu vendor and reached for his silver coins, the young woman cast a sidelong glance at him before returning her gaze to the wall. Her expression still cold. I shall have 4 skewers. Luo Qingzhou decided to tease her. After taking the 4 skewers of Tonghalu, he did not call her, but instead strode away. A chill crept up his spine, and he felt a tickle at his neck. The cold young woman, however, had vanished from her previous spot, leaving him to wonder where she had gone. After a moment of confusion, he turned around only to find that she had silently appeared at his side, as if she had never left. Luo Qingzhou, Miss Yachan Tonghalu. Oof. The young woman turned her face away, looking elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou, Miss Yachan, I implore you. Only then did she acknowledge him, still turning her face away, her gaze cold and distant. Luo Qingzhou chose not to press further, placing the remaining 3 skewers into the paper bag that held the baozi, opening the umbrella to shield her head. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, drifting gracefully. The world was blanketed in white. Pedestrians hurried along the road, while vendors on either side continued their energetic calls amidst the swirling snow. Luo Qingzhou held the umbrella, slowing his pace as he contemplated various matters, walking slowly. The young woman beside him matched his pace. However, every road must come to an end. Upon returning to the estate, the gate creaked open. Bailing appeared just in time. Extending her hand with a bright smile, her cheeks adorned with two delightful dimples. "Young master, you are wonderful. You even bought Tonghalu for me." Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou's consent, she walked over, pulled a skewer of Tonghalu from the paper bag, and took a bite, her eyes squinting in delight. As Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, he heard her exclaim, "Oh, Xia-chan, did the young master not buy any for you? How unfortunate. Just watching me eat. However, if you ask me nicely, I might let you have a bite." Luo Qingzhou turned to see that the cold young woman had, unbeknownst to him, finished her Tonghalu, leaving only a bamboo skewer in her hand. She stood there with a frosty expression, her delicate lips still glistening with syrup, but upon meeting his gaze, she promptly turned away, looking elsewhere. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingzhou addressed Bailing, who was boasting about her Tonghalu. "Miss Xia-chan has already eaten." With that, he chose not to linger and turned to leave. The second Miss Qin had likely been cooped up indoors for far too long, and the maids and servants probably dared not procure food for her. This Tonghalu, with its sweet and sour flavor, she would surely relish. Moreover, it posed no harm to her health. In the Qin residence, the second Miss Qin had always treated him kindly, and thus, he thought of her while purchasing the Tonghalu. Upon arriving at the door, before he could knock, Zhuer had already opened it and stepped out, holding a porcelain bowl filled with soup. Upon seeing him, she paused momentarily and quickly said, "Young master, I have brought you some chicken soup. It is in your kitchen. Do remember to drink it. By the way, are you here to see my young lady?" Luo Qingzhou presented the Tonghalu he had just purchased outside, saying, "I bought this just now. I wonder if the second young lady would like some." Zhuer glanced at the Tonghalu and then at him, hesitating for a moment before stepping aside. "Young master, please go in. The young lady is studying in the study." After casting him a suspicious glance, she accepted the Tonghalu, exclaiming with a hint of reluctance. Luo Qingzhou perceived her unspoken thoughts. "This fellow is overly attentive to my young lady. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? How infuriating. I must inform the madam." "Never mind, Zhuer. The second young lady is unwell and should not consume such cold food." Zhuer stood at the door, staring blankly at his rapidly retreating figure. After a moment, she pouted and muttered, "How perplexing." Qin Weimao, slightly taken aback, furrowed her delicate brows, and after a brief contemplation, gently inquired, "Zhuer, please recount every word you exchanged with my brother-in-law just now, along with your thoughts at that moment." "Young lady, please." Qin Weimao's voice was soft, her gaze gentle, yet her tone brooked no dissent. Zhuer dared not hesitate any longer and promptly recounted their recent conversation along with her thoughts. After listening, Qin Weimao sighed softly. "Zhuer, do not entertain such thoughts in front of my brother-in-law next time. He is straightforward in his actions, not at all as you perceive. His gift of Tonghalu to me was merely out of gratitude for my amiable demeanor towards him in this Qin residence. That is why he thought of me while purchasing it. It was likely intended for Xiao Dai." Zhuer, puzzled, replied, "But young lady, I only pondered it in my heart and did not voice it to the young master. My attitude was quite good." She gazed at her with wide eyes. "Young lady, how do you know so much about the young master? Are you?" Qin Weimao shook her head slightly. "You are overthinking again. My relationship with my brother-in-law is simply that of brother-in-law and sister. I merely admire his talents, enjoy his company, and find comfort in his words and stories. It is not as you imagine." Zhuer responded with an "oh," lowering her head. "Young lady, I am sorry. Should I go and apologize to the young master?" Qin Weimao paused, then rose. "No need. It would be worse to apologize. Moreover, my brother-in-law is magnanimous and will not hold this against you. Where's Chio'er? Call her over. I wish to visit my brother-in-law." Zhuer hesitated, seeming to want to dissuade her, but upon seeing her expression and recalling her stubbornness, she hurried off to summon Chio'er and the matron. Dressed in a light green gown, with a slender waist and graceful figure, her long black hair cascading down her back, she stood like a statue amidst the swirling snowflakes, motionless. Snowflakes had gathered upon her shoulders and arms, as well as on the sword she cradled. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, then realized and took another string of Tonghalu, approaching Miss Xia-chan. The young lady turned her face, lifting her chin slightly. By the time Luo Qingzhou glanced back, she had already exited the door, vanishing into the vast, snow-ridden world. How baffling. Is Tonghalu truly so delightful? Luo Qingzhou felt perplexed as he returned indoors, retrieving the last string from the paper bag to take a bite. The flavor was a balance of sour and sweet, somewhat mediocre. However, for those who had not savored the myriad delights of his time, it was indeed acceptable. He placed the remainder back in the bag, intending to give it to Xiao Dai later. On the snowy path, as Xiao Chan bit into her second Tonghalu, a sudden clamor of footsteps approached from ahead. Soon, a group of maidservants and matrons surrounded a delicate figure, emerging from the snowy veil. Xiao Chan stepped aside in surprise. As they drew near, Qin Weima's gaze abruptly fell upon the Tonghalu in her hand. In the snowstorm, the two young ladies locked eyes. Chapter 81. The stone statue at the bottom of the lake. Did my brother-in-law purchase many? Qin Weima pondered silently. Under the escort of the maidservants and matrons, they arrived at Luo Qingzhou's residence, only to find the courtyard gate locked. He was no longer present. Qin Weima stood outside, stunned. Zhu'er hurried forward to inspect the iron lock, turning to say, "Young lady, the young master must have just left. I will fetch someone to look for him." "But young lady, you have come out with great difficulty." Qin Weima cast another glance at the closed door and, with Zhu'er's assistance and the entourage of maidservants and matrons, turned to leave. Zhu'er, infuriated, kicked the closed door, muttering in frustration, "How infuriating. He is never here when the young lady visits. It must be intentional." As they passed Ling Chanyu Palace, they suddenly spotted by Ling standing at the entrance, holding a string of Tonghalu and nibbling on it. There was only one Tonghalu left, and she dared only to lick it, seemingly reluctant to eat. "Second young lady, why are you out here?" Bai Ling greeted them eagerly upon noticing their presence. Qin Weima glanced at the Tonghalu in her hand and gently asked Bai Ling, "Is that Tonghalu for my brother-in-law?" Upon hearing the mention of Tonghalu, Bai Ling suddenly expressed her grievances. "It was given by the young master, but he is so biased, giving 2 strings to Chan Chan while I only received 1. Chan Chan has never paid him any mind. She is truly the best to him. How could he be so unkind?" Qin Weima smiled slightly. "I saw Chan Chan just now. She likely asked for it herself. My brother-in-law is not good at refusing, so he naturally obliged." Bai Ling blinked and politely extended the last Tonghalu in her hand, asking, "Second young lady, would you like to have it?" I have licked it." As she spoke, she extended her delicate pink tongue to lick the Tonghalu. Qin Weima departed, surrounded by the group. Bang, 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 bang. In the moonlit rain-listening pavilion, in the bamboo grove at the northwest corner, Luo Qingzhou, clad only in shorts, was practicing. Outside, the snow fell heavily, and the cold wind howled. Yet, he felt a warmth enveloping him, his skin gradually becoming feverish, with sweat cascading down his glossy skin like rain. The falling snowflakes melted before they could come close. The large tree that had fallen to the ground had endured his torment from afternoon until dusk. Once a sturdy trunk, it had now turned to mush, a pitiful sight. Bang! The remaining stump was shattered into 2 by his final punch. After the 2 had finished dinner and consumed the chicken soup, noticing that night had fallen, they gathered their garments and went to bathe in the lake. In this chilly weather, soaking in the hot springs of the lake was the most delightful experience. Snowflakes drifted down. The surface of the lake was enveloped in steam, shrouded in a haze. The 2 entered the water, their bodies bare. Luo Qingzhou sat on a rock in the shallow water, while Xiao Dai stood behind him, gently scrubbing his back. They chatted casually. Luo Qingzhou, rubbing his arms, chuckled. With Miss Chan Chan around, who would dare? He fell silent for a moment. The image of that petite figure in a red dress with red eyes flitting through his mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus. There are indeed good people. Xiao Dai paused, whispering, "Is it the second madam and Miss Xiao Lu? Did you see them today?" Luo Qingzhou continued to scrub his body, his expression inscrutable. "She is quite intelligent, just like her mother." "Yes, Miss Xiao Lu is very clever and kind. When I was bullied, Miss Xiao Lu always helped me." Xiao Dai recalled the past, her eyes reddening. Luo Qingzhou gently ruffled her hair, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right. It's all in the past. Do not dwell on it." After a moment of silence, he added, "It will happen." "Is it because of Miss Xiao Lu?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head, saying not entirely. "Then what is it?" Xiao Dai furrowed her brow, expressing, "But they never regarded you as family, my lord. You could refuse them, for they no longer want you." Luo Qingzhou replied, It's not as simple as you think. Unless I give up on pursuing fame and fortune and cease living here. Xiao Dai was perplexed. There will come a day. A fleeting glint of coldness appeared in Luo Qingzhou's eyes, but he quickly turned, tenderly caressing her cheek, reassuring her, "Do not fear. You need not concern yourself with them. Your only duty is to serve your master well." The little girl, standing before him, noticed his gaze lingering on her chest, causing her face to flush crimson as she lowered her head shyly, saying, "My lord, I wish not to think, as I have said, for another year." "No, I wish to." "All right, do you wish to relieve yourself? Move further away." "No, not that. I'm just thinking of fish. Fish are so delightful," Luo Qingzhou remarked, "but they do smell wonderful." He pointed his face, "Kiss me 3 times." The little girl, beaming with joy, wrapped her arms around his neck and puckered her lips, planting 3 quick kisses on his cheek, just as she desired to kiss him again. Luo Qingzhou swiftly pried her arms away and suddenly lunged forward, plunging into the water, seeking the fish. The lake's depths were dim, yet his vision quickly adjusted. Luo Qingzhou held his breath and swam towards the center. As he approached a pavilion submerged in the lake's heart, he suddenly spotted a glimmer beneath a cluster of lotus flowers. What could it be? After discovering the sun and moon treasure mirror at the lake's bottom and noting the perpetually warm waters, he sensed the lake's extraordinary nature. Seeing that glimmer now, he did not hesitate to swim closer. Expecting another treasure, he was astonished to find a stone statue buried in the silt. The light emanated from its pair of eyes. The material of those eyes was unknown, yet they radiated a faint glow even in the absence of moonlight, appearing quite eerie. Luo Qingzhou slowly cleared the silt from the statue, revealing that its head faintly resembled an animal, though he could not discern which one. It was certainly not human. The statue's chest and lower body remained deeply entrenched in the lake sediment. As he cleared more silt from its chest, he suddenly felt a current emanating from it. Another attempt to clear the silt resulted in his hand unexpectedly sinking into the statue's chest. Empty? He paused momentarily, swiftly brushing aside more surrounding silt. To his shock, he discovered a dark, gaping hole in the statue's chest. Peering into the hole, he found it pitch black and unfathomably deep, resembling a hidden passageway. At that moment, a fish shimmering with luminescence suddenly darted out from within. The fish appeared clumsy and, seemingly unfamiliar with humans, approached him with a mouth opening and closing as if to kiss him. Luo Qingzhou poked a finger into its open mouth, tossing it aside. Since the fish seemed unharmed, he assumed that whatever lay within posed no great danger. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured inside. Initially, he could only crawl, but after a dozen meters, the passage widened and the water began to recede. Luo Qingzhou stood up, cautiously wading through knee-deep water as he advanced. The water on the floor was dissipating, and the stones above glimmered with a faint glow. After traversing several dozen more meters, he suddenly encountered another path. The ground was damp and cluttered with stones and dirt. To the right of this path stood a shattered stone door. Luo Qingzhou paused, approaching it. Upon reaching the door, he discovered a spacious stone chamber of over 100 square meters. Inside were stone benches, tables, beds, and numerous animal statues, though many had shattered, leaving debris scattered across the floor. In a corner, 2 wooden training dummies remained intact. He approached one and struck it with a punch. The sound echoed, low and dull, and the dummy remained unscathed. The wood was remarkably resilient, absorbing the impact as if it possessed a slight elasticity, unlike hitting solid stone. Luo Qingzhou observed for a while, but could not ascertain its nature. After inspecting the entire stone chamber and finding nothing else of interest, he exited and returned to the main path, continuing forward until he encountered a sudden fork in the road. Yet, each path appeared blocked by collapsed stones. Entering one of the passages to examine the obstruction, he unexpectedly stepped on something hard. Looking down, he discovered a curved piece of white bone, distinctly not human. As he investigated further, he found several animal skeletons in the corner. How peculiar! How did these creatures end up underground? Moreover, the bones appear to belong to no ordinary animals, being robust with sharp fangs and elongated claws. Could they be demonic beasts? The bones seemed aged, some already crumbling to dust. After scrutinizing for a time without clarity, he found the path ahead blocked, unable to progress. He retreated, exploring the other 2 passages, where he found numerous unknown animal bones littered on the ground, all paths thoroughly obstructed. What could this place have been? Why were there so many hidden passages and bones? And all this beneath the lake? These passages concealed in the lake's depth led to where? Luo Qingzhou pondered deeply, suddenly struck with realization. The lake? He recalled the lake at Cheng Guo, which, like the one at Qinfu, was perpetually warm, shrouded in mist, and adorned with lotus flowers, seemingly of similar size. Though devoid of a pavilion and neglected, could there be a connection between these two lakes? Might this subterranean passage actually connect the streets of Mo City, linking both lakes and estates, possibly even other locations? If so, were the masters of these households aware? Luo Qingzhou was filled with questions, increasingly convinced that these two lakes and the beneath passages held extraordinary significance. However, he dared not linger. Xiao Dai awaited above. After scanning for anything useful, he swiftly exited the passage, entering the lake water, swimming upwards with haste. Upon surfacing and seeing two slender, white, jade-like legs of a maiden, he suddenly emerged. Xiaodi, lost in worry and astonishment, gasped as he appeared before her, exclaiming in shock, "Oh, my lord, you scared me to death." She sobbed slightly, throwing her arms around him, and with a quivering voice, said, "You've been down so long. I thought you wouldn't come back." Luo Qingzhou, taken aback by her tender embrace, felt his heart stir, quickly prying her arms away, saying, "It's fine. I can hold my breath for quite some time. But I didn't find any fish." "My lord, what happened?" The servant girl pondered. Was it a desire to relieve herself or a longing for fish? Neither, for her thoughts were elsewhere. The young maiden's cheeks flushed, warm and delicate. Her soft body seemed to lose all strength as she melted against his chest, trembling slightly. "What nonsense!" Luo Qingzhou exclaimed as he swiftly lifted her, striding to the riverbank and placing her gently on the shore. "I told you it would be a year. Why the haste?" The girl stood there, unadorned, her slender legs together, unabashed as she blushed and said, "Young master, will it truly be possible by next year?" Luo Qingzhou stepped onto the shore, draping his garment over her shoulders, and nonchalantly replied, "Yes, next year. Young master must keep his word." "Oh, next year?" Little Dai exclaimed joyfully as she donned her clothes. Luo Qingzhou paused, observing her, sensing something amiss. When she was dressed, she suddenly opened her arms and embraced his arm tightly, lifting her shy face to giggle. "Young master, in just a month, it will be New Year. A gentleman's word is his bond. You mustn't deceive me." On our way back, Luo Qingzhou could not help but remark, "Little Dai, what exactly do you learn daily with Xiao, Tao, and Xiao Air?" "Needlework, flute playing, gouging, and dancing," she replied. "Is that all?" "Well, there's nothing more." "Ha. Young master, what does ha mean?" "It means I know you are a little trickster." "Alas, young master, I am not." "Young master, if you let me hug you and give you a kiss, I will tell you, all right?" "No need, I can guess." "Huh? I want tea saying more." "I shall go greet them." Luo Qingzhou, having changed his clothes, stepped outside. Little Dai blushed, murmuring to herself in the room, "Does young master already know that I am learning those things? How embarrassing, how shameful." As Luo Qingzhou passed by the Lingshan Yuegong, he merely glanced without pausing. Upon reaching his mother-in-law's residence, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Mayer led him into the hall, where Song Ryue sat upright, her charming face stern as she regarded him coldly. "Luo Qingzhou, you have quite the audacity." Before he could bow to greet her, Song Ryue began to reprimand him sharply. "What story did you tell Wei Mo today? Who permitted you to tell her such vulgar and shameless tales? She is your sister-in-law, your younger sister, as a brother-in-law and a scholar. How could you narrate such filthy stories that violate morals and propriety? What are your intentions?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head, about to explain, when she commanded, "Speak. Tell me once more the story of Shi Xiangji that you recounted to Wei Mo today, word for word. I wish to see what is so remarkable about this sordid tale that it captivated my Wei Mo to the point of losing her appetite. Have you lost your voice? Did you not hear me? Speak immediately now." Song Ryue slammed her fist on the table, glaring at him. Luo Qingzhou could only respond, "Yes, esteemed mother-in-law." He had no choice but to recount the story of Shi Xiangji again, this time more meticulously, not daring to deceive her as he had with that young Lady Chan Chan. He spoke with his head bowed, carefully detailing the narrative. In the end, the couple had several robust sons and adorable daughters, leading a blissful and sweet life together. Once he finished, there was a moment of silence in the hall. When he raised his gaze, Song Ryue slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Indeed, a scandalous story. A meeting between the sexes, a private agreement for life, disregarding elders, daring to corrupt my way mo. Luo Qingzhou, you have great audacity. She then commanded angrily, May heir, take him to my back garden and make him toil in the flower bed for an hour. Yes, madam, May heir replied respectfully, moving to Luo Qingzhou's side. He was taken aback, about to speak, when May heir grasped his arm and led him away, whispering, son-in-law, do not argue. Luo Qingzhou fell silent, following her to the back courtyard. Shortly after they left, Song Ryue rose and walked to the side room, lifting the beaded curtain and entering hurriedly. Have you noted everything down? An elderly gentleman with graying hair sat at the desk, quickly and hastily inscribing characters on rice paper, ignoring her. After a while, he finally set down his brush and sighed. What splendid talent! What a marvelous story! Fuming, Song Ryue asked, did you note everything down? The gentleman finally reacted, standing to bow. Madam, I have recorded everything. A few lines missing are of no consequence. I have read many texts, yet I have never encountered such a tale. It must indeed be written by the son-in-law himself. His talent is truly unfathomable. Congratulations, madam. The Qin household has struck a great bargain. Song Ryue rolled her eyes. Spare me the flattery. I ask you, can this story compare to Xiangguo? Can I present it for prestige? Indeed, certainly. This tale far surpasses Xiangguo. But what? She demanded, her brow furrowing. As her gaze flickered, a hint of contemplation crossed her features. Meanwhile, in the back garden, Luo Qingzhou was using a hoe to till the flower bed when suddenly a jubilant, childlike voice called out, brother. Another excited voice chimed in, brother. It's that brother. It's really him. Luo Qingzhou turned in surprise to see two figures, one tall and one short, rushing towards him, their faces filled with excitement. They held flower pots in their hands, a little boy and a little girl, both appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. They dropped their flower pots and gazed at him with sheer joy. Luo Qingzhou, bewildered, asked, who are you? In the garden adorned with lanterns, under the glow of the white snow, the boy and girl appeared exceptionally clear, yet Luo Qingzhou did not recognize them, until the boy exclaimed excitedly, brother Mantu, Mantu, it's me, Dong Dong. The girl added joyfully, brother, it's me, Shi. You used to bring us Mantu to eat. Have you forgotten? Luo Qingzhou was taken aback, suddenly realizing they were the siblings from the alley. What did you end up here? He asked, astonished. Initially, the siblings had appeared tattered and dirty, but now they were dressed in clean clothes, their faces smooth and rosy, completely transformed. How could he possibly recognize them? That day, a sister had entered the alley, saying she could find a way for me and Shi to earn a living. So we came here, not expecting to find you too. Luo Qingzhou gripped the hoe tightly and inquired, what was that sister's name? The boy shook his head. She didn't say. The girl eagerly added, brother, she was very beautiful, always smiling. Her smile was so lovely, with 2 adorable dimples on her face, and her dress was so pretty. Bai Ling? Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Was it coincidence, or, brother, how did you end up here? The boy asked cheerfully. The boy, with tears in his eyes, said, brother, please don't say that. If it weren't for you bringing us mantu, ointment, and blankets, Shi and I would have starved or frozen to death. The girl nodded, tears welling up. Brother, whenever we have time, we wait for you in that little alley. We never expected to see you here. It's wonderful. The little boy, his face beaming with joy, exclaimed, brother, from now on, Shi and I will work diligently so that the lady won't send us away. That way, we can see you often. The little girl, wiping away her tears, added with a smile, brother, the lady even allows us to attend school. We get to eat meat every day and sleep in a warm bed in a big house. For these siblings who had once been reduced to beggars, nearly perishing from hunger and cold in a frigid alley, this place felt like paradise. The sister who brought them here and the lady who allowed them to plant flowers and go to school with their angels. As Luo Qingzhou pondered over his doubts, he was interrupted by May heir, who emerged from the house with a stern expression, saying, son-in-law, the lady requests your presence inside. Luo Qingzhou paused, set down his hoe, glanced at the 2 siblings, and approached May heir to inquire, May heir, do not ask what you should not. May heir promptly silenced him. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingzhou refrained from asking further, turned, and bid farewell to the siblings. Dong Dong and Shi waved cheerfully, saying, brother, we will come find you. Work hard. Otherwise, There will be no food. Mei Er admonished them with a serious face. Dong Dong and Shishi stuck out their tongues and hurriedly picked up the flower pots. Luo Qingzhou followed Mei Er into the house. In the hall, Song Ruyu remained seated, holding a cup of tea and sipping it elegantly. Upon his entrance, she cast him a glance, maintained her poise for a moment, and then coldly asked, "Did you recount Shi Xiang Jin its entirety?" Luo Qingzhou bowed slightly and replied, "Esteemed mother-in-law, I have recounted it all." He then looked up at her, questioning, "Why do you say such things, esteemed mother-in-law?" Song Ruyu arched her brow and coldly scoffed. "How foolish of you to think I would not notice your lies. There are many parts of Shi Xiang Ji that you left out. Did you think I had not heard it before? I was merely testing you. In truth, I have read this story long ago." Luo Qingzhou gazed into her eyes, perceiving her thoughts. Let us see if this lad truly composed it himself. "Esteemed mother-in-law, I assure you, I have recounted every word without omission," he respectfully stated. Song Ruyu's gaze flickered as she scrutinized him. "Did you write it yourself? Or did you read it somewhere?" Luo Qingzhou responded, "I composed it myself." Song Ruyu huffed in disapproval, chastising him. Such nonsense, neglecting proper pursuits. Yet inwardly, she reveled in the thought. Indeed, this lad concocted it himself. Excellent. Now I can take this and thoroughly embarrass those rascals. That Wang Feng thinks her son-in-law is a storyteller. Tomorrow, I shall show her whose son-in-law truly possesses storytelling prowess. She will be enraged. Keeping her face cold, Song Ruyu stated, "Indeed, esteemed mother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou dared not say more and withdrew. He resolved not to share the story with Miss Qin again. Repeating a tale to several individuals within a single day was tiresome. He was not a recording machine. His time was far too precious to squander on such trivial matters. Battling against the wind and snow, he swiftly exited the back courtyard. Upon arriving at Ling Chanyu Palace, he found the gate ajar and the front courtyard devoid of people. Luo Qingzhou knocked at the door, and after receiving no response, he entered. Passing through the corridor and along the path beside the house, he reached the back garden. Bai Ling, clad in a pink dress, leaned against the round door. Holding a flower, her delicate fingers entwined in a strand of hair as she gazed down in a daze. Upon hearing footsteps, she lifted her head, revealing two sweet dimples as she smiled. "Son-in-law, you're late tonight." Luo Qingzhou, with a complex expression, explained, "I first want to pay my respects to the lady and was delayed there." Bai Ling asked, "Did the lady trouble you again?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head. "No, the lady is quite pleasant." Bai Ling smiled and turned to guide him into the back garden. In the pavilion by the pond, the girl in white continued to sit there, lost in thought. Xiaochan stood outside the pavilion, sword in hand, gazing at the falling snowflakes. Upon noticing Luo Qingzhou's arrival, she averted her face and looked elsewhere. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sword-wielding girl and remarked, "Do not deceive me. Miss Ya is not that sort of person." Bai Ling stamped her foot and pouted. "Son-in-law, I speak only the truth. Did you not see how Chan looked so pleased with herself?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Xiaochan turned her face away, her lips barely moving. Bai Ling was irritated. Luo Qingzhou approached the pavilion, bowing to the girl in white, Mississippi. Still, she remained silent. Luo Qingzhou, looking into her eyes, took his leave. As he passed by Bai Ling, he quietly said to the sulking girl, "Come with me outside. I have something to say to you." Bai Ling was taken aback, then recalled the scene from the previous night when he had forcefully kissed her. Her anger swiftly transformed into fear, and she crossed her arms, saying, "Son-in-law, please don't make me go outside. I cannot endure any more of your advances." Xiaochan turned her face away. Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Bai Ling, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. I was in the wrong last night. I swear I will not offend you again tonight." "Really? You truly won't kiss or touch me like last night?" Bai Ling asked timidly, hugging herself. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped Luo Qingzhou. He turned to glance back, and there stood the cold girl beneath the tree, her gaze fixed on him with an icy stare. "Come out." Without further ado, Luo Qingzhou stepped outside, standing at the round door, watching Bai Ling with an imposing demeanor, akin to a domineering husband surveying his timid wife. He had lost patience. "If you wish to come out, then do so. There is no need to be so fierce, son-in-law. I am frightened." Luo Qingzhou moved to the front wall, recalling how he had pinned her against it last night, kissing her fiercely. Reflecting on it now, it bore a hint of a domineering CEO's charm. Bai Ling approached, casting a glance at the wall beside him, pouting and saying, "Son-in-law, you must not bully me again. Otherwise, I shall cry." Luo Qingzhou steadied his emotions, intending to inquire about the siblings when he suddenly noticed the cold girl had inexplicably appeared outside the round door. Still holding her sword, her face frigidly beautiful as she stared ahead. "Let us proceed to the front courtyard." Luo Qingzhou took Bai Ling's delicate wrist and walked toward the front. Ever since he had forcibly kissed her the night before, he had shed most of his reservations regarding her. They had already crossed that line. What was there to hold back? "Son-in-law, you," Bai Ling stammered. "Just follow me. I have a few questions." They arrived at the front courtyard. Luo Qingzhou released her hand and was about to speak when he noticed the cold girl had silently reappeared under the eaves of the courtyard, arms crossed, sword in hand. Her frosty visage turned away. Luo Qingzhou stated, "Miss Xia, I am only speaking with Miss Bai Ling. I will not bully her, I swear. You need not follow." After speaking, he pulled Bai Ling out of the courtyard, leading her to a large tree outside. Before he could utter a word, he instinctively glanced back at the entrance. The cold girl had once again, like a ghost, silently stood outside, sword in hand, her profile still turned away, radiating an icy aura. Throughout their interaction, she had maintained a distance of no more than 10 paces. Bai Ling suddenly whispered, "Son-in-law," within 10 paces. "Chan Chan's sword can strike true and seal the throat in an instant. You must be cautious." Luo Qingzhou paused, releasing her hand and stepping back a pace.